I can get stronger with each offspring I have. I can quickly become stronger by practicing with the memories of the female emperor. I can become stronger by practicing the ancient demon saint's bloodline magic. But why am I dressed like this? I crossed over, transformed into a grassland lion, and activated the many children, many blessings system after giving birth to a pair of twins. With each additional offspring, I can receive rewards from the system. In order to propagate offspring, I work hard to strengthen the lion pride. I crossed over and became a grassland lioness. I wanted to rely on memories from my past life to quietly cultivate and return to the cultivation level of the empress. But damn it, the majestic empress of the human race was actually defiled by a mortal lion and even gave birth to a pair of twins. I was reborn as a lioness on the grassland. Fortunately, I can recultivate the supreme ancient magic power of my previous life. I thought that with the supreme magic power, I could dominate the grassland, until I encountered a male lion, and I was not his match. Ha ha, thinking about my past life's work, as long as I can enjoy the rewards of singing and dancing every night in this life, it's really cool. I'm here to love it. Damn it, I am already the 10th child. I am already the 10th child, and you still want me to give birth. You still want me to give birth. At this time, on a vast grassland, a lioness is lying in a clump of grass about to give birth. Intense pain relentlessly strikes her in waves. Nearby, a majestic male lion stood proudly on the grassland, constantly scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Not far from the lioness, as time passed, the lioness's breathing became more rapid, and each pang was accompanied by a low whimper. This sound was particularly heart-wrenching in the vast and desolate grassland. The lion responded with a roar. He seemed to know that the lioness was in pain, but could only pace anxiously back and forth beside her. In his eyes, there was both anticipation for the new life and deep concern for the lioness. Finally, after a long period of suffering and waiting, with two faint yet lively lion cub cries, the silence of the grassland was broken. Two new lives, like two bright stars, descended upon this vibrant and mysterious grassland. The lioness, on the other hand, seemed to have exhausted all her energy and fell asleep wearily. Although traces of pain still lingered on her face, there was a hint of contentment and satisfaction in the slight upturn of her mouth. I slowly approached the lioness upon hearing the sound, and the fierceness in her eyes instantly turned into endless tenderness. Lowering my head, I gently sniffed the two cubs, a hint of uncontrollable joy flashing in my eyes. I didn't expect that Simba would end up having cubs after crossing over here. Looking at the two newborn cubs, my heart was filled with mixed emotions. Turning to look at the exhausted lioness, my heart was full of tenderness. This lioness is named Sasha. She is one of the lions in my pride. Another lioness is out hunting. Detected that the host has already given birth to offspring. The more children, the more blessings are officially activated. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice rang in my mind, breaking the tranquility of my immersion in the joy of new life. The moment I heard the sound, I was stunned, and then I realized that my heart was filled with joy. Sure enough, the system may be late, but it never misses. I waited for 3 years. Exactly 3 years. Ding! The many children, many blessings system is activated. For each additional offspring the host has, they can receive system rewards. Detected that the host already has 2 offspring, receiving skill rewards, Feast of Gluttony, Light of Revival, many children, many blessings. Hearing this, my mind stirred. It's easy to understand, as long as I have more children, the rewards will keep coming. With that thought, I began to check the skills. Feast of Gluttony, by devouring other creatures, I can continuously evolve until I become the true ruler of this world. The Light of Revival can quickly recover from injuries, which means that as long as you are not dead on the spot, you can be fully resurrected. Shocking, this is simply invincible. And just as I was immersed in the immense joy brought by the golden finger, the lioness Sasha slowly opened her eyes, full of confusion. The emperor is not dead? At this moment, Sasha's heart was filled with shock and turmoil. In her previous life, she was the empress of the human race, named Lu Ruyan. She used to be a prominent figure at the peak of the human race. However, fate betrayed her at her most glorious moment, as her closest friend betrayed her, causing her to fall in resentment amidst a conspiracy. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan had a headache, and a wave of memories surged like a tide. After accepting the memories of the lioness, her gaze fell on the little lion cub below her, who was trying hard to drink milk, and her eyes were instantly filled with anger and shame. Then she looked fiercely at me on the side. Damn, I actually reincarnated as a wild beast, and also, I, the noble empress of the human race, am now trapped in the body of this wild beast, even being possessed by a male lion, and even gave birth to 2 offspring for it. Shame, it's simply a great humiliation. Willow at this moment hated that she couldn't tear this damn male lion in front of her into 1,000 pieces. She struggled to get up, but her recently given birth body was so weak that she almost collapsed again. I am still in joy. Seeing Sasha has woken up, my heart is full of joy. Hurriedly stepping forward, a low growl. I lowered my head to rub against it, but unexpectedly, what caught my eye was the fierce look in the other party's eyes. I am full of doubts. In my impression, Sasha has always been gentle and obedient. No matter what requests I make, even asking her to pose in various ways, she will obediently comply. What's going on? What's wrong with Sasha today? I tilted my head slightly, my eyes full of confusion. Must be in a bad mood because it's so hard after giving birth. Luchuan so relieved himself that he didn't pay too much attention to Sasha's sudden change in attitude, only assuming that it was an emotional fluctuation after the birth. Jiang Luoli, however, didn't appreciate it at all as she opened her mouth and let out a hiss filled with anger. Damn! Stay away from this emperor, she roared in her heart. If not for the extreme weakness of her body at this moment, she would have rushed up to start a life and death struggle with Luchuan without any hesitation, in order to vent the endless shame and resentment in her heart. His eyes burned with the flame of anger as he stared at Luchuan dead in the face. Jiang Luoli couldn't wait to tear him into pieces immediately to wash away this strange shame. She was not willing to sink into this, not willing to spend the rest of her life in this beastly world, even if she has to be the enemy of all the living beings on this grassland, even if she has to go through thousands of dangers, she will still find her dignity and return to the peak that belongs to her, to make those who betrayed her pay dearly. She let the world know that she, Jiang Luoli, even in her body, was still the unrivaled human empress, and that her majesty and glory were inviolable. Luchuan was full of doubts, not understanding why Sasha's temper had suddenly become so violent, but for the sake of her hard work in giving birth today, he chose to ignore it. Roar! With another low growl, Luchuan then pulled away from Sasha. Don't understand what's going on, but just stay away. He turned his attention to the abilities that the system had just rewarded him with, his heart filled with curiosity and anticipation, wanting to understand and master these new powers as soon as possible. His eyes fell on some of the leftover food from yesterday. The food smelled faintly of blood, wafting if anything in the grassy breeze. After a moment's thought, he decided to start trying to unleash his overeating feast ability. He opened his bloody mouth and took a bite of a large piece of meat, the teeth slicing into the meat at the moment, making a slight click sound. As he chewed, he only felt a blazing hot stream as if it was slowly rising from the depths of his stomach, which was like a rushing fiery dragon that flowed uncontrollably along his meridians in his body. At first, the heat felt like a trickle, gently moisturizing his body. Tired muscles are soothed, but in an instant, the heat flow surged up, and every time it flowed through him, his muscles trembled slightly, as if infused with infinite power. The body that was originally slightly tired from guarding Sasha was instantly filled with vigor, and the limbs that were originally a bit heavy became light and powerful at this moment. At this moment, Luchuan felt that he was easily enough to leap over the highest slope in the grassland. Is this the overeating feast? Feeling the power contained within his body, Luchuan's eyes flashed with excitement. This is still some leftover meat. Would it be stronger if it was fresh? While Luchuan was concentrating on the system's ability, not far from his territory, a thrilling hunt was quietly taking place. At that moment, a lioness was hiding in a thick patch of grass. The grass was like a natural barrier, hiding her form perfectly. The eyes were like deep pools, flashing with icy cold aura, tightly locking onto a group of antelopes that were leisurely grazing not far away. Suddenly, she lowered her stance slightly, her stomach almost to the ground. In the next instant, the still body was instantly like a golden bolt of lightning, bursting through the grass. Her speed was so fast that she brought up a whistling wind sound, and wherever she passed, the grass was pressed by the powerful impact and fell down, making a rustling sound. The herd of antelopes sensed the danger and instantly scattered in panic, their hooves raising gusts of dust on the ground in panic, their eyes full of helplessness and panic. The lioness, however, had already targeted one of the weaker antelopes. The distance between the two flew closer. Finding the right opportunity, he leapt up on all fours. The stance drew a graceful and deadly arc in the air, and the lioness's sharp claws were like a chilling blade. Put! The front claws embedded themselves hard into the back of the antelope, and the powerful impact sent the antelope straight to the ground. The antelope let out a miserable wail and desperately struggled to get up and escape, kicking and stomping on its hind legs in an attempt to break free from the lioness's grasp. However, how could the lioness give it a chance? She opened her bloody mouth, revealing her sharp teeth, and took a bite out of the antelope's throat. The teeth instantly pierced the carotid artery, and blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the surrounding grass, and the pungent smell of blood quickly filled the air. There was no mercy in the lioness's eyes, and with a renewed force the antelope clicked, its neck snapping and its limbs going limp. Feeling the blood in her mouth, the lioness closed her eyes in enjoyment. She was originally an ancient demoness who accidentally obtained the supreme demonic skill, the heavenly demon blood scripture. A group of righteous people who claimed to be the guardians of justice found out about her. So a group of righteous hypocrites united under the banner of eliminating demons and defending the way and started a hunt for her. Although Ren Qinya was strong, she was ultimately outnumbered. During a siege by the allied forces of the righteous path, she suffered a serious injury and her soul was nearly shattered. Just as she was on the verge of death, her soul traveled through the river of time and space and was reincarnated into a lioness on this grassland. Reborn as a lioness, she still retains the memories of her previous life and that strong obsession despite being in the body of a beast. There wasn't the slightest bit of confusion or fear in his heart. All there was a firm determination to recultivate the heavenly demon blood scripture. She secretly vowed that she would retake the heavenly demon blood scripture on top of this grassland, even surpassing the past and becoming a true demon emperor. At that time, she would no longer be bound by this beastly body and return to the peak where she belonged. Let those righteous hypocrites who used to hunt her down pay a terrible price. As a first step, let's just unify this prairie and become the king here. Ren Qinya tore into the antelope, her eyes flashing with blood-colored light. Chapter 3. Today you must be shown who is the head of the family. Off. Zhang Luoli looked at the two cubs that were drinking milk underneath him. A wave of distraction inexplicably welled up in his heart, and he couldn't help but growl in a low voice. She was a human empress. How had she ever suffered such indignity? To be trapped in the shell of a lioness and to have to deal with this inexplicable family situation is a great shame. The two little ones were a little confused by the sudden roar. They can't think straight. They just instinctively want something to eat. Why doesn't the mother let them eat? The young mind instinctively senses danger. The little guys were covered with fluffy hairs that stood up slightly, like little hedgehogs, and their ears were pressed tightly to their heads. Alive with two little balls of frightened fur, his body involuntarily shrunk back, his eyes as wide as brass bells, a hint of fear in his eyes. There was still milk in his mouth that he hadn't been able to swallow, but he didn't dare to continue sucking, and just looked at Zhang Luoli pitifully. Lu Chuan noticed the situation over here and was displeased to see it. Good for you, Sasha. Even if you're in a bad mood, you shouldn't take it out on an innocent child, right? If it were in the past, with his fiery temperament, he would not hesitate to rush up and teach this disobedient lioness a hard lesson. She was mounted and whipped so hard that she screamed. However, remembering that Sasha had indeed endured great pain and hard work in giving birth today, he still forced himself to hold back his inner rage. The clenched claws slowly loosened, like releasing a spring about to fire, and decided to let her off the hook for the time being. Afterwards, Lu Chuan's thoughts turned to the light of recovery skill he had just acquired. Maybe it hurts too much? It's an ability that might help Sasha with her postpartum weakness. He had never given birth to a child, so naturally he didn't know the pain of childbirth. But seeing Sasha's weakened appearance, she also knew that the pain of this labor was not something that an ordinary person could endure either. His body was already weak, and now that the child had gone to harass him, some anger in his heart was naturally deserved. Took a look at his two newborn children. All you two little guys know how to do is eat and eat by yourselves, completely disregarding whether your mom wants it or not. Get out of my way and don't disturb your mom's rest. With this in mind, he no longer hesitated and stood in place, slightly raising his head, his eyes tightly closed, and concentrating on mobilizing that mysterious power within his body. Only a faint green beam of light slowly shot out from his palm. The beam of light was at first like a wisp of light smoke, emitting a soft glow, and then gradually became brighter, gently enveloping Zhang Luoli's body. Zhang Luoli was still angry. In an instant, he felt a soft power rush into his body like a trickle of water. It was as if that power was alive, slowly flowing through her meridians. Everywhere you go, exhaustion and weakness are dispersed a little. Her body felt like it was gently illuminated by the warmth of the spring sun, and every cell rejoiced in the nourishment of this power. The weakness that originally lingered around his body gradually dissipated like ice and snow meeting the warm sun, and his physical strength slowly began to recover. It felt like a sudden discovery of an oasis in a parched desert, and it surprised and delighted her. This is the power of vitality? How is this possible? How could it possess such power? A lion actually possesses such rich vitality power? Reacting, Zhang Luoli was greatly shocked in her heart. She could not have imagined that this succubus, which was nothing more than a succubus in her eyes, would possess such abilities. The power gave her a sense of life and vitality that had been missing for a long time. At the same time, he was also deeply puzzled by Lu Chuan's identity and origin. In her originally angry and confused eyes, there was a hint of more inquiry and caution at the moment. What on earth is the origin of this lion? Could it be the incarnation of some mysterious force? Or reborn like me? Zhang Luoli's complexion became complicated at the thought. If it was just an ordinary lion, when he recovered, the big deal would be to kill it. But the other party clearly had an identity she didn't know about. If he made a rash move and exposed his former identity, it was highly likely that he would fall into a place of no return. Lu Chuan saw Sasha looking at himself with a surprised expression and understood in his heart that it was his ability that had taken effect, so he couldn't help but feel a little smug. He slowly approached Sasha. "Humph, daring to bully my child. I must teach you a lesson today. How dare you deny my child milk? Outrageous. Let me show you what being a mom is all about today." Jiang Luoli reacted from her shock, and when she saw Lu Chuan's overbearing appearance, she instantly realized what Lu Chuan was going to do. Instant rage. Damn succubus. She cursed angrily in her mind. In his previous life as a female emperor, even some male cultivators with high strength had to bow their heads when they saw him that didn't dare to meet his eyes, not to mention doing that kind of thing to him, and now it is actually by a lion. Even if the identity of the lion is not ordinary this time, it is not something he can endure. Instead of being defiled by this lion, the lion should be permanently incapacitated as a male. Roar! The next moment, she didn't hesitate to bite towards Lu Chuan. The movement was swift and stern, and his entire body was like a golden lightning bolt, instantly catapulting out. Opening his bloody mouth, he revealed those sharp teeth, which glittered with an icy cold light in the sunlight. That look in her eyes, as if she wanted to swallow the lion in front of her who had made her suffer all the shame in one bite, in order to vent the endless resentment and anger in her heart. Lu Chuan was startled by Jiang Luoli's sudden attack. His eyes widened and he looked at Jiang Luoli with a face full of shock. Those eyes were full of disbelief. Phew! A heartfelt exhale. With that, he immediately raised his head and let out a low roar. "You, how dare you resist? Do you have any idea what you were just doing? The happiness for the rest of your life was almost lost, you know?" Then approached Sasha again. Although he didn't know why Sasha's temperament had changed, he had to teach Sasha a lesson today. Today you must be shown who is the head of the family. His strong body crouched down slightly. His muscles tensed up like a drawn bow, ready to meet Jiang Luoli's attack. No matter what was said today, this lioness would be shown that she was awesome as a male. Roar! A low growl. Lu Chuan directly lunged towards Sasha. This time he had to take the initiative. Chapter 4. One day, this emperor will suppress this lecherous lion. The conflict between Lu Chuan and Jiang Luoli ignited instantly. Roar! He violently opened his bloody mouth and let out an earth-shaking roar. The roar sounded like rolling thunder exploding over the grassland, startling the surrounding birds to lift their wings and fly away. The small animals in the grass were also frightened and did not dare to move a bit. Immediately after that, Lu Chuan's huge and strong body lunged straight towards Jiang Luoli with a mountainous momentum. Jiang Luoli was also not willing to show weakness, even though her heart was filled with humiliation and anger. But as a former human empress, the pride and stubbornness in her bones made her never back down. She quickly adjusted her stance, all four paws gripping the ground tightly as her muscles tensed. Roar! She similarly opened her mouth wide and let out a provocative roar as she met Lu Chuan's attack. Just at the moment when the two were about to collide, Lu Chuan displayed his more agile and athletic stance. With incredible flexibility and coordination in mid-air, he jerked sideways, his huge body skillfully avoiding Jiang Luoli's frontal lunge like a whirlwind. Jiang Luoli pounced, and before she could react, Lu Chuan had already circled around behind her like a ghost. A clawed ground grabbed Jiang Luoli's left hind limb. Jiang Luoli only felt a force strong enough to shake the mountains and rivers instantly hit her. Her body instantly lost its balance and tilted forward. Lu Chuan obediently and violently pulled, and Jiang Luoli was then hardened by him and pulled close to him, pressing Jiang Luoli to death. Roar! Damn it! Get off me! Jiang Luoli kept struggling and twisting under him. Her body and Lu Chuan's body rubbed against each other, and her golden fur splashed around. But her resistance was powerless in front of Lu Chuan's absolute power. Within Jiang Luoli's eyes, the fire of anger burned brightly, several times wanting to turn this grassland into ashes. The mind roared in hysterical rage. Damn succubus! Let go of me! This emperor will definitely break you into pieces. Get thee off me! Her body twisted like a wild python, trying to break free from Lu Chuan's iron-like grip. Lu Chuan was completely enraged by Jiang Luoli's stubborn resistance. Still not honest? Today I'll make you a stinking who doesn't know the sky and the earth. Realize who is the master of this territory. With those words, he increased the strength of his suppression, stabilizing his body while using his strong body to tighten against Jiang Luoli's resistance. Jiang Luoli was still making a final struggle, her teeth clenched as if she wanted to crush all the injustices in this world. However, just at the crucial moment when she was struggling, an inexplicable feeling of powerlessness suddenly came over her like a tidal wave, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. What? Jiang Luoli was shocked in her heart. This momentary change caused her resistance to come to an abrupt end, and a hint of despair and unwillingness flashed in her eyes. After Lu Chuan had vented his anger, he looked at Jiang Luoli's tired and recently experienced birth body, and a trace of pity finally flooded his heart. So, He didn't continue to dwell on it and quickly ended the heated fight. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but the lion's physique was here. If only I could change it. Lu Chuan was a bit uninterested. Jiang Luoli was still struggling in the whirlpool of confusion and humiliation, and before she could fully come to her senses, Lu Chuan had already taken off with a satisfied look. She stared blankly at Lu Chuan's departing back. The feeling of humiliation in her heart was like a surging sea wave, hitting her soul in wave after wave. No, it's not true. She didn't want to admit it, but what just happened was real again. Ah! Jiang Luoli let out an inner growl. He couldn't wait to rush up and fight Lu Chuan to the death. Even if he had to fight his last ounce of strength, he had to defend his dignity. No, absolutely not. I'm no match for it now. But reason was like a cold yoke, tightly binding her impulses. She knew that with her weak animal body and not yet recovered physical strength, resisting again would undoubtedly be like hitting a stone with an egg, and would only be rewarded with even more brutal suppression. One could only forcefully endure the severe pain inside and bury this hatred deep in his heart, secretly swearing, "One day, I will make you pay a painful price for what you did today." After slightly calming the waves within her heart, Jiang Luoli slowly raised her head. In the sky hung a strange triangular sun. Gazing long and hard, she made sure that she was still on the inferno, but immediately afterward, her keen perception detected a strange tranquility in the air. There was no fluctuation of aura here in the slightest. After much deliberation, she deduced that she had most likely been reborn into the era before the revival of aura. This discovery, like a ray of light in the darkness, rekindled the long-extinguished flame of hope in her heart. There's still a chance. Once the era of aura recovery came, with the peerless techniques she had cultivated in her previous life, she would be able to break through the shackles of this beast body, recovering the former strength that was powerful enough to overlook all living beings. He was even able to break through the limits and go to the next level. At that time, suppressing this lustful lion, which had humiliated her so much, would only be a matter of lifting a finger. Time passes quietly. Lu Chuan didn't come back to her. In the evening, the grassland is colored into a golden yellow by the afterglow of the setting sun, just like a magnificent painting. A lioness slowly returns to her territory with a strong and calm stride. Her stance was lithe but not overpowering. Each step seemed to contain the force of 1,000 pounds, and her muscles rippled rhythmically underneath her fur, emphasizing her powerful explosive power. The prey in his mouth, though no longer alive, but it still reeked of blood, a testament to her fighting and hunting skills. This is Lu Chuan's other lioness, named General. Her name is not in vain. She is known in these grasslands for her fierce and fearless fighting style. When it comes to hunting, she is a mainstay of the pride with her keen insight, lightning speed and precise hunting skills. It also made Lu Chuan's lions more secure in the grasslands. With the general's return, the atmosphere in the territory quietly changed. The atmosphere, which was originally slightly tense due to the conflict between Jiang Luoli and Lu Chuan, gradually calmed down under the general's calm aura. The general gently placed his prey on the ground, his eyes scanning the territory, insightful to what was happening here. Silently, he walked towards Jiang Luoli, a hint of concern and doubt in his eyes. Jiang Luoli looked at the general with mixed feelings in her heart. She knew that she had to be cautious, not only to deal with Lu Chuan's oppression, but also to find a foothold in this group for the opportunity of revenge in the future. And the general's appearance may be a key factor in the turn of her fate. Friend or foe, it is not yet known, but she understood that no matter what, she could not easily reveal her inner thoughts. Chapter 5. The general is really capable, and he will inherit great things in the future. The remaining sun was like blood, coloring the vast grassland into a bleak and magnificent warm orange painting. His gaze was locked straight on the prey the general had dragged back with him through great difficulty. It was a rather large antelope, with the last vestiges of life remaining in its body. Lu Chuan went straight up to consume it. The male lion, the guardian of the pride, only prioritizes eating and consumes sufficient nutrients to keep him in peak fighting condition at all times. Overeating feast unleashed. Every chew, every swallow, turned into an incomparably hot stream of heat that coursed and flowed through his meridians indiscriminately. Wherever this heat flow went, the muscles trembled slightly as if they were infused with endless vigor and vitality. This power constantly strengthened Lu Chuan's already incredibly strong physique. Sure enough, it feels different with the system. Feeling the changes within his body, Lu Chuan was overjoyed. Lu Chuan did not wind up eating all the food, according to the ancient and sacred practice of the lions. The remaining portion would be shared by the other members. At this point, the general, dragging his slightly tired body, he slowly stepped forward. There was a hint of undisguised exhaustion in its eyes, but it was more of an instinctive desire for food. Jiang Luoli stood on the sidelines, quietly gazing at all this. Her brow furrowed slightly as a wave of revulsion as strong as a turning stomach surged through her. Once upon a time, she was a noble empress of the human race. In a glorious palace, consuming heavenly treasures, let alone eating blood and flesh in the raw. Even ordinary earthly delicacies were hard to get into her eyes. Now this primitive and bloody scene in front of her eyes was a world away from her past memories, and her inner resistance was as hard to suppress as a raging tide. Jiang Luoli was filled with indignation and helplessness towards fate. She's not willing that she would be reduced to such a situation now. Living with these beasts who drank blood and were forced to accept such a way of existence was simply the greatest blasphemy to her dignity in her previous life. Lu Chuan seemed to be keenly aware of Jiang Luoli's abnormality. His majestic head slowly turned, and his icy gaze swept over Jiang Luoli like a sharp sword. What's up with this? Hasn't she already been helped with her post-birth pains? Why are you still motionless? Did you have a change of heart when you became a mother? Lu Chuan couldn't figure it out. Afterwards, he used his mouth to tear off a piece of meat that still had hints of blood on it and paced towards Jiang Luoli, passing the meat in front of Jiang Luoli. With that, he rubbed his head against it. He knew very well that if Jiang Luoli didn't eat, she wouldn't be able to produce breast milk. So how would the two cubs waiting to be fed survive? Lu Chuan was a little helpless in his heart towards Jiang Luoli's stubbornness. He didn't understand how this lioness could be so abnormal today, but for the sake of the cubs, he had to let her eat. Jiang Luoli looked at the meat in front of her. Her heart was in a fierce struggle. Deep inside her, a voice cried out in resistance that was at odds with who she once was and her dignity. But reason was like a cold dagger, mercilessly piercing her fragile pride. She knew very well that if she refused to eat here, the only thing that awaited her was the tragic fate of starvation. She kept reassuring herself in her mind. What kind of suffering did this emperor not eat in his previous life? This difficulty is not difficult to defeat this emperor at all. For revenge and to live. Yes, everything is for the sake of living. Only by living can I have hope for revenge. I just need to wait for the aura to revive. Everything still has a chance. Gollum. She swallowed, forcing back the nausea that almost made her faint, and slowly opened her mouth. Those red lips that were once used to give orders and recite scripture and history are now touching this bloody food. She gently bit down on the piece of meat, the fishy flavor of the meat instantly filling her mouth like a demon. For a moment, it almost made her throw up, but she continued to chew hard. Each stroke was like a great torture, trying to swallow this food of shame as quickly as possible. Jiang Luoli swallowed hard while cursing this trick of fate in her heart. She vowed to find a way to regain her human form, to escape this unenviable predicament, and to make those who had humiliated her pay dearly. Seeing Sasha eating, Lu Chuan then put his heart down. Luckily, he isn't too stupid to know how to eat. If you can't even eat, you're in trouble. With that, Lu Chuan's gaze inadvertently landed on the general's body. Injured? It was a small wound from a fierce confrontation with the prey during the hunt, the fur at the wound slightly oozing blood, which was particularly striking and piercing under the blood-like reflection of the setting sun. On the grasslands, hunting big game is never an easy game, but a battle between life and death. Even a strong-bodied lion is invincible. A trace of concern welled up in Lu Chuan's heart, and this concern was not just out of love for the general, but also for the duty and responsibility of a member of the lion pack. He approaches the general and casts revive light to heal the general. A soft green light like a nimble elf slowly shot out from his palm, precisely enveloping the general's wound. The general's original tired and slightly pained eyes were instantly replaced by astonishment, and its big copper bell-like eyes stared at Lu Chuan with a deadpan look. Its eyes gradually filled with awe. In its world, this ability of Lu Chuan was too magical, as if it was a gift from the gods, a mysterious power beyond its comprehension. Lu Chuan saw the general's eyes and his heart was flattered. His thoughts couldn't help but drift into the contrast between the general and Sasha. Sasha's behavior today has upset him. The general, however, is very different. The general is capable of doing something besides hunting, and in the future will bear great power. Lu Chuan gave the general the highest evaluation in his heart. Lu Chuan then slowly approached the general, his movements gentle and full of intimacy. The general understood at once, and slowly got down. He lay gently on top of the general, that huge body covering it as if holding up a warm sky for it. His gesture was both a reward and a consolation for the general's hard hunting, and a demonstration to the other members of the special place the general held in his heart. In the world of lions, such a gesture has a special meaning. It symbolizes closeness, trust and favor, a silent but powerful declaration. When Jiang Luoli saw this scene, her heart was like being hit by a heavy hammer. Her thoughts couldn't help but drift back to her earlier experience of conflict and humiliation with Lu Chuan. Damn, this kinky lion, is that the only thing on your mind? She remembered the powerlessness she felt when she was suppressed by Lu Chuan, and remembering all the details of that unbearable situation, the feeling of humiliation in her heart swept over again like a raging tide. Chapter 6 Spotted Hyena Attack. The setting sun was like a huge ball of fire, slowly falling towards the end of the grassland, coloring the sky into an intense blood red. when the last remnants of the sun completely disappeared, the night was like a huge black silk, quickly spread out, wrapping the entire grassland tightly. Lu Chuan had just enjoyed a sumptuous meal of prey, and had given vent to his instinctive desires freely on the general, and at the moment, he exuded an insatiable lethargy, gently shaking the thick and majestic mane, each hair showing the king's style. As the king of the steppe, patrolling the territory was never a boring matter of going through the motions. With every step he took to land, those huge and powerful claws would be deeply embedded into the grass, inscribing a domineering mark exclusive to himself on the land, proclaiming to everything in this heaven and earth that this is his absolute dominion. Lu Chuan. This territory was a precious achievement that he had guarded with his blood and sweat in countless brutal battles and fierce competitions over the years, and he would never allow anything to go wrong. Crossing over for so many years, he was well aware of the pack of hungry wolves hiding in the shadows around him, eyeing and coveting this bountiful land all the time. Roar! A low and majestic roar, now and then like rolling thunder, boomed in the night sky and echoed for a long time. This is a warning to all those who have bad intentions in this heaven and earth. Jiang Luoli watched Lu Chuan's mountainous figure, gradually hidden in the increasingly thick night color. His heart suddenly surged with an unstoppable impulse. A thought that grew as wildly as a weed spread rapidly in the bottom of her heart to escape from this place where she had suffered endless humiliation and torture. Her gaze went straight to the edge of the grassland that blended with the night not far away, which in her eyes was the only exit to freedom and renewed dignity. However, just as her feet were about to take that step and put it into action, the corner of her eye inadvertently glimpsed the two lion cubs lying underneath her, who were breathing heavily. Those two little guys were curled up tightly together, their little pink noses twitching adorably every now and then, sleeping soundly. Jiang Luoli's footsteps were like being cast under a spell of immobilization, instantly frozen in place. Her heart instantly plunged into a whirlpool of struggle as fierce as a raging storm. In her heart, she knew better than anyone else that if she decided to leave at this critical moment, the two lion cubs would immediately lose the breast milk on which they depended for their survival. They had only just descended into this cruel and unforgiving world, young and fragile, leaving care and attention on top of this grassland. It was an absolutely certain and desperate path to death. Moreover, once she stepped out of this territory with Lu Chuan's shelter, she would instantly be reduced to a stray lioness. She will have to face what may happen alone. If she is injured during the hunt, without the protection and care of the pack, she can only wait in endless pain and despair for the cold arrival of death. Jiang Luoli's brows tightly furrowed into a deep Chuan character. The inner conflict was like a raging wave that rolled violently in the depths of her soul. In her heart, the pride of once being an honored human empress and the rationality after rational consideration of the current situation of her existence at this moment were engaged in a thrilling and fierce battle in her mind. On the one hand, she simply couldn't bear to continue to stay in this place and suffer Lu Chuan's humiliation and oppression day after day. That was simply a more painful torture than death for her. On the other hand, the maternal instinct was like an invisible but powerful force that kept pulling her deep in her heart. This, coupled with the realities of survival, made it really hard for her to cut the cord. Thinking about it again and again, Jiang Luoli helplessly sighed softly. The wavering balance in her heart eventually slowly tilted towards staying. She hesitated for a moment, slowly lowering her head and approaching the cub. I don't know whether it is the motherly light hidden in the depths of her soul, but in the nick of time, or a helpless compromise to the cruel reality of the survival of the status quo, she even took the initiative to begin to give the two lion cubs breastfeeding. In this way, a few days passed in a flash of time. Under the continuous effect of the overeating feast ability, Lu Chuan has undergone remarkable changes. The aura emanating from his body grew stronger and stronger, filling the air around him as if it were substance and clearly palpable. From afar, one could truly feel the overwhelming, suffocating majesty. He was getting bigger and stronger. Nowadays, even when he faced those average adult male lions, he was able to easily defeat them with his strength that was so powerful that it defied the heavens. That night, the bright moon hung high in the vast night sky, and the watery, cool light poured down, illuminating the entire prairie in a silver-white color. After Jiang Luoli finished breastfeeding, she took advantage of Lu Chuan's empty time when he was out patrolling the territory and began to do some actions that looked extremely strange to onlookers. She knew very well in her heart that although her aura had not been revived at this moment, she was by no means the kind of soft person who would sit back and wait for others to slaughter her. She had to utilize every possible opportunity to improve her strength by any means possible. At this moment, all that could be done was to rely on the memories of his previous life and start practicing some simple yet extremely effective body tempering techniques. Stretching out his limbs, he endeavored to stretch every sinew within his body, at times squatting down and undulating his body in rapid succession. From time to time, he closed his eyes tightly and concentrated all of his energy, trying to guide the power in his body, which was like a wisp, so weak that it was almost imperceptible. to slowly run in accordance with the specific meridian routes in his memory. Even though the process of this cultivation was incredibly difficult, and every single movement required her to put in a great effort that was unimaginable to normal people, but the roaring fire in her heart that yearned for revenge was never extinguished for a moment. The general, for his part, lay quietly on his side, unable to see what this Sasha was doing. But these are not things it should worry about. She just needs to go out and hunt every day to enjoy the pampering Lu Chuan brings. Anything else? It has nothing to do with it. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing, strange cry rang out abruptly in the stillness of the night. The sound was like an incomparably sharp blade, mercilessly cutting through the quiet and peaceful night sky. The general, who was in the midst of a sound sleep, was instantly awakened by the frightening sound. Its originally relaxed and stretched body was instantly as taut as a bowstring that had been pulled tight, and its muscles were as taut as hard stone. Roar! A low growl. Ears perked up quickly and swiveled alertly, trying to identify the exact source and direction of the sound in the first place. Zhang Luoli was also stunned. Then her heart tightened violently. Immediately, he stood up. She couldn't have been more familiar with the sound. It was unmistakably the sound hyenas made when they hunted. Chapter 7. No, I can't leave my child behind. Another sharp, strange cry, like the whine of death, pierced the still night sky. Hyenas, without a doubt, are the feared demons of the night in these grasslands. They possessed a terrifying talent that was enough to chill any prey, and that was a bite powerful enough to shock the soul. This biting force was like a giant pincer from hell, and its power even overrode the king of the grasslands, the lion. Every time that bloody mouth opens and closes, it seems like you can hear the shrill whistling of the air being torn apart, enough to easily shatter the prey's defenses, ripping off tough flesh and hard sinews like fragile spider silk. These hyenas, with habits like crafty ghosts, are insidious and vicious. They never know what fighting alone is, always roaming in groups on the grassland, as if a group of well-trained, ruthless bandits. Once they lock on to a target, they will quickly close in, and by virtue of their absolute superiority in numbers and amazingly tacit cooperation, they will brazenly start a shameless battle of looting. Their most notorious and horrifying tactic is the inhumane tactic of anal excavation. When you are unfortunate enough to be targeted by them, whether you are a mountainous bison or a lion dominating the grasslands, it is difficult to break free from this doom that seems to come from the curse of hell. Zhang Luoli's mind was instantly flooded like a flood with all this terrifying information about hyenas. His body trembled uncontrollably, as if he were a falling leaf fluttering in the bitterly cold wind. She knew very well that although she was now trapped in this lioness body, the pride and dignity of having been an honored human empress made it so that she could never show the slightest bit of timidity in front of this group of despicable. However, fear, like a cold, poisonous snake, slithered through the dark depths of her heart, gnawing away at her courage. No, I can never die at the hands of these vile hyenas, only to see that not far away, the pupils of a group of hyenas were constantly flickering with the ghostly light of greed and cunning, as if they were two never-ending ghost fires slowly surrounding them. According to reason, hyenas generally will not easily take the initiative to offend the lions. After all, the lion's power and majesty in this grassland is engraved in the law of heaven and earth, cannot be easily provoked. However, at the moment, this group of hyenas was obviously blinded by hunger, and the endless hunger that was like an abyss had made them lose their instinctive fear of danger. Greedy gazes, as if they were substance, tightly locked onto the two lion cubs that had just been born beside Zhang Luoli. In their eyes, the two lion cubs were no longer living beings, but delicious food that could temporarily fill their hungry stomachs. Zhang Luoli's heart was filled with fear of the gruesome death of being anally eviscerated, but as she looked down at the two shivering, pitifully seeking shelter lion cubs beneath her, an inexplicable strength surged through her. She let out a deep breath, as if she had temporarily suppressed the fear within her between that one breath and the next. She rose slowly to her feet, a hint of determination and firmness in every movement. She resolutely decided to stand in front of the lion cubs, using her own body to build a fragile but motherly defense for them. In her heart, a voice became clearer and clearer. Even though I have gone through the trickery of fate, and have been reduced from the high and mighty empress of the human race to the mother beast of this grassland, I must not let my child be harmed. This is my last bottom line, my mission as a female. And the general, at this moment, was equally keenly aware of the approaching danger. In the eyes that were already ferocious, at this moment, they were even burning with a blazing battle flame, which seemed to be able to set this dark grassland on fire. It quickly adjusted its stance, its limbs crouching slightly, its muscles tensing. Each hair stood upright like a steel needle, glinting with an icy cold light in the moonlight. Roar! It tilted its head and let out a low, long call that echoed through the night sky with a hint of anxiety and unease. The general knew in his heart that it would be difficult for him and Sasha alone to resist against such a large number of hyenas. Lu Chuan, As the king of the lions, was their only hope at the moment? Zhang Luoli knew that the general called out to Lu Chuan, and his heart was secretly thinking about it. Succubus, you must return as soon as possible. Otherwise, we fear that we will be buried in the mouths of these vicious dogs today. Soon a dozen hyenas came into view like ghosts. They slowly gathered around in the moonlight, and their eyes, glowing green, sent down one spine. Their steps were light and sinister, as if they were performing an evil ritual. Their mouths were slightly open, revealing their sharp and dirt-stained teeth, and every now and then they let out a low growl, as if they were demonstrating to Zhang Luoli and the general. Zhang Luoli looked at the scene in front of her with an unusually heavy heart. With the strength of their two lionesses, trying to cope with these dozen or so hyenas was as hard as heaven. Her gaze subconsciously fell on the two lion cubs behind her. Her heart filled with worry and helplessness. The children are in danger, she mumbled in her mind. At the moment, a thought flashed through her mind. If he himself turned and ran away now, he might still have a chance of survival. After all, the hyena's main target is the cub, and they probably won't easily give up the food in front of them to chase her. However, when her gaze touched those two little ones again, her heart was instantly gripped tightly by a powerful force. No, they are my children. I can't leave them behind, she cried out firmly in her mind. In this moment of life and death, her maternal instinct completely overcame her inner fear and desire to survive. She knew that the only thing she could do at this moment was to stick around and wait for Lu Chuan's return. She could only silently pray in her heart that Lu Chuan would come back as fast as he could. Save them from this danger. Succubus, you abominable lion. Although you have humiliated me in normal times, at this moment, you are the king of this pride of lions. You must shoulder your responsibilities. If you let me and the children down, I will not let you go, even as a ghost. Soon, a dozen hyenas surrounded Zhang Luoli, the general, and the two lion cubs like a net of death. They paced slowly outside the enclosure. Provocative glances and low growls filled the air with a suffocating tension. Zhang Luoli stared tightly at the enemy in front of her, her eyes glaring as big as bronze bells, her eyes revealing a determination to die as if she were dead. Roar! She opened her mouth slightly, revealing sharp teeth, and a low growl escaped her throat in an attempt to intimidate her foe. Despite her body trembling slightly, she didn't flinch a step. The general was similarly undaunted as it was back-to-back with Zhang Luoli, forming a defensive stance ready to fight. Chapter 8 I'm on fire right now. Roar! A roar! In the face of the hyenas' cascading, brick-walled encirclement, the general took the lead and resolutely attacked. It violently leapt high into the air. Its body traced a graceful and deadly arc in the air, like a falling meteor in the night sky. The target was pinpointed with unerring precision on a hyena directly in front of him. Roar! The bloody mouth was open, and the sharp teeth, flashing with a chilling cold light in the cold night sky, looked like a row of cold, blowing hair off the world's sharp blades. With the force of 1,000 pounds, he ruthlessly bit swiftly towards the hyena's neck. Hyena is not a generalized generation. In the moment of life and death, with the innate cunning and agility, quickly sideways flash, the general's sharp enough teeth to be deadly narrowly grazed its hide. It only brought up a fine cloud of dust, which slowly drifted away in the moonlight. General will not easily give up. Landing instantly, thick and powerful front claws with whistling wind sound, such as the eagle claws to catch the rabbit as mercilessly and ruthlessly grabbed towards the back of the hyena. Put! In an instant, 5 deep claw marks appeared as if they were 5 hideous blood marks on the hyena's back, and crimson blood slowly seeped out. It gave off a blinding light in the moonlight, contrasting with the surrounding night. Roar! The general was already formidable in the grasslands for its bravery and fearlessness, plus every time it was injured in the hunt these days, Lu Chuan would promptly exert that magical power to heal its wounds. This makes it no longer a worry deep down inside. Now, when fighting, it was like a worldly god from the 9 hells, specializing in killing and destroying. Each lunge was wrapped in a determined aura of dying together. Once the hyena is engaged in a fierce battle, it is a life-threatening, relentless, death-defying frenzy. Within those eyes, the blazing flame of battle burned brightly, seemingly sensing that the general's extraordinary is not to be messed with. The other hyena's gazes, as if pulled by an invisible hand, instantly shifted in unison and stared at Zhang Luoli. Zhang Luoli looked at the group of greedy and ferocious enemies in front of her. Her silver teeth clenched and her lips trembled slightly. Big deal. I will fight to the death to protect my child. With that, she took a deep breath of this blood-scented air and arched her back. A low, intimidating roar coming from her throat in an attempt to scare off her enemies. However, these hyenas had been roaming the grasslands for years, so how could they be easily intimidated by this bluff? They were fanning out in a slow circle, light on their feet but deadly dangerous. Suddenly, a hyena saw the fleeting opportunity and lunged like an arrow out of a string. Zhang Luoli reacted with instinct and dodged sideways with agility. but was still bitten by another cunning hyena that took the opportunity to bite the back leg. A sharp pain hit her like a tidal wave, but she fought through it, and with tenacity she turned and slapped her front paw hard at the hyena that had bitten her. The front claw carried a whistling wind sound, like an iron fan, knocking him back several steps and leaving several deep claw marks on the ground. But the hyenas are numerous and come in like a tidal wave. Zhang Luoli was soon injured in multiple places in this fierce and incomparable battle. Crimson blood stained her otherwise golden fur. Her movements were also becoming progressively slower due to her injuries and exhaustion, and each swing of her claws seemed a little less powerful. Breathing also became rapid and heavy, and white mist was constantly exhaled from his mouth. Right at this moment, an extremely crafty hyena, taking advantage of the gap between Zhang Luoli's distraction to take care of other enemies, rushed towards where the lion cubs were like a ghost. Zhang Luoli glanced at this shocking scene out of the corner of his eye, and immediately felt his liver and gall blown apart, letting out a roar of despair. No! The voice resounded through the night sky with endless panic and helplessness. Just in the nick of time, a majestic and loud roar of a lion, as if it could shatter the sky, resounded through the silent night sky like rolling thunder. Roar! Seek death! An incomparably strong figure that exuded the majestic aura of a king swept in just like a golden storm. In Lu Chuan's eyes, the flame of anger burned brightly, and his eyes were slightly reddened from anger, instantly locking onto the hyena that was rushing towards the lion cubs. Then like a golden phantom, it pounced with amazing speed and mountainous strength. In mid-air, his bloody mouth opened up once again, his enormous biting power instantly on display. With one bite, he took a death grip on the hyena's neck. There was a crisp crack of bone. The hyena's neck was easily bitten off like a fragile withered branch, and its body fell limply, raising a cloud of dust that formed a hazy dusty mist in the moonlight. Lu Chuan's appearance was like a dawn in the darkness, instantly dispersing the haze of despair in Zhang Luoli's heart. Seeing Lu Chuan return, Zhang Luoli's heart was overjoyed. It was the ecstasy of seeing the dawn of hope abruptly in the abyss of desperation. Her eyes were full of the celebration and excitement of surviving the calamity, while Lu Chuan at this time, his heart was filled with surging, uncontrollable anger. How dare these vile and shameless hyenas bring their evil thoughts to bear on his child's head? Such behavior is an unforgivable capital crime. His mane was rooted upright with anger, as hard as steel needles, and every muscle trembled violently with rage. The tail lashed angrily behind him, whipping against the ground with a snapping sound and a splash of dust. And when the hyena group saw that the male lion returned so strongly, the original greedy desire in their hearts was instantly replaced by fear, and they suddenly retreated. They began to slowly retreat backward, and although there was still a trace of unwillingness remaining in their eyes, it was more of a deep fear of Lu Chuan's kingly majesty. How could Lu Chuan easily let go of this group of villains who tried to harm his family? He was like a vengeful god of war descending to the mortal world, and chased after them without hesitation. Trying to escape now? It's not that good. He was as fast as he could be, and after catching up with a few hyenas, he once again opened that bloody mouth. Sharp teeth tore mercilessly through the hyena's body. After a few mouthfuls, several hyenas fell in a pool of blood, letting out miserable wails, and the wails echoed chillingly in the night sky. But he didn't dare to chase too far. His mind constantly worried about Sasha and the general who stayed in the same place, fearing that some other beasts hidden in the darkness would take advantage of his absence to launch a sudden sneak attack. He looked back in the direction of the territory from time to time during the chase, his eyes revealing a hint of anxiety and attachment. After resolving a few hyenas, he turned around and returned to the territory, and seeing the injured Zhang Luoli and the general, he immediately cast recovery spirit light to heal their injuries. The soft light was like a trickle, slowly enveloping their wounds. The blood at the wounds gradually stopped, and the broken fur began to slowly heal. A faint halo of light rose around the wounds. However, the anger in Lu Chuan's heart did not diminish at all, but instead, it was like a prairie fire that burned hotter and hotter. He knew in his heart that if he hadn't returned in time this time, the children might not have survived. He swore darkly, sooner or later, he was going to kill all these damn hyenas. Let them disappear completely from this grassland for good. But at this moment, with nowhere to vent his anger, Lu Chuan's gaze unconsciously looked at Zhang Luoli. When Zhang Luoli saw Lu Chuan's eyes that were filled with anger, a bad premonition surged in her heart. Chapter 9, Hunting in Person. Encountering a witch. Stay back. Zhang Luoli shouted hysterically in her heart. How could she not know what the lustful lion wanted? She wanted to escape, but the reality is like a cold shackle, mercilessly confined her. He could only watch as Lu Chuan approached step by step. No. Every step Lu Chuan took caused her heart to flutter wildly. Zhang Luoli knew that she was powerless to resist, and her former condescension and stubbornness as an honored empress was crushed to smithereens at this moment. Her limbs instinctively struggled haphazardly, her sharp claws frantically pawing at the dirt in an attempt to grasp at the last possibility of resistance. However, those few shallow marks were just a witness to her futile struggle, and could not shake Lu Chuan in the slightest. His eyes were like two burning hot coals, with lust raging between them. With that, he pressed Jiang Luoli underneath him. Jiang Luoli closed her eyes tightly in humiliation, warm tears seeping out of the corners of her eyes uncontrollably. The tears slid sinuously down her dusty cheeks and mingled with the dirt and dust at her feet. The body couldn't stop trembling, and his breathing was so rapid that it seemed as if he was about to suffocate. Lu Chuan's rough nostrils sprayed on her, all of which filled her with resistance, itching to disappear from this world immediately. In this confrontation where the power disparity was so extreme, Jiang Luoli's heart grew mad with hatred, and her sense of shame completely drowned her like a raging tide. She clenched her teeth and swore in her mind, as soon as the dawn of the aura recovery comes, she will make this wanton lustful lion pay a painful price to the bone, so that he knows the consequences of humiliating himself. After it was over, Lu Chuan looked as if nothing had happened. His expression was as usual, and there was just one word written in his eyes: cool. It then strides straight toward its prey. At the moment, he was filled with only eating to replenish his energy, completely ignoring Jiang Luoli, who was paralyzed on the ground behind him and filled with grief. Jiang Luoli was paralyzed there, her eyes empty, as if she had lost her soul, and it took a while for her to come to her senses. Her thoughts gradually returned to the fact that she had no choice at the moment, even if she was reluctant and humiliated, in order to have enough milk to feed the two waiting cubs. Strongly bracing his exhausted body, he slowly walked towards his prey. The pungent odor of blood, so strong that it made her want to faint, then hit her nostrils more and more aggressively, and her stomach lurched. Still, her teeth clenched and she forced herself to open her mouth, mechanically biting off chunks of meat, chewing and swallowing with difficulty. Kids, grow up fast, Jiang Luoli murmured silently in her heart, and her eyes, which were originally filled with hatred and unwillingness, instantly softened as if it were a warm spring sun when she looked at the two lion cubs beside her. At the moment, the two cubs were her only support in this dark predicament. We hope that our children will soon be able to grow their wings and become independent. At that time, she would be able to break free of her many bonds and have less to worry about. On the other side, Lu Chuan finished eating, and his body was changing as far as the eye could see. His already strong and lanky physique grew even more imposing, his muscles bulging high and his bones even thicker and stronger. Those timid and cowardly weak creatures in the surroundings, glimpsing his deity-like figure from afar, were all trembling in fear, and their legs and feet were weak, hurriedly fled into the depths of the grass, not daring to utter a single breath, his head buried low for fear of being stared at by this grassland overlord. With his strength soaring all the way up, Lu Chuan's food intake also increased dramatically geometrically. The prey that the general returned from his daily desperate hunt gradually seemed to drop in the bucket. Not enough to divide. Lu Chuan looked at his wife and child in the group. Looks like it's time to hunt in person. In Lu Chuan's mind, he is by no means a selfish person. On the contrary, as the leader of the lions, sheltering his wife and children, and safeguarding the community's food and clothing is his innate responsibility. He understands very well that if he relies on the general to hunt, the food that reaches the mouths of his wife and children will be pitifully small. He might have to go hungry one day, and that was never a situation he wanted to see. On this day, Lu Chuan set his sights on a herd of buffaloes grazing leisurely by a grassland river. The buffaloes were all big and strong, with thick skins and strong hooves. Adult buffalo can easily weigh up to 1,000 pounds and are covered in tendon meat, which is delicious to look at. Lu Chuan was hidden in the dense grass, his stance pressed extremely low, his abdomen almost close to the ground, and his trademark golden mane blended perfectly with the yellowish grass. Only the eyes as sharp as eagles, deadlocked on the target, not letting go of the slightest movement of the buffalo herd. He hibernated patiently, waiting for the perfect moment. Not long after, Lu Chuan saw the opportunity. Like a golden lightning it swiftly leaped out, speed to the extreme, bringing a burst of dust, as if the ground sandstorm. The buffalo herd was instantly alert and quickly formed a circle, shielding the mother and calf in the center, their horns aligned. Moo! A group of buffaloes let out a dull and majestic moo in unison, just like the beating of war drums, demonstrating to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was fearless and snorted coldly in his heart. Humph, just with you guys, you want to stop me? He utilized his superb explosive power and agility to dash left and right among the cattle, as if he were a dragon emerging from the sea. At other times, he leaps high into the air, with an athletic stance, and easily dodges the sweep of the bull's horns. From time to time, he flickered sideways. His body was as fast as the wind, swept past the bull's body in a thrilling manner, and his sharp claws smoothly scratched out a few shocking blood traces on the bull's back. The buffalo ate the pain, more and more manic restlessness, for hooves trampled indiscriminately, raising a large area of dust. But how can not get rid of? Granted, Buffalo are horribly powerful and usually require multiple heads to work together. However, Lu Chuan was in the end an existence that far surpassed that of an ordinary lion, and his heart was full of energy. After a few intense maneuvers, he had his eye on a buffalo with a wounded leg, and pinpointed it. "That's you." Lu Chuan, heart secretly happy. "See the break." Flying pounced on, as if a hungry tiger pouncing, puffing a bite, biting the buffalo neck aorta. The sharp teeth instantly pierced the tough cowhide, deeply embedded in the arterial blood vessels. Blood splattered everywhere. The buffalo struggled for a few moments, then collapsed to the ground, raising a large amount of dust, and its forehooves struggled futilely in the air for a few moments. Then it was no longer moving. Lu Chuan let go of his mouth and shook his head, shaking the blood from his mane. Satisfied, Lu Chuan began to eat, tearing into the tender and juicy beef, the juice dripping freely down the corners of his mouth as he ate heartily. Having eaten and drunk his fill, he planned to drag back the remainder of his prey for his wives to enjoy, and do his duty as head of the family properly. Just then, not far away, came a lioness. Lu Chuan's heart was steeped in shock. He had a superb memory and knew every lion in his territory like the back of his hand. "I'm sure there are no lionesses in the territory that look like this." The lioness was even bigger than the general, with an athletic and lithe stance, and her muscles were as tight as if they were made of steel. Every muscle was like a carefully sculpted work of art, exuding a mysterious, unpredictable and dangerous aura, as if a dark night which had descended. "Roar!" Lu Chuan roared, his voice deafening and exploding over the grassland. It was meant to warn the other side not to act rashly. At first, though, he didn't put too much stock in it, thinking of it as a stray lioness who happened to be passing by. He didn't believe that the other party would still dare to come and steal his prey. Chapter 10 Ren Xingyao, next time we meet, I will be able to defeat you. I had thought that this extremely shocking roar would make the strange lioness who had intruded into her territory know better, and obediently slink away with her tail tucked between her legs. But who would have guessed that the lioness was as if she hadn't heard him, her eyes staring straight at him. A trace of doubt flooded Lu Chuan's mind. "If you're not leaving, then stay." At this moment, Lu Chuan's mind was playing a small game as he wished, looking at this lioness with an athletic body, tight muscles, exuding a different kind of toughness, must have not bad strength. If we can capture her and incorporate her into our own harem, we will have a few more solid guarantees for the reproduction and growth of the tribe in the future. After all, he or she activated the multiple sons, multiple fortunes system. An extra wife is more efficient. Moreover, with such a strong lioness, there will be one more fierce general when hunting, and one more chance to win when fighting against the enemy. So many things will surely be much smoother. This lioness, bumping into me today, it's also counted as her destiny. Obediently submitting is the wise move. Lu Chuan looked at the lioness with a flash of ambition in his eyes, and at this moment, Ren Xingyao, who was being closely watched by Lu Chuan, was also doing an all-round assessment of the lion in front of her at a rapid pace in her mind. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and a strange color flashed in the bottom of her eyes, both an instinctive appreciation for the strongest, and even more so, a desire to compete with them and fight them. This male lion looks pretty strong, quite a bit stronger than the Lion King in my pride. Ren Xingyao was already high-minded and overpowered. Once upon a time, she had made her way through her own pride of lions, successfully defeating the original Lion King with an offense so powerful it resembled lightning, and a deft dodging technique. In the next moment, the two beasts were like powder kegs that had been ignited, instantly tensing their bodies, their muscles bulging, as if they were arrows with their strings pulled full. Then they rushed towards each other as swiftly as a meteor crashing into the earth. Lu Chuan took the lead, his huge body wrapped in a mountainous force, like a golden heavy chariot crashing straight into Ren Xingyao. The right front paw was raised high, and the sharp claws flashed coldly in the daylight, as if they were 5 life-threatening steel knives. With a whistling sound of wind towards Ren Xingyao's neck, he grabbed the neck of Ren Xingyao, striking out with a killing move, intending to stop the enemy with a single blow. Let's give you a head start. Lu Chuan snorted coldly in his heart. Ren Xingyao would not be a sitting duck. Her body was flexible and flickered. Her movements were flowing, showing her agility. At the same time, the back leg exerted force and jumped up high like a spring, opening his bloody mouth, aiming to precisely bite at Lu Chuan's shoulder blade, trying to use this to tear open the breakthrough and attack him. Pretty quick reaction. Lu Chuan's reaction was also extremely fast. His left arm quickly blocked horizontally, using his sturdy muscles to resist this bite. Thumbs up. A small handful of fur was ripped off, and a faint trickle of blood oozed out. A sharp pain struck Lu Chuan, and he was shocked inwardly. This lioness, she's got some skills. Lu Chuan roared in pain, and his attack became more and more ferocious. Feigning defeat, He lured Ren Xingyao to pursue him, but then suddenly turned back and delivered a fatal blow, playing the tactic of wanting to catch the enemy, yet indulging him. Humph, let's see how long you can hide, Lu Chuan growled mentally as he attacked. Ren Xingyao was not willing to show weakness, and with her agile hands and rich combat experience, she dodged right and left under Lu Chuan's stormy attacks, and occasionally she was able to see the right moment to counterattack. Her tail was like a long, agile whip that lashed at Lu Chuan's body, leaving a shallow mark. After a few rounds, both sides were hanging on to their colors. Lu Chuan's mane was torn messy, and his body had a few more deep and long blood gouges. Blood gurgled out, staining the golden fur, and his appearance was slightly lousy. Ren Xingyao is not much better. Shoulder blades by Lu Chuan's claws scratched several times. Skin and flesh turned over. The back legs are also inadvertently sprained when dodging, landing slightly trembling. Every step is a heartbreaking pain. Although it was true that Lu Chuan was still slightly better in terms of pure strength, every impact and claw swing carried the oppressive feeling of the ground shaking, making it somewhat difficult for Ren Xingyao to fight. However, Ren Xingyao's fighting skills were more delicate and varied. Relying on flexible positioning and tricky counterattacks, she was not defeated. As they fought, Ren Xingyao's heart grew more and more alarmed. She knew very well that the situation would be extremely unfavorable to her if this battle continued any longer. After all, the grassland is cruel, and if you are seriously injured and not treated in time, the only way to end up is to die a horrible death, and fall into the dishes of other carnivores. The next time we meet, I will defeat you. Ren Xingyao gritted her teeth and took advantage of the short gap after one of Lu Chuan's attacks to decisively choose to retreat. She turned and flew, extremely fast, just wanting to escape from this menacing place as soon as possible. You want to fight and leave? When Lu Chuan saw this, he was not happy. It was hard to run into a lioness whose strength was much stronger than the general's, and with his heart full of plans to subdue her, he couldn't just watch her slip away. At that moment, he didn't care about the pain on his body and pulled his leg to chase after him. Lu Chuan's speed is not slow. At this moment the full outburst is even more amazing. Every step fell on the grass collapsed, splashing a large area of dust. Humph, want to run? Not so easy, obediently go back with me. Lu Chuan roared in his mind as he chased after him. Ren Xingyao was anxious in her heart, and her afterglow glimpsed Lu Chuan chasing closer and closer. So at that moment, her heart crossed and she stimulated her body's potential. In an instant, she only felt a majestic power surging out from the depths of her body, and her limbs seemed to be injected with infinite power, running at a steeply accelerated speed, transforming into a blurry black shadow. Not long after, it was finally completely free from Lu Chuan's pursuit. Running that fast? Lu Chuan looked at the distant Ren Xingyao, his footsteps gradually slowing down, his face full of unwillingness and regret. It's a pity. When we come across it next time, we must take this lioness back. He didn't chase after them for long, though he was upset. After all, this place is far away from their own lions, and then rashly go deeper, in case he breaks into the territory of the other side of the lions, facing the group of lions surrounded by the attack. Even if his strength is extraordinary, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to retreat in one piece. That's just it. A good man will not be forced to do so. Go back first. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lu Chuan stopped and quietly mobilized the healing power in his body, and the soft light slowly overflowed from his palm, covering the wound. Only the blood at the wound gradually stopped, and the broken flesh slowly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. When his injuries eased a bit, he dragged the remains of the bison onward. It didn't get very far before the general saw it and rushed all the way over to help. The general looked at the huge wreckage of the bison and then at Lu Chuan, who was full of wounds but still powerful. His eyes filled with admiration. Hunting and killing such a large beast alone was a feat of incomparable valor in the general's mind. After returning to the territory, Jiang Luoli saw the food and didn't have the resistance she had in the past. At the moment, she was full of thoughts of her children, knowing that the only way to have milk to feed those two little ones was to have enough to eat. For the next few days, Lu Chuan hunted in person, and every time he stepped out, he lived up to his reputation. Bring back large animals like antelope and zebra, and as he eats without restraint, the prey around him dwindles more and more, and he has no choice but to hunt toward a greater distance. Chapter 11 Empress. Which meat? The blazing sun turned the vast expanse of grassland into a blazingly hot steamer. Jiang Luoli was hidden in a small patch of sparse grass, her posture slightly curled up, and she was tearing into the prey that Lu Chuan had brought back with a big bite. She ate juicily, but there was no semblance of enjoyment of the food in those soulful eyes. Instead, he was full of doubts and inquiries, raising his eyes from time to time and looking towards Lu Chuan, who was lazily lounging not far away. This guy, how does he feel stronger and stronger? Obviously much bigger than before. Jiang Luoli was stumped in her heart, her brows lightly furrowed, feeling more and more incredulous. You're having a baby and you're still developing secondarily? During this period of time, Lu Chuan's performance had completely broken the boundaries of Jiang Luoli's perception of an unusual male lion. In the past, those ferocious, thick-skinned bison, rhinoceros, as if wearing heavy armor around the body, and giraffe, which seems extremely difficult to get close to. This ordinary lions have to be several lions cooperate. After a lot of fierce fighting, hard work to hunt to the hand. But Lu Chuan is good. Single-handedly, repeatedly attacked, each time is triumphant, but also unharmed. Even if Jiang Luoli was full of reluctance, she had to admit that Lu Chuan's power had reached a staggering level. Meanwhile, the general's belly grew bigger every day. Movement is increasingly slow and clumsy, and the heavy burden of pregnancy has taken away its ability to hunt. Normally, a lactating lioness is responsible for nursing her cubs, but for the sake of her pride's livelihood, she has to go out hunting most of the time to share the food pressure. However, Lu Chuan had no intention of letting Jiang Luoli take the risk and continued to hunt alone every day without fail. By virtue of one's own strength, feeding her in Gen, I can't be slighted. Jiang Luoli swallowed the last mouthful of meat and slowly stood up, a hint of stubbornness and unwillingness flashing in her eyes. As a former high and mighty empress of the human race, her pride in her bones would not allow her to hide behind Lu Chuan and accept shelter and charity with peace of mind. She decided to go out hunting today. These days of meditative recuperation, the energy in her body had already recovered most of it, and she took advantage of her leisure to silently cultivate the mysterious gong method she brought from her previous life. Although the aura has not yet fully recovered, but the cumulative cultivation is not in vain. The strength compared to the previous, that is a real and significant increase. Confidently, she marched out of the territory with her head held high, certain that she was able to hunt for food on her own merit, and did not need to rely on the succubus to feed her. When Lu Chuan saw Jiang Luoli's determined figure to go out hunting, he just raised his eyes lightly and did not stop him. In his opinion, in the past, this was the division of labor. Jiang Luoli was willing to take the initiative to hunt, since it was a good thing, so he let her go. Jiang Luoli stepped into the depths of the grassland. At this time in the afternoon, the blazing sun, the heat is intolerable. The surrounding silence is a little strange. Only the hot wind blowing through the grass rustle. In the distance, the rolling hills, in the heat wave under the steam as if an illusory mirage. Shadows, not really see. Underfoot, in the cracks of the parched earth, a few hardy, drought-tolerant plants occasionally peeked out, wilting and struggling to survive in the heat. Within a short time, Jiang Luoli locked onto a herd of antelope. She was hidden in the grass, her belly pressed against the ground as she slowly crept forward. The golden mane blends in with the yellowish grass color as it silently closes in on the antelope herd. She bided her time patiently, not rushing, waiting for the best moment to strike. Wait for the antelope herd to let down their guard and lower their heads to nibble on the grass. She saw a single, young and weak antelope. Her legs suddenly launched, like an arrow out of the string as fast as possible. Jiang Luoli jumped up high. His stance drew a beautiful arc in the air. His right claw probed out like a steel hook, accurately grabbing at the back of the antelope. The antelope was in pain and desperately struggled and twisted, trying to shake off Jiang Luoli, but it was just in vain. Jiang Luoli smoothly borrowed the force. The left claw directly hit the antelope neck. A vicious bite, warm blood instantly gushed into the mouth. The antelope went limp and fell to the ground with a crash, stirring up a cloud of flying dust that lingered for a long time, as if it were the curtain falling on the hunt. Jiang Luoli successfully hunted the antelope and was filled with pride, panting and crouching down next to the prey, opening his mouth to feast on it. Blood and minced meat stained her face, but at the moment she was completely oblivious to her image, enjoying the fruits of her labor. After all, this was what she had hunted with her skills, and it meant a lot. As he was in the middle of eating, a dark shadow appeared silently like a ghost at the edge of his vision. Jiang Luoli's heart tightened and she looked up sharply. What came into her eyes was a large lioness, Ren Qingyao. Ren Qingyao looked down on the prey Jiang Luoli had caught. A hint of appreciation flashed in her eyes. Not bad strength. You can be a great general under me. She wanted to conquer the entire pride of lions and grow her own territory of power. And when she saw Jiang Luoli displaying her extraordinary hunting ability, she took up the idea of recruiting her. When Jiang Luoli heard this, she instantly exploded. Her eyes rounded and she angrily refused. Roar! Never! How could she be willing to submit to others? Not to mention that the lioness in front of her exuded a sense of arrogance and strength that made her heart resist. Saying that, Jiang Luoli took the initiative to attack, taking the lead to pounce on Ren Qingyao. Her figure was flexible. Her right claw waved, bringing up the sound of whistling winds, pushing straight at Ren Qingyao's face. Ren Qingyao did not panic, slightly sidestepping to easily avoid this strike, while her left leg quickly swept across, striking Jiang Luoli's abdomen. Jiang Luoli couldn't dodge in time and was hit by a kick, flying out several meters backwards and landing heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Jiang Luoli forced herself to endure the severe pain and climbed up again. Ren Qingyao, however, responded freely, either blocking or dodging, and still managed to take the time to counterattack. A few moves down, Jiang Luoli's body had already had a few more blood traces, and blood oozed out, staining the fur red. Jiang Luoli awakened late, and because of the child with a lot of energy, delayed cultivation, strength and experience is far less than Ren Qingyao, gradually fell behind. Just as Jiang Luoli gradually felt overwhelmed, a burst of noisy footsteps came from behind Ren Qingyao. 7 or 8 lions came out in a line, standing majestically behind Ren Qingyao. Obviously, this was a pride of lions that she had single-handedly conquered, and the purpose of this battle could not be more obvious, to force Jiang Luoli into her pride. How? Jiang Luoli looked at the scene in front of her, filled with frustration like a tidal wave. The same lioness, she actually had no power to fight back, was beaten without any ability to fight. This kind of powerlessness made her almost despair. Roar! Just then, an extremely familiar lion's roar was like rolling thunder. Luoli's heart warmed and she didn't need to turn around to know that it was Lu Chuan who had come. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chuan's strong and magnificent figure rushed in front of Jiang Luoli and stood steadily, like an impenetrable shield protecting her. Lu Chuan swept his gaze menacingly across the opposite lions. My wife. How can I allow an outside lion to bully and insult her? Chapter 12, Prairie King. Not something a female can handle, is he? Ren Qingyao looked grave as she saw Lu Chuan appear, but in an instant, it was completely swallowed up by the raging and intense battle intent. A cold grunt escaped his mind. Seeing that she was all taut, Ren Qingyao was full of energy. In her heart, Lu Chuan was just an ordinary mortal lion from head to toe. Last time, although they show some tricky skills, but in front of their own magical girl of such extraordinary talent. What's the point? She was confident, as if the fruits of victory were already securely clutched in the palm of her hand. At this moment, hiding behind Lu Chuan, Jiang Luoli raised his eyes and stared, and in a trance actually felt that the figure in front of this usually familiar to some boredom, inexplicably tall and magnificent up. Those sour memories of being oppressed and humiliated in the past are like the melting snow in spring, quietly receding. Instead, there was a peace of mind that seemed to originate from the depths of the soul and had never been felt before. It seemed as if as long as there was Lu Chuan in the front blocking, the fiercest storms and the most horrible crises in this world could be easily resisted. Don't be afraid. Lu Chuan turned slightly sideways, and immediately afterward, his broad palm glowed softly. In an instant, Jiang Luoli only felt warmth like a hot spring gurgling at the wound. The wounds that had originally stung and burned unbearably were rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The newborn fur was fresh and smooth, with a healthy glow, and not even a shallow scar remained, as if the injury had never come. Perhaps it was the subtle influence of the intimate interaction between the two during this period of time, or the protective gesture of Lu Chuan, who did not hesitate to step forward at this moment, touched the softest corners of her heart. Jiang Luoli looked at Lu Chuan's eyes, quietly more hazy good feelings that even she did not notice. This? Ren Qingyao witnessed the miraculous scene of Jiang Luoli's injuries being instantly healed, and couldn't help but be staggered, her face full of unbelievable astonishment. In his heart, he said, after the last great battle, the reason why this Lu Chuan was able to recover so quickly and without any after effects turned out to be that he had mastered this heaven-defying means of restoring vitality. It's hard to believe that this guy still has some hidden origins? Roar! Just as the witch was deep in thought, Lu Chuan steeply let out a roar. Instantly, her thoughts were yanked hard back to reality. At the same time, a cacophony of powerful footsteps came from far and near. 7 or 8 lionesses were the first to come galloping in, with a strong and lithe posture, their golden manes flying recklessly with the wind, as if they were burning flames. 3 or 4 male lions followed closely behind, their majestic and low roars rising and falling, as if they were war drums beating, manifesting their supreme majesty. This kind of battle, imposing, like a surging steel torrent, compared to the few lions behind Ren Qingyao, will appear thin and shabby, such as the scattered soldiers as unbearable. It is important to realize that the male lion is the rightful lion king. Although Ren Qingyao had practiced extraordinary strength with the body of a lioness, and had passed through all the obstacles along the way, and even dominated the lions, but the traditional concept is like an impenetrable shackle, deeply imprinted in the heart of every lion. Those lions with orthodox blood in their bones will always resist and rebel when faced with a lioness claiming the throne. Cohesion and loyalty are greatly diminished. Roar! Today, I will let you know who is the king of the grasslands. Lu Chuan's muscles were like a volcano that was about to erupt, bulging high, and the grass under his feet was stepped out in deep pits, splashing dirt. He was like an arrow off the string, swiftly and unparalleledly charging towards Ren Xingyao. The speed was so fast that it actually dragged out a residual shadow behind it. The lions behind Ren Xingyao, seeing this, were so scared that their legs and feet went weak, their fear overflowing, their legs trembling like sifting chaff, and their feet unconsciously retreating back and forth. The original loose formation instantly fell apart and collapsed. In the blink of an eye, the two sides were short. Lu Chuan's attack was so severe that it was like a life-threatening scythe. His right paw was raised high, his sharp claws flashed coldly under the daylight, and he grabbed Ren Xingyao's neck fiercely with the sound of whistling wind. Ren Xingyao tried her best to dodge sideways in an attempt to avoid the powerful strike. However, due to the previous battle with Jiang Luoli had consumed a lot of physical strength, the movement was slightly slow. The shoulder blade was still cut by Lu Chuan's claws, a bloody slit. Blood instantly seeped out, staining the fur red. She endured severe pain. Her left leg quickly swept across and hit Lu Chuan's abdomen, but Lu Chuan was like a bronze wall, not to dodge and not to flash, hardly carried the blow with his strong muscles. At the same time, he probed out his left claw and grabbed Ren Xingyao's forelimbs, and no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free. After a few rounds, Ren Xingyao's already injured body became more and more strained and panting, unable to defeat Lu Chuan's super strength and swift attack. Every time he resisted, he felt as if he was overrating a tree, powerless to the extreme, only to see Lu Chuan leaping up high, pressing Ren Xingyao down to death like a Tarzan. Ren Xingyao struggled, limbs fluttering haphazardly, but as deep as a quagmire, unable to move, can only hiss in despair. Roar! Roar! She led the lions to see the leader was captured, suddenly disorganized, scattered, each life wildly run, in the blink of an eye disappeared in the depths of the grassland, as if it had never appeared. At this moment, the isolated Ren Xingyao was surrounded by Lu Chuan's lions, unable to escape, as if she was a trapped beast, her eyes full of unwillingness and anger. No, I'm not willing to. Ren Xingyao's eyes were red, as if they were burning coals, her heart filled with unwillingness. She prided herself on her superior strength and harbored grand ambitions of dominating the grasslands. After a long journey, through countless difficulties and obstacles, but actually lost to a mortal lion in her eyes. This is simply a great shame, degrading her name as a witch. How could she swallow that? At that moment, Lu Chuan slightly loosened his pressure on her, and in his heart, he was calculating to force the other party to submit with the king's mighty pressure. After all, an extra wife is more efficient. Ren Xingyao's strength was extraordinary, so if he took her under his command, she would definitely become a powerful arm in the future. However, was Ren Xingyao someone who would easily resign herself to her fate? The moment he got away, it was like a lit rocket, instantly bursting into extreme speed, desperately trying to escape from this humiliating place. As she ran, she roared in her mind, today's shame will be avenged in the coming day. Humph, want to run? It's not that easy. When Lu Chuan saw this, he cursed in his heart, and his feet powered up. His speed was so fast that he instantly caught up. Once again, she was pinned down and held down for dear life. What a dishonest. Lu Chuan's brows furrowed and a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. It seemed that it was difficult to get the other party to submit of their own accord, so they could only come at it the hard way. You made me do it. Lu Chuan stretched out his thick and powerful forelimbs and roughly peeled and rolled Ren Xingyao over. Ren Xingyao was shocked and angry, her eyes wide, looking at the fire of desire hidden in Lu Chuan's eyes. His heart was enraged to the extreme. You maniac? Started struggling like crazy. She was a formidable witch. How could she let a lion abuse her like this? Chapter 13 Ren Xingyao. Today's insults will be returned 1,000 times over in the coming day. Jiang Luoli stood to the side, her gaze locked on the scene before her. This lecherous lion. As she watched Lu Chuan try to conquer the strange lioness across the street, the hint of goodwill that had just quietly sprouted in her heart suddenly dissipated without a trace. In its place was indignation and contempt. Jiang Luoli herself hadn't even noticed that underneath this undercurrent of raging emotions, there was also a sour jealousy lurking. Obviously Lu Chuan already has two of her and the general. He was so lustful and greedy that he cast his greedy eyes on other lionesses. Humph, this asshole lion. Does he really think he can act recklessly because he is the overlord of the grasslands? A few moments later, Jiang Luoli added a self-deprecating remark. Ugh, he's just a beast. What am I doing getting serious about all this with a beast? In the back of her mind, she kept psyching herself up, trying to convince sensibility with reason. Lu Chuan was originally a beast that followed primitive instincts and was wild and untamed on this grassland, followed by the iron law of the jungle where the weak are the strongest and reproduction is paramount. To measure and criticize him with the same set of moral standards of the human world is tantamount to asking for trouble at your own peril. But although the reasoning is through, the heart of that twisted force is like a root, how can not pull out, like a fish in the throat, so that she is full of pain. Roar! A deafening roar rang out abruptly, instantly yanking Jiang Luoli's wandering thoughts back to reality viciously. She fixed her eyes on the lioness and saw that she had managed to scratch Lu Chuan when he was distracted. Several deep and long blood traces appeared on Lu Chuan's arm, and the blood, like a small, sinuous snake, slowly oozed out, appearing particularly harsh in the daylight. Jiang Luoli saw this scene, his heart inexplicably tightened, as if he was violently gripped by an invisible hand, and a trace of worry surged uncontrollably in the bottom of his heart. She subconsciously took a small step forward, her toes just touching the dry cracked ground, but as if snapping back to her senses, she stopped her footsteps alive, full of tangled thoughts. What's wrong with me? Why should I worry about him? Jiang Luoli murmured darkly, a trace of confusion flashing through her eyes. Not listening, are you? Lu Chuan was completely enraged. His eyes instantly filled with blood, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and he raised his claws that were so thick that they resembled tree trunks. Snap! Heavily, he gave Ren Xingyao a slap. This palm was wrapped with Lu Chuan's full of anger and majesty. The force was full. Ren Xingyao was hit to the head, the stars in front of her eyes. Her body was like a broken kite, paralyzed for a moment, but the inherent stubbornness and spirit of resistance in her bones had not diminished, and she still clenched her teeth and stared angrily. Lu Chuan would not stop there. In the next moment, he only saw a soft glow in his palm, which was like a spiritual silk, quickly enveloping itself. In the blink of an eye, those hideous wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His newborn fur was smooth and shiny, and his breath returned to its full strength. On the contrary, Ren Xingyao had suffered heavy blows one after another. Her physical strength had long been overdrawn, and her spirit was on the verge of collapse. In Lu Chuan this strong and unrivaled suppression, she gradually no resistance, can only be like a lamb on the board waiting to be slaughtered, at the mercy of the manipulation. Everything is watertight. Damn lion, I'm going to kill you. Ren Xingyao's face was full of humiliation and her eyes were covered with blood as she roared hysterically. That voice was like a cuckoo crying blood, mournful and incomparable, full of endless hatred and unwillingness, but her resistance was small in front of Lu Chuan's absolute strength. Eventually, in the midst of humiliation and despair, both eyes went black and he passed out. On Lu Chuan's side, after he was done, he shook that majestic mane and tilted his head back to let out a satisfied murmur, a refreshed look, as if he had been through a fierce, hearty battle. Next to him, Jiang Luoli watched the battle with cold eyes the entire time. It didn't really take long to see the lions. After all, it wasn't that long. Lu Chuan was as if he was oblivious to it, not caring in the slightest about the almost materialized anger emanating from Jiang Luoli's body. He glanced down at the unconscious Ren Xingyao, casually casting the light of recovery as if it was a handout, and secretly pondered in his heart. It's all done. This lioness is also counted as her own wife, and she always needs to be healed when she's injured. Besides, after she's healed, she shouldn't be able to run away. In Lu Chuan's simple and straightforward thinking, the strong man owns everything, and subduing the lionesses and expanding the herd is his job as the Lion King. However, things did not go as Lu Chuan expected. Ren Xingyao turned around and woke up leisurely. Her head was still a bit dazed, but when she realized that the injuries on her body had already healed, his mind instantly recalled the humiliating scene that he had just suffered like a walking lantern, and his eyes filled with blood in an instant. The killing intent was as if it was surging, turning over recklessly like a tidal wave. But in the end, she was a tough-minded, calm and rational person, knowing that at this moment she was by no means Lu Chuan's opponent. If you get carried away and continue to entangle yourself, you will undoubtedly be like a moth to a flame and bring shame on yourself. So taking advantage of the fact that Lu Chuan had pulled away from herself and her attention was slightly distracted, she was like a piece of black lightning, instantly bursting into extreme speed and running wildly to escape. Run! I'll conquer you sooner or later. Lu Chuan looked at Ren Xingyao's distant back without choosing to go after her. In the back of his mind, there were already longer-term, important considerations. At the moment, expanding the strength of the tribe and securing a sufficient food supply is the top priority for the survival of the tribe. In the following days, Lu Chuan was like a tireless war machine, devoting himself to the business of leading the pack to hunt. Every time he hunted, he was at the front of the line, as if he were a god of war, ferocious and incomparable. With his superior strength, keen insight and rich hunting experience, he repeatedly breaks through the prey's defenses and captures one large prey after another. The lions of the pride, led and modeled by his banner, work well with each other. The size of the pride also grew like a snowball, soon expanding to nearly 40 lions. It has already become a huge force that cannot be underestimated in this grassland, and as the power of the pack grew, the area under his command gradually expanded outward, and his reputation spread far and wide. Before I knew it, a month had passed since the baby lion was born. The little ones, however, are not growing fast and are not much bigger in size compared to when they were first born. Like a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes, it is still soft and lovely, and its teeth have just begun to develop, so it is obviously not good enough to chew meat, and it cannot be separated from its mother's careful care. Jiang Luoli, in addition to hunting, the whole day beside the lion cubs, watching them grow a little bit, eyes full of tenderness and doting, the maternal light on the body more and more dense, as if it had become a goddess guarding the cubs. When Lu Chuan has a need, Jiang Luoli almost no resistance, as if they were numb puppets on strings. They suffered everything in silence. On the other hand, the general's stomach grew bigger and bigger. Lu Chuan this time is extremely sweet, always at the general's side. He brought him fresh prey and took good care of his diet. And, with the heir about to be born, one has a new reward. Chapter 14 Triplets. Vadra's body. 100 poisons, hurricane's power. The sun was high in the sky and the daylight was rolling in. The air rippled slightly, as if everything had become illusory and indistinct under the blazing heat. Lu Chuan's mind moved, tuning the panel to open the system. Host, Lu Chuan. Race, Lion. Cultivation, Peak Mortal Realm. Ability, Overeating Feast. Light of Recovery. Number of children, 2. Just 2 skills. And I don't know what my child with the general will bring me. Lu Chuan was looking forward to it. The first reveal of Feast of the Overeaters is still fresh in my mind. Previously, the overeating feast had caused his adult body to grow again. Not only was he nearly twice as large in size as before, but his physical strength was also. The Light of Recovery can be called the most heavenly life preservation card in the hands of Lu Chuan. It was also his way of stabilizing the rule of the community. Being in this wild and untamed world of the grassland, the survival environment is far more brutal than imagined. A wounded and bleeding beast is often the first step towards death. Without the sophisticated and complex medical system of human beings, even an insignificant wound, once infected with pus, is a fatal threat. But Lu Chuan is different. Whenever there is a lion in the herd wailing, he only needs to lift his palm, and the wound will quickly heal as if it were a step back in time, and the newborn flesh will be as smooth as jade, without the slightest trace of a scar. The lions in the herd, who witnessed the miracle of bringing the dead back to life again and again, looked at Lu Chuan with awe and gratitude, and have been following him ever since, willing to go through fire and water for the herd. One young male lion, in a fierce confrontation with a buffalo, had a large gash opened in his abdomen by a bull's horn, and his intestines were flowing out, and his breath was dying. They all thought it would die for sure, but Lu Chuan arrived in time to cast the Light of Recovery. Enveloped in light, the hideous wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the lion's eyes regained their luster. It struggled to get up and prostrated itself at Lu Chuan's feet, whimpering to express its gratitude and submission. In the days that followed, the biological clock of hunting awakened Lu Chuan on time, leading the pack to various parts of the grasslands. Wherever he passed, the birds and beasts were silenced, as if the god of death had descended. But in recent days, a lingering concern had quietly grown in the bottom of his heart. The general's labor was drawing nearer and nearer. This day of triumph learned of the general's approaching labor. Lu Chuan was both excited and worried. Jiang Luoli's face was similarly full of gravity, her gaze worried. As a female and having experienced the excruciating pain of childbirth herself, she knew the dangers better than anyone. Above the grassland, the gloom of difficult labor is like the sword of Damocles hanging overhead, which may fall at any time. The slightest mistake will result in the tragic death of both mother and child. Therefore, Jiang Luoli temporarily put aside some disagreements with the general in the past, and silently accompanied his side. They take great pains to bring in bales of soft hay, and prepare the birth chamber with great care and attention. She carefully combed the hay with her mouth, laying it flat and thick. The waiting time seems to be infinitely stretched. Every minute and every second is unbearable, and the air seems to be frozen. Fortunately, a few faint but strong cries came from the maternity ward as the crowd watched on. Mother and child are safe. Lu Chuan's heart that had been taut with worry for a long time collapsed, and his body flashed, like a gust of wind rushing into the maternity ward, just to the side of the general. 3 pink, furry little ones were closing their eyes, waving their little paws, little mouth one by one, eagerly to the mother's arms arch. Look naive, lovable. The little ones still had wet tire membranes on them, strands of fur clinging to their bodies, but nothing detracted from their innate adorableness. Faint breaths carried the vibrancy of newborns, filling the labor and delivery room with a warmth. Ding congratulations to the host, adding 3 more heirs. Gain rewards, adamant in body, invulnerable to all poisons, hurricane force. The system tone suddenly exploded in Lu Chuan's mind, but at this moment, full of anxiety and concern completely occupied his mind. How could he care about exploring these tantalizing rewards? He stepped forward and quickly cast Light of Resurrection. The light was like a spiritual stream, gurgling out and gently wrapping the general's body in it. Silky warmth seeps into the skin, dispelling fatigue, healing wounds and helping it to regain its vitality. The general's behavior after this birth was very different from Jiang Luoli's at first. When Jiang Luoli first became a mother, her heart and lungs were full of humiliation and unwillingness, and she resisted and rejected Lu Chuan. And the general at the moment as gentle and supple as possible, it slightly opened its eyes full of maternal light, as if the warm spring sun, gently rubbing Lu Chuan's cheeks. This kind of intimacy and warmth, as if a warm current surging into the heart of Lu Chuan. When the general's state is gradually becoming stable, Lu Chuan quietly withdrew, found a quiet place, quietly and carefully checked the new rewards. Vajra's body, the name alone is dominating. Instantly Trey moved. In an instant, he was seen to be surrounded by a golden aura, as if he were a golden torch that had been ignited, and his body's hair was as if it had been cast in pure gold, with its roots standing upright and shining brightly. The muscles were high and hard like iron, the veins were rippling like a sinuous python, and every inch of his skin exuded an impenetrable and majestic aura. Lu Chuan tried to swing a claw wind whistling. A huge stone in front of him actually cracked in response to the sound, and the debris splashed. Jiang Luoli precisely on the side, witnessed this scene, cannot help but jaw-dropping, full of suspicion, also thought that his eyes flower hallucinations. Lu Chuan saw this, grinning, mind slightly, the light convergence, the body instantly returned to normal, as if nothing exceeded 100 poisons. It's like an invisible but impenetrable barrier against poison. Ordinary toxins invaded the body, as if a clay cow had entered the sea, instantly dissolving into nothing. Useless. Even if he encountered a slightly stronger poison, its power would be greatly weakened, and it would be difficult to make waves and hurt him in the slightest. When you travel through the grassland, you no longer have to worry about those sharp teeth and claws hidden in the shadows and quenched with venom. The most exciting thing for Lu Chuan is Hurricane Force. This ability grants it an uncanny affinity for the element of wind. At the moment, even though it was only a first glimpse, it was already effective enough to make the speed soar. Lu Chuan tapped his foot on the ground and secretly urged his ability, and in an instant, a fierce wind whistled up, wrapping his body like an arrow off the string and soaring out. His speed instantly tripled. The grassland only left a blur of residual shadows, as if a ghost walking at night, difficult to catch with the naked eye. Ha ha, with such an ability, the entire grassland, what else can threaten me? Lu Chuan threw back his head and laughed wildly. His voice shook the sky, and his bravado was as if he wanted to break through the sky. Jiang Luoli, witnessing his display of strength from the sidelines, was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth and looked at Lu Chuan as if she had seen a ghost in her eyes. This guy, is he really an ordinary lion? But hasn't the aura revived yet? Chapter 15 Hunting the Elephant Herd. The true steppe overlord. The sunlight rolled in, and the waves of yellowed grass rose and fell, rustling, right in the depths of this seemingly tranquil grassland. A majestic and magnificent lion's roar that seemed to be able to shatter the heavens exploded. Roar! This roar, carrying endless majesty and dominance. The sound wave spread rapidly in a ring shape, and wherever it went, it startled a panic. The one who let out this roar was none other than Lu Chuan. Since obtaining abilities such as Vajra Transformation, 100 Poisons, and Hurricane Force, Lu Chuan's strength had undergone a drastic transformation. The combat power soared geometrically, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it had doubled several times. Nowadays, his figure was more and more stout and robust, as if he was a towering, rising hill. His body size was even bigger than an ordinary rhinoceros. In this grassland that practiced the law of the jungle, it was almost hard to find an enemy. The 2 or 3 surrounding lions that have not yet been commanded are usually unrivaled, and when they patrol their territories, they look as if they are the masters of the world. But now, as long as you see Lu Chuan's highly recognizable figure from afar, you will instantly soften your legs and feet, shivering, as if a mouse has seen a cat, and you will lose all your temper. Adult male lions in the pride will subconsciously clamp their tails, whimper in their throats, and turn their heads to lead their packs to flee in a hurry, not daring to stay for even a moment. On this day, Lu Chuan tilted his head and looked into the distance, staring at a veritable herd of elephants on the grasslands. Elephants, the behemoths of the savannah, are huge beyond imagination, often weighing several tons. The muscles of his body were tight, as if they were cast in bronze and iron, and his skin was as thick as tough and incomparable armor. In the grasslands they have almost no natural predators. Each stride of their thick limbs caused the ground to visibly vibrate, and the small stones in the surrounding area to rustle and roll along. The grass was uprooted, rolled up by the elephant's long trunk, and then slowly sent into the mouth to chew. The leisurely posture as if declaring sovereignty over the entire grassland. What's even trickier is that elephants are also herd animals, and when they act in groups, They worked together like a well-trained, heavily armored regiment. Lu Chuan, however, resolutely puts his mind to the herd of elephants. Roar! After a lion's roar, the ears of some of the youngest elephants in the herd instantly drooped, their big watery eyes filled with terror, and their tiny bodies trembled. They timidly hide behind the adult elephants, poking out their little heads, looking uneasily, and making small whimpering noises from their mouths, as if asking for help from the adult elephants. On the contrary, the adult elephants, who had been in the field for a long time and were calm and experienced, did not react too much. It just shifted its huge body slightly, shielding the baby elephant behind it and looking around warily. A dull snort escaped his nostrils as a warning. I'm going to taste an elephant today. Suddenly, Lu Chuan appeared as swiftly as a golden lightning bolt. His speed was so fast that he instantly transformed into a residual shadow. He was so athletic that he brought up a huge cloud of dust, as if a sandstorm had risen from the ground, and ran toward the herd with great vigor. When the herd saw this, two of the tallest and strongest adult elephants stepped forward to meet Lu Chuan's direction. Looking at their posture, it was obvious that they intended to drive Lu Chuan away and guard the safety of the elephant herd. After all, elephants are huge. Adult elephants can weigh up to several tons. Thick skin, unusual lions even if they muster the courage to pounce on, but also just overrate themselves. It is difficult to cause fatal damage to it. At the same time, elephants also have long tusks, like two sharp giant halberds, as well as thick limbs. Just a foot stomp down can make the earth tremble. These can be used for defense and attack. Moo! The elephant's call was high and loud, spreading far and wide across this vast grassland. In this cry, there was both a warning to Lu Chuan and a bit of the majesty of being a prairie giant. However, it didn't stop Lu Chuan. At this moment, a lioness not far away, quietly stared this way. It's a herd of elephants. Just in time. Now that I'm much stronger than before, I'll take the elephants to practice first, but still avoid a siege. The lioness was none other than Rin Xingyao. After a period of dedicated cultivation, her strength had progressed greatly, and her body type had become more and more massive and robust, with taut muscles all over her body, demonstrating her powerful strength. When she lurked in the grass, her body was pressed extremely low, and the only thing she had was a pair of eyes, which flickered sharply between the cracks of the grass blades, staring at the situation in the field. Facing a behemoth like the swarm, she was not yet confident enough to fight it head-on. Originally, he only wanted to go to find a single elephant to practice, and followed the direction of the sound, but he did not expect to see a narrow road, and saw Lu Chuan at a glance. It's him! Ren Xingyao's footsteps instantly stopped, and a complex look flashed across her eyes. There was surprise, scorn, and an extremely deep hidden hatred. She did not continue to go forward, but chose to watch from the spot, hidden in the grass. Her figure pressed extremely low, only a pair of eyes, staring at the situation in the field. At this moment, she is the hunter hidden in the dark, waiting for the best time, either to fish for her own profit, or to wait for the opportunity to take revenge. In the line of sight, the huge and incomparable Lu Chuan was like a fearless god of war, directly impacting towards the two adult elephants. Seeing this, the giant elephant lowered its head slowly, its thick tusks flashing with cold light, intending to use this sharp weapon to pick the running lion. However, their bodies were too bulky, and their movements appeared sluggish against Lu Chuan's windy speed, only to see Lu Chuan's figure flashing, instantly avoiding the front and ghostly coming to the side. He raised his right paw high, his muscles tensed, and swung it violently. Jab! A piercing sound resounded all around, and the thick elephant skin looked fragile under the sharp claws. A deep, long gash was cut open in one go, and blood gurgled out, instantly staining the surrounding grass. When that claw cut into the elephant's skin, it was as if it had cut into a piece of butter, without any obstruction, and blood splattered up. A few drops even flew into Lu Chuan's eyes, but he didn't even blink, as if he didn't realize it. The giant elephant suffered pain and let out an angry hiss, its thick limbs stomping madly in an attempt to stomp Lu Chuan. Unfortunately, its speed was too sluggish, and with an easy leap, Lu Chuan jumped onto the elephant's back. The force of this leap actually carried a mountainous impact, and actually pounced such a huge giant elephant to the ground. Lu Chuan followed the trend and bit hard towards the elephant's neck. His sharp teeth instantly pierced through the tough skin and deeply embedded in the neck artery. Elephant blood gushed out like a fountain, spilling onto Lu Chuan's body, exuding an aura of solemnity. Lu Chuan's mouth filled with hot blood as he bit into the elephant's neck, and the fishy taste went straight to his head, but he pushed harder and harder. Such a scene seems to have frightened the other elephant, not far away from the herd, watching his companion suffer, letting out a burst of sorrowful howls. Immediately afterward, more adult elephants, enraged, hissed and rushed this way, the earth shaking slightly with their heavy footsteps. A head of elephants was like a moving fortress, raging and vowing to crush Lu Chuan. The dust raised covered the sky, as if a small sandstorm was coming. Ren Xingyao's face was filled with shock and her jaw dropped as she looked at Lu Chuan. The speed and power that Lu Chuan displayed just now was too exaggerated and beyond imagination. Where was this something a mortal lion could possess? I hope that this is heavily injured by the elephants, and when that happens, it will be the time for me to take revenge. Chapter 16 Ren Xingyao, I'm surprisingly pregnant with that bastard sinful seed. Under Ren Xingyao's gaze, among the herd of elephants, more than 5 giant elephant carts rushed towards Lu Chuan's direction in a surging manner. Each of the giant elephants was like a moving hill rising from the ground, shaking violently with their charging movements. They manifested unparalleled brute strength. The long tusks were like 2 giant blades, glittering with a cold, piercing light under the hot sun. But Lu Chuan, how could he be easily intimidated? Still biting the neck of the fallen giant elephant, his sharp teeth deeply embedded in the arteries, blood gurgled out like an out-of-control fountain, quickly coloring a large area of the surrounding grass red, creating a piercing pool of blood. The bitten giant elephant's eyes turned white, its limbs twitching helplessly, already dying. Its life breath like a candle in the wind, is dissipating rapidly. Crimson blood continued to drip down the corners of Lu Chuan's mouth, gathering into a small puddle of blood in front of him. He was as if he did not realize. His eyes flashed with cruelty and persistence, as if the only thing in the world at this moment was to hunt and kill the prey in front of him. The tragedy of his companions was like a spark falling into a powder keg, instantly igniting the fire of hatred in the herd. They became more and more frantic, their attacks became more and more severe, and the sound of their hooves was like thunder, and the earth was shaken to its core. The dust raised covered the sky, and the visibility of the surrounding area instantly dropped to a very low level, as if a blackout sandstorm was coming. However, Lu Chuan did not show the slightest bit of timidity, much less choose to escape. In the face of a tidal wave of elephants, towering immovably, when the elephants charged close, his body flashed and ghostly shuttled between the giant elephants. After a few exchanges, Lu Chuan's ferocity was revealed, as if he was the god of war descending, invincible. Another giant elephant was injured, and a deep, long, hideous blood scar appeared on their thick, armor-like skin. Blood slowly oozed out and dripped onto the dry cracked ground, instantly being baked dry by the hot ground, leaving behind a dark red scab. There was even a giant elephant that Lu Chuan saw the right moment to use the force of the hurricane to lightly tap the ground with the palm of his foot. The body shape was like a rocket leaping up high, wrapped in a mountainous momentum, pouncing on the ground with a titanic momentum. Lu Chuan followed the trend. His sharp claws swung out mercilessly, and with each swing, he was able to bring up a whistling wind that embedded itself deeply into the elephant's skin, causing the giant elephant to hiss in pain. Moo! A few high-pitched howls resounded again from the herd, but they were no longer trumpets of attack, but orders to retreat. After a few grueling fights, the giant elephants seemed to come back to their senses. Considering the fact that if they continue to fight recklessly like this, I am afraid that the tribe will really be annihilated. Even though they were huge, the strength Lu Chuan displayed was too unbelievable. After a few long howls, the herd of elephants, as if the tide had receded, hastily chose to retreat, fleeing from this bloody place, leaving behind only messy footprints all the way and a sky of dust. Lu Chuan had no intention of going after it. I've hunted enough for today. Killing too much wouldn't do him any good. At that moment a group of lions arrived in a hurry. They hear the commotion and rush in. When Jian Luoli witnessed the scene in front of her, she couldn't help but have her jaw dropped and her face filled with shock. In her past, she had known herds of elephants to be invincible on the savannah, and adult elephants had always kept the lions at bay. But now, there are lions in front of us who have single-handedly fought off the herd and managed to hunt down 3 giant elephants. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. So much food was piled up there like a small mountain, enough for the community to have a full meal. There was even more than enough to be a little extravagant, and it was feared that a good deal of meat would spoil and go to waste because it was too late to eat it. Jian Luoli stood in place, her figure trembling slightly, both shocked by the bloody and tragic scene before her and stunned by the amazing strength Lu Chuan had displayed. The lionesses beside her looked at Lu Chuan with awe and respect, as if they were looking at a descending god of war. Roar! Lu Chuan tilted his head and let out a majestic and long roar, as if a king summoning his subjects. The lions in the pride moved at the sound and in response, more and more lions came from all directions to feed here. For a while, the 3 giant elephants were surrounded by lions, who feasted on them, and the scene was lively, with the smell of blood intertwined with cheers. The lions tore into the tender elephant meat, blood splashed everywhere, staining their fur red, but no one cared about this moment, all immersed in this rare feast. Damn it, this guy's status doesn't even seem to be slipping. On the other side, Ren Qingyao, who was hidden in the bushes, was filled with bitterness, her teeth clacking. She had thought to take advantage of Lu Chuan's fierce battle with the elephants, and when he was exhausted, she would find an opportunity to sneak in and take revenge, to regain the face she had lost. But now Lu Chuan, this brave performance, completely unlike, just experienced a vicious battle, still fierce, so that her plan completely fizzled out. She knew very well that if she made a rash move at this moment, it was tantamount to a moth to a flame, and it was very likely that she would not be able to turn around again. Thinking of this, Ren Qingyao, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes, intending to move further away and try to avoid Lu Chuan's horde. At that moment, the only thing to do is to go far away from home, quietly cultivate, when the strength is strong enough, and then come back to snow former shame. Ren Qingyao dragged her heavy steps and turned to leave. She traveled at a brisk pace, crossing the withered grasslands and over rolling hills, not daring to stop for a moment. The sun was blazing overhead, making her dizzy, but she was oblivious to it, filled with only the obsession of escaping from here. The dead grass along the way was trampled by her, occasionally startling a few small beasts and hiding and fleeing in panic. However, after walking for an entire day, Ren Qingyao suddenly felt an abnormality in her body. At first it was just a slight lethargy and drowsiness, and she didn't pay much attention to it. Just think of it as the result of days of running around and exertion. But gradually, she sensed that there seemed to be a strange and weak aura surging within her body, as if it was a quietly sprouting seed that was slowly releasing vitality. Her heart shook and she hurriedly stopped, holding her breath and mobilizing her body's spiritual energy to perceive it in detail. This probing caused her face to instantly turn as white as paper, and her body trembled slightly. Her heart thumped violently, her mind instantly conjuring up the humiliating and unpleasant encounter of a month ago. At that time, she was suppressed by Lu Chuan, powerless to resist. Suffered that kind of humiliation, would have forced themselves to forget, will be this unpleasant memory buried deep in the heart. But fate seemed to play a cruel joke on her. Unexpectedly, that accident allowed her to conceive life. I can't believe I'm pregnant with that asshole's seed. Ren Qingyao was as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Her eyes were wide open, her face filled with shock and despair. For a while, she stood still, as if she were a petrified statue. Only the complex emotions surging in her eyes signaled the shocking waves in her heart. No, it's impossible. How can I be pregnant with his child? Chapter 17 Abortion. Aura Revival. No, this sinful seed cannot be kept. When Ren Qingyao knew she was pregnant, her first reaction was to have an abortion. In the past, that humiliating encounter, as if the claws of nightmares, dead clutch her heart and soul, every midnight dream, cold sweat-soaked fur, full of humiliation and unwillingness. She could never allow herself to go forward with such a heavy yoke on her back. Moreover, she harbored grand ambitions in her heart, bent on stepping onto that supreme demonic path and pursuing the peak realm. In her planning, the road ahead is full of thorns, and she needs to be alone to cut through them. Having children is undoubtedly the same as putting heavy shackles on yourself, which will only slow you down and turn you into a fatal weakness for your enemies. As far as she was concerned, the little life quietly conceived in her womb was not a hope for the continuation of her bloodline, but rather a stumbling block on the way to the peak of the devil's path, a life-threatening rope. Ren Qingyao made up her mind that no matter what, she would get herself aborted as soon as possible. But when she really had to put it into action, she realized it was a lot harder. There are only a few ways to get an abortion right now. One is to starve oneself by cutting off the nutritional supply of the fetus in the womb and letting it die on its own in an environment that lacks nourishment. Ren Qingyao dismissed the thought just as it flashed through her mind. Not to mention that this move is too cruel. Just imagine the taste of that hunger to the chest to the back. Body weak and weak. The stomach will be a flopping. The heart of cowardice. After all, she was still far from reaching the realm of grain absorbing, and once she fasted for a long period of time, she was afraid that she would have to starve herself into a coma without waiting for the fetus to be in trouble, to become the coveted prey of the prairie wolves, or to be targeted by the sharp eagle eyes of the vultures for a meal of carrion. There is another kind, which is self-harm. At the cost of hurting your own body, you can injure your stomach, which can trigger a miscarriage. Although this method is bloody and violent, it is also the most direct and effective way at the moment. Looks like that's the way it's going to have to be. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her leg and headed toward a thick, dead tree not far away. The trunk of the dead tree is so thick that it needs two people to hug it, and the bark is cracked and mottled. Ren Qingyao looked at it, mentally calculating how much impact it would take to cause the stomach to suffer a heavy blow. She arched her back, her muscles tensing as if she were a strong bow drawn full and ready to fire into the trees, or find a sharp stone and stab it down hard towards the abdomen. At this moment, her heart and eyes were filled with only the obsession of getting rid of the fetus in her belly, and she could no longer care about the pain and danger. However, right at this moment, the sky color of the grassland suddenly changed drastically without warning, just now also blue and clear, cloudless sky, as if by an invisible giant hand instantly pulled down the black curtain. Dark and depressing feeling came. Immediately afterward, in the sky, a blood moon slowly emerged. At first, it was just a faint reddish hue in a corner of the distant sky, like the haze that is haloed in the sky when the morning sun breaks, indistinct and faint, very easy to be ignored. But in an instant, that reddish hue spread and expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it were a surging tide, sweeping the entire sky wantonly. In the blink of an eye, all that was left was crimson. The blood moon, as if it were the eye of a slowly rising demon, was endlessly eerie and evil, like a layer of thick blood mist, dense and hazy, but does not reduce its intimidating power. As the color of the moon grew stronger, the edge of the blood moon gradually became clearer, taking on an irregular jagged shape, as if it was like a bloody mouth that chose to devour people, hideous and horrifying. The blood-red moonlight was like a materialized sticky plasma that poured down, and wherever it went, everything was stained with a bizarre layer of dark red, as if it had been dragged into the hell of the blood sea. The light penetrated the thin clouds, which were actually colored in different shades of red, as if they were bloody marshmallows floating in the air. Falling on the prairie land, the yellow grass blades instantly lost their original color, wrapped in a layer of wet red, as if they had just been fished out of a pool of blood, shivering and rustling in the breeze. It is? Ran Qingyao's footsteps stopped violently, her eyes wide and full of shock, her mind searching rapidly for the remaining memories of her previous life. In a flash, her heart jolted with shock. Could it be an aura revival? Ran Qingyao's breathing quickened, her chest rose and fell violently, and her hands were involuntarily trembling slightly. She was originally an ancient demonic cultivator who had been reborn and returned, full of expectations for greatness, but he was shocked to find that the aura between heaven and earth had actually dissipated. Originally, I thought that I would be stuck in this dilemma of aura depletion for the rest of my life, destined to be unable to reach the brilliant achievements of my previous life, and to live the rest of my life in a state of inactivity. But now, this sudden revival of aura was like a ray of light piercing through the layers of dark clouds, shining straight into the grayest corners of her heart, giving her the hope to break through the situation and be reborn, to return to the peak. Moreover, according to the ancient legends, every time the aura revives, it is a great opportunity of the world that is hard to find. A massive amount of spiritual chi swept through the heavens and earth like a raging tide, giving birth to countless heavenly materials and rare spiritual creatures. There will be countless great powers that will come into being, and they will be equipped with the greatest aptitude to move mountains, fill in the sea, pick the stars and sweep the moon, and they will be able to stir up the universe and rewrite the pattern of the world with just their hands. Ran Qingyao thought of this, the blazing light in her eyes was big, as if two burning flames, the original intention to abort the fetus, but also quietly gave birth to a hint of faltering. On the other side of the grassland, Zhang Luoli was tenderly breastfeeding the lion cubs. The little guy was eating, chirping his little mouth, waving his little paw every now and then in a silly manner. Zhang Luoli gently stroked the lion cub's furry little head, her eyes filled with a maternal light. Just then, the color of the sky changed drastically without warning, and the bright and warm daylight that was just a moment ago was replaced by the eerie glow of the blood moon. This is... Zhang Luoli's hand involuntarily trembled. Her thoughts instantly drifted away, and a thought instantly flashed through her mind: the aura recovery had finally arrived. She had experienced an aura revival in her previous life and had been looking forward to it for a long time in this life. Witnessing this iconic blood moon hanging high at this moment, how could she not understand its deeper meaning? On the side, Lu Chuan was originally lazy, lying on the ground to rest. See the sudden change in the sky, is also full of surprise. Instantly get up. He tilted his head back to look at the blood moon that hung high in the sky, so red that it seemed to be dripping blood, as well as the eerie color of the sky, which was dark as if it were ink-stained. His brow was furrowed and he was instinctively wary. This scene, no matter how you look at it, had an ominous aura, as if the end times were coming and the order of heaven and earth was about to collapse. The fear of the unknown was like a big invisible hand, gripping his heart in death. Lu Chuan's muscles tensed, his tail subconsciously swung slightly, and his paws rubbed the ground in a defensive stance. At the same time, the many beasts on the grassland had also sensed something strange. The antelope, which was grazing leisurely, panicked and ran wildly. The sound of its hooves was chaotic, raising a large area of dust, as if it were a bird of prey. The dozing cheetah awoke with a start, arching its back, its fur blowing up, and looking warily into the sky, fear and ferocity glinting in its eyes. The bison herd was even more restless, their horns colliding with each other, making dull noises and mooing, all looking at the blood moon in the sky with fear. The entire grassland was instantly plunged into a panicked cacophony. with the sound of the wind, the roar of the beasts, and the sound of hooves intertwining together. Chapter 18, Descending from the Universe. The world of great contention. For a time, the grassland turned into a boiling hot porridge, plunging into an unprecedented commotion. Countless wild beasts, eyes filled with panic, as if the end is coming like a sharp and ear-piercing cry. That voice is full of fear and anxiety. They started running in a panic, their hooves flying, raising a large amount of dust, as if they were rolling up a sandstorm, just wanting to escape from this area that seemed to be cursed. Escape from the blood moon that hangs high in the sky and emits an eerie pressure. Lu Chuan, as the leader of the community, shouldering the heavy responsibility of guarding the safety and security of the community, witnessed this scene. His brain worked rapidly, and immediately had a decision. Roar! He tilted his head and let out a series of majestic and magnificent roars that seemed to be able to penetrate the clouds, the sound waves rolling as if they were materialized ripples, spreading in all directions. In this time of blood moon and chaos, the only thing to do is to find a place of concealment and stability. By using the mountainous terrain to hide their position and building a strong defense line, they can protect their group. The old, the sick, the women, the children and the young of the tribe are all the meat of his heart, and he can't afford to lose them. All at once all the lions began to run for safety, but Jiang Luoli seemed to be nailed to the spot, not moving at all, as if she didn't hear Lu Chuan's call at all. The stupid bastard! Lu Chuan secretly cursed, his heart full of anxiety turned into anger, burning his sanity. How can she be so careless at this critical moment? Can't you see the gravity of the situation? In desperation, Lu Chuan decided to take a hard line. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes, and he planned to take the children first and forcefully move with them as fast as he could. In his mind, the child was the future of the clan, the hope for the continuation of the bloodline, and even if Jiang Luoli was momentarily confused, he could never allow the cub to be put in danger. However, Jiang Luoli instantly transformed into a mother beast protecting her cubs, her eyes as fierce as those of a vicious wolf, opening her sharp claws and flashing with a cold light, protecting her child tightly behind her. Roar! With a low growl. As a warning, Lu Chuan was not allowed to come the slightest bit closer. Roar! What does this idiot want? Lu Chuan's eyes widened as he roared angrily. Jiang Luoli was also not willing to show weakness and similarly roared in response. Unfortunately, they were unable to communicate smoothly with words at the moment, and could only vent their emotions by roaring, showing attitude. At this moment, Jiang Luoli also cursed Lu Chuan in her heart. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, a dazzling electric light streaked across the sky without warning. Boom! That electric light was like a sinuous silver dragon, instantly tearing the dark dome of the sky apart, revealing the darkness that followed as if it were an endless abyss. Wow! Immediately afterward, there was a crackling rain pouring down, so fast that it was like a heavenly river breaking its banks and 10,000 horses galloping. Surprisingly, the rain was reddish, as if it had been dipped in blood, like a bloody rain that fell from the sky, permeated with endless strangeness. The raindrops fell as if they were dense arrows, crackling on the grassland, splashing a small blood flower, and then instantly blending into the parched earth. The rain fell so fast that the crowd didn't even have time left to react. Lu Chuan subconsciously tried to move the children, fearing that the strange rain of blood would bring harm to the cubs. In his mind, the child was delicate and weak. How could it withstand such a strange thing? But the next moment, his figure abruptly stopped, his face full of shock. The rain is not like the usual cold and harsh, but with a slight warmth, as if the warm spring sun gently sprinkled on the body. Warm and melting, very comfortable. Of course, he stopped, but not just because of that. Rather, the moment the rain touched his skin, he was keenly aware of a strange power that resembled a spiritual stream, slowly seeping into his body along his pores. When that power first entered the body, it was like a gentle feather brushing by, causing the muscles of the body to tremble slightly. When it penetrates deep into the muscle, it is like a raging tide, and wherever it goes, the muscle seems to be infused with infinite vitality. The original latent power was instantly stimulated, and the bones seemed to be clicking and clacking, undergoing rebirth metamorphosis. He realized that his body was actually rapidly filling up with power. His originally taut muscles were getting tighter and bulging. Every inch of his musculature was greedily drawing on this mysterious power, and his strength seemed to be increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Turning his sight, Lu Chuan saw that Jiang Luoli was already sitting on the ground, coiling her legs and assuming an ancient and mysterious meditation posture. Her eyes were tightly closed and her expression was relaxed and cozy, looking like she was extremely enjoying the baptism of this rain of blood. Could it be that this rain of blood is not bad, but beneficial? Such a thought flashed through Lu Chuan's mind, full of suspicion, yet vaguely looking forward to it. The few children, at first, were a little frightened when they were caught in the bloody rain, their little bodies shivering, as if they were seedlings in the cold wind. But not a moment later, perhaps sensing the warm power, the little ones stopped crying and instead became cheerful amidst the blood rain bath. They waved their little paws and tried to grab the falling raindrops, and their mouths made soft and sticky sounds of babbling, as if they were playing with this mysterious blood rain. Seeing the situation, the lions no longer run away. The original panicked fleeing footsteps gradually stopped. A lion tilted its head up to look at the sky, eyes full of doubts and expectations. Those beasts on the grassland that were caught in the rain also all stopped their forms, one by one as if they were under a spell of immobilization, tilting their heads up to look at the sky and letting the blood rain sprinkle down. The initial panic was like the remnants of spring snow, which quickly melted away, and the look slowly changed from initial horror to anticipation and enjoyment. An hour passed. On Luchuan's body, an aura powerful enough to shake heaven and earth abruptly erupted, only to see his size. He had increased another circle. His body muscles were high and bulging, as if they were cast in bronze and iron, and each muscle contained the power of destroying the sky and the earth. Luchuan could also feel that all the structures within his body had changed tremendously. The 5 viscera and 6 internal organs were as if they were remodeled and renovated, and an incomparable sense of power filled the whole body. He tried to swing out a claw. The claw wind whistled, and a huge stone in front of him even shattered in response, and the debris splashed. Luchuan was shocked in his heart. He felt that he was more than several times stronger than before. Glanced at the system panel. Host, Luchuan. Race, Lion. Cultivation, early stage of the dematerialization realm. Abilities, Feast of Overeating, Light of Recovery, Vadra's Body, 100 Poisons, Hurricane Strength. Number of children, 5. Off the face of the earth? Luchuan muttered, unable to hide the surprise in his voice. Originally as a lion, his thoughts were plain and simple. Nothing more than to let the herd eat, reproduce offspring smoothly, and survive in this cruel grassland. Daily thoughts are nothing more than hunting and nest protection, week in and week out. But today, everything has changed. The world was very different from what he had imagined. With the blood moon high in the sky, the aura reviving, and the mysterious blood rain descending, piles and pieces of things beyond common sense completely overturned his cognition. Coupled with the fact that he was in the system, he was suddenly enlightened. The heart can't help but surge with pride. In the future, perhaps, we can establish a demon kingdom and achieve the supreme demon god. At that time, with thousands of demon clans under my command, crisscrossing heaven and earth, who would dare to underestimate me? It was as if he saw that glorious and magnificent scene in the future, himself sitting high on the throne, the demon race worshipping, majestic and dominating the Qianquan. On the other hand, Ranqing outside also saw a major breakthrough. Under the moist baptism of the blood rain, her size gradually grew larger, and her muscles were taut, revealing her powerful strength. Moreover, his body was vaguely shrouded in a layer of black light, as if he was wearing a mysterious black robe, and between the flow of light, he was evil and powerful. Having escaped from the mortal world, there will definitely be a place for me in this world of great struggles. Ren Xingyao was ecstatic in her heart, but in an instant, her smile froze on her face, and her expression turned bitter again. Now that he had already escaped the mortal world and his strength had increased greatly, it was the perfect time to strike a higher realm and make a name for himself in this world of great struggle. If he miscarried at this moment, he would definitely damage his foundation and his vitality. In the future, the path of cultivation is afraid of thorns and numerous difficulties and obstacles, and how can one rise in this world of great struggles? Moreover, this fetus was conceived when the aura was revived and the blood rain descended. It was born to be extraordinary, and its future achievements might far exceed his own, so it was a pity to give it up just like that. Chapter 19 Blood Refinement. The Empress regained her confidence. For a long time, Ran Qingyao clenched her silver teeth, her teeth cackling. After a heated celestial battle, in the end, she let out a long sigh and dismissed the idea of abortion. Now that the aura has recovered and there are countless opportunities, if we hastily give up this fetus in the womb, we cannot be sure that we will miss out on the many heavenly good fortune and be reduced to an outcast of destiny. It's just that everything is fate. Ren Qingyao heart abacus beads dialing crackling, eyes from the initial ruthless determination, gradually become deep and firm, has already outlined the subsequent grand plans. She decided to hold her temper for the time being, waiting for her cultivation to successfully reach the late stage of transfiguration before leaving this grassland that carried humiliation and unwillingness. Now that the aura is reviving, I have to hurry before I can do anything about it. After all, this aura revival was not just a simple heaven and earth anomaly. Everything in the world, as if by a pair of gentle but powerful hands gently tweaked, from a deep sleep leisurely awakened. Renewed vitality, the creature's strength, physique and even spirituality were all subjected to a wave of rapid and unimaginable enhancement. This kind of excellent situation, for Ren Qingyao, is just like an east wind at the right time. It was just the right time for her to perform the blood sacrifice method and greatly enhance her strength. With her mind made up, Ren Qingyao left to get started. She traveled through the various parts of the meadow to begin catching beasts in the vicinity. All of a sudden this area was startled into a panic. Those who are usually sensitive and alert, the slightest wind and grass will be able to hide the beast. At this moment in her eyes actually have no power to fight back, have been reduced to a lamb to be slaughtered. However, what was very different from ordinary hunting was that Ren Qingyao did not bite the captured beasts this time. She was seen gathering all the beasts that she had captured. All of them, placed according to a bizarre formation. She herself stayed in the center. Only a growl came out of her mouth. Roar! A thread of blood chi, if there was any, as if it were materialized, as if it was a small, agile red snake, slowly peeled out from those beasts. Roar! The beast let out a pained hiss at once. The voice was mournful, cutting through the night sky, and his body trembled violently, as if he were sifting chaff, but it was as if he was confined by an invisible and powerful magic. Unable to move, one could only watch as one's own blood chi was drained away. The more the threads of blood chi gathered, the more they converged in midair into a blood mist that resembled a sea of materialized blood. The scent of blood was overwhelming, so rich and pungent that it made you want to vomit and turn your stomach. When Ren Qingyao saw this, her eyes flashed with a trace of joy that was hard to hide, as if a hungry wolf had seen fresh meat and couldn't wait. Opening his mouth, he sucked in a stream into her mouth. In an instant, her body shook violently, and her muscles instantly tightened, as if she were a strong bow drawn to full strength. A layer of bizarre red light appeared on his skin, and his entire body radiated an evil pressure, his strength climbing as far as the eye could see. Roar! Jiang Luoli's delicate body shook violently, suddenly erupting with a powerful and incomparable aura. Breath was ring-shaped rapid diffusion, wherever it went, as if a gust of wind swept through, leading to the surrounding withered grass. Large areas fall, dusty and diffuse, as if the ground sandstorm. Strong air currents wrapped with grass and leaf debris, such as concealed weapons like shooting and splashing in all directions, hitting the surrounding trees crackling. The air seemed to resound with the sound of bees. The spiritual energy in Jiang Luoli's body was like a wild horse, running wildly, traveling madly along the 8 strange meridians, widening every inch of the meridian channels and strengthening every viscera and organ. The bones clicked under the nourishment of spiritual energy, as if they were undergoing a remodeling new life. As the last trace of spiritual energy returned to its place, Jiang Luoli successfully broke through. After a long period of subtle cultivation and blood rain, it was as if she had broken her cocoon and become a butterfly, finally taking a step into the transcendent realm. Lu Chuan was originally lazily sprawled on the ground lounging, cozily enjoying the tranquility of the night. Steeply, feeling this aura that was like a mountain of raging attacks, he instantly widened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with astonishment and surprise. Couldn't help but be impressed with Jiang Luoli. Knowing that Lu Chuan had just toured around the large lion group, he already had a clear perception in his mind. Among the entire ethnic group, apart from himself, who possessed heaven-defying encounters, his strength was extraordinary, and he was the first to break through the heavy bottlenecks. Even the bravest and most warlike general in the pack was still trapped in the mortal realm. But how could Jiang Luoli's quiet breakthrough not surprise him? Lu Chuan slowly got up, shaking off the grass clippings on his body. His eyes locked on Jiang Luoli, full of inquiry and doubt. Off the charts, Jiang Luoli slowly opened her eyes, and her eyes were radiant, as if they were 2 bright flames that burned unceasingly, sweeping away the depressed and sleepy demeanor from before. The weakness and cowardice of the past is like the snow in spring, melting away. In its place was a strong man's demeanor. Every move was characterized by a stern and domineering aura that shocked the 4 directions. However, when her gaze inadvertently swept towards the 2 children who were frolicking and playing not far away, the stern aura that seemed to be materializing instantly faded away like a tidal wave. Once again, a gentle, watery, motherly glow that could melt steel emerged on her body. The 2 little guys, because of the previous bath that magical blood rain, the body as if being injected with abundant vitality and vigor, obviously much more energetic than before. Tiger head, lively and lovely to the extreme. At this moment, you are chasing me, rolling and playing in the soft grass. The sound of laughter is crisp and pleasant, like a string of silver bells ringing. Very happy. Let a person look at the warmth of the heart. Jiang Luoli looked at the child, and for the time being, she did not have any thoughts of leaving, but inwardly, she was actually extremely conflicted. On the one hand, the aura was revived, so she could cultivate. There was no need to stay around a lecherous lion. But on the other hand, her motherly instincts made her unable to leave her young child behind. It was as if there was a tough rope at the bottom of her heart that held her fast. Roar! As the bizarre blood rain came to a complete stop, Lu Chuan tilted his head and let out a majestic and long roar. It was a unique signal for him to gather the pack. The members of the lion's pride caught wind of the noise and rushed from all directions to gather. Lu Chuan's gaze was as sharp as an eagle as he carefully surveyed the converging lions. After some close contact, he was able to clearly feel that the lion's intelligence seemed to have improved after that mysterious blood rain baptism. In the eyes that used to be ignorant and acted only on instinct, now there are a few hints of spirituality and cunning. Moreover, the size of the other lions is more or less significantly improved, with tight muscles, thick bones, and a sense of power, and they all walk with a tiger's back. Kiki, ba, and near the gathering of the lions, some small animals hidden in the grass were attracted by the lively scene and called out. A rain of blood, like a magic spell, has turned the animals on. Lu Chuan raised his eyes and looked into the distance, his gaze deep as if he could penetrate the night. He understood in his heart that from now on, this familiar grassland had completely changed its appearance. Every creature has the potential to break the limits of its body, and eventually, one by one, it enters the realm of the transcendent. Chapter 20, Spiritual Herbs? It's not going to change to vegetarianism. As the leader of a pride of lions, and father of several children, Lu Chuan felt that it was necessary for him to quickly go through the after this blood rain first. With his mind made up, Lu Chuan shook his spirit, his thick and powerful claws raised high in the air and gesticulated. That simple gesture made the members of the lion group, who were originally still restless due to the drastic changes around them. At this moment, it was as if they had a heart-to-heart. A pairs of crystal clear eyes followed Lu Chuan's paw movement. When the action stops, but also brushed to understand its meaning, stood steadily in place, without the slightest movement. Well-behaved as well-trained soldiers. This kind of tacit understanding, in the past, it is simply a mirage, but through the baptism of blood and rain, the spirit of the lions as if they were quietly lit up, transformed. Lu Chuan was secretly relieved when he saw that the instruction was conveyed smoothly. It seems that this time the blood rain has brought about a great effect. After the arrangement was completed, just as he was about to lift his steps to set off, the corner of his eye suddenly caught a familiar figure. Turning his head to look, he only saw Jiang Luoli slowly pacing towards the patch of grass not far away. When she approached a green grass, Jiang Luoli stopped her stance and crouched down with an elegant posture, her head slightly lowered, carefully sniffing the unique scent emitted by the grass. The grass blades were long and slender, and the green was crystal clear. On each leaf, there were still a few drops of crystal clear dew. Under the gentle reflection of daylight, refracted colorful light, like a dream, grass stem slender but straight as a vector, through a tuft, rooted in the soil. The surrounding soil was slightly raised, as if to corroborate that it was drawing a steady stream of majestic nutrients from the depths of the earth. Jiang Luoli gazed at the grass for a moment. A trace of imperceptible determination flashed in her eyes. Then she opened her mouth and ate a leaf. The blade of grass just touched the tip of his tongue, and in an instant, a cool, sweet juice exploded. Jiang Luoli's body shook violently, and a color of surprise flashed in her eyes. Jiang Luoli could then clearly feel a warm and soft energy, like a spiritual silk thread, snaking down her throat. It slowly penetrated into the limbs and bones, nourishing every inch of the muscles. The body that was originally slightly tired due to the long hours of cultivation and the operation of spiritual energy was as if it had been injected with a newborn force, and the whole body was soothed. The breath around the body also quietly changed, more and more calm and condensed, as if metamorphosis rebirth. Lu Chuan was filled with amazement as he witnessed this scene. However, recalling earlier, Lu Chuan's heart was inexplicably more tolerant of her perverse behavior. This guy, who always acts with cause and effect, would never make such a strange behavior for no reason. Just as the thought fell, Lu Chuan gazed at his heart, mobilized the spiritual energy in his body, and sensed it in detail. In an instant, he keenly captured an extremely subtle yet majestic and powerful energy fluctuation surging around that grass. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering a first-rate spirit herb. The system's beep sounded. Lu Chuan was first stunned, then reacted. Spirit grass? Could it be that the effects of this aura revival are far more than simply making the animals increase in strength and open up their minds? Even the plants, they have been transformed? Lu Chuan, full of suspicion, approached the spirit grass, squatted down, and examined it. Just see the grass leaves bright green, the edge of the blade flickering if not shimmering, like a starry night. By the looks of it, this kind of spirit grass, after taking it, will most likely accelerate the breakthrough of cultivation. It's a heavenly treasure that can be encountered but not sought. Who can hold back when such an opportunity presents itself? Thinking about this, Lu Chuan did not care about anything else, and immediately launched a carpet search in the neighborhood. The lion's territory is huge, and the grass is so thick it resembles a green ocean. But Lu Chuan didn't let go of any corner with his superb perception. Kung Fu. Finally, in a hidden mountain pass, he found another spirit herb. Luchuan couldn't wait to open his mouth and take a bite of the spirit grass. In an instant, the spirit grass transformed into a cool, mellow, materialized torrent of energy that poured straight down his throat and into his limbs and bones. He clearly felt that his body's energy was like a powder keg that had been ignited and exploded. The muscles instantly tightened and bulged. The power was like a raging tide rushing through the body, and the strength rose again. Yes, taste the sweetness of Luchuan. Greed suddenly rise. Feet unconsciously step farther, deep into the hinterland of the grassland, full of eyes only want to explore more traces of spiritual grass. Suddenly, a gruesome scream came from not far ahead. Luchuan raised his eyes and saw that the three antelopes were being frantically chased by a group of hyenas. The antelopes flew on all fours, running as hard as they could, with despair and fear in their eyes, their furs soaked with sweat, spilling all the way. On the contrary, the hyenas attacked with ferocity, showing their teeth. In the panic, because Luchuan happened to block the way of the antelope, the already panicked antelope instantly fell into a desperate situation, the speed of a stagnation, as if deep in the mire. It was soon overtaken by hyenas in hot pursuit. The hyenas swarmed up and instantly pounced the antelope to the ground, and as they tore it apart in blood, they were also keenly aware of Luchuan's presence. These hyenas, with eyes as red as blood, exuded a furious and hostile aura around them. Obviously, he was overwhelmed by the power brought by the rain of blood and lost his mind. The deep fear of Luchuan in the past was actually thrown out of his mind, and he actually dared to bare his teeth at Luchuan at this moment. A guttural, low growl escaped his throat in a vain attempt to repel. Roar! Out of your depth! Seeing this, Luchuan's anger rose from his heart, his eyes instantly glaring as if they were copper bells, and his hair exploding all over his body. He stomped the ground violently, strengthening his physical body with the help of the Vajra transformation, and his muscles instantly swelled several times, as firm as a rock, with each muscle containing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Then he urged the power of the hurricane, and his body was like a ghostly lightning bolt sprinting upwards. Before the hyenas could react, Luchuan had already killed in front of them, and his sharp claws were mercilessly waved out like life-threatening steel knives. Ow! Ow! Wherever they went, the hyenas screamed and splattered blood, as if they were raining blood. In the blink of an eye, the group of hyenas that dared to provoke were slaughtered by Luchuan. The self was unharmed and stood majestically on the spot. After the big battle, Luchuan calmed his mind and looked down at the hyena corpses on the ground, and the hunger in his stomach duly struck him. He opened his mouth and bit off a piece of hyena meat, chewing it in his mouth. In an instant, rich and mellow energy was released from the flesh and blood, compared to the previous energy supply of ordinary flesh and blood when the blood rain hadn't come. It was a world of difference, and the gain effect it brought was so much better. Luchuan narrowed his eyes in satisfaction and swallowed the meat. I thought only the grass had gotten better, and that I would be forced to switch to vegetarianism in the future, but it looks like I was overthinking it, and the meat still smells good. After a quick meal, Luchuan continued to move forward, carefully exploring a range of the surrounding area. Along the way, although occasionally encountered a few waves of strength of the beasts fighting, but by virtue of their own strong strength, are able to retreat. Exploration is complete. Luchuan heart bottom, understand that even through the baptism of blood and rain, the situation of the prairie has changed greatly. Their own lions, is still the grasslands cannot be underestimated in the huge power. The earlier caution, like walking on thin ice, was a bit redundant. Luchuan no longer hesitated, ready to go back and arrange for the lions to resume normal hunting, so that the herd could adapt to this brand new grassland ecology as soon as possible. Chapter 21: The Effects of the Rain of Blood on Mankind. Beyond the grasslands, a huge modern city of steel and neon rose up. High-rise buildings like giants stand shoulder to shoulder, densely packed with every inch of land. The glass walls glisten in the daylight, reflecting a blinding light. On a mansion under construction, the two porters ate their boxed lunches and chatted. Strange, I seem to feel stronger when that bloody rain fell on me yesterday. It used to be a pain in the ass to go up the stairs, but today it was an easy climb to the top. Like nothing. Yeah, who says it isn't? The laborer on the sidelines took a big bite of his meal, full of exuberance, with a gleam of mixed surprise in his eyes. He patted his arm so hard that his muscles bulged with it. In the past, our work was too hard and tiring, and we could only earn $800 a day by carrying a building. But now I feel that we can earn $1,500 a day. Yesterday, when the blood rain was pouring down, it was at the critical point of loading and unloading the goods. The schedule was tight, and the goods were extremely valuable, and could not be delayed. The two men gritted their teeth, donned their tattered raincoats and plunged headlong into the rain. As a matter of fact, the impact brought about by this rain of blood was by no means limited to the duo of De Zhuang and Ah Chang. throughout the city, but anyone who had gotten wet had a similar experience. Meanwhile, this bizarre shower of blood has exploded in the international news media world. This rain of blood is not limited to a certain region. The Great Yen Empire, with its vast territory and large population, is the first to bear the brunt, but it is much more than that. All major television stations around the world urgently inserted special reports. Network news platforms' hot search terms soared all the way to the top, and scrolling news information was almost dominated by the blood rain. The rain of blood was like an invisible giant net, covering the sky and precisely covering the entire Yanhuan star. The scientific community, various top research institutions, university laboratories heard the wind. A no-smoke scientific research competition quietly opened the curtain. Many gray-haired but hale and hearty scientific research gurus have come out to sit in command. The young scholars fist-pumped and summoned a large number of drenched people to the research center to cooperate with the investigation. For a while, the crowd outside the research center was packed with volunteers lining up in a long, snaking line. Medical staff holding blood collection needles, recording forms, busy blood sampling, recording the signs of data, rigorous and meticulous, analyzing the genetic code. It tries to unravel the mystery of the changes brought about by the blood rain, little by little, at the microscopic level. However, considering that most humans are well versed in avoiding harm, most hide in their houses when the blood rain falls. By contrast, the beasts that survive in the wild, drenching the earth, are much more numerous. A number of research teams have gained insight into this and sought to study the beast to perhaps gain clues to its more groundbreaking value. As a result, animal protection organizations and teams of hunters from all over the world answered the call and headed for the mountains and grasslands. Wildlife habitat was instantly stirred up. No peace and quiet. Usually hidden in the mountains and old forests, leisurely beasts, at the moment became a crowd chasing the meat and potatoes. In the quiet, peaceful, chicken and dog countryside everywhere. On the other hand, the picture is very different. The villagers were filled with distress. It's just because of homebred livestock that became strong overnight. The plowing ox that used to be docile and obedient and only knew how to bury its head in the grass. After a rain of blood, the bull's horns are thick and hard, as if they were two sharp blades, and with a gentle push they can topple a thick fence. The fat, lethargic sow, bulging with muscle and strength, grunts and grunts a few times, arches up the door of the pen and runs out. Chattering chickens, ducks and geese are also bursting with energy, fluttering their wings to fly up to the roof, clucking and quacking endlessly, stirring up the noise over the village. These are okay and manageable. More worrying for the villagers is that from time to time there are wild animals in the mountains taking advantage of the night to go down to the mountains to feed. These beasts were several times larger than before. Their eyes reddened as if they were burning with bloodthirsty flames, permeated with wildness and ferocity, and their destructive power was astonishing. Freshly planted crops were trampled on and tender green seedlings were uprooted. The fruits and vegetables ripe for harvesting are being eaten. The juice is flowing and the fruits are fragrant, but no one can enjoy them. The walls of the farmhouses were easily knocked down. Masonry was scattered all over the place, and pots and pans inside the houses were knocked and clanked. The villagers suffered so much that they had to sleep in fear at night. Dian, Northwest Grassland. The lions are still firmly in the driver's seat. On a normal day, most of the wild animals, the lions are able to cope with the situation calmly, by virtue of the agile posture of the rapid attack, or teamwork, surrounded and intercepted, to enjoy the feast of the hunt. However, there is no lack of tough enemies on the grassland, like the rhinoceros with its thick skin and strength, the elephant with its looming mountainous figure. Ordinary members of the lion group really didn't dare to easily mess with them, let alone kill them alone. Often, after a confrontation, the lions wisely choose to conserve their strength. After all, in this grassland world of the weak and the strong, acting recklessly would only increase casualties and jeopardize the survival of the pack. However, this period of time was when Zhang Luoli shone. Her figure was agile and her strikes were harsh and decisive, showing her strong demeanor. Every hunt is like a great solo show, only to see her figure flashed, instantly disappeared in the same place, and when she reappeared she had already leaped high. Her sharp claws like steel knives tore open the elephant's skin, bringing up a bloody light, or skillfully maneuvering around the side of the elephant, luring the behemoth to run for their lives, and then see the brakes to give a fatal blow. The action of the flow of water, all in one breath. Even a behemoth like an elephant can only be ravaged in front of her, with no power to fight back. Gradually, among the lions, Zhang Luoli won the respect and awe of the lions by virtue of her actual super strength, and achieved an extremely high status. Hiss! On this day, a black snake with a body length of more than 3 meters came slithering and swimming. The scales of the snake's body were black and shiny, glittering with cold luster in the sunlight, and its triangular head was raised high, spitting out a bright red forked letter and emitting a creepy hissing sound. Next to it, A lion was caught off guard and was bitten by the black snake's sneak attack, instantly falling to the ground and convulsing, foaming at the mouth and spasming its limbs in agony. The rest of the few lions see this, the face of panic, afraid of the black snake poison, do not dare to rush forward, can only surround the side, anxious roar, but there is nothing to do. Roar! Luchuan rushed over and witnessed the fallen clan lion, then looked at the arrogant and domineering black snake, his eyes instantly glaring as if they were copper bells, burning with rage. Highly poisonous, huh? I'm impervious to all poisons. Luchuan snorted coldly in his heart, not caring about the snake venom threat. He stomped on the ground, and his figure shot out like an arrow, wrapped in the sound of whistling wind, rushing straight toward the black snake. Seeing the bad situation, the black snake twisted its body, trying to escape, but how could it be faster than Luchuan? Luchuan's lion's paw stretched out and precisely pressed down on the snake's body. Although he was bitten by the snake and his poisonous fangs pierced his hard skin, but he didn't care. With a little force, he slapped the black snake's bones to smithereens, and then, as if he was eating chili fries, he swallowed the black snake raw into his stomach with a big mouthful. This guy, isn't he afraid of being poisoned? Jiang Luoli, who came right after him, saw a small wound on Luchuan's body that was bitten by a snake, and her gaze was filled with worry. Chapter 22 Jiang Luoli's Worry. Humans exploring the grasslands. The winds of the prairie blow day after day. Witness the growth and change of everything between the rising of the sun and the setting of the moon. Under the quiet polishing of this long time, some unnameable feelings, just like the seedlings in the spring groundbreaking, in no time at all to take root, sprouting. Jiang Luoli herself are still oblivious, that her heart, I do not know when, but quietly cracked a gap. It made Luchuan's figure seep in silkenly like the warm spring sun. Being together for a long time made the tacit understanding between them deeper and deeper, as if their hearts were in the same place. Together, they weather the storms and work together to find water and prey. Together they face the crisis on the grassland, and all of them are the marks of deep love engraved by the years. Not to mention, the two soft, cuddly, wailing children. Seeing Luchuan injured at this time, Jiang Luoli subconsciously approached Luchuan with quick steps. She lifted her paw and pointed to the wound. Well, that's caring? Luchuan's heart moved slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. On weekdays, Jiang Luoli always has a cool look that rejects people, as if she is the flower of the high mountain, difficult to get close to. Right now this kind of active close, really rare. Roar! It's okay. Luchuan raised his head slightly, his voice was like a bell, his bravado was revealed, his claws waved dashingly, and he shook his head full of concern, signaling that this little injury was not enough for him to be afraid of at all. With that, he was seen leisurely lifting his claws, and a green light flashed in the center of his palms, as if a spiritual fluorescence was converging. The tiny wound rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, intact as if it had never been injured. As for the toxin, Luchuan didn't give it a second thought. It's long been 100 poisons. Just now that black snake toxin is quite strong. Even if a strong person of the transcendent mortal realm is rashly struck, he will be deeply affected. He actually didn't do anything at all. When Jiang Luoli saw this, she couldn't help but slightly widen her eyes filled with disbelief. This guy, it seems, is really unusual. An ordinary living being, even if it is strong and powerful, how can it be so easily dissolved when it encounters this kind of poisonous attack? Even if they don't die, they will have to shed their skin. Only, Jiang Luoli racked her brain and turned her past life memories upside down, but she froze and couldn't find a lion ferocious beast powerhouse like Luchuan. In the prairie strongman atlas of his previous life, there were all kinds of strongmen. There were gifted beasts. There were demon cultivators who had practiced hard for many years, but there was no such heaven-defying existence. Perhaps, in his previous life, he didn't live to the late stage and died early. A thought suddenly flashed through Jiang Luoli's mind, but in an instant, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Looking at Luchuan's rapidly increasing strength today, the momentum was so strong that it could be called 1,000 miles a day. In the future, even if he can't take the lead and win, being in the top 100 of the Beast King ranking is still a certainty. If such a powerful person with unlimited potential and extraordinary talent were to die prematurely, who on earth would have the ability to kill him? Can it be that there are other more powerful, mysterious existences hidden in the shadows in this grassland? The more Jiang Luoli thought about it, the more disturbed she became. Her heart couldn't help but worry more and more, and her gaze unconsciously looked into the distance. In that gaze, there was both worry and a hint of determination, as if he had already made up his mind that no matter what, he would protect Luchuan and the lions. As long as Luchuan could grow up, he was bound to be a strong party in the future. Luchuan didn't notice Jiang Luoli's abnormality and quickly walked to the poisoned and fallen lion. Crouching down, He placed his palm on the wound of the injured lion. In an instant, wisps of light overflowed from his palm, glistening and slowly seeping into the lion's body, traveling along the meridians and fiercely fighting with the toxins. After a fight, although not completely eliminate the toxin in its body, but also succeeded in reducing the power of the toxin, so that the lion is temporarily out of life-threatening. Lu Chuan took a long breath and slowly stood up. The good thing is, this being put down by a poisonous snake is a real coincidence. On weekdays, the lions are still the mighty overlords on the grasslands, and wherever they go, all beasts submit. In most cases, when the other beasts encountered the lions, they were all like a mantis, unable to fight back and were easily crushed. With the wave of aura recovery sweeping through, the overall strength of the lions increased dramatically. Not only muscle strength increased dramatically, as if cast iron, speed is as fast as lightning, agile and free, hunting efficiency soared. Lu Chuan's direct management of the region has also been expanding, and the lion congregation under his command has become more and more courageous, and each of them is rubbing their fists and eager to try, only looking forward to building up a career in this world of great struggles. Lu Chuan was burdened with a feast of overeating, and when he devoured blood and flesh, he had an incredible amount of food. In this way, after 5 or 6 days of intensive development, his cultivation once again saw a breakthrough, successfully advancing to the middle stage of the transfiguration realm. At this moment, if he performed the Vajra transformation, his muscles instantly swelled several times, as solid as a rock, his veins rippled, and every muscle contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The eyes were even more majestic as if they were burning coals. On top of this vast grassland, there were few enemies, simply fearless of all incoming enemies. The calm did not last long. On this day, Lu Chuan was comfortably eating his prey when a familiar yet unfamiliar roar came from his ears. A helicopter, resembling a giant bird of steel, was seen slowly appearing overhead. The rotor rotated at high speed, stirring up the air and making it hum, as if thunderer was beating a drum, making a great sound. Many wild beasts have never seen such a huge thing. Suddenly frightened, as if the birds of prey, fleeing in all directions, hissing in panic, the grassland instantly into a chaos. The impact of that blood rain was too great. These grassland beasts became too huge than before. Look, that lion is so big. An unusual rhinoceros isn't even as big as that lion, and any bigger and it's almost as big as an elephant. On the helicopter, someone through the porthole, a glance at the majestic Lu Chuan, cannot help but stagger in awe, fingers trembling to point down. Lu Chuan as if he did not hear, did not look up to see, still self-centered prey. But the heart has long been set off waves of shock. Thoughts are very complex. He had been stuck in this grassland ever since he crossed over, never stepping out of this vast expanse of heaven and earth, knowing nothing about the outside world. In his memory, vague shadows of his previous life occasionally flashed, but the steel giant bird-like helicopter in front of him was far beyond the boundaries of his perception. He couldn't help but mutter in the bottom of his heart, could it be that there's another world out there that's similar to his previous life? Humans are going to start exploring the grasslands. It seems that it won't be peaceful here in the future. On the side, Jiang Luoli's gaze was calm, as if it was a pool of deep water. Unperturbed, she lifted her eyes slightly and looked towards the helicopter without the slightest hint of curiosity in her eyes. After all, she was a human soul in her body. It was also clear in his heart that this time the humans were involved in the grassland, thinking that they must have come for the many changes in the aura recovery. In the future, this grassland, I'm afraid it will be difficult to have a peaceful day. Chapter 23 Human Probe. Ran Xingyao blood refining interrupted. The helicopter's rotor blades churned up waves of air that whistled through the sky. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a small black dot, hidden in the vast sky. Lu Chuan stood alone on top of the vast grassland. His gaze was like a materialized arrow, locking the direction where the helicopter disappeared. I wonder how far the humans of this world have advanced technologically. Think of him, Lu Chuan. A bizarre change, the soul through time and space. Born in this otherworldly grassland, incarnation of a mighty lion. He couldn't help but think of the gut-wrenching heat weapons in his previous world. If the human beings in this world have high-tech weapons similar to those in their original world, then their current strength, even if they are among the middle stage of the mortal realm, in the face of the violent aesthetics of those cast in steel and technology, what does it count for? It is simply a mantis with no resistance. Once humans moved into the grasslands on a large scale, he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. It's better to be cautious, not to easily provoke humans before having absolute strength. After a moment, he inclined his head, forcing himself to stop thinking about the disturbing image. Right now, food was the base for him to become stronger, and the only way to survive was to keep sucking the energy out of his prey and raise his cultivation. At this thought, He reburied his head and took a large bite of his prey, moving with a ruthlessness as if he were trying to swallow the uncertainty of the future in one fell swoop. And at this moment, at the edge of the grassland, a dull engine roar that sounded like thunder came from far and near, breaking the tranquility of the edge of the grassland. The two armored vehicles were like steel giants, majestically playing the lead role, with thick bodies and steel plates as tough as city walls, reflecting an icy luster in the daylight. The tracks rolled, mercilessly crushing the dead grass along the way, as if a chariot had run over the enemy's defenses with great vigor. Two large trucks followed close behind, loaded with many empty cages. There are also all kinds of precision scientific research equipment, adequate living supplies, with the body bumps, from time to time, a dull sound. In the car, sat several attentive researchers, dressed in white protective suits. They are nervously checking the parameters of the instrument. The notebook in their hands is filled with dense data, and their mouths are full of words, all of which are specialized terminology. There were also a dozen or so loaded soldiers, standing by, exuding an aura of solemnity. Dean Lee, this time we will cooperate fully to complete the mission and protect the research team. A leading soldier rushed at an old man in the car with white hair and elegant yet majestic temperament and gave a standard military salute and said in a loud voice, "With pleasure." Dean Lee nodded his head slightly, his gaze gentle but with unquestionable firmness, and opened his mouth to reply. Immediately afterward, the convoy resembled a long steel snake, slowly driving directly into the grassland. This grassland, one of the few wild ecological zones in Dian, prohibited anyone from taking half a step. But this time, after the blood rain, the animals underwent a radical change. Their body size skyrocketed, their strength soared, and they even opened up their spiritual intelligence, as if they had been transformed overnight. This strange phenomenon was instantly like a heavy bomb that exploded in the great Yin hierarchy, triggering a violent tremor. After some weighing and deliberation, in order to find out the truth and control the situation, the top management made the decision to cancel the ban, specially authorized researchers to enter it to sample, and strive to unravel the mystery of the blood rain at the first time. The armored car roared along, careful steps deeper into the hinterland of the steppe. "Stop the car," Dean Lee suddenly spoke up. Not far away, an antelope with an athletic posture and shiny fur was munching on grass, oblivious to the impending danger. "This is the head. Catch it first." "Yes." The soldiers reacted quickly, trained to poke out the windows of the car, bring up their tranquilizer guns, and take steady aim. Whoosh! The anesthesia needle shot out like an arrow from a string, hitting the antelope's neck precisely. The crowd, full of expectation, waited for the antelope to fall to the ground, and the scene was silent, with only the rustling of the breeze across the grass. But an hour went by waiting left and right. The antelope, however, as if it had eaten stimulants, is still alive and kicking, not the slightest sign of being anesthetized, but there is an extra wobbly syringe at the neck, as if wearing a funny decoration, looking at the crowd dumbfounded. These beasts are getting more physical. Switch to number 8 anesthetic rounds. Seeing this, Dean Lee frowned, his eyes instantly sharp as an eagle, and ordered on the spot. The soldiers did not dare to slacken off and moved quickly, changing ammunition with their hands and feet. Whoosh! A new bullet was fired, and this time, the effect was immediate. As the antelope swayed, its legs went limp, and it slowly collapsed. The crowd was just relieved and ready to stop and take samples. DDT, the drones patrolling above them, however, abruptly issued a sharp alarm, sounding like an air raid siren, cutting through the quiet of the grassland. The crowd raised their eyes and looked, only to see a pack of wild wolves rushing in as if it were a raging tide, roughly counting about 12 heads. The wolf's teeth were exposed and cold and sharp, as if they were rows and rows of cold and shining daggers. The eyes were glowing red with bloodlust and ferocity. "Get in the car!" the lead soldier yelled, hissing, and there was panic as the crowd scrambled to get into their cars. However, this group of wild wolves had no fear, as if they didn't hear it, and continued to surround them. Some wolves with athletic bodies, with a slight leap, leapt to the car like black lightning, their sharp claws scratching out ear-splitting sounds on the car skin, sparks flying in all directions. He opened his mouth to tear it open, and the hot breath from his mouth spewed out onto the soldier's face. "Stinking. The matter has been resolved by force." The soldiers quickly brought their rifles to bear and fired, and the sound of gunfire instantly resounded through the grassland. It had to be said that the coyotes that had gotten bigger in size were significantly more resistant to bullets. Ordinary bullets hit the body. As long as it has not hit the vitals, they can actually carry 3 or 4 shots. After receiving a gunshot, only the body shook. A short pause, and then once again opened teeth and claws to pounce. It was ferocious, as if it was a small force that could not be defeated. After a fierce firefight, most of the wolves were killed, and blood splattered everywhere. staining the grass as if a blood-colored carpet had been spread out. Those that didn't die through also fell to the ground with serious injuries, whimpering and wailing with miserable voices. The soldiers did not dare to slacken off, and quickly got out of the car and collected all these wolf carcasses, dead or alive, moving swiftly for subsequent study. This frightening encounter put the crowd on alert. Even the wild wolves were this hard to kill, so how fierce should the lions, leopards, and other top predators in the depths of the grasslands be? In the central region of the grassland, in a deep pit filled with blood aura, Ren Qingyao violently opened her eyes. Looks like it's going to end early. The only thing that could be seen was that the place she was in was filled with blood aura, as if it was a thick fog. On the ground, it was densely covered with skeletons, white bones interlocked and piled up. At least there were nearly 100 beast skeletons. These days, he had been cultivating here in seclusion, performing the blood sacrifice mysterious technique and absorbing the essence of blood chi. I thought I could take this opportunity to step into a higher realm, but I didn't want to have a sudden change of heart on the way to cultivation. Chapter 24, Soul Regeneration Technique. Second grade spirit fruit. After Ren Qingyao left, a helicopter swept by. What is that? How can a red mist appear in the middle of this grassland? Inside the cockpit of the helicopter, the pilot's face was full of shock, his mouth wide open and his wide eyes almost bulging out of their sockets, deadly staring at the fog below that was like a sea of blood churning. His voice trembled slightly from shock, carrying a few points of unbelief. Go down and look. An officer sitting in the co-pilot's seat looked grave. The grassland, which has always been characterized by a pristine landscape, suddenly sprang up this kind of treacherous blood mist. Anyone who saw it would not be able to calm down. On command, it quickly lowered its altitude and slowly hovered in the air towards the blood mist. The strong wind stirred up by the rotating wings stirred the blood mist in all directions, revealing wisps of the eerie interior. The blood mist was like sticky plasma, drifting in wisps and emitting a pungent and extremely fishy odor that made people want to vomit when they smelled it. Immediately afterward, the people on board moved skillfully and sharply to lower the rope ladder, and a soldier wearing a heavy protective suit and carrying an oxygen tank descended down the rope ladder. Within moments, the soldier managed to land at the bottom of the deep pit. The blood mist became more and more thick and pungent, as if it were materialized plasma that was stuck in the mouth and nose, making people want to suffocate. The soldier shifted his feet with difficulty and tried to explore by the dim glow of his flashlight. There was dead silence around him, the only sounds being his heavy breathing and slightly panicked footsteps. Ah! A shriek of utter horror burst forth, cutting through the dead silence and echoing back and forth between the walls of the pit. Through the thick fog of blood, he caught a glimpse of the bones piled up at the bottom of the deep pit, and the hollow eye sockets of the skeletons were like dead black holes, gazing at him in a ghostly manner, sparing the soldiers with excellent mental quality. At this moment, they were so scared that their scalps were numb, their spines were cold, and their legs were so weak that they almost collapsed to the ground. Major discoveries. After a brief moment of panic, the soldier pushed down his fear and shivered as he reported into the intercom, his voice a little out of tune due to nervousness, but his words could not hide his excitement. Rush to the papers. The officer's voice came sharply on the other end of the intercom. After the initial fear of this group of soldiers faded away, what surged in their hearts was actually uncontrollable excitement. This blood-colored mist, coupled with the bones of the beasts roaming the mountains, made them uncontrollably recall the blood rain that had swept across the globe. If this discovery was really related to blood rain, it would undoubtedly be a great achievement. These people, obviously only in the mortal realm, but they are able to ride the skies by relying on external forces. Could it be that they are the descendants of the Divine Machine Clan? A dozen miles outside of the deep pit, Ren Qingyao's figure suddenly stopped like a ghost, her soulful eyes full of doubt. In her memories, the people of the mortal realm were nothing more than mole crickets, but these humans in front of her were able to soar the skies with just a single iron pimple, which really puzzled her. It's time to get out and get to know. Ren Qingyao's thoughts turned in her mind, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. However, as cunning as she was, how would she rashly take the risk? Before she went out, her eyes were cold, killing intent arose. Her vegan hand waved lightly, and in an instant her figure ghostly shuttled across the grassland. She was as fast as she could be, and in just a few moments, she had caught 5 beasts and returned. Rhinoceros, 2 leopards, 2 wolves. Immediately after, Ren Qingyao executed the ancient secret technique, Soul Regeneration Technique. As the secret method was activated, the eyes of several beasts instantly lost their vigor, as if their souls had been drained away. An eerie ghostly light glowed around his body. In a short time, these originally wild and untamable beasts were refined into obedient puppets for her to use. Great! Ren Qingyao was satisfied. That way, you don't have to commit yourself. It can also test the means of humans today and see how many cards those in the mortal realm are hiding. One day later, at the edge of the grassland, the breeze is gentle and the grass waves undulate, like a green ocean with gentle ripples. Luck Chuan went out to check on the situation. Every step he took was steady and powerful, and his palms stepped on the ground as if a war drum was beating, manifesting supreme majesty. Suddenly, a rich and mellow fragrance that seemed to be able to seduce people's souls drifted into the nose. Silky and lingering, Lu Chuan's spirit was revitalized, and at that moment, how could he still press on, following the scent all the way? His speed was extremely fast, as if a gust of wind had swept through the grass, and the blades of grass were crushed and fell down. Not long after, in a hidden bush not far away, a weirdly shaped fruit with a bizarre red color came into view, as if it were a ruby left behind. Glittering, it was the source of the scent. A halo of light, if any, surrounded the fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering a second-grade spirit fruit, unripe. Lu Chuan raised his eyes and a line of information seemed to appear out of thin air, hanging above the fruit. Seeing this line of words, Lu Chuan was overjoyed. His eyes instantly glared as if they were bronze bells, and his heartbeat accelerated sharply, as if it was about to pop out of his throat. One must know that this spirit fruit was a heavenly treasure that cultivators could only dream of, containing majestic energy, and each one present was extremely precious. Even if the one in front of him is not yet mature, its value is incalculable. If he can swallow it, his cultivation will definitely rocket, breaking through bottlenecks and advancing to higher levels that's not even a dream. Lu Chuan licked his lips, his eyes full of blazing desire, as if a hungry wolf had stared at a fat sheep. However, just as Lu Chuan was filled with joy and lifted his leg to get closer to the picking, a sudden change occurred. A leopard with oily fur and splendid markings resembled black lightning, swiftly rushing from the other side, its forepaws digging into the ground, bringing up a large area of dust. Imposing, the grass around them rustled and rose, and more beasts smelled the odor, as if attracted by a magnet, and rushed over like a tidal wave. Seeing this, Lu Chuan was secretly on guard. His muscles tensed up, like a fully drawn strong bow, ready to eject at any time. But what surprised him even more was that among the beasts that arrived, there were 5 that looked extremely strange. Rhinos, leopards, wolves, which usually meet on the pinch. Incompatible guys, at this moment actually united, as if forming an alliance of life and death. They worked well together, combining their efforts to attack the other beasts that surrounded them and attempted to compete for the spirit fruit. The rhinoceros charges forward, toppling everything in its path with its hardened horn. The leopard jumped nimbly, waving its claws, cutting a path of cold light in the air, while the wolf wandered in the periphery, stealing and biting when it saw the right moment. The division of labor was clear and methodical. For a while, the hissing and clashing of claws and teeth were endless, and the scene was chaotic. What's the situation? Is the spirit already open to this extent? Lu Chuan's heart was full of doubts, and he stood dumbfounded, a little at a loss for a moment. This kind of union that defied common sense really puzzled him. Couldn't it be that this spirit fruit still had some special magic power that could make the heavenly enemies turn their differences into peace and work hand in hand? Chapter 25, Meeting Rinqingyao again. Late stage of transcending mortality. Seeking first order. Different species working together? This would have been a no-brainer in the past. The way of survival on the grassland has always been the weak and the strong. Bloody and cruel, each species for a mouthful of food, a piece of territory, then you can fight to the death. The battle was even more fierce when they grabbed the prey without giving way to each other. But now, the scene in front of me ruthlessly breaks the routine. Those 5 beasts were surrounded by a layer of hostile aura so strong that it was nearly materialized. The eyes showed fierce light, and the attack was as powerful as a rainstorm. For a while, those beasts around that were originally stupidly trying to scramble for the spirit fruit were scared to death by this ruthless aura, and fled in distress with their tails tucked between their legs. However, although these guys were trembling in fear, they were also seduced by the rich and exotic fragrance emanating from the spirit fruit. The spirit fruit was lying quietly among the grass, emitting a fatal attraction. The beasts were insatiable and only prowled a short distance away, waiting for an opportunity to move. He was trying to find a chance to snatch the opportunity in this chaotic fight, even if he had to lose his life for it. Just as the situation was deadlocked and darkening, behind those 5 beasts, 4 more leopards came at a slow pace as if they were ghosts of the dark night. These 4 leopards, with oily and smooth fur, shone with a ghostly cold luster in the daylight. The strange thing was that the 5 arrogant, domineering, and unbeatable beasts from earlier were at this moment as if they were well-behaved and obedient little attendants. Extremely respectfully stood in place, body slightly lowered, head lowered to the point where it was almost buried in the grass, not even daring to utter a single breath. This kind of gesture made Lu Chuan more and more curious. Immediately afterward, At the back of the four leopards, another lioness leisurely came out. Lu Chuan's gaze abruptly condensed, as if he was struck by a bolt of lightning, and he stared at the lioness dead on, an indescribable sense of familiarity welling up in his heart. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and after taking a closer look, he became more and more certain that this appeared to be the lioness that he had fought with once back then. The other time that fight, although did not fight with all their strength, life and death, but both sides of the scene of you and me, do not give way to each other, still vivid in my mind. Now look again, surrounded by these 9 majestic beasts, actually like her slaves in general, obedient, neatly arching at the side, through the indescribable bazaar. It's kind of evil, Lu Chuan murmured in his heart, and the next moment, when he gazed and fixed his eyes to see the cultivation realm of the lioness, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, his face filled with astonishment. The middle stage of transcendence. It was actually not on par with his own realm. It should be known that in this grassland where the aura has not long recovered, the climbing of each realm needs to go through countless bloodbaths and killings, and the strongest people at the same level can be described as phoenixes. This kind of accidental discovery, as if a heavy stone into the heart lake, stirred up 1,000 waves, stirring Lu Chuan's mind is difficult to calm. No, if this gets that second-grade spirit fruit, she shall not directly surpass me. Lu Chuan's brain spun rapidly as he thought in his heart. Fruit of the spirit contains the majestic energy, enough to become a cultivation breakthrough superpower. Who swallowed? Strength will be geometrically multiplied growth. A step to heaven is not false. Thinking about this, Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and made up his mind to compete with one of them and grab this rare opportunity. He raised his paws slightly and slowly approached in the direction of the spirit fruit, causing the atmosphere around him to become more and more tense. The withered grass under his feet was rustled, but also concealed a surging battle intent, as if a powder keg was about to be detonated. Lu Chuan's behavior like this naturally could not escape the eyes of the other party. In the blink of an eye, he was stared at by the 9 ferocious beasts, and his chilling gaze was like a materialized blade, cutting into his body and sending chills down his spine. It's the lecherous lion. When Ren Qingyao saw that it was Lu Chuan, her heart jumped fiercely, as if it was clenched by a big invisible hand, and those humiliating memories of the past, as if they were a raging tide, instantly flooded into her mind. She was full of hope that after taking this fruit, she would completely leave this place of wrongdoing, forget all the troubles in this world, and start a new journey. But who would have guessed that this succubus would appear here like a ghost, disrupting all her plans? Roar! Both sides almost simultaneously roared out. The roar shook the surrounding air, buzzing, as if the thunder god struck the drums. The sound was great. This roar, like a demonstration of greeting, but also as if the anger to drive away the other side, full of strong gunpowder flavor, instantly ignited the atmosphere of the scene. Seeing that Lu Chuan refused to back down a bit, Ren Qingyao's eyes contained fury and she immediately ordered the 9-headed beast to attack. Come on! Seeing this, Lu Chuan was undaunted, facing the 9 ferocious beasts straight on his own, and was unafraid, as if he was a god of war descending from the earth, exuding a fearless aura. At the mid-stage of transcendental mortality, he did not initially place these mortal realm ferocious beasts in his eyes when dealing with them. Not even the crushing supernormal abilities such as Vajra transformation and hurricane force had been utilized. Only with physical brute strength and agile hands, he was agile, like a ghost shuttling between the beasts. Each strike, wrapped in the force of 1,000 pounds, hit the surrounding air crackling sound. But as he fought, Lu Chuan sensed that something was wrong. These beasts, after being injured, as if they do not know what pain is, even if they are torn apart by sharp claws, blood dripping, or by heavy blows to break bones, but still move freely, the attack does not decrease. Unless the leg was completely removed and incapacitated, it could not be stopped at all. This kind of weird situation made Lu Chuan's heart go wild. Where did this get it? With no other choice, Lu Chuan could only change his strategy and decided to kill these guys completely so as to avoid any future troubles. Just as the two sides were fiercely entangled in a fight, the second-grade spirit fruit that was originally lying quietly in the bushes suddenly sprouted a bright light around its body, glittering. The previous rich scent was fading to ripen. Lu Chuan's heart tightened as he caught this change. At the same time, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Ren Qingyao's figure, seemingly about to make a move to grab the spirit fruit first. Between life and death, there is no room for hesitation. Lu Chuan immediately performed the power of the hurricane. In an instant, the body's spiritual energy is like a surging torrent, along the meridians madly rushing, into the limbs and bones. His figure instantly transformed into a black lightning bolt, wrapped in a whistling gale, bursting into an extremely fast charge. The speed was so fast that it was like traveling through time and space, and the surrounding scenery was turned into blurred light and shadow, as if it was a painting that had been willfully painted. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chuan rushed ahead of Ren Qingyao and snatched the spirit fruit with a big hand with unerring precision. Roar! Ren Qingyao was directly blinded, frozen on the spot, her face filled with disbelief. How could she not have imagined that the other party would be able to burst out with such amazing speed while being heavily surrounded by the nine-headed beasts and fighting hard? Lu Chuan, which still cared about her shock, at the moment full of heart, full of eyes, only the hands of the spirit fruit. At that moment, without saying a word, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the second-grade spirit fruit in one gulp. The spirit fruit entered the stomach, as if a hot energy bomb had exploded. Mighty and majestic energy exploded recklessly in the body, as if it were a raging tide, washing over every inch of the meridians and every internal organ. Lu Chuan only felt that his body was soothed, and under the impact of this powerful energy, he was instantly broken through, successfully breaking through to the late stage of transfiguration. Chapter 26, The Great War. Reinstalling the Lion Consort. Seeking First Order. Late stage of dematerialization. Damn it! As Ren Qingyao witnessed Lu Chuan's aura around him become stronger, the flame of anger in her heart instantly erupted out. This was originally a second-grade spirit fruit that she was aiming to obtain, seeing the hand of the world's treasures, but by this out of nowhere, as if the fate of the succubus, snatched away from the mouth. The cooked duck flapped its wings and flew away in such a dignified manner. Whoever swallows this breath. Thinking back to this recent string of bad luck, she was filled with anger. The first is closed to concentrate on the blood refining place, and now it is not easy to find this second-grade fruit. I thought to take advantage of the fruit's strong medicinal power, breaking the shackles of cultivation in one fell swoop, but I didn't expect that another Lu Chuan would come out at the critical moment, once again shattering her dreams and destroying her efforts. This pile and piece of annoying things, like a heavy boulder, pressed her breathless. Roar! So what if your cultivation is a tiny bit higher? Ren Qingyao was full of indignation at this time, like a volcano about to erupt. She only wanted to teach this lecherous lion a lesson to vent her hatred. That roar shook the surrounding air. Layers of sound waves were like materialized sharp blades, cutting the withered grass and splashing the sand and rocks, revealing a determination and ruthlessness that defied all odds. Ha! Wanna? Seeing this, Lu Chuan did not put Ren Qingyao's anger in his eyes at all. He landed firmly on his paws. His figure did not move at all, as if he was a 1,000-year-old pine rooted in the earth, calm and resolute, without the slightest intention to leave. Lu Chuan was already holding a fire. Just now he was in a fierce battle with that nine-headed strange ferocious beast, although he managed to snatch the spirit fruit and break through the realm. But the many weird situations during the process still made his heart palpitate. Those ferocious beasts were injured as if they didn't know the pain, attacking in waves, if not for his means, fighting with all his might. How could he easily get away? Now that Ren Qingyao took the initiative to provoke, he was eager to do so, and intended to capture the other party to fight once again, to properly take out this bad breath. By the way, he also probed the lioness's reality to see how many more cards she was hiding. In an instant, the two sides' wariness soared to the apex of the blatant war. Ren Qingyao's attack was so powerful that it was like a bolt of lightning, her figure ghostly shuttling between the grasses. Wherever she passed, the grass leaves were flying, as if they were being cut by a sharp blade. Every move and every style is tricky and poisonous, aiming directly at Lu Chuan's vitals. The fingertips flashed with cold light, as if they were 10 life-threatening steel knives, swiftly grabbing at Lu Chuan's throat. How could Lu Chuan dare to be careless? His eyes were instantly sharp as eagles. In an instant, the muscles around his body were like inflatable, instantly expanding several times, firm as a rock, his skin glowing with metallic luster, like a steel-cast god of war descending from the earth. Coupled with the hurricane force to enhance his speed, his figure was as fast as a ghost, dodging left and right between Ren Qingyao's stormy attacks. Roar! Seeing this, Ren Qingyao became more and more furious, tilting her head and roaring, as if detonating the latent energy within her body. A layer of thick blood aura steeply filled her body, as if it was a thick fog dyed red by blood, enveloping her entire body. Under the shroud of this blood chi, her cultivation had actually increased rapidly in a short period of time, and she had also reached the late stage of transfiguration. The situation instantly reversed, the two of you back and forth, fist wind whistling, claw shadow interlacing, power collision. The air is like being cut by a sharp blade, set off a burst of small whirlwind. For a time it was actually a tie, difficult to distinguish. The surrounding grass was trampled into a mess. The soil fluttered. This is really evil. Lu Chuan sighed in his heart, fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. His front paws were slightly numb from resisting the attack, but he did not dare to slack off. Every move and retaliation was poured into his entire heart. It is a pity that the cultivation level is still low now, and many means cannot be used. Ren Qingyao was also filled with bitterness, secretly gritting her teeth as a trace of unwillingness flashed in her eyes. those ancient secret arts came to her mind, which were extremely powerful. If she could perform them, how could this succubus in front of her still be so arrogant? I only hope to break through the realm as soon as possible, and execute those ancient secret arts that are in the bottom of the box, so that I can double today's humiliation. Under the prolonged battle, the two of them gradually entered the white-hot stage, and right at that moment, a strange sound suddenly came from the distance. It was as if 10,000 horses were galloping with great vigor. The surrounding beasts that were originally still watching and waiting for an opportunity to move heard this movement, as if they were birds of prey, instantly scattering and fleeing, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lu Chuan and Ren Qingyao's hearts were both tightened, raising their eyes and vaguely guessing that it should be those humans coming over again. Go! The two lions glanced at each other, and their hearts were in the right place to end the battle, and their bodies turned, as if they were two black gusts of wind, and they each left quickly from two directions. In the blink of an eye, it was hidden in the middle of the vast grassland, leaving behind only a mess and the spiritual power that hadn't dissipated yet. Not long after, a helicopter slowly drove to the incident. Strange, just now in this neighborhood, why are there so many beasts converging? Inside the cockpit of the helicopter, the pilot was full of confusion, looking around through the porthole with puzzlement in his eyes. The helicopter came to a slow stop, the rotor blades kicking up a strong wind that blew the surrounding dead grass to the ground and sent sand and rocks flying. Then the crowd noticed the dozen or so beast corpses here and there, strewn across the ground, their blood long since dried. It condensed into dark red blood clots among the grass, as if a bizarre blood flower was blooming uncontrollably. The crowd looked at each other, full of suspicion, not understanding why these beasts were fighting so fiercely. However, these beast carcasses had some research value. The leading officer was instantly ready to take it back and study it. Lu Chuan had traveled all the way at this time, and had returned to the clan without any problems. After these few days of non-stop exploration, he had already acquired quite a lot of key information. After the blood rain, the humans were keenly aware of the changes in the beasts of this grassland, and looking at this battle, they must have come here to capture the beasts for experimentation. The good thing is that it is not a large-scale sweeping roundup, but only a small-scale, exploratory action, and the community is not in fear of their lives for the time being. Moreover, this experience had made him re-examine the strength of humans, and he secretly estimated it in his heart. Ordinary guns, even if he didn't open the Vajra transformation, with the strong defense of his physical body, he didn't pose any threat to himself, but he didn't dare to be complacent in the slightest. His heart was clear. The other side can have aircraft, armored vehicles and other high-tech products, those powerful missiles, laser weapons and so on, think also not less. In front of the absolute strength, all the gullibility is fatal. At the moment or have to be obscene development, boring to enhance the strength of the. On this day, Lu Chuan again nabbed two age-appropriate lionesses from the pack. After all, as a lion king, shoulder the important responsibility of the reproduction and growth of the community, and he also has many children, many blessings. Such a magical system, the more heirs, the more help in the future. But it was as if he had stirred up a hornet's nest with this move. This lecherous lion, the nature of the man can't be changed. When Jiang Luoli saw Lu Chuan's move, her complexion sank, and powerful anger inexplicably surged in her heart. Chapter 27, Flying over the eaves and crossing the river with a single leaf. Humans are now martial arts masters? Compared to Jiang Luoli's complicated entanglement, the general's reaction was straightforward and pure, without any concealment. In her simple and pristine cognition, Lu Chuan as the Lion King, 3 wives and 4 concubines is the inherent privilege of the Grassland King. Like the blazing sun high in the sky, it could not be more normal for it to rise in the east and set in the west every day. Eternally. It is a law of nature, part of the prairie order, and not to be violated. On Lu Chuan's side, after blessing the 2 new lion consorts, Akari and Akika, he came to the child's side with satisfaction and comfort. Leisurely, instantly captured the unusual aura emanating from Jiang Luoyui's body. In the past, the tenderness and closeness that had occasionally flickered in her eyes, at this moment it was as if it had been blown away by a bitterly cold wind and disappeared without a trace. Instead, it is as cold and detached as ice in the winter months, making people shy away. Flip-flop? The majesty and dominance of being a Lion King in Lu Chuan's heart was like a powder keg that had been ignited and instantly exploded. In his world, would the will of the Lion King be so easily disregarded by others? At that moment, he decided to conquer Jiang Luoli once again, make her submit to her majesty again. Although Jiang Luoli's heart was like a mess, full of displeasure and entanglement. However, in the face of Lu Chuan's strong act of conquest, she subconsciously did not resist as if she was enchanted. Deep inside her heart, there seemed to be an invisible force working quietly. Having accepted Lu Chuan's special status as the Lion King, In her subconscious, the other person did this to her without having to resist, and could not resist. A night of springtime. What's wrong with me? Afterward, Jiang Luoli stood alone and still in a corner of the grassland. No, I can't go on like this. She looked over at the two children beside her. After another week, when the baby is weaned, I'll leave. After the blood rain, the children were no exception, growing at a far faster rate than normal, and by now they already weighed 100 pounds. Thinking in this way, she felt a little relief in her heart. At least, she is also considered to have done her duty to nurture, worthy of the identity of a mother. At the same time, Ren Qingyao's heart was also rippling. After experiencing the successive fights with Lu Chuan and the frustration of having the spirit fruit seized, the pride and self-confidence in her heart had suffered an unprecedented blow. She knew very well that staying on this grassland would only lead her to endless humiliation and hardship, so she had made up her mind to leave. This meadow, to her, was a place of sadness. Staying here would add to the troubles and humiliation. It would be better to go far away and find a new breakthrough opportunity. On Lu Chuan's side, he continued to carry out his plan in an organized manner, relying on a feast of overeating and devouring prey on a grand scale. His body was like a bottomless black hole, greedily drawing on the majestic energy in his prey and converting it into nutrients for his own growth. At the same time, he was exploring around the grasslands for spiritual grasses and spiritual fruits. With superb perception, even the most inconspicuous glimmer of aura hidden deep in the grass could be keenly captured by him. Also being a human, he understood very well that underneath the seemingly calm exterior of humans, there was a powerful force hidden that was enough to subvert the entire steppe world. One must be strong. However, strangely enough, during the last few days of patrol, Lu Chuan no longer found any trace of that evil lioness Ren Qingyao. In the human world, a city on the water is like a bright pearl set on the banks of a river. Outside the city, by the river, the breeze was gentle. The river flowed leisurely, sparkling, like a natural painting, serene and peaceful. By the river, a shocking scene quietly plays out. Someone as if the wave fairy, step on the river and walking, light and elegant posture. The river under the feet of the slight ripples, but not with the help of any external force, seems to be the legendary martial arts masters, God's power over the world. This magical scene, which happened to be captured by a passerby with a cell phone, video uploaded to the network, instantly like a heavy bomb, shocked the whole network. The click-through rate soared like a rocket, and the comments section was instantly triggered, with netizens leaving messages and gasps of amazement. I'm going to go really fake. This can't be someone making a movie here. Special effects. How is this possible? There must be glass or something underneath. I've seen this kind of video a long time ago, and now I'm taking it out. Shame on me. Why not? I was around to see it with my own eyes. Yeah, then you shoot one for us right away. Various voices intertwined to form an orgy of online opinion. Not coincidentally, in the city's old streets and alleys, there are also people who fly through the eaves and walk on the walls, and their bodies are as agile as ghosts, leaping freely between the high walls. Each jump can easily exceed the height and distance that is difficult for ordinary people to reach, only to see that person's body was as light as a swallow, weaving between the eaves of the house, as if strolling in his own backyard garden, relaxed and easy. His figure shimmered in the sunlight, leaving a blur of light and shadow that made people wonder if they were in a martial arts movie. This video has garnered just as much attention. Holy, fake it, how come you all woke up with a start? Flying through the air, real martial arts? It can't be the change brought about by that blood rain. Can it be that we, all of us, have a chance to become Superman? Why not me? When is it going to rain again? I want to try it. Discussions on the internet are endless, with speculation and debate flooding in like a tidal wave. Some people were so excited that they envisioned that they too could have superpowers and become heroes who would save the world, and they enthusiastically discussed various possible cultivation methods on the forums, as if everyone could become a martial arts master overnight. Some people were worried that this unknown change would bring disaster and chaos to human society, and they called on the government to strengthen regulation to prevent superpowered people from abusing their powers. Officials also attach great importance to this strange phenomenon. A deeper investigation reveals that the troops, too, have certain soldiers who have become stronger, with an explosive increase in physical fitness, more than 10 times what they had before. This discovery has made officials more aware of the seriousness and urgency of the problem. The impact of the blood rain is so great that the investigation process must be accelerated, and it is recommended that volunteers be called in to do a human autopsy test. Some scientists looked sad when they saw the summarized data. In their view, current research cannot be limited purely to the beasts, but the changes in mankind itself should not be ignored as well. After investigating in detail in many ways, they found that those who had become stronger at a rate far exceeding that of the others had all, to a greater or lesser extent, taken some strange fruits, and at this moment, a spirit fruit was quietly lying inside a high-end scientific research laboratory in the great Yin imperial capital. The spirit fruit emitted a faint glow, attracting the gazes of those around it. Everyone get ready to test all kinds of data and take notes. Yes. Chapter 28, Child. Where have you been? Don't scare me, boys. The rest of the way is up to you. Above the grassland, within the territory of the lions, Jiang Luoli's heart was experiencing an incomparably miserable struggle. She looked at the two children. That little pink nose sniffed around from time to time, and the round body rolled merrily in the grass. Jiang Luoli's heart felt like it had been deeply pierced by countless fine needles. She had no choice. Taking advantage of the gap between Lu Chuan's outings to look for food and patrol his territory, Jiang Luoli finally gritted her teeth with difficulty and ruthlessly set out on the road of parting. She slowly knelt down and tenderly licked the furry little heads of her two children one last time. She slid her tongue gently over the children's soft fur, feeling the familiar warmth and touched the. Her eyes were full of love and reluctance, but the two children were unaware of the upcoming changes and continued to play happily around her. Jiang Luoli knew very well in her heart that the path she was going to take next was covered with thorns and dangers, and every step could be an abyss. Moving forward with two children is undoubtedly a struggle. The slightest misstep and they could be in a place of no return. She could only entrust her child to Lu Chuan. After all, he was the Lion King, and in this grassland, his power was enough to shock the four directions. Shortly after, Jiang Luoli got up and slowly turned around. Her legs were as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Her figure faded into the end of the meadow. The wind of the grassland gently brushed her body. The wind ruffled the hairs around her ears, but she was as if she didn't realize it. In the evening, the sun sets in the west. Lu Chuan returned to the territory full of joy. Today's hunt went quite well. It was a huge rhino, enough to fill a herd. The blood of his prey curdled into dark red scabs around his mouth, and the thick scent of blood filled the air, but it did not affect his pleasant mood at all. The 5 children, as usual, surrounded him cheerfully, fighting over the fresh food and letting out childish roars. The other clansmen had gathered around by now. That's when Lu Chuan noticed a hint of something wrong, an inexplicable uneasiness. Sharp instincts told him that something wasn't right. He quickly scanned around, and Jiang Luoli, who was supposed to be resting here to accompany the cubs, was nowhere to be seen. Lu Chuan was first stunned, and those originally bright eyes instantly. Immediately afterward, a wave of anger leaped up from the bottom of his heart like a volcanic eruption. What's this? Running around without her kids. He flung the prey he hadn't had time to put down in his mouth aside so hard that it arced through the air and landed heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust with a dull thud. Day in and day out. Don't take care of the kids. What if something happens out there? Lu Chuan didn't think much of it. Just thought Sasha would be back later. Then this wait was a couple hours. Lu Chuan began to worry inwardly. He was just full of impatience, pacing back and forth outside the cave, his tail lashing unconsciously, whipping against the surrounding grass with a rustling sound, as if venting his inner dissatisfaction. What the hell is this up to? Can't she just stay put? He grumbled in his mind as various scenarios of Jiang Luoli's possible appearances continued to emerge in his mind, each image causing his frown to tighten. As a little time passed, his impatience was gradually replaced by doubt. He stopped and stood still, his ears swiveling from time to time to catch any movement around him. She never leaves for too long like this for no reason. Is she in some kind of danger? Or is she deliberately trying to leave me? Once this thought rose in his mind, it grew as wildly as weeds, causing his heart to clench violently. He began to recall all of Jiang Luoli's recent behavior, trying to find some clues from it. Her occasional silences, the thoughtful look in her eyes as she looked away. Could these be signs that she wanted to leave? A trace of confusion flashed in Lu Chuan's eyes. He had never thought that Jiang Luoli would have the idea of leaving. Time passes by. Lu Chuan's eyes were firmly fixed on the direction where Jiang Luoli might appear. His eyes full of anxiety, he began to look around the territory. He carefully explored the grass, each blade of grass being crushed by his body, as he sniffed the scent left behind by Jiang Luoli with his nose, trying to track her down. His nose kept twitching, not letting go of any subtle scent, his mind anxiously expecting to catch a whiff of that familiar smell. A hint of concern began to show in his eyes. Where did that pussy go? A few hours passed, and a trace of uneasiness began to flood Lu Chuan's heart. That originally angry look was gradually replaced by worry. Something shouldn't have happened, should it? Although Jiang Luoli had occasionally displayed an indifferent attitude before, there was also the possibility of leaving of her own accord. But there are hidden crises everywhere in the steppe, and humans with evil intentions, all of which could be fatal to her. What's more, they conceived a child between them. That bond of blood and companionship. This feeling has long been deep in the bone without realizing it. Both children also seemed to realize the absence of their mother and began to cry. Lu Chuan had no choice but to gently comfort the children. He then entrusted the children to the care of the Autumn Lee sisters. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, was searching for Zhang Luoli's whereabouts towards a more distant place. His figure sped across the grassland, bringing up a cloud of dust as if a whirlwind had swept by. It seemed to penetrate every inch of the prairie, every blade of grass, every hill. As he searched, he pondered in his mind where Zhang Luoli might have gone. However, a few days passed and Lu Chuan still found nothing. He ran around in the grassland, covering every corner, but never found the slightest clue of Zhang Luoli. Zhang Luoli disappeared without a trace as if she had vaporized. Lu Chuan's heart was filled with worry and confusion, and he began to reflect on the bits and pieces between himself and Zhang Luoli. On this day, there was a roar in the sky. He looked up and saw an airplane heading towards his pack's territory. The huge fuselage glistened with a metallic luster in the sunlight, revealing a sense of majesty and oppression. The roar of the airplanes was deafening, as if they were trying to shatter the serenity of this meadow completely. And behind the plane, two armored vehicles followed, their tracks rolling and raising a cloud of dust. Lu Chuan was shocked in his heart. No good. This direction is the lion's. In this time of crisis, he, as the Lion King, is tasked with the responsibility of guarding the pack. The matter of finding Zhang Luoli had to be put on hold for the time being. He couldn't stand by and watch his pride's lions being captured by humans for experimentation. That would be a provocation to his kingly dignity and a deadly threat to his pride. He secretly vowed in his heart to protect the pack before continuing his search for Zhang Luoli. Chapter 29 The Expedition. Is this lion made of iron? And the gun can't even break the skin? The helicopter's roar was thunderous, echoing long over the vast, sprawling grasslands, its fuselage trembling slightly. Inside the cabin, several observers were focused, and they had a pair of high-powered binoculars in their hands, close to their eyes, which looked as if they wanted to see through the entire grassland. Lions are all pack creatures. Look at this group below. The number is afraid to break 100 ah. An observer was the first to break the silence, a hint of undisguised awe in his voice. His eyes scanned greedily through the binoculars at the sea of gold below, lions lying or standing. Each lion is a symbol of the king of this grassland. Such a huge group gathered together, emitting a sense of oppression that can be clearly felt even from a high altitude. Yes, a lion pride of this size is an extremely rare sight in our great Yen, usually only seen in the depths of a distant tropical continent. Another observer chimed in, his words filled with a sense of cherishing and feeling for this rare scene. In this vast land of Dian, lions are not considered rare though. But with such a large number gathered in one place, it was undoubtedly a feast for the eyes given by nature and an unexpected surprise for them, the explorers. After a short period of awe and discussion, the conversation gradually turned to the core mission of the expedition. The collection of samples from the lions has been slow this time, and the harvests have been few and far between. In my opinion, we might as well catch one right here, so we can return to our work. An observer wearing delicate glasses offered his thoughts. His words were concise and clear, but like a stone thrown into a calm lake, they instantly stirred up 1,000 waves. They captured quite a few animals back during this time. Just no lions. All right, notify the ground forces quickly and start the operation immediately. The group leader-like person nodded slightly, and without the slightest hesitation, decisively gave the order. He quickly picked up his walkie-talkie, and his short but forceful words traveled over the airwaves to the ground. Target locked. Lions below. Prepare for action. Receiving the order, the two armored vehicles on the ground, their engines roaring, slowly headed towards the edge of the lion's territory along the road on the grassland that was hidden and crushed by countless hooves and wheels. The tracks crunched relentlessly over the dry grass, making a crunching, ear-splitting sound. Shortly afterward, the two vehicles quietly stopped at an extremely secluded location. The soldiers in the car had already been standing by. Up the road, they were well targeted and had locked on to two lionesses who were lounging lazily in the grass. Make it quick. Tranquilizer guns at the ready. A soldier lowered his voice, his tone a mix of nervousness and excitement. Two soldiers in heavy armor and steel helmets quickly got out of the car like ghosts. They were catatonic, light and agile, armed with tranquilizer guns. They gradually approached the target. When the distance was right, they didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh. Two slight whistles cut through the silent air, and the anesthesia needles shot at the target with unerring precision like arrows off the string. This is a tranquilizer gun that has been treated with a special weighted dosage, based on extensive past combat experience. Once struck by it, even the fiercest and strongest adult lions will collapse to the ground and fall into a state of deep anesthesia in just 3 minutes. Launch successful. The soldiers secretly cheered in their hearts, their excitement overflowing, as if they had already seen the dawn of victory beckoning ahead. However, the gears of fate turned quietly at this moment, just as they were about to get up and stride toward the two lionesses that were about to fall to the ground. Roar! A majestic, Earth-shaking lion's roar was like a bolt from the blue. It exploded steeply over the grasslands. That roar contained endless majesty and anger, causing the bodies of everyone present to tremble violently and uncontrollably. This is a kind of awe and fear that originates from the depths of human beings, towards powerful forces. Only Lu Chuan's immense body slowly stepped out from the grass. Dare to lay hands on my wife? Tired of living? His figure was a few points stouter than the most robust rhinoceros on the grassland, and every step he took seemed to make the earth under his feet tremble slightly. It gave the group of soldiers in front of them a great sense of oppression that they had never felt before. Quick! Tranquilizer guns at the ready! The soldiers hissed in horror, a distinct tremor and panic in their voices. They handily reloaded their ammunition again and shot frantically towards Lu Chuan. And for a while, the anesthetic needles shot at Lu Chuan like dense rain. However, Lu Chuan instantly opened his Vajra body. That fur that was already as hard as a rock was even harder as iron under the infusion of spiritual energy, and those anesthetic needles hit him. It was like hitting an incredibly hard granite, bouncing off one after another, and actually unable to penetrate his defense in the slightest. What? When the soldiers saw this, they were so shocked that their eyes almost stared out, their mouths wide open with disbelief. They had been on the battlefield for many years and had carried out countless dangerous missions, but they had never encountered such an unimaginable situation. All the experience accumulated in the past seems to have become useless waste paper at this moment, being ruthlessly trampled by reality. The situation is critical. Expel with guns, the leader of the group ordered. The soldiers quickly raised their rifles in their hands and fired wildly toward the sky in demonstration. Tada! The sound of the gunshot instantly echoed across the grassland, startling a flock of birds of prey that had been roosting in the grass. The soldiers attempted to scare Lu Chuan off with this deafening gunfire, so that he would know better and give up his resistance. But would Lu Chuan not be easily intimidated? He remained firm and approached slowly towards the soldiers. Bang! The leader of the group forced himself to stay calm, aimed at Lu Chuan, and pulled the trigger. A bullet whistled out, accurately shooting at Lu Chuan's body. However, it is astonishing that the bullets hit Lu Chuan's body, only splashed a few weak sparks, but Lu Chuan, as if he did not realize, unharmed, still steadily forward. How is this possible? It's too much. Is this lion invulnerable to knives and guns? This scene sent the soldiers into a complete abyss of panic, and their hands began to tremble uncontrollably and violently. Beads of sweat rolled down on their foreheads like rain, and their eyes were filled with fear and despair, as if they saw death beckoning them. What are you waiting for? Open up! Bang bang! More bullets poured down like a furious storm. Yet it was of little use. Withdraw! The leaders saw the situation and gave the decisive order to retreat. The soldiers were amazed and fled back to the armored car, which started up quickly, its tracks spinning wildly, raising a huge cloud of dust. Lu Chuan stood still and watched the armored car go away until it disappeared at the end of his vision, but he did not choose to continue the pursuit. The fastest speed of the armored car was only 120 yards, and when he ran at full speed, his speed could easily exceed 200 yards. Catching up with and destroying these two armored cars was not a difficult task for him, but he also knew that once he went on a killing spree and killed these human soldiers, it would surely bring about the demise of the entire pride of lions. After the armored car completely disappeared into thin air, Lu Chuan turned around and hurried back with big steps. Chapter 30 Prairie Crisis. Presently numerous dematerialization. The two lionesses that had been shot with tranquilizer guns collapsed like a puddle of soft mud on the withered grass, their eyes tightly closed. Breathing faintly and evenly, he had fallen into a deep slumber. Lu Chuan stood quietly beside them, his huge body like a lofty hill, casting a heavy shadow. He gazed at the lioness, his heart mixed, the feeling of gratitude like a tide surging to his heart, secretly murmured, "Fortunately, it is only anesthesia. If the human heartlessness to shoot directly, then the consequences." He didn't dare to continue imagining it, and only felt a wave of fury surging madly in the bottom of his heart, as if it was about to break through his chest and burn everything in front of him to the ground. That rage was hot enough to melt steel, hot enough to plunge this grassland into endless bloodshed and chaos. Lu Chuan forced down the anger and fear in his heart. He knew that the priority at the moment was to wake up the two lionesses. Raising his palm, a layer of soft and bright light rose above it, which was like the morning sun at the break of dawn, containing the hope and power of life. He carefully placed his palms lightly over the lioness's body, and the light slowly seeped into the lioness's body like a trickle of water along his palms. Finally, the lioness's eyelids fluttered slightly, gradually showing signs of awakening. When Lu Chuan saw this, he let out a long breath, and his taut nerves relaxed a little. However, although the crisis is temporarily lifted, Lu Chuan's heart is not calm. Instead, he fell into a deep state of apprehension. This head-to-head encounter with the humans, and he had thoroughly exposed himself as powerful enough to scare the humans in this game. Humanity would never turn a blind eye to such a threat. Once it senses an aura of danger, it will certainly throw all its weight behind it, launching a frantic hunt and siege. Perhaps the next arrival of humans will come like a surging tide spreading across the sky. Their numbers as numerous as the stars on the prairie, too numerous to count. And the weaponry they carry will be more refined and more deadly. Those guns that shone with a cold light, those mysterious and unpredictable high-tech weapons. Each of them was enough to plunge Lu Chuan and his tribe into a place of no return. Moreover, the terrain of this grassland was simply a natural death trap for Lu Chuan and his tribe. Flat, open and endless, with no natural barriers to hide and conceal. Lu Chuan looked around, only to realize that he and his pack were like a group of living targets exposed in plain sight, with no power to fight back, and could only wait for the humans to aim and shoot. It would be nice to get to the mountains. Lu Chuan sighed in his heart as the rolling hills and complex terrain of the mountainous region continued to surface in his mind. There, the dense woods were like a sea of green, able to hide their silhouettes perfectly. It's not good for humans to drive in. Skyplane visibility will also be affected. At this time, the research center of the Great Yin country. What's the situation? An anxious inquiry came from the serious and cold communication device at headquarters. A voice that seemed to cut through the tense air like a harsh bolt of lightning. You were attacked by lions? Yes. Firing the gun didn't work at all. That male lion wasn't afraid and charged at us. The bullets hit that big guy like steel. The human soldiers in the two armored vehicles reported back in a heartfelt voice, their voices still tinged with undiluted panic and trembling. After escaping 200 miles, they finally adjusted their signals in a panic and contacted the headquarters, recounting everything that had happened here in detail. The incident, instantly, attracted a great deal of attention from all sides. The forces from all sides caught wind of the situation, as if a pack of hungry wolves had smelled the scent of blood. An expert from the Great Yin Empire Capital Research Institute was overjoyed when he learned about this. In his eyes, this powerful mutated creature, far from being an ordinary lion, was a key to unlocking countless mysteries. It may be able to solve many mysteries for mankind about that mysterious blood rain, about biological evolution. As a result, Cloud City, which was very close to the grasslands, quickly entered a state of emergency preparedness. They thunderously began to deploy the battle plan, with every aspect tightly organized and in order, without the slightest omission. Since ordinary guns were as useless as toys in the hands of a child in front of that lion, they did not hesitate to use artillery fire that was more powerful and lethal. A heavy artillery piece was slowly hauled to the edge of the grassland. That steel behemoth of a body shone with an icy cold light in the sunlight. The muzzle of the cannon was like a hideous maw, aimed in the general direction of where Lu Chuan's group was, just waiting for an order. Grasslands, within the territory of the lions. Lu Chuan took heavy but firm steps and carefully toured every corner of the pack, looking at his territory and his people. He looked at the well-being of each member of the group, and his determination to migrate grew stronger in his mind. Now that the location of the tribe had been exposed, staying here was undoubtedly a sitting duck, and sooner or later, they would suffer extinction. Luckily, the clan had developed over this period of time, and under the baptism and sharpening of the blood rain, there were still 4 or 5 members who had reached the early stage of transfiguration, in addition to the general. Although there was still a considerable gap between the strength of these members of the early stage of transcendence compared to Lu Chuan, they could become a force to be reckoned with in the process of the migration of the community, provide a certain level of security for the community. Roar! Lu Chuan gestured up at the general and the other lions, his eyes filled with anxiety and anticipation. With his claws, he drew a simple but clear road map on the ground, and made various vivid movements with his huge body, signaling the approaching danger and the direction of migration. The general and the other lions gathered around Lu Chuan, their bright eyes staring at Lu Chuan's every move. Although they couldn't fully understand every intention of Lu Chuan, with the tacit understanding they had cultivated by spending a long time with Lu Chuan, as well as the sharp perception of animal instincts, they probably understood what Lu Chuan meant. Thus, under the leadership of Lu Chuan, the herd began a vast migration. The scene was like a sea of gold flowing slowly across the grassland. South of the prairie, there is a mountainous area. There are peaks and valleys, and the dense woods and rugged terrain can provide excellent hiding places for the packs. Lu Chuan's mind clearly planned the route to get there. He planned to lead his group across the grassland, avoiding the ears and eyes of the humans, and smoothly arriving at the mountainous region to take shelter for a while and wait for the right time. And when the lions migrated an hour later, the helicopter slowly flew to the spot where they had previously roosted. Where are the lions? The observer looked around through his binoculars, his face full of amazement. The lions, which had been expected to be easily spotted, had disappeared without a trace, leaving only an empty grassland. Chapter 31, The Lion King Enters the Mountain. Opening up new territory. The helicopter's rotor blades rotated at high speeds with a deafening roar. Fly lower and see. The observer's eyes were focused, staring intently at the vast expanse of grassland below, and he shouted towards the pilot, a hint of undeniable urgency in his voice. This time they came with a mission, and they didn't expect the lion to be missing. What a joke! Could these lions even have radar and know they were coming in advance? As the helicopter's altitude slowly dropped, the powerful airflow resembled a raging tide, sweeping toward the ground in a funnel shape. It blew and rustled the grass below it, which shook violently like waves. Finally, as the altitude was lowered to a certain point, observers spotted the end. There were dense, star-like footprints on the ground. The footprints were huge and clear, each one deep in the loose dirt, and it was obvious that the lions had left in a hurry. At the same time, it's a trail left behind by a large-scale movement of lions. Follow those footprints. The observer's eyes were as bright as a torch, and he gave the decisive order. Yes, the helicopter, like an arrow out of a string, sped off in the direction of the footprints. The lions had a temporary head start because they had withdrawn early. Under Lu Chuan's leadership, the lions quickly crossed the grassland and ran towards the mountains in the distance. On the human side, the helicopters were not flying at full speed because they also had to scrutinize the footprints left by the lions to determine where to track. The driver's eyes were glued to the ground, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead, and his hands were steadily maneuvering the joystick for fear of losing the target if he was not careful. In this way, it would not be easy to catch up with the lions in a short time. An hour passed quietly in this tense tracking process. The humans in the helicopter were getting more and more surprised as the lions were at this point. Surprisingly, at the edge of the grasslands, over there, it seems to be the mountains. One of the observers pointed ahead, his brow furrowing slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of worry. Several people looked at each other, all seeing the same worry in each other's eyes, and realized the seriousness of the matter. Why did this lion pack run towards the mountains? The terrain in the mountains is so complicated. It's going to be difficult for us to track it. Humph. No matter where they run to, they won't be able to escape us. But this mountainous region is really troublesome. With many trees, obstructed sightlines, and intersecting valleys, it's easy for them to hide. A seasoned veteran grunted coldly, his eyes brimming with confidence, but he couldn't hide his concerns about the mountainous environment. I'm just afraid that this pride of lions is migrating with a purpose. If they really have any intelligence and know how to use the mountainous terrain to avoid us, that would be bad. Another observer said worriedly, "What are you afraid of? Even if they have intelligence, can they be stronger than our high technology? Once the cannons and missiles are bombarded, no matter what lions and tigers they are, they'll all go up in smoke." The veteran patted the box of weapons at his side, full of concern. That being said, it's still best if we can capture them alive for study. After all, the changes in this lion pack are too abnormal, and may help us tremendously in solving the mystery of the blood rain. Alright, let's not discuss this for now. Hurry up and report to headquarters. The plan has to be adjusted. Originally I thought I could easily catch that male lion in the grasslands, but now it seems it's not that simple. The leader of the observer group interrupted the discussion and said seriously, "The mountains, for lions, are a mysterious land of unknowns and challenges. The terrain is complex and varied, resembling a huge maze of rolling hills and gullies. The tall and dense trees covered the sky, and the sunlight could only shed dappled light and shadow through the gaps in the leaves, as if countless pairs of prying eyes. The mountain streams and valleys are deep and treacherous, filled with a light mist, like a light veil, giving people a dreamy but dangerous feeling. Again, searching for and capturing lions in such an environment is far more difficult than in flat grasslands. Is this pride of lions a normal migration, or is it actively migrating to avoid humans?" These people couldn't help but feel a little uneasy in their hearts. Humans, in fact, are not afraid of beasts becoming stronger. In their perception, no matter how strong the beasts become, they cannot carry the indiscriminate bombardment of cannons and missiles. Those powerful heat weapons can easily harvest all life. What they really feared was that the beasts possessed the same intelligence as men. Once the beasts had intelligence and knew how to strategize and plan, it would undoubtedly be a great disaster for mankind. Beasts will no longer be creatures that act purely on instinct, but will be able to fight against humans, a situation that humans do not want to face. Change of plans, report it. The original plan was for the scout planes to reconfirm the location of the lions, and then the land forces would set up their cannons and come to the lions' territory with metal nets to capture the last powerful male lion. At that moment the cannon, with its black hole pointing to the sky, seemed to be announcing to the world the mighty force of mankind. The metal mesh, on the other hand, glinted coldly in the sunlight, weaving a web of death, waiting for its prey to throw itself into the net. But now, the sudden migration of the lions has completely disrupted their plans, and everything has become full of unknowns and variables. Finally, outside the grassland, Lu Chuan stood in a majestic lead. The massive body glowed golden in the sunlight, its muscles taut and full of power. Looking at the rolling mountains in front of him, he let out a long breath in his heart. By the time we get over here, there will be relatively few threats posed by humans, unless humans go out of their way to do that kind of blanket bombing. But common sense dictates that it shouldn't be so extreme. After all, the lions are not the only ones present in this mountainous region. There are numerous other creatures and the ecology is very complex. If indiscriminate bombardment is carried out, it will inevitably cause a series of unpredictable chain reactions and deal a devastating blow to the entire ecological balance. The next step, however, is how to get a foothold in this new place and establish a new territory of your own. This mountainous region is relatively safe, but it also has many indigenous creatures. They will not easily tolerate the intrusion of the lions, and a territorial dispute is inevitable. Roar! Lu Chuan let out a majestic lion's roar. The sound was like thunder, echoing in the valley for a long time. The lions of the clan, led by him, began to make their way toward the mountains. Most of the indigenous beasts at the foot of the mountain fled in terror under the mighty might of the lions. Their eyes were filled with fear, as if they had seen the devil descend. Some of those who couldn't escape in time were instantly grabbed by the sharp teeth and claws of the lions and became a meal in their bellies. Blood splattered on the grass, emitting a pungent fishy odor. But the lions did not care. This is the law of survival. The weak are the strongest. Since ancient times, after the lions had a short rest at the foot of the mountain to replenish their strength, Lu Chuan once again gave the order to start heading deeper into the mountains. After going over several hills, we finally encountered the guy who dared to block the road. A loud and majestic tiger's whistle resounded throughout the mountain forest, as if it was a thunderbolt from the sky, breaking the tranquility of the mountain forest. Chapter 32 Jianluoli, How I Got Pregnant Again. In front of the lions, the atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring, ready to strike. 5 fierce tigers, like demonic beasts stepping out from the dark abyss, slowly appeared at the edge of the lush mountain forest. Their size was beyond imagination, and each head was like a moving mountain of flesh. Firm muscles rippled violently like surging waves under the fur. The tiger's stripes were variegated and gorgeous, glimmering with a ghostly and majestic light in the interplay of light and shadow spilled by the dappled sunlight through the gaps in the leaves. This group of tigers was also aware of a group of strange creatures entering the mountains. That's why he came in a hurry. Declare their unassailable dominance. Although one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers was once an insurmountable iron law. These tigers have been intellectually enlightened after a baptism of blood. They no longer adhere to the rules. Has been a deep understanding of the power of the group, resolutely abandoned the old habits of solitary solitude. A new, challenging stance, proudly facing a formidable foe in front of you. Lu Chuan's complexion stared as he detected that 3 of them had stepped into the realm of transcendence. This 3-headed tiger was surrounded by a layer of light halo, just like a mysterious light veil, and one of them had even reached the middle stage of transfiguration. The strongest tiger leader was even more majestic, as if a supreme monarch was reviewing his territory, standing proudly at the forefront of the tiger group. Not bad, actually has the strength of the middle stage of transcendence. However, compared to me it's still far worse. A fiery fighting spirit surged in Lu Chuan's heart. It seems to be ignited beacon fire, instantly burning. Its momentum prairie fire. Roar! Lu Chuan took the lead and took a step forward, as if a golden lightning bolt had cut through the void. Its speed was so fast that the eye could not see it. His huge body was like a towering, moving hill, and every step he took caused the solid ground to tremble slightly. His mane danced with the wind, just like golden flames dancing wildly in the wind, showing off his incomparable kingly demeanor to the fullest. At the same time, among the lions, the general and the other 6 or 7 dematerialized lions also followed behind like shadows. The other descended lions were no less impressive, as they either roared in a low voice, as if they were issuing an ultimatum to their enemies, closely locking onto his opponent's every move. He stood side by side with Lu Chuan, forming a fighting force powerful enough to shake heaven and earth. In the rear, more than 100 lions came rushing in like a surging tide. Their proximity brought with it a mountainous sense of proximity and oppression. These lions, each of them with an athletic stance and fur that was either golden or brownish brown, glittered uniquely in the sunlight, as if they were clad in a layer of golden battle armor. Their eyes are like deep stars, permeated with wildness and alertness, staring dead ahead at the tiger group, as if scrutinizing the prey that is about to come to hand, and as if declaring their sovereignty over this land. The battle broke out instantly. Lu Chuan rushed towards the tiger group like an arrow off the string. The speed was as fast as a gust of wind. Instantly arriving, he opened his bloody mouth, revealing fangs as sharp as knives, and lunged towards the tiger leader, his claws cutting a harsh arc in the air, bringing up a whistling wind sound. Its might is so fierce that it is like a god descending from heaven. The tiger leader was also not willing to show weakness. It let out a tiger roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The sound waves rolled as if it could shatter human eardrums, and then violently leaped up to meet Lu Chuan. The two behemoths met in the air, and Lu Chuan, with his great strength and agility, avoided the tiger leader's attacks again and again and waited for the opportunity to counterattack. The claws scratched the tiger leader's body fiercely, and immediately the skin opened up and blood splattered, resembling a blooming red lotus. The general led the other dematerialized lions in a fierce fight with the tigers as well. The general saw a tiger in the early stages of dematerialization, rushed up to it, sidestepped the tiger's pounce, and slammed it hard into the tiger's abdomen, knocking it out of the way. The tiger rolled over on the ground a few times and was just getting up when the general pounced again and took a bite out of the tiger's neck. Sharp teeth were deeply embedded in the flesh, and blood gurgled out, staining the ground at his feet. The other lions also wrestled with the tigers, and some jumped onto the tigers' backs, scratching their backs with their claws, leaving a blood trail that was shocking to the eyes. Some rolled on the ground with the tiger, tearing each other apart, hair and blood flying through the air. The ordinary lions form a perimeter to prevent the tiger from escaping. They continuously let out low growls to intimidate the tigers. The sound was like a curse from hell. Once a tiger tries to break through the encirclement, many lions will swarm up and use their numerical superiority to suppress it, making it difficult for it to escape. The tigers were gradually put at a disadvantage by the onslaught of the lions. Some tigers, intimidated by the momentum of the lions, turned to flee, but were blocked by a circle of lions. Roar! Come and stay! Lu Chuan let out an earth-shattering roar. The lions attacked more and more fiercely, and their cooperation became more and more tacit, forming a perfect fighting machine that ran freely and invincibly. Under the powerful attack of the lions, the tigers could not resist at all, and the battle basically showed a one-sided situation, with the lions forming a crushing force on the tigers. The tribe can eat beautifully again and enjoy the fruits of their victory. At night, Lu Chuan carefully explored the depths of the mountain and finally found a hidden valley. The mountain peaks were jagged with strange rocks, and the valleys were filled with huge natural caves, which were spacious and deep inside, and the walls of the caves were faintly glittering with the light of some strange ores. This is it. Make your home here. Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction and decided to use this place as a new habitat for the pack. Leading the lions slowly into the den, he began to set up and settle in, his eyes full of vision and hope for the future. Beyond the grassland, on the side opposite to Lu Chuan's direction, in the middle of a large mountain, Zhang Luoli stood alone at the top of the mountain. The mountain wind whistled past, blowing up her hair, but could not blow away the melancholy in her heart. How I got pregnant again. Zhang Luoli's gaze was a bit mesmerized, her heart filled with helplessness and confusion. It was hard for her to ruthlessly sever her ties with Lu Chuan and the lions and leave with determination. But now, fate has played a joke on her, and she finds herself inextricably linked to the succubus again. Projecting the time it takes for lions to reproduce, it is estimated that, with 3 months to go, another child will be born. When the time comes, where to go from here? Did you raise your children on your own? But the hardships and difficulties can be imagined. Or send it back and let the child find the father? But she is also worried about her child's safety among the lions, and is even more afraid to face Lu Chuan and all those complicated emotional entanglements. Zhang Luoli was in deep distress as she looked into the distance, her mind in a state of confusion. Chapter 33 Ren Xingyao. What really happened back then? Where did all those big shots go? Deep in the mountains, Lu Chuan, since leading the lions, successfully eliminated the tiger group, found a paradise-like valley. The lions were able to live here peacefully, rest and recuperation. But it didn't take long before he instantly embarked on a new journey to expand his territory in order to gain supremacy. A huge pride of lions needs a vast and resource-rich land to satisfy its insatiable appetite for food and its craving for rare and precious ingredients. This is the only way to ensure the prosperity of the community. Time passes like a white horse. Under Lu Chuan's leadership and the concerted efforts of the lions, they gradually made a name for themselves in this mountain forest, successfully occupied a vast territory of hundreds of kilometers in circumference, and became the undisputed hegemon of this land. In the meantime, they encountered mountain indigenous beasts, although there is no lack of ferocious and brave generation. But in front of the lion group of that chillingly powerful pressure and powerful and unparalleled means of attack, most of them are like a chicken and a dog is unbearable. Often, they can only flee in despair, or fall into the lion's belly in the unwillingness to eat. However, Lu Chuan was not completely absorbed in the expansion of his territory and the bloody battles. When there is spare time, he pours his whole heart into raising his offspring, especially the 2 little ones left behind by Zhang Luoli. They are missing the tender care of a mother's love. Lu Chuan, as a father, is deeply guilty and responsible, so he is determined to double the care to make up for this regret. patiently teaching the two little ones the tricks and finer points of hunting, from how to silently use the cover of grass and trees, like a ghost to approach the prey unnoticed, to how to accurately grasp the timing, in the prey's most lax moment, lightning fast to launch a fatal blow. Every detail was repeatedly explained and demonstrated by him, which can be said to be taught without reservation. When the spirit fruits were distributed, Lu Chuan would also be unable to resist the favoritism in his heart and quietly bestow more spirit fruits to these two children. I wonder where your mother is today, but rest assured, as long as she still survives somewhere in this world, I will do whatever it takes to get her back. Shu District, located in the southwestern border of Dian. Its terrain is so unique that it can be described as a ghostly work of art. In the center of this place, there was a huge and incomparably deep basin, as if the earth had been blasted out by a certain deity with great force in the ancient times as a shocking huge pit, deep and mysterious. And all around, the mountains loomed large, like giants ringing the guard. The peaks of the mountains towered into the clouds. The steep cliffs were as if they had been cut by the gods of heaven with sharp blades, treacherous and unusual, and the mountains were surrounded by clouds and mist, as if a layer of light veil and thin mantle, isolating this part of the world from the outside world, like a mysterious barrier between the fairyland and the earth. On this day, in the sky at the edge of that mountain range, an athletic figure crossed like a meteor, and it was none other than Ren Xingyao. At the moment, she was being pursued by two helicopters behind her. It's right here. Catch up. Where on earth did this lion come from? It's so fast. Let's not talk so much. Find a way to catch it and this mission will be accomplished. The helicopter's propellers rotated at high speed, emitting a deafening roar that reverberated in the valley, frightening the surrounding birds and animals, all of them lifting their wings and flying to escape from this place of wrongdoing. The searchlights on the helicopter were as strong as daytime, like a sharp lightsaber, tightly locking onto Ren Xingyao's figure. No, this lion is too fast. Is it still a lion? The target must be locked down. On the helicopter, a squad leader stared down at Ren Xingyao with a deadly gaze. They were given orders that this lion had to be brought back, but who would have thought that the lion could run faster than a helicopter? Ren Xingyao was not a weak person who could be captured so easily. His body was agile, as if he were a ghost walking at night, and he traveled freely among the mountains and forests, with the help of the dense trees in the mountain forest, which were like a green ocean, as well as the complicated and changeable terrain, which was like a labyrinth. She skillfully circled around with her pursuers. Soon, it caused the pursuers in the helicopter to lose their target instantly, finally stepping into the late stage of dematerialization. Ren Xingyao stood in a quiet clearing in the mountain forest, panting slightly. Next, it's time to cultivate some puppets to be used for me and explore the heavenly treasures in this neighborhood for me. She narrowed her eyes slightly, her mind racing. After arriving at this mountain range, Ren Xingyao launched a series of actions without stopping, beginning to carefully search for suitable prey in the mountains and forests, those ferocious beasts that were incomparably fierce and full of wildness. Once she locked onto her target, she would use the soul regeneration technique. Only a ghostly blue light, like a spiritual snake, snaked out from her palm and instantly wrapped around the soul of the ferocious beast. In the pain and struggle, she gradually lost her self-awareness, and eventually became a complete puppet of her manipulation. At this point in time, Ren Xingyao had already gained a certain degree of understanding of this world. Previously, she had ventured into the middle of a village in the Shu district, and the results were predictable. Although a lot of information was learned, it was also discovered by humans as a result. Then came the earlier scene of being chased by a helicopter, but with her own strong strength, even if she was discovered by the humans couldn't do anything to her. But this incident also let Ren Xingyao know that this side of the world at this time was very different from the one she was originally in. If you want to survive and become powerful, you have to be incredibly careful to do so. Otherwise you can fall into the abyss of doom if you're not careful. It's still good as it used to be, except that those moralistic and self-proclaimed righteous guys are very much in the way. Since then, she had driven these manipulated ferocious beasts like a group of loyal slaves to search for spirit fruits in the nearby mountains. During this time, Ren Xingyao was likewise thinking about a problem, a question that had been bothering her for a long time. What exactly happened back then that caused this world to be devoid of aura? As if it were a dead desert? And now, for what reason is the aura revived? As if spring has returned to the earth and everything is revived? These riddles hidden in the river of ages. I, Ren Xingyao, will definitely unveil them one by one and let the truth be revealed to the world. Ren Xingyao's gaze was as firm as a rock, and her eyes were filled with that fiery and incomparable persistence and desire for the truth. She could sense that behind these riddles might lie the key that would be enough to change her destiny and put her in control of the entire world. So, after carefully arranging everything, she sought out a quiet and secluded cave, beginning to retreat and dive into cultivation. expecting to be able to further enhance his strength during these long years of seclusion. At the same time, it also prepares more fully for the unraveling of the mystery, so that the day she is released from the gate will be the day she shakes the world. Chapter 34, Awakening Me Realm. Awakening Talent. Demon God Transformation. In the region of the Great Inferno, more than a month had passed since the blood rain. In these days, the world seems to have been stirred recklessly by an invisible hand and plunged into unprecedented and drastic changes. The appearance of the former peaceful life has been completely torn. More and more ordinary people stepped into that once only existed in the fantasy and legend of the martial arts masters' ranks. They leap freely between the forested eaves and towering walls, as light as a feather, when waving fist and palm, or transporting force to lift things. The outbreak of strength is like being able to open mountains and crack rocks, and the force is so infinite that it is enough to make the viewers stagger and marvel. Once upon a time, those special forces elites who flaunted their power in the world by virtue of their advanced firearms and rigorous military training had appeared so small and fragile in front of the extraordinary power of these emerging martial arts masters. Scientific research organizations in various countries have also rapidly mobilized massive human and sophisticated material resources, and have fully committed themselves to in-depth research. After countless nights of experimental exploration and cocooning data analysis, with great difficulty, they finally sorted out some preliminary clues and conclusions from this jumbled mess of strange phenomena. Since that mysterious rain of blood, this world has had an extra invisible special energy. Whether you are in the bustling crowd of the busy city, or hidden in the deep forest of the birds and animals, each living individual is as if endowed with a new instinct, being able to draw on this mysterious energy as if it were a sponge sucking up water. And as this energy slowly accumulated and settled within their bodies, their physiques were also undergoing earth-shattering and amazing changes in a subtle manner. Muscle fibers gradually thickened and encrypted like tough steel wires, and the density and strength of bones climbed upward as if they had been injected with some kind of magical reinforcing agent. It was as if the entire person or beast had been meticulously reshaped by a mysterious force that transcended nature, shedding their skin and moving to a whole new level of life. Researchers were racking their brains and eventually found a glimpse of inspiration in those dusty old fairy tale accounts. A fantastical name was given to this mysterious special energy Reiki, and in the course of their further in-depth exploration, there was another amazing discovery like a heavy bomb, and the scientific community set off a furor. At this stage, the vast majority of those lucky people who are far beyond the ordinary and have made amazing progress on the path of physical strengthening have a similar experience. They had either swallowed, by chance, that legendary spirit fruit that contained a rich spiritual chi, or had had close contact with certain heavenly materials that were rare in the world. More worryingly, the findings also clearly show a harsh reality that is extremely unfavorable for humans. In this wave of aura resurgence sweeping the globe, the beasts are evolving much faster than humans, especially those large beasts that originally took their place in the natural world by virtue of their huge size and amazing strength. Under the crazy nourishment of the aura, they were simply like being lit up with evolutionary rocket boosters, progressing at a jaw-droppingly fast rate. The increase in strength and speed was even geometrically increasing, as if it had evolved overnight from an ordinary beast into a terrifying beast that was strong enough to dominate the world. I wonder where the limits of this change really lie, if it really makes everything in the world one iota stronger on a daily basis as this does. In the long run, one day, will human power really be able to counteract or even surpass the power of technology? If that day really comes, I'm afraid that this world will be plunged into endless chaos and killing, and order and civilization may be destroyed. A white-haired, haggard-faced but deep-eyed and wise scientific old man with a frown of worry. He sat alone in front of the window of the laboratory that was piled up with all kinds of research materials and precision instruments, looking out of the window at the world that seemed to be calm and peaceful, but in reality, it was surging with dark currents and crises, muttering to himself, "Ha ha, this is what the world should be like." The technologically bound and bland days of yesteryear should have been buried in the dust of history long ago. A young and vigorous martial artist with a face full of fervor, however, let out a loud and unruly laugh up to the sky. In his blazing eyes, there was a gleam of infinite longing and anticipation for the future. When the day comes when bullets and cannons are as powerless as ants in front of us, then what else in this world can stop us from pursuing freedom and power? Where else shall I not go and what shall I not do? At this critical moment when the world's landscape is about to be completely rewritten and the scales of destiny are tipping, different people have very different mindsets. There are those who struggle with worry and try to find a way to save the fate of mankind. Some people, however, are intoxicated with joy, longing to rise in this chaotic world and become that king who dominates everything. Roar! It's northwest of Dian, deep in the valley where the grassland borders the majestic mountains. Lu Chuan's roar was like a thunderous roar that shattered the sky, roaring and reverberating across the valley. On this day, Lu Chuan had swallowed several spirit fruits one after another. Inside his body, It was as if a volcano of energy about to erupt had been ignited. A mighty might that was vast and majestic enough to change the color of heaven and earth surged out from every inch of his skin and every bone. Unlike Ren Qingyao, Jiang Luoli, and other beings who possessed a mysterious Gongfu inheritance or cultivation method, Lu Chuan had never had, since the beginning, a systematic cultivation guide. The only thing he relied on was the most primitive, purest and direct way, devouring. In his simple and straightforward philosophy, it was a feast of overeating with the aura treasures of heaven and earth. The only way to stand in this cruel competition for survival and wave of evolution and become stronger and stronger was to keep devouring spirit fruits without mercy and wail on the massive amount of aura energy. He was like a tireless and insatiable devouring beast, exhausting all means to seek out exotic treasures that could enhance his strength in this land of mountains and forests full of opportunities and challenges. Under this kind of seemingly brutal and rough, unskillful way of accumulating energy, Lu Chuan's breakthrough came quietly as if it followed the natural laws of heaven. At this moment, his body size had already reached a staggering 4 meters. The huge and lofty body was extremely close to the size of the elephants that dominated the land before the recovery of aura. Simply standing there quietly, it was as if it was a moving hill capable of suppressing a side of heaven and earth. It emitted a suffocatingly powerful sense of oppression, causing all the surrounding beings to look away, not daring to approach easily. Ding! Congratulations to the host. His cultivation level has broken through to the early stage of the awakening realm. Awakening talent, Demon God Transformation. The system's beep sounded in his head. Demon God Transformation, when turned on, size grows and so does strength. See the presentation. Lu Chuan's eyes couldn't help but flash with a blazing light of excitement and anticipation. Previously, when he was in the dematerialization realm, even though his physique was constantly and slowly strengthening, strength and speed are also gradually increasing, but there is no such thing as talent. Chapter 35. This is so unscientific. With his breakthrough to the early stage of the awakening realm, Lu Chuan also reaped a great surprise. That is, he was actually able to speak with his mouth. This change was significant and meant that from now on, he would be able to communicate more efficiently and precisely with members of his community. It is no longer necessary to rely on simple and limited body language to communicate intentions as in the past. Roar! Lu Chuan let out a majestic and magnificent lion's roar, and that sound resounded through the valley like thunder, quickly rallying the lions. Then, slightly tilting his head, he spat out human words, and his clear and powerful words echoed through the lions. All sons and daughters, listen. In the future, our pack, we have to be bigger and stronger. There was unquestionable majesty and firm determination in his eyes. If you encounter a human, be warned in time. The lions lined up neatly, their eyes locked onto Lu Chuan, listening intently to every word. From their eyes that glittered with wisdom, it was easy to see that they had already comprehended Lu Chuan's admonition. Although they are currently unable to speak, they are not impeded in their ability to deeply understand and resolutely carry out instructions. At this moment, Lu Chuan, surrounded by the king's majesty, is as thick as ink. That is the precipitation of the years and the strength of the advancement of the unique aura, as if a layer of invisible but chilling aura. The members of the lion group were all bowed down and did not dare to disobey in the slightest. Lu Chuan then continued his lecture. Today, aura permeates the world, and waves of evolution surge. Spiritual fruits and herbs are the key treasures to enhance strength in this wave, containing the purest spiritual chi of heaven and earth, as if they were the mysterious secret key that opens the door to the strong. After he spoke, his gaze slowly swept over each member, his eyes full of eager expectations. Therefore, you should explore with all your might and fight for the glory and rise of the clan. Under Lu Chuan's careful teaching and motivation, the lions comprehended the future mission and direction and roared low. Roar! The roar was full of fighting spirit, seemingly making a life and death oath to Lu Chuan that he would do his best to live up to the king's trust. Great Yen Southeast, the water countryside, where the river crisscrossed as the earth's blood veins, lakes scattered like the stars in the night sky. Morning Lake, the lake's surface is vast and boundless, the lake water is clear and deep, like a huge heavenly mirror, reflecting the dome of the sky and the surrounding mountains. Jiang Luoli, at this moment, was hidden in the depths of the lake, like a mysterious fairy sleeping in the secret realm of water. Previously, Jiang Luoli encountered a thrilling life and death chase on her way to this lake. The human pursuit team pursued like ghosts, armed with fine weapons, vowing to capture Jiang Luoli. When it was a matter of life and death, Jiang Luoli, with her agility, decided to escape into lake. That's how I got away with it and found a way to survive. At this moment, the depths of the lake suddenly appeared strange vortex. At first, the vortex gentle and slow, such as a breeze on the water. Ripples. In an instant, this force was like a flood beast breaking free from its shackles, quickly losing control, becoming more and more turbulent, and instantly spreading to the surface of the lake. For a time, the lake was choppy, with huge waves discharging into the air, as if an apocalyptic storm had descended. Immediately afterward, a jaw-dropping spectacle emerges. Those madly rotating vortices actually condensed into ice in an instant, as if the long river of time was frozen by a mysterious force. The original spirit of the lake into a transparent ice sculpture. Ice in the faint light refracted a mysterious and fascinating light, as if a dream fairy palace made of snow and ice. At this moment, Jiang Luoli, who was in the center of the vortex, snapped her eyes open. It was her who had broken through. She was the one who managed to break through to the awakening self-realm after Lu Chuan and awakened her talent at this critical point. After all, she had experienced an aura revival and had the honor of peering into many opportunities and cultivation mysteries over the long years. These valuable experiences were like bright stars, illuminating her cultivation path and laying a solid foundation for this breakthrough. The cold ice talent that Jiang Luoli had awakened was considered to be the best of his talents. Even at its first awakening, it was powerful enough to shake heaven and earth. Wake up to my realm, and when you act in the future, you'll finally have something to fall back on. Saying that, he gently waved his frosty claws at the bottom of the lake, and in an instant, a large portion of the lake around him quickly froze. The power of ice and cold was as if it could freeze the soul and cut off the vitality of everything in the world. Not bad. It's only the early stage of aura recovery now. It's completely enough. Jiang Luoli murmured softly, his voice echoing lazily in the silence at the bottom of the lake, carrying a hint of relief and longing for the future. After the revival of the aura, there were many strong people. Every leap in strength means more hope for survival and a chance to control your destiny. Report, an anomaly in the lake has been detected. The swirling vortex of condensed ice happened to be detected by a human-operated drone. This drone was on a routine patrol mission when it inadvertently captured a startling change on the morning lake. Drone cameras accurately recorded the whole process of the vortex icing. The strange scene through the signal speed to the human monitoring center instantly triggered a high degree of vigilance. Soon this news was reported. The human side also reacted at the first opportunity. Nowadays there are more and more places where anomalies occur, and any place where anomalies are detected will immediately attract great attention from above. Soon the news reached the commander. Within a short time, a well-equipped and well-trained armed force was rapidly assembled. Various modes of transportation, departing one after another. Inside the sedan chair, each soldier's face was grave, with nervousness and excitement intertwined in their eyes. They knew very well that in the era of aura revival, any abnormality could harbor a great opportunity or a deadly threat, and the change in the morning sun lake was obviously extraordinary. Soon quite a few soldiers gathered around the morning glory lake. Some soldiers, dressed in specialized diving gear, determinedly dived into the lake. Soon, with the help of a searchlight, they witnessed Jiang Luoli transformed into an ice lion at the bottom of the lake. In that moment, the heart was deeply shaken, as if the soul was frozen. Only Jiang Luoli's body exuded a biting coldness, and every action seemed to contain the power of freezing heaven and earth. She gently waved her claws, and was able to instantly freeze a large portion of the lake water into ice. And the power of ice and cold was like a raging tide of cold, instantly sweeping across the entire lake, shrouding everything in icy deathly silence. This is the first time that human beings are surprised to realize that beasts have such extraordinary supernormal capabilities in addition to physical strengthening. This discovery was like a heavy bomb detonating in the human world, shocking everyone. This power, so far beyond the pale, runs counter to the scientific system of mankind's past cognizance. Soon the story spread. This matter is really against science, someone exclaimed, their voice filled with fear and awe of the unknown. For a time, there were many opinions among the human community. Some people are worried that the beasts with supernatural powers are getting stronger and stronger, and will eventually become a big problem for human beings. It was as if they had already foreseen the horrific picture of the future world dominated by wild beasts, and their hearts were filled with trepidation, while another group of people were full of anticipation and longing, with an excited gleam in their eyes. In their eyes, since beasts could, so could humans. Chapter 36, Blizzard Wolf. Wind Blade? Fancy. Ow. The next day, Lu Chuan leisurely toured among his territories, as if he were an emperor inspecting the mountains and rivers. The sunlight poured through the gaps of the dense branches and leaves, shedding dappled light and shadows, and his figure appeared and disappeared in between. Each step seemed to contain absolute control over this land. The entire territory was immersed in silence, the only sounds being his light footsteps and the occasional chirping of insects and birds around him. Ow! An abrupt wolf howl tore through the quiet. The wolf's howl, high and loud, its sound curling up into the clouds, was a blatant provocation. At the same time, 3 lion roars followed each other, and the roars were filled with tension, anger and determination to defend the home. The surrounding birds were so frightened that they lifted their wings and flew away, and the beasts also fled in panic. Lu Chuan was instantly alert. When the wolf's howl entered his ears, he was keenly aware of the abnormality in it. This was by no means something that an ordinary wolf could emit, and the power and intimidation contained in its voice signaled that the visitor was not good. At that moment, without the slightest hesitation, the muscles of his limbs instantly tightened, like an arrow with a full bowstring drawn, and he fiercely exerted his strength. In an instant, his body transformed into a golden stream of light. Wherever it passed, the wind whistled, flying sand and stones, and the trees on both sides were impacted by its powerful airflow to the east and west, and the branches and leaves were in flurry, seemingly to open the way for it to rely on. Since breaking through the awakening realm, Lu Chuan's speed had been extraordinary. At this moment, running at full speed, more like a golden meteor, cutting through the mountains and forests in the sky, the speed of its speed has exceeded 300 kilometers per hour. The power of the hurricane in his body complemented it, enabling him to use the power to fly low. His body was seen briefly skimming a foot off the ground, splashing sand and rocks and bending grass. At the edge of the territory, 3 lionesses were confronting a white wolf. The white wolf's fur was more than snow, and under the sunlight, the cold aura flickered, as if the frost had first condensed. Its posture is athletic and agile. The muscle lines are smooth and graceful, containing infinite explosive power. Every movement seems to contain a rhythm, elegant but deadly. Within his eyes, ferocity and cunning were intertwined. Behind the white wolf, a group of wolves were surging and running. Their momentum was like a tidal wave, and roughly calculated. The piece of gray figures saved up, as if the dark clouds were covering the sun, giving a person a strong sense of oppression. At the same time, the lions converged from all over the territory, roaring or chanting, all responding to the call to battle. A life and death contest was on the line and had to be launched. The Wolf King at the head, with his stout and tall figure, was like a small moving hill, standing proudly before the wolves. He was like a majestic commander-in-chief, and in his eyes, arrogance and ferocity coexisted. Suddenly, it raised its sharp claws and swung them swiftly through the air in a fluid motion. In the next moment, a ghostly blue wind blade shot out like substance. The light flickered and was sharp. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be cut by sharp blades, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Trees that were thinner and weaker were instantly chopped off by the wind blade, and the wood shavings splattered like a heavenly maiden, flickering with a bit of coldness under the sunlight. A lioness was unable to dodge and was sliced across her body by the wind blade. Instantly her skin split open and blood gushed out like a spring. White bones were visible, and the injuries were grievous. Seek death. Lu Chuan witnessed the tragic situation in front of him, and the anger in his heart instantly erupted like a volcano, burning. He looked up to the sky and roared. His voice was like thunder, shaking the surrounding mountains and forests, and the leaves rustled and fell, as if it were a rain of leaves. Immediately after that, he ejected like a cannonball, his figure tracing a golden arc in the air. The Wolf King seemed to feel something, keenly aware of Lu Chuan's powerful aura. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes, but it was instantly covered by Jia Xia. His reaction was also incredibly swift. His body flashed, like a ghost, avoiding Lu Chuan's harsh pounce, his movements light and flexible. Lu Chuan landed on the ground and turned to pounce on the Wolf King once again. Seeing the situation, the Wolf King repeated his trick and launched another wind blade attack. Although Lu Chuan had awakened the power to manipulate wind blades, he was not yet skillful in its use. Seeing this situation, he simply turned on his Vajra body. His muscles were as taut as iron and stone, and the surface of his skin glowed with a layer of dazzling golden light. The incoming wind blades struck him, splashing with golden sparks and clanking sounds, but failed to cause the slightest substantial damage to him. He is like a towering golden fortress, standing, solid as a rock. Roar! Lu Chuan immediately executed the demon god transformation. In an instant, it was as if his body was infused with a mysterious and powerful force, and began to expand dramatically. Muscles wriggled and pancaked like raging waves. Each muscle is like a carnival feast of self-evolution, full of the vigor of life and the desire for strength. The bones clicked and clattered, constantly thickening and lengthening, seemingly remodeling an overwhelming skeleton capable of supporting heaven and earth. Every bone growth is accompanied by the awakening of great power. His height jumped up quickly, and his strength and speed increased dramatically with it. At this moment, he was like a moving hill, emitting a suffocatingly powerful pressure. The Wolf King was stunned by Lu Chuan's change, but there is no way back, only to fight to the death. Ow! It let out a long howl up to the sky, and the sound was as if it was a curse from the depths of hell, full of despair and insanity, chilling the bones. The surrounding air was affected by it and began to fluctuate violently, and more wind blades whistled towards Lu Chuan like rain. These wind blades intertwined and fused with each other, forming a dense net of wind blades that enveloped the sky towards Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan, however, remained undaunted as he took huge steps. Each step he took caused the ground to tremble slightly. It was as if the earth was groaning in agony at the weight of his weight. He waved his huge claws and slapped towards the Wolf King. The claws sliced through the air, bringing up a whistling wind sound, as if the god of death was wielding his scythe and reaping life. The Wolf King wanted to dodge, but was shocked to realize that the range of Lu Chuan's attack was so huge that it could only barely dodge sideways. Lu Chuan's claws grazed the Wolf King's body, leaving a deep blood scar on its body, and blood flowed down like a red ribbon. The Wolf King suffered pain, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. It concentrated all of its strength and condensed a huge wind blade in front of its body. It was like a huge sword forged by ice, snow and cold wind, sharp and chilling. It used all its strength to push the wind blade towards Lu Chuan, and wherever the wind blade passed, the ground was plowed into a deep furrow. The earth was mercilessly torn apart as the dirt tumbled like a wave to the sides, revealing the rocks and roots of the trees underground. Lu Chuan's pupils narrowed as he once again rushed towards the Wolf King like an arrow off the string. This time, his speed was so fast that the Wolf King was unable to dodge in time. Lu Chuan's huge claw slapped hard on the Wolf King's body, sending it flying straight out. With a miserable cry, the Wolf King fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood that stung against its white fur. Lu Chuan walked forward and looked down at the Wolf King, without a trace of pity in his eyes, only endless majesty and coldness. He swung his claws again, ending the Wolf King's life. Immediately afterward, under Lu Chuan's leadership, the lions and wolves engaged in a fierce melee. After destroying the wolves, Lu Chuan's lion territory was expanded again. Nearly a third of this great mountain was now occupied by his tribe. Lu Chuan stood on top of a mountain and looked into the distance, calculating in his mind, perhaps, it's time to go down the mountain to understand the situation. With his current strength, he should be able to return in one piece even if he encountered a human. It was time to explore. Chapter 37, Children. I found out where your mother is. At the edge of the mountain range, Lu Chuan's figure slowly emerged. Previously, with his perception, he had done some exploration beyond the mountain range. Stepping out of the mountain range, there was a vast and boundless grassland in front of him, but it wasn't the same grassland from before. This meadow, it exudes an otherworldly odor. Each blade of grass appeared to be more robust, and a layer of shimmering light seemed to flow from the blades, like an agar of life. The breeze, grass waves rolling, rustling, seems to be whispering the new legend of this land. Lu Chuan walked toward the bottom of the mountain, and strangely enough, he hadn't seen half a human being along the way. There was a somewhat surprising silence around him. The only sound echoing in the empty grasslands was his footsteps. Occasionally a few hares startled up from the grass, and they fled with great speed. In 3 bounds they disappeared into the distant grass, leaving only the slightly swaying blades of grass to prove their former existence. Continuing deeper into the grassland, the wild beasts encountered were pitifully scarce, and the occasional few birds of prey that were startled only hurriedly skimmed across the sky, their wings flapping rapidly and emitting whistling wind sounds. It seems to be hiding from something. It was common to see some cows and sheep, but these cows and sheep surprised Lu Chuan. Their bodies were as massive as small fortresses, their muscles churning, each muscle like a hard rock, full of endless power. Traveling deeper into the meadow, I finally saw it. A few private houses spread out in a staggered pattern. Judging from that unique architectural style and layout, it should be a place where human nomads used to live. He approached curiously, the massive body seeming out of place in front of the folks' house, yet with an inexplicable majesty. Stepping inside, a stale scent hit the room, one that was laced with a faint stench and a hint of decay. As far as the eye could see, it was all empty, with tables and chairs falling over, some even broken. Household items were strewn about in a messy manner, and it was clear that the owner had been gone for a long time. The ground was thick with dust, like a gray veil over it all. Every step Lu Chuan took left a huge and clear footprint on the dust. Just as Lu Chuan was about to turn around and leave, an object in the corner caught his attention. It was a tablet. I don't know if it will work. Fortunately, this tablet is not classified. He tried to operate it, but the huge claws were extremely out of place on the delicate screen. Each tap seemed extremely hard, and the screen was left with shallow claw marks from his force. So, quickly adjusting the power within his body, he wrapped the wind energy around his fingertips like silk threads, turning it into the lightest of touches. It allowed him to navigate the contents of the screen smoothly, though still somewhat awkwardly. As the screen lights up, various software icons come into view. Lu Chuan browsed plausibly, and the moment he clicked on the video software, a segment of footage emerged like a tidal wave. Without realizing it, a video titled, Beast Evolution, Morning Ice Lion, caught his eye. A familiar lion figure appears in the video. It's he roared in his mind, his eyes burning with anger, mixed with a hint of worry that was hard to hide. This woman, How can she be so reckless, and dare to enter such a dangerous situation? If there is a mistake, what should the children do? His gaze was fixed on the screen, and the anger in his eyes seemed to burn a hole through it. The screen continued to play, and the strange icing phenomenon in the center of the lake caused Luchuan to be slightly stunned. Immediately afterward, the shocking images captured by the divers underwater made his eyes widen even more. When he saw that Zhang Luoli had already broken through to the awakening Ni realm, with a powerful icy cold power emanating from his body, Luchuan's tense expression finally eased a bit. Worthy of being my woman, to have accomplished so much, it's really good. There was pride and relief in his eyes, but there was a flash of worry in his eyes. But humans do deserve attention and need to speed up their progress. Human technology should not be underestimated. Luchuan immersed himself in the video, not missing a single frame. He frowned and nodded at times, completely immersed in the deluge of information. Having traveled over for so long, I've never gotten to know the world properly. It wasn't until the tablet ran out of power a little that he looked up with interest. During this time, he also learned of Rin Qingyao's whereabouts, having actually escaped into the mountains of the Shu district. Also learned the good news that the human world here is not unlike what he remembers. The light of technology shines in every corner. Skyscrapers are erected and the roar of machines fills every inch of the city. The roads are crowded with cars and people are in a hurry, busy running around in that steel jungle. However, in this steel jungle, the power of individual human beings seems so small and fragile, like ants struggling to survive under the huge technological system. But today, the aura recovery is sweeping across the globe like a storm, and the world landscape is being completely rewritten. Martial arts masters are springing up. They are so skilled that they can fly through walls and break thousands of pounds. On the streets of the city, from time to time, one could see some people exercising lightweight skills jumping and shuttling between rooftops, their figures as fast as lightning, leaving behind only a blur of residual shadows. And in some remote mountains and forests, there were even strong people and wild beasts in the middle of a fierce battle, and the earth-shattering sounds of the battle resounded through the valleys, causing one to feel chills. That's just it. Let's go back to the mountain first. When the affairs of the tribe are stabilized, I will definitely find that back. Luchuan made up his mind and turned around to stride towards the mountain range. His figure was stretched out in the afterglow of the setting sun, like a lone walker, carrying his mission and responsibility toward a distant hope. Returning to the clan territory, Luchuan walked straight to where Zhang Luoli's two children were. Those two little guys were playfully playing with each other, their little paws flailing and pouncing on each other without losing their intimacy. When they saw Luchuan coming, they stopped their movements and looked at him curiously. The eyes were bright and clear, as if they were two bright stars, innocently looking at Luchuan. Luchuan slowly crouched down, trying to make his stance seem less intimidating and scary. His voice was low and gentle, as if it carried a kind of magic. Pups, I have good news for you. I have already spied on your mother. She is safe and sound, and her strength has increased greatly. Don't worry, Dad will definitely bring her back safely and reunite the family. Luchuan's tone was full of firmness and tenderness. The two little ones seemed to understand him. Eyes glittering with excitement, he happily bounced around Luchuan, his mouth emitting a childish. The sound echoed through the valley, adding a touch of warmth and hope to the silent mountains. Chapter 38, Can't stand it anymore. All die for me. Human Military Command Center. Intelligence comes in like a trickle from all sides. Reports piled up on the table in the command room. The lions that appeared in the mountains appear to be the same group that moved from the grasslands before. A young intelligence agent pushed up his glasses and reported in a calm voice. The surrounding colleagues all nodded slightly at the words, their expressions grave. It's not very far away. No surprises. It should be. I didn't expect that after the blood rain, the spiritual intelligence of these beasts had actually increased to this extent. Soon this message went up. An order was then conveyed. Capture a few lions alive, and at the same time, focus on the Lion King of the Pride. A helicopter with orders to go into the mountains on a reconnaissance mission. The huge metal monster whistled over the mountains, its rotors stirring the air, like a steel beast ravaging the sky. The helicopter's hatch opened, and several well-trained soldiers armed with high-precision binoculars vigilantly scanned every inch of the mountains and forests below. Finally, in the depths of the mountain forest, they found the lion group led by Luchuan. The entire mission was transmitted, via camera, to the conference room. A group of generals and leaders dressed in straight military uniforms with grave expressions sat around. The lions were keenly aware of the approaching danger, and one lion threw back its head to the sky and let out a guttural roar. Howl. The adult male lion's manes stood up, their eyes locked on the helicopters that were gradually approaching in the sky. The lionesses, on the other hand, shielded their cubs behind them, growling low and giving them a sense of security. Luchuan was in the middle of the valley, or resting and recuperating. The sunlight poured down on his golden mane, glowing with a dazzling light. Suddenly, the roar of the lion reached his ears, instantly captured the unease and danger of it. A sense of foreboding welled up in his heart, and he got up at once. He quickly walked out of the valley like an arrow off the string. Each step he took shook the ground slightly, and the small stones around him were shaken and splattered in all directions. Follow the direction of the lion's roar with all your might. 10 minutes later, Lu Chuan ran out nearly 100 kilometers in this short period of time with his super speed. When he arrived at the scene of the incident, the sight before him made him stare in anger. In the line of sight, 2 helicopters were hovering in the air, the huge propellers stirring up the air, as if they were going to stir up the sky. Below each plane hangs a large net, in which 2 lions are clearly trapped. The 2 lions were obviously anesthetized and limp in the net, at the mercy of the humans who were about to start airlifting them away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing this scene, the anger in Lu Chuan's heart instantly erupted like a volcanic eruption. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar. That roar contained endless anger and majesty, the sound waves spreading out in all directions like a raging tide. The surrounding trees were shaken by the roar, and their branches and leaves fluttered down, like soldiers who were scared out of their wits and threw away their armor. Immediately afterward, he accelerated and ran wildly. The power of the hurricane in his body surged and surged, and with its assistance, he achieved the amazing effect of flying at a low altitude. His hooves rapidly alternated in the air, bringing up a blur of light and a cloud of dust behind him. A lion can reach over 100 meters into the sky? This scene not only shocked the humans who were controlling the helicopter, their eyes were wide with disbelief, and the maneuvers in their hands couldn't help but slightly stall. One of the pilots exclaimed in horror, "How is this possible? How can a lion fly?" His voice carried a noticeable tremor, and beads of sweat kept rolling off his forehead and dripping onto the dashboard. Another stammered, I've never seen anything like it." His hands gripped the joystick so tightly that his knuckles were white from the exertion. Even the lions underneath were shocked by the mighty power of their own king, and they looked at Lu Chuan flying in the sky with awe and admiration in their eyes. There was a glint of excitement in his eyes and his little tail kept wagging, due to the slow speed of the aircraft when transporting lions, and at this time found Lu Chuan cannot quickly escape. Lu Chuan saw the right moment and leapt up, hooking the net rope with precision and yanking it down hard. The plane was instantly yanked nearly out of control, and the fuselage shook violently as the pilot screamed in terror and desperately tried to stabilize the plane. Pull up! Pull up! This lion is too strong," he yelled as he frantically pulled on the joystick, and the helicopter let out a sharp whine as it tried to climb upward. The other one was operating various instruments with his hands and feet, his eyes scanning rapidly on the dashboard, and beads of sweat kept rolling down on his forehead. Under the pull of Lu Chuan's powerful force, the airplane helplessly lowered its altitude downward. When the 2 lions in the net landed safely, Lu Chuan once again pushed hard. The crew of one of the helicopters reacted quickly and in time to cut all the ropes, shedding the nets and the lions in an attempt to escape. The other helicopter wasn't so lucky, and was yanked to death by Lu Chuan, gradually losing its balance as it struggled, and was eventually yanked off the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the helicopter crashed. The fuselage disintegrated instantly, parts splashed everywhere, fire rose to the sky, and thick smoke filled the air. The flames licked the grass around them with a crackling sound and the smell of burning filled the air. After destroying one helicopter, Lu Chuan set his sights on another. It's a little late to be leaving now. He jumped again with the wind, and that body traced an athletic and deadly arc in the air. He swung his huge claws and slapped hard at the bottom of the helicopter. Only a dull thud was heard, and the helicopter was hit, shaking like a kite with broken strings, and then crashed straight down not far away. All of the people in the plane were unconscious under the violent impact, and their lives were uncertain. 1,000 kilometers away, in a war room, the atmosphere was stark. Several middle-aged men in military uniforms were staring intently at the screen, which was showing the images of Lu Chuan's battle with the helicopter in real time. When they saw all the heaven-defying abilities that Lu Chuan displayed, their faces were filled with shock, their mouths slightly open and unable to close for a long time. A general muttered, "Is this still the lion we recognize?" His eyes were filled with doubt and unease. The other also frowned. It seems that our previous prediction of these beasts was too conservative. They knew deep down that the lion had far exceeded their previous knowledge of the beast. In the war room, it was so quiet that the only sounds that could be heard were the tense breathing of the crowd and the slight humming of the instruments. On Lu Chuan's side, he looked at the wreckage of the airplane in front of him, and the anger in his heart remained unabated. Suddenly, he noticed a camera still functioning on the wreckage of one of the planes. He slowly walked forward, that huge body making the ground tremble slightly with every step. He moved closer to the camera, an icy gleam in his eye, and mouthed the words, "Listen, if you ever mess with it again, I'll make you pay for it." A sentence that once again left those in the room too stunned to speak. One was wide-eyed and pale. Chapter 39 War is declared, and the humans surround the Lion King. The nearest city to Kanglan Mountain, where Lu Chuan was located, was called Wolf City. City Lord Su Tianshan stood at the front of the conference room, his eyes glued to the transmitted video playing on the large screen, only to see his forehead veins rippling, his eyes round and full of blood, his lips trembling slightly due to his anger, and a low and rage-filled voice squeezed out from between his teeth. This is so arrogant as to treat my humans like nothing. There were ice lions that wielded supernatural power, and now there are flying lions that spit human words. What on earth is wrong with this world? Is it really going to be subverted by these beasts? An old man with white hair was full of panic and said with a trembling voice, "Where exactly is the end of this mutation? Is the civilized order that we humans have worked so hard to establish about to be destroyed? At this rate, the safety of our humanity will be seriously threatened." A stout officer's face was grave. His fists clenched. The veins on his arms rippled like an angry green python. There was a dead silence in the conference room as everyone was shocked by the sight in the video. A moment later, a young officer couldn't help but speak up. "City Lord, this flying lion's ability is too bizarre. Wasn't our previous action too hasty?" Although his voice was not loud, it was extraordinarily clear in this silent conference room, as if a stone had been thrown into the surface of a calm lake, causing ripples in the layers. Su Tianshan violently turned around and angrily stared at him. "Are you questioning my decisions? In fear of these beasts? When did humans become so timid?" His eyes were like two sharp daggers, stabbing straight at the young officer, causing him to shiver and lean back slightly. Another older general stood up with a serious expression. "City Lord, no matter what, we can't let this lion continue to run rampant. This is not only about the safety of Wolf City, but also about human dignity. We humans have gone through countless trials and tribulations to stand at the top of the food chain. How can we be provoked by a beast and back down?" His words were loud and clear, and every word was like a cannonball that exploded in the conference room, stirring up the fighting spirit in the hearts of the people. Everyone nodded, and a staff officer said, "A stronger force must be organized to completely decimate this Lion King and let all the beasts know that humans are the masters of this world. We have to use the most advanced weapons and send the most elite troops, even if it costs us a lot, so that this lion will not be allowed to remain at large." As he spoke, he slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang, and the teacups on the table jumped. "Yes, it must not be tolerated. Humans can never compromise with beasts," the crowd chanted in unison. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became feverish, and the flame of revenge burned in everyone's eyes. Their voices came together like a raging tide, strong enough to sweep away all obstacles that stood in their way. Su Tianshan's expression stared as he waved his large hand. "Prepare a battle plan immediately. Mobilize all available troops and equipment. And this time, bring that Lion King's head back to Wolf City. I will make this lion a warning to all creatures that try to challenge human authority to know what happens." He moved with great amplitude, as if he were trying to wave away all the anger in the air. "Yes, it seems that we can't leave for a short period of time." After Lu Chuan had exterminated those humans, he didn't get carried away by his victory, but was instead filled with worry. He knew very well that the humans would never let up, and next, they would definitely increase their strength and launch a more violent attack on Kanglan Mountain. He quickly began to settle the lions. "Come to where the old and weak lions roost. Danger is coming in the near future, so make sure you stay inside the cave and don't walk around freely. This is the safest place to be." The old and weak lions looked at Lu Chuan with trust in their eyes and nodded in response. An aged lion licked Lu Chuan's paw with its rough tongue. Then, Lu Chuan summoned the rest of the clan lions and roared, "Gentlemen, the humans are about to attack again. We can't afford to slack off. Everyone must be vigilant. Always keep an eye on the surrounding movements, and raise the alarm as soon as the enemy is detected. Roar!" The clan lions held their heads high and roared in unison, their voices resonating through the valley, their manes standing up with excitement, their eyes glittering with determination and resolve. "General, you are responsible for protecting the children." Lu Chuan turned to the generals in the pack. Although the general is a female, she has become the second battle force of the pack by virtue of her bravery and wisdom, and has long since reached the powerful realm of the late stage of transfiguration. The general lowered his head slightly, his eyes firm. After settling his worries, Lu Chuan led the elite of the lion group and ran towards the edge of the mountain range with great strides. Prepare to stand by there in a tight circle against the coming human onslaught. Looking ahead, Lu Chuan's eyes flashed with ferocity. "Humans, you won't know pain until you're taught a lesson." The armed forces of Wolverhampton raged on. 4 or 5 armored vehicles rumbled along the mountain road, their heavy tracks crushing deep marks into the ground and raising dust that covered the sky. The soldiers in the car had cold faces and focused eyes, weapons gripped tightly in their hands. Their faces were painted in camouflage, and their eyes were cold and determined, as if they were not going to fight. but to carry out a sacred mission. We must take down that Lion King this time to avenge our dead brothers, a soldier said through gritted teeth, his teeth clacking so hard that his lips were bitten with blood marks, witnessing Lu Chuan's power with their own eyes. Instead of making them afraid, it inspired their fighting spirit. Humph, it's just a beast, how powerful can it be against our guns? We're an elite unit of humans with the most advanced equipment, so we'll make sure it knows what we're made of this time. The other soldier was full of disdain, but his eyes still vaguely revealed a hint of nervousness. He gripped the gun in his hand so tightly that his knuckles were white with exertion. Everyone be careful. This lion is not easy to deal with. Last time's failure was a lesson that must not be repeated. The captain whispered a reminder, his voice as low as a mosquito buzzing, but clear in the ears of every member of the team. Don't worry, Captain. We won't take it lightly again. This time we came prepared. We must completely destroy that Lion King. A member of the team responded softly, determination and confidence in his eyes, the dagger in his hand glinting coldly in the faint light. In the sky, 4 helicopters whizzed by, their loud rotor blades deafening. This time, with caution, the helicopters maintained an altitude of 500 meters or more. The helicopter's hatch was wide open, and the machine gunners inside stood at attention, eyes fixed on the mountains below, fingers on the triggers, ready to strike. Sure enough, it's here. Lu Chuan stood on top of the boulders at the edge of the mountain range, and from afar, he could detect the familiar yet disgusting roar of the helicopters. Chapter 40, Great Defeat of Humans. Wake Me Up Middle Stage. Second Talent. Location of the Pride of Lions found. The observer on the airplane spotted Lu Chuan through the high-powered binoculars, and his eyes flashed with a hint of excitement, and that excitement was mixed with a hint of imperceptible nervousness. His forehead beaded with fine beads of sweat, his fingers slightly white from holding the binoculars so hard. He hastened to inform his teammates. A reply was received soon after. Roger, you guys keep your distance. Repeat, you continue to keep your distance. Boom boom. On the ground, tracked vehicles, like behemoths of steel, forced their way along the rugged mountain roads into the mountains, mercilessly crushing the ground, emitting chilling crunching sounds. Wherever it passed, grass and trees were flattened, and earth and rocks splashed. Each rock turned up by the tracks carries a powerful impact. The plane circled, finding the right moment to drop a bomb. The bomb fell from the belly of the plane, glinting cold metal in the sunlight, and plummeted to the ground with a deathly whine. Lu Chuan's complexion sank. Seeing the situation, he quickly commanded the elite lions to disperse. His voice was low and majestic, like a flood bell echoing in the lions. All the lions listened to the order. Disperse and hide. Don't panic. Roar. The elite lions were well trained and immediately scattered in all directions at the word. The figure was like black lightning, instantly disappearing into the dense woods. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, was like a golden bolt of lightning, resolutely rushing at the front. The shells whistled and slammed into the ground, and Lu Chuan dodged with his super speed and agile reflexes. Boom! The shells exploded around him, setting off a huge wave of air and smoke that was like a raging tsunami that swept everything around it. Trees were uprooted and boulders were blown to smithereens. Lu Chuan, however, was as immovable as a reef in the midst of a gale. Even if there were individual shrapnel, it would only graze the body. The impact of the explosion was even less able to cause substantial damage to him. The body just slightly swayed, and that golden mane was blown by the airwaves too, fluttered backward, but it was even more valiant, so it continued to charge towards the enemy. When the human soldiers saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked and look at each other, their hearts filled with shock and fear. How is this possible? The cannonballs are useless against it. One's eyes were round, his mouth was open enough to fit an egg, and the muscles in his face were twisted with horror. All hands on deck. The target's defenses are exceeding level 3 predictions. Execute Plan B. Repeat, target's defenses exceed level 3 prediction. Execute Plan B. Yes. On the tracked vehicle, the gunners quickly adjusted their angle and aimed at Lu Chuan, and an armor-piercing bullet was fired with a sharp whistling sound. The warhead of that armor-piercing bullet shimmered coldly in the sunlight, as if it were the scythe of death. Lu Chuan did not panic. He mobilized the power in his body and instantly condensed a transparent energy shield in front of him. The armor-piercing round struck the shield, splashing a string of dazzling sparks that were like brilliant fireworks, but they couldn't penetrate and bounced off to the side. Immediately afterward, Lu Chuan was like an enraged giant elephant, his huge body carrying a mountainous momentum. Coming close to the front of the tracked vehicle, he leaped up high. His huge claw smashed down hard with the force of 10,000 pounds. The claw drew a golden arc in the air, and under the reflection of the sunlight, it seemed to be the battle axe of the heavenly god. The shell of the tracked vehicle dented instantly and the metal groaned in pain. Ah! The powerful force of vibration and squeezing caused the soldiers inside the car to let out agonizing screams. Their bodies were shaken to the ground, and some of them were directly squeezed to the point of being bloodied, their lives fading away in an instant. The human soldiers outside saw the situation and scattered and ran. Is this really a carbon-based creature? They ran for their lives through the hills and forests, crying out in terror. But how could their speed compare to that of a lion? Other lions, like black ghosts, moved through the woods. It soon caught up with the soldiers. For a while, the mountains and forests echoed with the screams of humans and the roars of lions, and the scent of blood filled the air. The humans on the plain thought they could rest easy with their high-altitude advantage, but they didn't expect Lu Chuan to show his flying skills again. With the force of a strong gust of wind, he leapt into the air and lunged toward the plane. What? How is this possible? The machine gunners on the airplane swept wildly in terror, but the bullets hit Lu Chuan as if they had struck hard metal and bounced off. Dang! The bullets hit Lu Chuan's body, splashing a golden spark. Do you think that you are high and dry here? Lu Chuan swung his claw and hit the airplane's wing hard, only to hear a click. The wing broke. The airplane lost its balance and crashed in the air with a spin. The plane trailed long black smoke as it fell, like a burning meteorite. Boom! The fire was blazing, and the heat was rolling in. Withdrawal of. The pilots of the remaining 3 airplanes were so scared that their faces turned white and cold sweat broke out, and without hesitation, they flew their airplanes away from this horrible battlefield. Their hands gripped the joysticks tightly, their bodies trembling unceasingly, as if they were still overwhelmed by the nightmare they had just experienced. After this battle, the battlefield was left with many blasted iron lumps, and the tracked vehicle wreckage smoked black and smelled pungently of burning. There were also dozens of human corpses lying on the ground, their blood staining the surrounding land. The surrounding trees were also affected by the war, burning a huge fire. The fire spread rapidly through the wind. Black smoke rolled straight up into the sky. The fire dyed the sky an orange-red color, as if it were a scene of doom. Roar! The lions let out a triumphant roar. Damn it! The lion is actually strong to such an extent that shell attacks are useless. In the middle of Wolf City, after Su Tianshan learned of the news of the defeat, his entire body lost its mind. He slumped in his chair, his eyes vacant, as if his soul was out of his body. The imperial capital side was also shocked when they learned of this. The executives held an emergency meeting to discuss what to do. It was finally decided that Su Tianshan should stay out of trouble for the time being and stabilize the situation first, waiting for further instructions. After this time, the next time humans come to the siege, the force will only be stronger. After the battle, Lu Chuan stood in the center of the battlefield, looking at the devastated surroundings. His heart became even more worried. It was clear to him that although he was currently victorious, he was still not fully confident in the face of the more powerful weaponry of the humans. However, Lu Chuan was clear that only by continuously enhancing his own strength would he be able to take his place in the future confrontation. So he began to continue to expand the scope of his territory. He had the lions carefully search the territory for spirit fruits, spirit grasses, and other precious cultivation resources. It had been a while since Lu Chuan had broken through the early stages of awakening me. After this period of accumulation and battle sharpening, there were now signs of a breakthrough. After 2 days, Lu Chuan finally managed to break through. An even more powerful force surged within him, and he became the middle stage of awakening me. In the meantime, he awakened his second gift. Chapter 41 Eye of Soul Taking. Subduing Bloodthirsty Wolf King. Dementor's Eye? Looking at the system panel, Lu Chuan's heart was happy. The Eye of Soul Regeneration. Once successfully cast, the will of the person being cast will be firmly controlled, causing the other party to fall into his puppet. These controlled puppets were not walking corpses, but special existences that retained their autonomous consciousness and cultivation abilities. They would follow Lu Chuan's every command with absolute loyalty, and become his powerful arms to open up the territory and fight for the world. This talent, it's good. At the same time, Lu Chuan felt that his soul power was as if he had been baptized by a soul storm. A qualitative leap has been achieved. The perceptual range expands geometrically. Nowadays, even the crawling of a mole cricket or the falling of a leaf from 1,000 meters away could be clearly reflected in his perception. That last time must have relied on a similar ability. Lu Chuan's thoughts drifted back to the past when he was competing with that lioness for the second-grade spirit fruit, and the bizarre beasts that appeared not knowing about pain. Lu Chuan was quite satisfied with this newly awakened ability. This great era of aura recovery. The competition for resources had already entered a white-hot stage. The various forces were like hungry wolves pouncing on food, fighting for the limited precious resources and doing whatever they could. If he wanted to stand out and stand invincible in this brutal competition, it was far from enough to rely on his existing strength of the lions. Since the development of the lions, the number of lions has not yet exceeded 200. In the face of increasingly powerful enemies in complex and changing situation, it seems to be a bit weak, so a bold plan was quietly taking shape in his mind. Use the eye of the soul to take in other powerful beasts and form an army of beasts that will be powerful in all directions. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan looked into. There is a huge wolf pack over there. Its Wolf King was even a ferocious and incomparable bloodthirsty Wolf King. This Wolf King's fur was as colorful as blood, precisely as if it had been dyed by endless blood, and every single hair exuded a chilling bloody aura. It possessed an extremely terrifying ability, and as the blood chi around it grew denser, its strength would soar like a rocket. Let's take you guys. Lu Chuan sped towards the wolves' territory. As he gradually approached the wolves' territory, an almost suffocatingly strong scent of blood came over him, a scent that was creepily mixed with the smell of death and killing. Lu Chuan's footsteps slightly lurched, and his eyes instantly became sharp as a falcon. Lu Chuan then encountered a wolf patrol. In an instant, a wary green glint flashed in their eyes and a low, threatening growl escaped their throats. Whoa! When it was too late, several wolves lunged at him like black arrows, their movements swift and agile, tracing a deadly arc in the air. The sharp claws flashed with cold light in the sunlight, as if they were the scythe of the god of death, aiming straight for Lu Chuan's throat. Lu Chuan's figure flashed like a ghost, easily avoiding the first round of attacks from the wolves. As the sounds of battle gradually spread, more wolves surrounded from all directions like a tidal wave. They surrounded Lu Chuan, forming an impenetrable encirclement. Ow! The Wolf King let out a roar that sounded like a raging tsunami. In the next moment, like a red lightning bolt, he instantly pounced in front of Lu Chuan. His speed was astonishing. Lu Chuan didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow and opened his Vajra body. The Wolf King's claws scratched Lu Chuan's body fiercely, splashing a string of golden sparks as if they were fireworks blooming in the night sky. Lu Chuan, however, acted as if he didn't realize it, as he took advantage of the gap between the Wolf King's attacks and swung his claws violently towards the Wolf King. For a while, both sides went back and forth, and the battle was in a white-hot stalemate. Lu Chuan didn't want to tangle with the Wolf King for too long. The spiritual energy in his body surged wildly like a rushing river, and he executed the demon god transformation. The body began to swell dramatically, muscles writhing like raging waves. After opening the demon god transformation, Lu Chuan's strength was straight to the late stage of the awakening realm, and his attacks became even more powerful and domineering. Each strike carried a mountainous force. He once again engaged the Wolf King in a fierce exchange. The sound of fist-to-flesh clashes rang out like thunder, shaking the earth slightly. Gradually, the Wolf King could not withstand Lu Chuan's stormy attacks. Its breathing became rapid, and a hint of panic appeared in its eyes for the first time. Ow! Another roar. The Wolf King realized at this time that if he continued to be passive like this, he would definitely lose. Thus, it raised its head to the sky and howled, attempting to raise its strength with the help of the blood chi around it. The surrounding wolves received the Wolf King's death command, and they frantically pounced on the other beasts nearby, and for a while, an aura of blood filled the air, and the entire battlefield seemed to have turned into a bloody hell. Lu Chuan sneered in his heart when he saw this. He knew that the Wolf King was making a final struggle. Lu Chuan took the opportunity to launch an even more violent attack. His claws rained down on the Wolf King, each strike carrying a powerful force that battered the Wolf King all over his body. Good strength. Lu Chuan nodded his head in satisfaction, then slowly closed his eyes, concentrated all his energy, mobilized the surging spiritual energy in his body, and executed the Eye of Soul regeneration. In an instant, an invisible soul power like a cold lightning bolt shot straight out from his eyes, like a sharp sword of the soul, pushing straight into the depths of the Wolf King's soul. The Wolf King suddenly felt a wave, powerful enough to destroy its soul, invade its soul world. Ow! A scream. Its eyes widened in horror as it tried to resist with all its might. The soul struggled and roared madly within its body. However, Lu Chuan's soul power was too powerful, like a lofty mountain, pressing down on its soul. After some intense soul struggles, the Wolf King's eyes gradually became dull, and its will was gradually controlled by Lu Chuan's soul power like an iron clamp. The Wolf King collapsed helplessly to the ground, the hostility in his eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by awe and obedience towards Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan slowly walked over to the Wolf King and gazed at it condescendingly, the light of the soul regenerating eye in his eyes flickering as he completely took control of its soul. Get up! Lu Chuan's voice was low and majestic, not to be questioned. Ow! The Wolf King let out a slight growl and slowly stood up, lowering his head at Lu Chuan in submission. Seeing that the Wolf King had already submitted, the surrounding wolves also stopped attacking and stood still, their eyes filled with the same awe towards Lu Chuan. Good! Now there's a hit! Lu Chuan was satisfied that he had successfully subdued this huge wolf pack. Now that Lu Chuan was in control of the lions and wolves, his army of wild beasts was gradually coming into prominence in the Kanglan Mountain region. It became a powerful force that all forces dared not underestimate. But this was only the first step in building his powerful force. Chapter 42 Establishment of an Air Force.
Next step. Dominate Kanglan Mountain. Lu Chuan stood proudly. Majestic posture. Golden mane like hunting flags, dancing wildly in the wind. A pair of lion eyes, as if they were a burning sun. A grand blueprint has already unfolded. Wanting to hold the entire area of Kanglan Mountain in the palm of his hand. If it's not my kind, it's not my kind. Lu Chuan understood the truth of this statement very well. In order to gain the upper hand in the confrontation with humans, one must have unrivaled strength and power as vast as the abyss. And that newly collected wolf pack was just the perfect vanguard cannon fodder in his strategic chess game. When the humans come back, the wolves can be driven to meet the enemy first. With the help of wolves, the lion's journey to Kanglan Mountain is like a tiger's journey into the forest, all the way as if breaking through a bamboo wall, and is unstoppable. Wherever they passed, the beasts either shivered, crouched on the ground and begged for mercy, or ran for their lives. Lu Chuan personally led the community, and before long, half of Kanglan Mountain had already been incorporated into his dominion. In the meantime, Lu Chuan had subdued 2 more brown bear giants in the late stage of transcendent mortality. On this day, the bloodthirsty Wolf King told Lu Chuan that in the northern part of Kanglan Mountain, there was a group of monkeys that were very strong. The Monkey King was superbly strong, able to be on par with the Wolf King between the two. Although the number of individual monkeys is not comparable to that of wolves, the place where the monkeys are located is a dense and deep primitive forest, which is like a natural fortress. The monkeys jumped between the ancient trees in the sky and traveled freely. With his natural agility, he can grab branches and stones and throw them at the enemy from a distance like a master of concealed weapons, making the wolf defenseless. The Wolf King had previously raised an army many times, but because of the resistance of the monkeys and the advantage of the geographical location of the failure to return. Take me. Lu Chuan's heart was happy to hear this, and without any hesitation, he immediately led the elite of the lion pack, together with the Wolf King and many wolf warriors, to embark on the journey to the northern dense forest. The elite lions followed closely behind, their eyes filled with awe and loyalty towards Lu Chuan. They were neat and tidy, as if they were a well-trained iron division. The Wolf King, on the other hand, led the wolves to escort them on both sides, keeping a vigilant eye out for any hint of wind in the surroundings. However, halfway through the line, a towering mountain stretched out in front, as if an insurmountable moat. Suddenly, there was a sharp, piercing chirp right in the sky. Lu Chuan tilted his head. They only saw several large-sized flying birds circling high in the sky, as if they were a group of sky overlords patrolling their territories, and they were overlooking Lu Chuan and his entourage below with that icy and majestic gaze. The voice seemed to be demonstrating to them. After the recovery of the spiritual chi, the size of the flying bird family has also undergone an earth-shattering and amazing change. At this moment, the golden eagle leading the way in the sky was even more striking. Its wings were 6 meters long, as if they were 2 golden clouds, covering the sky and covering half of the bright sunlight. The sunlight sprinkled down on top of its feathers, which were like cast metal, and glittered with a dazzling metallic luster. This is my territory. You'd better get out of here. The golden eagle spat out human words. His voice was cold and majestic, as if it was an oracle coming from beyond the clouds, not to be questioned. A golden eagle of the awakening me realm? Lu Chuan's heart stirred, and a blazing light of interest instantly flashed in his eyes. Quietly, the power of the hurricane surged within him. At the same time, his body slightly crouched down, as if it was an overwhelmingly strong bow that was drawn to full strength. His muscles were as tight as steel, harboring endless explosive power. His eyes were like torches, locked onto the golden eagle's every move. Just at the moment when the golden eagle turned around, Lu Chuan was as if he had transformed into a golden lightning bolt that cut through the sky and instantly rushed up to the sky. His speed was so fast that he arced through the air, bringing up a gust of air, strong enough to stir the surrounding air to a humming sound. The golden eagle sensed the approaching danger and its sharp eagle eyes instantly locked onto Lu Chuan's figure. It let out a high-pitched chirp and its wings snapped, its originally smoothly hovering body instantly pulling up. However, Lu Chuan's speed was simply too fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was already close to the golden eagle. Seeing the bad situation, the golden eagle made a sharp turn in the air, its sharp claws like cold and shining curved knives, grabbing fiercely towards Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan sidestepped his body in the air, skillfully avoiding the powerful strike, while extending his own right claw towards the golden eagle's right wing. Dang! The golden eagle hastily swung its left wing to fend it off, and the claws of the two behemoths collided in the air, spattering a string of golden sparks and emitting a crisp metallic clash. After the blow, Lu Chuan stabilized himself in the air by the reaction force and pounced towards the golden eagle again. He executed the demon god transformation, and his body instantly swelled and his strength skyrocketed. A trace of fear surged in the golden eagle's heart as he felt the powerful aura of Lu Chuan swooping down on him, but as the sky overlord, it would not back down easily. Opening his huge mouth, a powerful stream of air erupted out of it, forming a sharp wind blade. Shoo shoo! Wind blades swept in. Luchuan did not panic and gathered a spiritual shield in front of his body. The wind blades hit the shield and made a crackling sound like rain hitting the glass. Luchuan broke through the blockage of the wind blade and continued to rush towards the golden eagle. That strong? The golden eagle's complexion sank. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, its wings quickly flapped, and its body nimbly flickered from side to side in the air, trying to use its speed to get rid of Luchuan's pursuit. Luchuan followed closely behind, his gaze never leaving the golden eagle's figure as he waited for it to reveal a break. After all, this is the perfect scout. Suddenly, the golden eagle made a dive towards the lions on the ground. Obviously, they wanted to utilize Luchuan's scruples and lure him back to help. Luchuan was shocked in his heart, but he made an instant decision, trusting the lions to be able to deal with this crisis, and he continued to chase towards the golden eagle. When the golden eagle saw that Luchuan didn't fall for it, he was a bit flustered. It flew low for some distance before pulling up in altitude again. Just as it was pulling up, Luchuan saw the opportunity and fired violently, his body shooting towards the golden eagle like a cannonball. The golden eagle couldn't dodge in time and was heavily hit by Luchuan. The two behemoths tangled together in the air and plummeted towards the ground. During the fall, Luchuan held onto the golden eagle's body tightly and kept attacking its abdomen with his claws. The golden eagle struggled in pain and pecked at Luchuan's head with its beak, but Luchuan's head was protected by a spiritual shield, and the golden eagle's attack did not cause much damage. Seeing that he was about to crash to the ground, Luchuan threw himself hard and slammed the golden eagle to the ground. Bang! The golden eagle hit the ground hard, splattering a cloud of dust. Luchuan quickly landed and pounced on the golden eagle. The golden eagle struggled to get up, but was deadlocked by Luchuan. A cold light flashed in Luchuan's eyes as he cast the Eye of Soul Regeneration. A ghostly cold light shot into the golden eagle's eyes. The golden eagle's eyes gradually became dull as its soul was slowly controlled by Luchuan. Seeing this, Luchuan was delighted in his heart. What a way to get there! Subjugating the golden eagle leader is equivalent to having an air force, which is very strategically advantageous whether it is patrolling or attacking. The monkeys are next. Chapter 43, Defeating the Demon Ape and Taking Over the Peach Forest. Luchuan stood proudly, his stance as straight as a pine, his golden mane hunting in the breeze, like a burning battle flag. His deep eyes were like the brightest cold stars in the night sky, and he was currently staring at the dense forest in the distance, his voice low and majestic. The golden eagle, which had just been taken in not long ago, was still carrying a few moments of trepidation and wretchedness at the moment after losing the initial battle. The originally neat and shiny feathers were now drooping messily, and there were a few places where traces of being scratched by Luchuan still remained, and the slightest traces of blood permeated between the feathers. However, under Luchuan's powerful pressure that was like substance, it didn't dare to have the slightest intention to disobey, and it could only endure its injuries and shake up its spirit, ready to follow the instructions. Seeing this, Luchuan slightly raised the broad and powerful bear's palm, and in the center of the palm, a light of recovery that was so soft that it was like moonlight pouring out slowly gushed out. This light was as if it had a life, and the threads wrapped around the injured body of the golden eagle, and wherever it went, the wounds rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a short time, the golden eagle had once again regained its former prowess. Go, explore the dense forest ahead, Luchuan ordered immediately. It's a shame not to utilize such good scouting equipment. Master actually has such a means? The golden eagle was delighted in his heart. It was important to realize that most of them, the beasts, could only wait for their injuries to heal themselves, and if they were too serious, they could only wait for death. Today, with this means, the survival rate is much higher. Ah! With a spread of his wings, he let out a clear cry and cut through the sky, speeding towards the sky above the dense forest. The golden eagle soared in the sky, so sharp that it was like an eagle's eye that could see through everything, like a precise detector, scanning every inch of the land below. The lush and dense canopy resembles a sprawling green ocean with undulating waves and layers of branches and leaves that intertwine to form a natural barrier. And in the dense foliage, shadowed by a number of monkeys' agile climbing shuttle, their athletic figure in the blink of an eye scampered up to the top of the tree. Wide-eyed vigilant observation of the uninvited guests. The monkeys' eyes glistened, and some of their mouths chattered. The golden eagle didn't dare to stay too long and returned to Luchuan as fast as he could. Master, it has been surveyed clearly. There are monkeys not far ahead, with monkeys on special sentry duty, but they're not very strong. Go! Luchuan received the information and did not hesitate to personally lead the team to stride towards the dense forest. Behind them, the elite lions followed in good order. The wolves led by the Wolf King were not to be outdone, and they spread out on both sides of the group, ready to deal with any unexpected situations that might arise. close to the dense forest. Lu Chuan did not step in rashly. Roar! He tilted his head slightly and took a deep breath, followed by an earth-shaking lion's roar. The roar was like rolling thunder, breaking through the clouds. The trees shivered in their branches and leaves fell. Before long, the monkeys appeared at the edge of the dense forest. The monkeys were in groups of 3 or 2, either squatting on the branches or standing beside the trees, their eyes full of wariness and curiosity. But none of them easily stepped out of the dense forest. In this way, the two sides were separated by a distance, forming a subtle standoff, and the air was filled with tension, as if the slightest spark could ignite the oppressive atmosphere. A few moments later, the monkeys seemed to make a new move, only to see them automatically give way. A tall and imposing monkey king stepped out with great strides. This monkey king was covered in shiny black hair. His muscles were taut as if they were made of steel, and he exuded an innate aura of a king. Its gaze locked onto Lu Chuan. The two met without any nonsense. The monkey king possesses a powerful skill, the magic ape transformation, only to see it roar up to the sky, a black mist surging around it. The body was rapidly expanding like a blowing balloon, and the already tall figure became more and more lanky and strong, with muscles bulging like small mountains and a sense of power. Every muscle seemed to contain infinite explosive power, which was quite similar to Lu Chuan's demon god transformation. When Lu Chuan saw this, he snorted coldly in his heart. Undaunted, his paws violently stomped on the ground, and his body was like a rocket that had been ignited, instantly rushing out. At the same time, the Monkey King moved. The arm slammed fiercely towards Lu Chuan. If struck, an average lion would at least have its tendons broken. Lu Chuan, however, did not panic and dodged sideways, easily avoiding the powerful strike. His body was like a nimble ghost, drawing a golden arc in the air. At the same time, his feet violently stepped on the ground and used the force to leap up. His right paw was like a golden blade, carrying 1,000,000 pounds of force towards the Monkey King's neck. Monkey King also reacted extremely quickly. It hastily raised his left arm to block. Bang, a loud sound. The two intersected, splashing a string of dazzling sparks. The powerful impact will be the surrounding air are vibrating. After a few rounds, Lu Chuan gradually figured out the Monkey King's attack routine. In his heart, he secretly sneered. He saw a crack in the Monkey King and pretended to attack his abdomen. But when the Monkey King raised his hand in defense, Lu Chuan suddenly changed his stance. The body spun around and came around behind the Monkey King, kicking him hard in the back. Boo! The Monkey King stumbled and lunged forward a few steps, nearly falling over. Lu Chuan rode on his victory and once again executed the demon god transformation's strongest state. Strength, speed increased across the board, and attacks rained down on the Monkey King. Although the Monkey King fought hard to resist, under Lu Chuan's stormy attack, he gradually became a bit unable to hold back, and his breath became short. Roar! Infuriated, the Monkey King once again roared up to the sky, trying to make a final struggle. It lunged forward, its claws waving haphazardly in the air like a crazy windmill, each swing bringing up a strong wind, scraping the dust around it. Lu Chuan's figure flashed, avoiding the Monkey King's frontal attack, then rushed forward and slashed the Monkey King's skin with a claw, slamming the Monkey King onto the ground viciously. The Monkey King slammed heavily into the ground, splattering a cloud of dust and making a shallow crater in the ground. Struggling to get up, he found that he was powerless, and his eyes were filled with resignation and despair. Lu Chuan walked to the Monkey King in large strides and looked down on it from above. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and then he cast the Eye of Soul Regeneration. A cold and mysterious light shot out from his eyes and went straight into the Monkey King's eyes. The Monkey King's eyes instantly became dull, and his original defiance dissipated, replaced by awe and obedience towards Lu Chuan. Master! Great! Lu Chuan nodded his head in satisfaction as he successfully subdued the Monkey King. How many monkeys do you have? Back to Master. About 400 or 500. A little less. The wolves were in the thousands. And then through inquiries, he learned that deep in the Monkey King's territory, there was actually a peach forest. The revitalization of the aura continues to produce delicious and juicy fruits. Because of this, the monkeys are able to thrive on these peaches without having to go out to hunt for meat, and their overall strength is maintained at a high level. Nice. When Lu Chuan heard this, he was delighted. Take me to see. Yes. The Monkey King led the way and Lu Chuan followed. Soon, one could only see that the peach trees in the garden were flourishing, with peaches hanging all over the branches, brightly colored and fragrant, which had a certain chance of producing first-grade spirit fruits. Lu Chuan looked around and pondered in his heart. The terrain here is dangerous, and there happens to be a majestic large mountain peak next to it as a natural barrier, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Coupled with the fact that the location of the lion's lair had been exposed earlier, it was highly likely that the next time the humans made an incursion, they would launch a direct bombardment, relocating the nest. For the safety of the colony, has become imperative. Chapter 44, The Demon Lion, Ren Qingyao, wreaks havoc. How can that lustful lion's fame surpass mine? Go check it out. There's something unusual over there. In the sky above the great Yanshu land, a cruise plane like a silver-white lone eagle cut through the silence of 10,000 meters high. The observer on board stared intently at the monitor screen, bean-sized beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and dripping onto the operating table in tiny splashes. His eyes were bloodshot, but he didn't dare to slack off, tapping his fingers sharply on the console and reporting back to the captain. Only on the screen, there was an area in the depths of the mountain that seemed to be painted by a weird brush, filled with wisps of red mist. The red mist was so thick that it was like substance, tossing and surging, seeming to swallow everything below. This red fog previously in the Big Lan grassland, an expedition deep into the danger, will have been in a mysterious place glimpsed similar red fog. The mist was like a miasma from the nine hells. Wherever it went, the grass withered and the living beings avoided retreating. Now, this evil red mist has reappeared and is spreading unchecked in the mountains of Shu. How can it not make people feel alarmed? The news quickly passed through the communicator, cascading upwards, like a boulder thrown into a lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. Nearby, in the large city of Culver City, the command center was instantly lit up and crowded. The generals sat around the huge electronic sand table, their brows furrowed as they discussed their response. In the end, they decided to send 2 helicopters to speed toward the mysterious red mist area. The helicopters' rotor blades rotated at high speed, emitting a deafening roar, as if Lei Gong was shouting angrily, cutting through the sky and startling countless birds. Inside the cabin, a team of Special Forces soldiers looked cold. Their whole body was well equipped, and they exuded a solemn and murderous aura. Their captain, Chen Tianfeng, was a renowned powerhouse who had already stepped into the late stage of transfiguration, with a superb martial art that was out of this world, and was considered a leader in the army. The team members looked at each other and saw firmness and determination in each other's eyes. Although they faced the fear of the unknown, the sense of mission as soldiers made them not flinch. Boom boom. Not long after, the helicopter found an open place near the red mist area and slowly landed. The gusty wind stirred up by the rotor blades blew the grass and trees around them to the east. Chen Tianfeng was the first to jump out of the airplane, and the team members came out in a line, quickly assembled, and dispersed in combat formation. The weapon in his hand was gripped tightly, the muzzle slightly raised, and his eyes scanned the surroundings warily. Advance carefully and stay alert. Chen Tianfeng lowered his voice and gave orders through the intercom. Yes. The crowd nodded and slowly advanced towards the depths of the red mist. As they went deeper, the red mist became denser and denser, as if it was an impermeable veil of blood that enveloped them tightly. Looking for death, in an eerie land piled up by countless miserable white skeletons, Ren Qingyao stood proudly. A disdainful chill flickered in the lion's eyes. Nowadays, her strength has already reached the middle stage of awakening me, and she is about to break through the shackles. With a thought, it was as if an invisible command was sent from her heart. In an instant, hundreds of fierce beasts, as if they were demons surging out from the depths of hell, roared and rushed towards the periphery in a surging manner. These beasts were in different forms. There were giant bears, cheetahs, wolves, all with bloodthirsty eyes. The saliva dripping from their mouths resembled corrosive venom. Not good. Everyone prepare to fight. Chen Tianfeng's expression sank. Bang bang. Specialized weapons burst into flames. The crowd was instantly plunged into a bitter battle. A giant bear raised its paw high, and with a whistling wind, it slapped fiercely towards a member of the team. The player reacted quickly, dodged sideways and rolled on the ground to avoid the fatal blow. However, before he could get up, a cheetah pounced on him like a ghost, its sharp claws cutting several deep gouges in his protective suit, nearly disemboweling him. The team is horrified to discover that these ferocious beasts are incredibly violent and completely impervious to pain. Some ferocious beasts were shot in the leg, bones exposed, blood dripping, but as if they did not realize, still frantically pouncing and biting, with only the desire to kill in their eyes. Damn it, these creatures can't be beaten at all. Everyone close in, don't fall out. The battle became more and more grueling, with gunshots, animal roars, and screams intertwined, as if playing a music of death. Although the team members fought to the death, but the strength difference, and caught in this desperate red mist barricade, gradually unbeatable. Chen Tianfeng's face became more and more ugly. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? This valiant group of Special Forces soldiers was almost completely wiped out, and blood stained the ground. Ren Qingyao didn't show up leisurely until the very end. She looked up into the sky, her lion's mouth slightly open. Boom! A blast of black energy shot out, hitting the helicopter hovering overhead. The helicopter pilot, watching the black energy coming at him, jumped out of the plane in a hurry. In the midst of the panic,
The only thing that faithfully recorded the shocking scene was the video equipment in the cockpit.
Boo! The helicopter blew up in the air. Chen Tianfeng had been wounded and captured in the melee, and was currently lying on the ground, his eyes empty as if his soul had been drawn out. Ren Qingyao walked up to him, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Chen Tianfeng's eyes instantly became dull, as if he was a puppet being manipulated.
At the mercy of Ren Qingyao had her own calculations for keeping Chen Tianfeng.
During this time,
many things emerged that she could not understand. She needs someone to make her understand the world.
Immediately let Chen Tianfeng operate the communication equipment to retrieve video information from all parties.
Between screen flashes,
Kanglan Mountain soon appeared.
Video footage of Lion King Lu Chuan leading his pride to a big win against humans.
At a glance,
Ren Qingyao recognized that it was the succubus from her memory.
I think at the beginning, there was an entanglement between the two. Now see, Lu Chuan's career is not what it used to be.
The progress of the fast, so that she cannot help but feel sad.
The succubus lion actually.
Ren Qingyao slightly squinted her lion eyes, her heart was full of mixed feelings. There is both a marvel at Lu Chuan's growth and a hint of sourness at being surpassed by him. Even the succubus lion dares to do so.
How can I be weaker than him? A moment later,
a flash of determination flashed through Ren Qingyao's eyes,
as if rekindling the flame of fighting spirit.
She had Chen Tianfeng make a video call and point the camera at herself. The call connected and a middle-aged man,
codenamed Tornado, appeared on the other end of the screen.
As Chen Tianfeng's leading superior, he was anxious when he heard that his men had been attacked and waited for news with an anxious face.
At the moment,
seeing the video appeared in the video was actually a mouth-spitting lion.
Shocked wide-eyed,
as if seeing the world's most incredible thing,
Ren Qingyao stood tall and spoke coldly. Tell the humans that if they dare to mess with them again, I won't mind doing the slaughtering of the city. Tornado was shocked.
He had been in the military for many years and had seen countless great storms, but he had never imagined that he would encounter something so bizarre.
At the same time,
he noticed that Chen Tianfeng was different. His eyes were dull, and he was obviously being controlled.
One can only nod in response as a reprieve. After this battle, Ren Qingyao's fierce reputation quickly spread, and the title of Demon Lion went viral.
Chapter 45, The World Has Changed.
Humans are now aliens.
That rampage of Ren Qingyao in the Great Yin Shu land was like a heavy nuclear bomb that crashed down on the human world.
The entire Great Yin territory was as if a chaotic start button had been pressed, and one after another, bad news came rushing in like a black tide. A ferocious beast, powerful beyond imagination, broke free from the shackles of its previous concealment, and launched the most furious attack on the ruling authority of mankind with teeth and claws. On the internet, one video after another has sprung up. A panther covered in blazing flames, as if it were an inflamed demon climbing out of the depths of hell. Wherever he stepped, the earth seemed to instantly dry out and scorch black, rolling hot and smoking. The grass and green trees could not let out a single wail before they were turned into ashes by the blazing heat and drifted away with the wind. There were also white snakes with slender, sinuous bodies like ribbons, whose mouths were capable of shooting out icy cold, bone-piercing spit. Wherever the spit passed, the air seemed to be instantly frozen into substance, and the water vapor visible to the naked eye condensed dramatically, turning into frost rustling down. The space around them was as if they had been dragged into a place of extreme cold, and all was silent, with only the coldness raging. This video, through the internet, spread wildly with the momentum of a prairie fire. The entire population was instantly swept into the center of a whirlwind of shock and panic. People were staring at the screen with dead eyes, their eyes glaring as if they were bronze bells, their eyes popping out, the muscles on their faces twisted with disbelief due to excessive shock. These can't be some new movie promotion. How is this possible? It's not scientific at all. Fake. It must be fake. How can these things be in a carbon-based creature? The body structure of these ferocious beasts had surpassed all human knowledge of traditional carbon-based organisms. Ordinary gun bullets hit them like mosquitoes biting a hard rock. Just a few insignificant sparks. There was no way to penetrate that tough as iron outer skin, let alone cause substantial damage. Even some of the more heaven-defying ferocious beasts were still standing straight in the face of the furious blasts from the bazooka. The scene was really creepy, as if the end of the world had come early. The top management of Great Yen was informed of this matter as if they were on the verge of an attack. An emergency meeting was called. In the conference room, the ghastly white light resembled a feeble candle, wavering in the deadly silence. The generals, all of them grim-faced, sat around the huge electronic sand table. His brow was locked into a furrow, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. This situation, if we don't get it under control, the country will not be a country. A veteran general, as if he were a powder keg that had been ignited, slammed the table with a force as if he could shatter it. The teacups on the table were startled and jumped high, spilling hot tea and blotting out stacks of classified documents. We must act now. Protecting the people is a top priority. Another general followed in agreement, his voice steady but unable to hide the determination in it. Insured first, an old man spoke. Immediately an emergency order was given. On the one hand, the call for rescue was blown in all corners of the country, and a large number of rescue teams rushed to remote villages all over the country. On the other hand, outside of all urban areas, armies were rapidly assembling as if they were torrents of steel. Extra manpower was deployed to urgently reinforce the dikes and build a towering wall. However, the gears of fate seemed to be frantically rattled by an invisible hand. Once again, the world has been rocked to its core by a heavy dose of news. A video was sent out about mankind itself and it instantly lit up the internet. I saw with my own eyes, in the neighborhood next to ours, a young man on fire, like the mythical Zhu Rome coming down to earth. That fireball is like a toy in his hands, and when he throws it casually, it's so powerful that it can lift the house. A video of a young man covered in fire was then posted below. The video was immediately trending, along with a follow-up post. I have it here too. I also saw someone who could swing a wind blade out of thin air. That wind blade was as fast as lightning. The bull-thick tree clicked off. It was amazing. As time went on, more and more supers showed up. There was even someone who, as if a supreme expert from a martial arts novel had appeared, opened his mouth and roared, performing a lion's roar stunt. Sound waves rolled out as if they were raging ocean waves, shaking the people around them to the point of dizziness. The glass on the street cracked and shattered, and the houses trembled with it. These foreigners, like bright stars breaking through the dark night sky, instantly revitalized the human world, which had originally fallen into the quagmire of despair. It was as if people had been injected with a shot in the arm, and they were talking about it. It turns out that in this era of aura revival flood, not only the beasts can be transformed and obtain transcendent power, human beings also have unlimited possibilities. At this rate, the world will soon be the world of the Inhumans. The pattern of this world will definitely be completely disrupted. Wrapped up in this fever as if it were a raging wave, some large consortia with a keen sense of smell, as if they were lurking in the shadows of the financial wolves, acted quickly. They were like hungry sharks who smelled blood, and with financial strength so strong that it seemed to be able to buy half a country, and connections so extensive that it seemed to be weaving a dragnet, they began to secretly recruit psychics. A private clubhouse that was lavishly decorated to resemble a palace. A bigwig of a consortium dressed in a straight suit, as if controlling the lifeblood of the world's economy, sat lazily on a leather sofa, crossing his legs. Do whatever it takes to find me those powerful aliens, as long as they can be of use to me. Money is not a problem. Remember, this is a matter of life and death for the future. We must take control of the initiative. Yes, one of the people behind him hastily nodded his head like garlic and turned around to leave in a hurry. And in the isolated purgatory of Kanglan Mountain, this period of time, however, seems to have been forgotten by time and is relatively peaceful. Lu Chuan led his pride of lions and had successfully moved to the vicinity of the peach forest. Nowadays, he had become the well-deserved master of Kanglan Mountain. Several powerful clans, the Monkeys, the Wolf King, and the Golden Eagle, all submitted to his majesty. Those humans actually didn't continue to come. Are they really afraid? Lu Chuan stood on top of a boulder and was a bit puzzled. How could he have known that the outside world had already changed drastically? In reality, it was the chaos of ferocious beasts that erupted in many parts of the country that left mankind to fend for itself. It was only for this brief period of time that he had forgotten about him, the flying lion who had once given humans a hard time. But Lu Chuan is by no means a short-sighted person. He knows very well that under the surface of this seemingly calm lake, there may be a shocking wave that is enough to overturn everything. The nature of humans he knew well, so he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, still urging his community to cultivate daily, preparing for the wild storm that might come at any time. Chapter 46 Lu Chuan, bitch, I'm coming for you, husband. A clear and unobtrusive shout broke the early morning tranquility of Kanglan Mountain. The general's stance was athletic, and he walked towards Lu Chuan with big strides. Behind her, the 5 children clung cheerfully but well-behavedly. A few days ago, the general managed to break through the awakening me realm, and has since opened up his spirit and spit out human words, but even so still treated Lu Chuan respectfully. As a lion, honoring the Lion King is an innate instinct in the bloodline. What's more, Lu Chuan with his extraordinary wisdom and majestic strength, the 2 sisters, Chioli and Xiaoxiang, followed close behind, and these days, they were dedicated to helping the general take care of the children. And both the general and Akari Akika are pregnant at the moment. The little life in the womb, like a bud quietly breaking through the ground in spring, is building up its strength and preparing to meet a whole new world. Only now the month is still shallow. Still need to wait for another 2 months. The figure will be slightly show signs of gestation of new life. Hard work, Luchuan walked forward. His gaze was like the warm spring sun, gently sprinkling on the general, and said softly. The voice carried a melting warmth, as if it could dispel the early morning mist and fill the air with coziness. Then turning to the children, his eyes instantly became serious as a mountain, as if he were a commander-in-chief about to go to war, and began to lecture. Children, you must remember that your father is the Lion King, and being a descendant of the Lion King requires courage and strength far beyond the ordinary. More than that, we must remember that in this world of the weak and the strong, the only way to guard all that we hold dear is to keep getting stronger. Luchuan's voice was low and powerful, echoing in the children's hearts, although the tone of voice is harsh, but that flow between the lines, clearly is a father's deep expectations and love for his children. Looking at the oldest and second, Jiang Luoli's children, the longing that showed in their eyes from time to time, Luchuan's heart softened. Thinking for a moment, he made a decision. Take a trip out. This trip was not only to look for Jiang Luoli, but also to take the opportunity to find out about the changing situation in the outside world. In today's world, the aura is revived, chaos is rampant, and all forces are fighting for each other, with dark currents surging. As the master of Kanglan Mountain, he couldn't stay in one corner. He had to gain insight into the changes in the outside world in order to make a living for his clan in this chaotic world. Nowadays, Kanglan Mountain was closely guarded by many loyal subordinates, as if it was a heavily guarded fortress. As long as the human army didn't pour out, they basically wouldn't encounter much danger. What's more, Luchuan had taken in a group of ferocious beasts that were good at digging holes some time ago. He's given orders for these guys to dig day and night, to carve out an immense underground shelter. In this way, even if the humans use long-range artillery bombardment in the future, the community will have a safe place to hide and not be powerless. Coupled with the fact that there were golden eagles leading a troop of birds of prey patrolling the skies in defense, no wind or grass could escape their detection. Kanglan Mountain was simply solid as gold under this layout. After making thorough arrangements, Luchuan said goodbye to the general and the others one by one. I'll be gone for a while, so you guys stay here and don't wander around freely during this time. If a human calls, defend yourself as best you can and don't fight. We know. The general rubbed Luchuan affectionately. I'm outta here, Luchuan said and turned to leave. Before he left, he also summoned a white eagle. This white eagle had just stepped into the early stage of awakening me, and was exceptionally gifted, awakening the extreme speed talent, and in the entire flying troop, his speed was top-notch, as fast as lightning. It will accompany Luchuan as his scout. Soon it was back on that familiar grassland once again. It didn't take long for a cacophony of hissing and fighting sounds to reach Luchuan's ears. His gaze flickered, as if a cheetah had locked onto its prey, and rushed after the sound. Only a pride of 10 or so lions were seen to be locked in a bitter battle with 36 leopards. The lions were already small in number, and at this moment, they were even more outnumbered, and were losing ground under the onslaught of the leopards. That Lion King had already died in battle, his body lying on the ground, his blood soaking the surrounding grass. The lionesses in the pride looked desperate, but still fight to the death, protecting the cubs behind them. The lion cubs hid behind their mothers, terror in their eyes, and from time to time they let out a faint wail. Roar! Seeing this, Luchuan did not hesitate and let out an earth-shaking roar. The lions and leopards that were in the midst of the melee were stunned by the sudden roar. Luchuan didn't hesitate. His body was like electricity, rushing towards the Leopard King. The Leopard King sensed the approaching danger and was not willing to show any weakness. It arched its body violently, its muscles tense like a drawn bowstring, ready to unleash a fatal blow. Just as Luchuan was about to approach, the Leopard King moved. Its figure flashed, bringing up a black residual shadow, like lightning instantly leaping to the side of Luchuan. The sharp claws grabbed fiercely towards Luchuan's neck. Luchuan was prepared for this. He sidestepped and easily avoided this powerful strike, while extending his right paw and slapping towards the back of the Leopard King. The Leopard King reacted with extreme agility, flipping over in the air to avoid Luchuan's attack, and then launched a more violent charge again. After a few rounds, Luchuan figured out the Leopard King's attack routine. He saw a moment and feinted to attack the Leopard King's abdomen. But when the Leopard King raised his hand in defense, Luchuan suddenly changed his stance. Both legs stomped the ground violently and used the force to leap up, drawing a golden arc in the air. It directly crossed over the top of the Leopard King's head, then extended its claws and pierced through its neck. Seeing that the Leopard King was dead, the rest of the leopards immediately lost their backbone and looked at Luchuan with fear in their eyes. The other lions, witnessing the great strength displayed by Luchuan, lowered their heads as a sign of submission. Luchuan stepped forward and devoured the Leopard King's flesh and blood without a care in the world. That blood and flesh entered his abdomen, as if it was a hot stream of heat, instantly rushing through his body, nourishing his body and refining his strength by a few more points.
After dealing with this side of things, he had the White Eagle lead the group of lions to Kanglan Mountain.
Along the way, Lu Chuan, with his great strength, subdued 2 more lion groups in the grassland one after another.
He pointed these members of the Lion's Pride in the direction of Kanglan Mountain.
Tell them that there is food,
a safe place to live, and that they can all be part of the pack if they want to be.
Boom!
Just as Lu Chuan continued to move forward, a sudden roar came from the sky. He looked up and saw a helicopter hovering in the air.
Lu Chuan was not the least bit afraid.
His eyes were cold and determined as he stared straight at the helicopter. And the men in the helicopter quickly spotted him through their binoculars.
It's the flying lion from Kanglan Mountain. It's back in the grasslands. Inform the ground troops to be careful. The pilot reported anxiously to the ground over the intercom. It was obvious that this time when the human met Lu Chuan, his attitude was very different from the past. In the past, they had chased after Lu Chuan, wanting to get rid of him. And now, after seeing Lu Chuan's power and the chaos that the entire world had been thrown into due to the revival of Aura, only scorn remained in their eyes. Chapter 47.
Roar. Lu Chuan threw back his head and let out a roar that shook the heavens. Inside the helicopter, the pilot was white with fear,
his hands trembling uncontrollably. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, instantly soaking his collar. He jerked the joystick in a panic, and the helicopter drew up steeply like a frightened bird of prey. The fuselage shook violently, the needle on the dashboard jumped wildly, and all kinds of alarms mingled. The driver's mind was filled with horror and only one thought came to mind. If this lion flies up here, he's going to get himself killed. His eyes widened as he stared down at Lu Chuan, as if Lu Chuan would break through the roof of the machine and eat him alive in the next second. Inside the command center below, the atmosphere was instantly tense to the extreme.
The generals sat around in front of the huge screen, their faces staring intently at the red dot on the screen that represented Lu Chuan.
Why has this flying lion appeared again? We let it slip away last time in the grasslands. We must not let it go this time.
A lieutenant general slammed the table, causing the papers on the table to rustle.
Pass the order down.
All units maintain a high level of alert.
Make sure to intercept it. The commander-in-chief swiftly gave the order,
his voice calm but with unquestionable majesty.
Lu Chuan, however, did not have the heart to take care of this helicopter. He only had one goal in mind,
to find Zhang Luoli. According to the map he had stumbled upon earlier, he recognized the southeast and spread his hooves, running wildly like a golden lightning. This time Lu Chuan was extremely fast, darting left and right across the grassland, skillfully utilizing the terrain to make several detours, and actually managed to get rid of the helicopter. That helicopter circled the air a few times, lost its target, and returned helplessly. A few hours later, Lu Chuan finally ran out of the grassland. Before his eyes, a majestic and spectacular city wall stood abruptly above the earth, like a sleeping dragon, stretching into the endless distance, with the edge barely visible. This city wall was made of huge stones piled up, each of which was the size of a house, with a rough surface but an impenetrable power. On the wall, a watchtower was built at intervals, resembling the spine of a giant dragon, towering high. The city walls were also equipped with crossbows and other defense equipment. The blackened muzzle of the guns resembled the mouth of a beast that chose to devour people, emitting an icy deterrent. Lu Chuan knew that this must be a new line of defense built by human beings in order to defend themselves from ferocious beasts, and he couldn't help but be slightly surprised in his heart. Lu Chuan stopped and stared, but in a moment, he came back to his senses. It's just a wall. It can't stop me. That city wall was more than 10 meters high, and was undoubtedly an insurmountable moat for most of the beasts. But who is Lu Chuan? He was a lion king who could fly through the sky. He was seen crouching slightly, his muscles tensed, as if he were a strong bow ready to fire. Immediately afterward, his legs stomped violently, and his body rose up in the air like a rocket, drawing a perfect arc in the air and easily crossing over the city wall. On the city walls, not every place was manned, and the soldiers on duty were spaced 1,000 meters apart. They were dressed in heavy armor and armed with lances, their gazes vigilantly scanning the outside of the city. Lu Chuan's leap was fortunately unnoticed by the naked eye, but was accurately captured by the surveillance cameras on the city walls. Inside the monitoring room, the alarm went off instantly. The red light flashed non-stop, and the staff stared in horror. Hands and feet were scrambled to report this unexpected situation to their superiors. Flying lion has appeared, crossing over the city wall. Lu Chuan raised his eyes and a tall and lofty fortress came into view in the distance. The fortress was unfinished, with scaffolding lined up like a jungle of steel. Many humans were busy shuttling around. The deafening roar of large machinery carrying boulders, steel and other building materials. Lu Chuan didn't stop. He knew that it was not advisable to stay here for a long time and continued to run forward. This trip was already the furthest he had run after leaving Kanglan Mountain. The road ahead was full of unknowns and dangers.
but he did not flinch. Woohoo! Suddenly, sharp, ear-piercing sirens came from all directions, shattering the silence around them. It turned out that the previous surveillance footage of Lu Chuan crossing the city wall was noticed, and dozens of guard posts around the area sounded the alarm at the same time. The sound of the alarm was like the cries of ghosts and wolves from the 9 ghosts and hells, with a strong penetrating power that could be transmitted as far as 10 kilometers, instantly encircling Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan looked around, only to see signaling lights flashing on the distant posts. The soldiers, as if they were on the verge of an attack, quickly assembled, arms at the ready, and nervously searched for their target. Defense is tight enough, Lu Chuan sighed in his heart. Since awakening the eye of soul regeneration, his perception had become extremely sharp. In the next moment, he violently inclined his head, his gaze like a torch, looking at the dirt 1,000 meters away to the side. There, standing in a military uniform, was a human in binoculars, nervously looking around. This person was named Wang Sanhammer, and at the moment, he was fully concentrating on searching for Lu Chuan's traces through the binoculars. Coldly meeting Lu Chuan's gaze, he was so frightened that his legs went limp and he almost collapsed directly to the ground. The binoculars fell to the ground with a clang, and he stared wide-eyed and full of horror, muttering, "Boy, how did you find my..." Reacting, he pulled out his legs and ran, while his hands scrambled to pull his communicator out of his pocket. "I found the flying lion." Request. However, he didn't run a few steps before a gust of wind came from behind him. Wang Sanhammer's footsteps lurched, only to feel a powerful pressure coming over him, making him unable to move. He slowly turned his head, only to see that Lu Chuan had already appeared in front of him. The large body stood like a mountain, the golden mane dancing in the wind, and the lion's eyes flickering with a soul-stirring ghostly light. Fear instantly filled Wang Sanhammer's entire body. His heart seemed to jump out of his throat, wanting to call for help but found that his throat was dry and couldn't make half a sound. Lu Chuan, however, did not talk nonsense. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he cast the eye of soul regeneration. A cold and mysterious light shot out from his eyes, straight into Wang Sanhammer's eyes. Wang Sanhammer only felt a sharp pain in his head. His consciousness gradually blurred, his eyes became dull, and his original panic was replaced by obedience. A moment later, he recognized Lu Chuan as his master. Afterwards, he was told to open his cell phone to look up some information, especially the previous sighting of the ice lion. Wang Sanhammer mechanically did as he was told, sliding his fingers across the screen. However, after some searching, there was no latest news about the ice lions. Instead, the news about the magic lions attracted Lu Chuan. Shu Land? Lu Chuan looked at the report on the screen and his heart fluttered. It's also off to the south. His eyes landed on the picture of the demon lion and his heart shook as he noticed the lioness's slightly bulging belly. It's a clear sign of, well, pregnancy. Lu Chuan thought secretly. Although his stomach wasn't very big yet, he was already the father of 5 children, so he could naturally tell at a glance. Moreover, that lioness is so fierce. Other lions certainly cannot get close. Lu Chuan has already concluded that this belly must be his own child. It's okay that you ran away, but you shouldn't have run away with the baby. Lu Chuan was happy in his heart and had already made the decision to head to Shu. Chapter 48 Cannibalistic Flowers. Fox Demon. According to the route, we need to go south next and cross that great mountain of Qingling to reach the land of Shu. Lu Chuan changed his plans temporarily. Ice Lion Jiang Luoli's whereabouts are unknown at the moment, as if a stone sank into the sea, without a trace. And the demon lion Rin Qingyao's trail was already locked in the great mountains of Shu. In contrast, Lu Chuan decisively chose to go straight to Shu, expecting to solve the many mysteries in his heart and find his wife and children. The Green Ridge, this lofty and majestic mountain, stretched across the east and west, rigidly bisecting the vast territory of Dian, becoming a natural demarcation line between north and south. Its mountains were towering, steep and treacherous, with rolling peaks plunging into the sky, blocking all air currents from the sky. Because of this, the climatic differences between the south and north of the mountain are remarkable, as if they were two very different worlds. The south of the mountain is warm and humid, with 4 seasons of spring and a profusion of flowers. The north of the mountain is dry and cold, with long, snowy winters. Lu Chuan stepped into the Green Ridge, and just as he reached the edge, he encountered a few uninvited guests. A sharp whistling sound cut through the silence of the mountains. 3 birds of prey shaped like eagles but even larger in size, resembling black lightning, swooped down from high above. The wings unfolded and were 4 or 5 meters wide, and the sharp claws were like cold and shining curved knives, grabbing straight towards Lu Chuan. Seeing this, Lu Chuan's eyes instantly sharpened like an eagle, and his stance flickered to the side, easily avoiding the first round of combined attacks from these 3 birds of prey. Then his feet were like springs, and he violently stepped on the ground. using the force to leap up, and the whole person was like a golden cannonball rushing into the mid-air. Under the sunlight, his right claw flashed with a metallic luster, wrapped with the force of 10,000 pounds, grabbing towards the neck of one of the birds of prey. The bird of prey sensed the approaching danger and instinctively tried to dodge sideways as it desperately flapped its huge wings in an attempt to change its flight trajectory. However, Lu Chuan's speed was so fast that it only had time to move a small step before Lu Chuan's claws were already close at hand. With a hiss, a large part of the feathers at the bird's neck was torn off, and blood instantly gushed out, showering a string of blood beads in the air. The injured bird of prey let out a mournful scream, and the other two birds of prey saw this and attacked more and more fiercely. They were one on the left and one on the right, in a pincer attack, once again pouncing towards Lu Chuan. The bird of prey on the left had its wings closed and its body was like an arrow, stabbing straight towards Lu Chuan's chest, its sharp beak resembling a sharp lance. The bird of prey on the right then opened its claws and slashed through the air with a few chilling rays, attempting to grab Lu Chuan's arms and drag him high into the air. Lu Chuan, however, did not panic and flip sideways in the air, like a nimble dragon, skillfully avoiding the fatal strikes of the two flying birds. Immediately after that, he made another claw, moving as fast as lightning, heavily clawing at the belly of the left flying bird. That flying bird's body instantly sunk into a piece, wailing in pain as its body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. It was only after crashing through several branches that he managed to stabilize himself. At this moment, the only remaining bird of prey seemed to be completely enraged, and it let out a high-pitched chirp up to the sky. A black air current surged around his body, and his speed and power increased steeply. Crazily pounced towards Lu Chuan, his claws waving randomly in the air. Each swing brought up a whistling wind, scraping the surrounding leaves rustling. The strength is good, but it's not even close. Lu Chuan's eyes were cold as he accurately judged its attack route. In just a few rounds, these three birds of prey were beaten by Lu Chuan without the ability to fight back. Lu Chuan saw the right moment and cast the Eye of Soul Regeneration. The cold light instantly did not enter their eyes. The three birds of prey were dull-eyed and obediently recognized their masters. Lu Chuan left two of the late-stage transfiguration flying birds behind, letting them scout the way ahead while he himself continued on his way. He did not have the leisure of exploring the finished green ridge on this trip, and was bent on quickly traversing it from north to south. Passing through a winding mountain road, Lu Chuan was sprinting forward when a strange fragrance quietly drilled into his nostrils. The scent is rich and fragrant at first, like the sweet scent of spring flowers in full bloom, which is refreshing. Lu Chuan was instantly alert. Any abnormality could conceal a fatal crisis. On both sides of the mountain road, it was densely covered with vines, as if it was a huge green spider's web, enveloping the space on both sides of the road. In between, there were some huge green plants growing. Their leaves were broad and thick, like green shields, and in the breeze, they gently swayed. Lu Chuan detected that the scent was released precisely from these green plants. This incense is actually poisonous? Lu Chuan pondered in his heart. He himself was impervious to all poisons, so he could naturally detect the strangeness in the scent. To find out, he feigned a poison coma and fell straight to the ground. As expected, those green plants, as if sensing that their prey had taken the bait, slowly made a movement. One of them was the most massive, with its leaves rapidly shrinking and a large mouth splitting open in the center. It was clearly a mutant cannibal flower. The bloody mouth was covered with sharp teeth, like rows of cold daggers, and it was also dripping with a slimy liquid that emitted a sickening stench. Out of your depth. Lu Chuan, however, snapped his eyes open the moment the cannibal flower was about to touch him, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. His legs stomped hard, his body catapulted up like a rocket. His hard claws were like two absolute blades, mercilessly tearing towards the stamens and stems of the cannibal flower. In an instant, green sap splattered, and the cannibal flower trembled in pain, letting out a low hiss, as if it were a wounded beast. Lu Chuan's movements were ferocious, and in 3 or 2 strokes, he tore this cannibalistic flower into pieces, scattering limbs and broken arms all over the place. A plant, can it still turn against the sky? Your Excellency is good at. Just as Lu Chuan finished solving the cannibalistic flowers and was about to continue his journey, a clear and pleasant laughter came from the distant hills. This laughter is like the clear spring water flowing in the mountains. Ding dong dong, echoing in the mountains and forests. From the sound of laughter can be heard is a female voice. Quite good. Lu Chuan raised his eyes and saw a fox standing playfully on the hill. This fox wasn't that big, less than 2 meters tall, with a graceful figure. The fiery red fur, which resembled a burning evening sun, shimmered with a brilliant luster under the sun's rays. The most peculiar thing was its face, which was actually identical to that of a human being, white and pink, as if it was a carefully carved beautiful jade. It also has a pair of pointed ears that playfully stand up, adding a bit of spunk and mystery.
Lu Chuan was secretly shocked in his heart. The other party was able to discover himself first, which meant that the other party's sensing ability was a few points stronger than his. To be able to have such a keen sense, one is by no means an idle person. Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, vigilantly sizing up this mysterious fox demon. Chapter 49, Trying to seduce me? Give me submission. You're also good at getting so close without me noticing. Lu Chuan gazed at the fox demon not far away, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes as he responded. In his senses, the power fluctuations emanating from the fox demon's circumference were not strong, compared to the many strong enemies they had encountered before. It even seemed a bit weak. Even the Monkey King that he had taken in was able to easily kill him. However, Lu Chuan knew in his heart that in this world where there were hidden killings and danger everywhere, to be able to survive so far, and to be the first to discover herself, she must have special means, and must not be taken lightly. It is contempt that is the greatest enemy. One mistake and all may be lost. It's probably because I'm too petite that your excellency didn't notice. The fox demon's vermilion lips lightly opened, letting out a silvery bell-like laughter, making it extremely easy for people to let their guard down. As she spoke, the fox demon lightly leapt to a small hill, with a graceful posture, like a willow branch dancing with the wind. She stood lightly on the hilltop, and her fiery red fur glittered with a charming luster under the sunlight, which made her more and more playful and flirtatious. Is your excellency here to fight for supremacy? The fox demon's beautiful eyes flowed as she continued to speak. If it's for the sake of hegemony, I can help you. Her voice was soft and gentle, like a babbling brook in the mountains, with a hint of compelling flavor. Lu Chuan secretly snickered in his heart, thinking that this initiative to defect came strangely. He cannot have much of a king's spirit, and can go anywhere to attract others to follow. This fox demon must be acting in such a way with an ulterior motive in mind. So with a few points of playfulness back, oh, this little fox of yours, you want to help me for no reason. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Say, what's the idea? The fox demon's eyes rolled. The smile on her face grew brighter and brighter as she pouted. See what you're saying, the little woman is alone in this green ridge, struggling to survive, but she's just trying to find a strong reliance. And you, majestic, superb strength. The little woman fell in love at first sight, naturally want to follow the left and right, and work together for a great cause. Humph, less flowery words here. Lu Chuan snorted coldly, his mind already made up its mind. Whatever, catch it first. After he said that, his eyes flashed, and in the next moment, his paws violently stepped on the ground, as if he was an arrow that had left the string, and he approached the fox demon at full speed. His figure was like electricity, bringing up a strong wind, and wherever he passed, the grass and trees fell down and raised a cloud of dust. That's doing it? I didn't say anything wrong, did I? The fox demon immediately panicked a bit. She originally thought that Lu Chuan would maneuver with herself more, but she didn't expect him to do it when he said he was going to do it, and at a pace far beyond one's own predictions. She turned in a panic and sped off, her fiery red tail like a burning flame behind her. However, Lu Chuan's speed was just too fast, and in the blink of an eye, he came in front of her, as if he was a towering wall, blocking her way hard. If you're going to help me, what are you running for? Lu Chuan's eyes were icy cold, and he raised his right claw without mercy, wrapping it in the sound of whistling wind and grabbing it towards the fox demon. Fox demon dexterity, sideways flash, easily avoid this blow. Lu Chuan, however, did not relent. Chain attack, punches and kicks, attack like a storm. Each of his punches carried the force of 1,000 pounds, and the winds of his fists whistled. You no harm. Why should you? After dodging a few times, the fox demon saw that the situation was not good, and her eyes suddenly turned red, and she met Lu Chuan in a deadly stare. In an instant, Lu Chuan felt a stabbing pain coming from the depths of his soul, as if there were millions of steel needles piercing into it at the same time, and immediately after, the scene in front of his eyes began to distort and change, and hallucinations appeared. It was as if he was in a mist-shrouded wonderland, surrounded by fairy music and several lionesses with exquisite postures. The eyes were full of adoration and seduction. However, Lu Chuan's soul strength was extremely high, and with the suppression of his profound cultivation, this illusion was but fleeting, and he was forced to break through it. Just at the moment when Lu Chuan broke through the illusion, the fox demon saw the right moment and flickered, trying to slip away from his side. Lu Chuan couldn't let her get away with it. He snapped to a side and extended his claws, grabbing the fox demon's tail with precision. Ah! The fox demon let out a scream in pain and struggled desperately, its fiery red fur becoming more and more disheveled as it struggled. Charmed? Lu Chuan was now considered to have completely understood. This fox demon looks weak, but in reality, all of his skills are at the soul level, able to perform the art of charm, allowing people to fall into a hallucinogenic trap. but today she is considered to have kicked the iron plate.
Encountered Lu Chuan this hard. Seeing that the charm was ineffective, the fox demon was shocked, and the smile on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by panic and despair. Legs soft, Flop fell to the ground, begging for mercy. Lord, spare your life. The little girl knows the mistake, is really forced to do this strategy. Please adults, let me off this time. Lu Chuan looked at her coldly, not moved in the slightest. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he cast demented eye. A cold and mysterious light shot out from his eyes and went straight into the fox demon's eyes. The fox demon only felt a sharp pain in her head. Her consciousness gradually blurred, and her original intention to resist vanished, replaced by awe and obedience to Lu Chuan. How could she not expect that she, who usually relied on the art of seduction to run amok, would fall into Lu Chuan's hands today and be easily controlled by him? After subduing the fox demon, Lu Chuan learned from its mouth that she had also subdued a dozen or so huge ferocious beasts. Even the flying eagle in the sky was under her command. The rest of the ferocious beasts were spread out over a dozen miles of the surrounding area, listening to her orders on weekdays, either foraging for food or guarding their territories. This time, she had come to the Cannibal Flower region alone, originally thinking of picking some rare herbs to use to improve herself, but she didn't expect to kill a Lu Chuan halfway. Such a powerful and tough stalwart, directly disrupting her plans. It's rather self-defeating. It was also learned that the fox demon had another concubine. He is a bully in Green Ridge, known as the Golden Monkey King. That Golden Monkey King in this Green Ridge, and the power is very great. Under the command of the monkeys are many, occupying a side of the rich mountains and forests, usually in power, arrogant and domineering. Lu Chuan heard these news, but he only raised his eyebrows slightly and didn't care too much about it. At this moment, his heart and eyes are full of only one idea: as soon as possible to rush to Shu, to find his wife and children. He really didn't have the heart to get too involved in the right and wrong in this Green Ridge. However, just as Lu Chuan was about to continue his journey with the fox demon, suddenly, a strange change occurred. A majestic and rich foreign fragrance was like a raging tide that instantly filled the entire mountain forest. The fragrance was rich and fragrant, as if it contained endless vitality and attraction, making people feel invigorated when they smelled it. Something good? Lu Chuan immediately became interested. Since there was such a good thing, naturally he would collect the spirit fruit first. Chapter 50. If you want to be reunited, be slaves together. Between the mountains and forests, the originally quiet atmosphere was as if it had been instantly torn apart by a large invisible hand. The fragrance is like a surging tide of magic power, gushing out madly from the depths, and wherever it passes, the grass and trees sway, seeming to rejoice in trembling. In an instant, the beasts ran, the birds of prey lifted their wings, and the ferocious beasts in all directions seemed as if they had been ignited with the fire of their most primitive desires. Against all odds, he surged towards the place where the strange fragrance had erupted. Lu Chuan was naturally wrapped up in this torrent and sped towards the mysterious source. In that the fragrance of the most intense place, a white snake, snaking out of the body, exudes a cold air. The icy blue scales shimmered coldly in the dim light, as if they were fine pieces of ice. Every time he swam, his body rubbed against the ground, bringing up a burst of ice rustling down. Where he passed, the ground instantly condensed a thin layer of frost. The eyes were like two translucent cold crystals, staring deathly at the giant tree, occasionally opening the snake's mouth and spewing out a line of frosty spit that was visible to the naked eye. Confronting it was a black bear. This black bear was like a looming black hill with taut muscles. The bear's paw was wide, thick and huge, with hairs on it standing up like steel needles, and with a casual wave, it could bring up a whistling gale, uprooting the surrounding trees and splattering the earth and rocks. On top of that, there's a golden monkey. The golden hair all over his body was as if it had been gilded by the sunlight and glittered. The muscles of his arms were tight and contained the power of adamantine. The three beasts were in a triangular position, firmly guarding around a giant white tree. The giant tree rose up out of the ground and plunged into the sky, 100 meters high. Above the top of the tree, a few white fruits were hidden among the luxuriant branches and leaves, like the most mysterious stars in the night sky, emitting a tantalizing luster. It was just that youthful look that was obviously not fully matured. When Lu Chuan stepped into this chaotic land, the rest of the ferocious beasts were instantly alert, their eyes filled with wariness and scorn. Only the golden monkey, when he saw the demon fox beside Lu Chuan, his eyes instantly erupted with surprise and excitement. Fox sister. The golden monkey was like an out-of-control cannonball, rushing over recklessly, shouting under his breath, his voice trembling slightly from excitement. Although the demon fox still retains memories of the past, but now the body and mind has been loyal to Lu Chuan. She subconsciously looked at Lu Chuan, eyes with the implication of asking for instructions. Is this your concubine? Lu Chuan glanced at the golden monkey and turned his head to ask the demon fox. Aha! The demon fox answered softly, her voice as low as a fly. Go on. Lu Chuan nodded slightly, his expression calm, as if he had anticipated this unexpected situation. Golden Monkey saw the scene, as if by a pot of ice water poured down. Full of joy instantly turned into a flame of anger. He stared at Lu Chuan with wide, dead eyes. Who is this? Fox sister. And how is it that you obey him? This anger was like a volcano that was about to erupt, causing him to lose his mind instantly and was about to pounce towards Lu Chuan. When the fox demon saw this, she was instantly enraged. Her almond eyes rounded and she scolded. You actually dare to disrespect your master. That voice was like a harsh whip that lashed at the golden monkey's heart, causing him to instantly come to his senses. The golden monkey's heart was in awe. Looking at the demon fox's unfamiliar yet familiar face, he instantly understood that something must have happened to the fox demon, and that he was controlled by this guy who came out of nowhere. Thinking of this, the anger that filled his heart surged up again, and he only wanted to find Lu Chuan to fight for his life and free his beloved fox sister. If you don't want her to die, be honest. Lu Chuan looked at the golden monkey with a cold gaze and lightly spat out these words, that voice as if with endless pressure, so that the golden monkey as if cast a spell of stasis, just stepped out of the footsteps hard stopped in midair. The anger in his heart was also instantly doused, and he stood in place deflated, his eyes full of unwillingness and suffocation. Lu Chuan then swept his gaze around and decisively ordered, Golden Monkey, Fox Demon, go drive away the other ferocious beasts. The voice was calm and strong and unquestionable. The monkey was reluctant, but there was no way around it. In an instant, a melee erupted. The golden monkey and the fox demon glanced at each other, and had no choice but to rush side by side towards that white snake and black bear. The golden monkey was like a golden whirlwind, and with the help of the bouncing force of the tree branch, his arm fiercely jerked towards the white snake 7 inches. Sensing the threat, the white snake's head quickly twisted and spewed out a frosty spit. The golden monkey's figure flickered and narrowly avoided it, but the cold air still made him shiver. The fox demon, on the other hand, performed the charming technique. Her eyes flushed red as if they were 2 burning demonic fires, emitting a compelling light at the black bear. The black bear's figure lurched, its eyes appearing disoriented for a moment, but it instantly came to its senses again, growling angrily as it pounced towards the fox demon. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, took advantage of this gap to quickly walk to the giant tree alone. The 3 flying birds under his control circled and whistled in the sky, their sharp eagle eyes staring dead below. Lu Chuan tilted his head and gazed at the white fruit at the top of the tree. Looking at it, it looks like it's almost ripe. Finally, the white fruit slowly radiated a ripe luster, as if it were a night pearl that had been illuminated, dazzlingly bright. Seeing this, Lu Chuan did not hesitate. His legs violently stomped on the ground, like a soaring dragon, leaping up high, instantly picking the fruit and quickly swallowing it. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Swallowing the cold elemental fruit has greatly increased his resistance to ice and cold. A system beep sounded in Lu Chuan's head. Lu Chuan looked calm, having expected this. After all, with the aid of the system, he had long ago learned of the fruit's special effects in advance, and at the moment it was just a matter of harvesting the fruits in a step-by-step manner. Soon after swallowing the fruit, the situation on the battlefield over there changed suddenly. The fox demon was exhausted. The charm gradually failed. The white snake took the opportunity to break free. A mouthful of ice spit like an ice-blue tsunami, swept towards Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's eyes were cold as if he was a fearless god of war. His feet violently stepped on the ground and used the force to rush towards White Snake. It was as if there was an invisible shield around his body, letting that ice spit freeze everything around him into a pile of ice. But it was as if he was out of the picture and had no fear. After a few rounds, he saw the White Snake's break, his right claw wrapped in majestic power, ruthlessly hitting the White Snake's head. Snap! The White Snake's head was deformed on the spot, rolling and struggling in agony, instantly out of resistance. After resolving the White Snake, Lu Chuan turned to look at the battlefield between the Golden Monkey and the Black Bear. At this time, the Golden Monkey was already panting, with a few more shocking wounds on his body, blood staining his golden fur red, and his footsteps becoming weak. Although the Black Bear is also injured, but by virtue of its thick skin, still resisting, Lu Chuan's figure flashed, appearing behind the Black Bear like a ghost, and raised his right paw. Bang! With a loud thud, the Black Bear's massive body flopped forward onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust, struggling to get up. But Lu Chuan didn't give it a chance and attacked again in a series, completely subduing it. The Golden Monkey's eyes were filled with scorn as he watched Lu Chuan defeat the Black Bear so easily. If you still want to be with your fox sister, become my subordinate too. Lu Chuan looked at the Golden Monkey smilingly and repeated again. Chapter 51, Wake Me Up Late. The Power of Indestructibility. The Golden Monkey King stared angrily at Lu Chuan, his heart burning, a blazing fire. Resentment seemed like lava about to erupt, churning violently inside his chest, clenched his fists tightly, knuckles white. But when his gaze touched Lu Chuan's eyes, his heart chilled, as if he had been doused with a basin of ice water from head to toe. That stubbornness eventually wilted like a frosted eggplant. He gritted his teeth, his cheeks bulging and the muscles on his face trembling slightly, and in the end, filled with helplessness, he lowered that lofty head and nodded his head in agreement to submit. Lu Chuan, however, did not change his expression, and in his heart, he did not have full trust in this newly accepted subordinate. In this world of the weak, the strong and the deceitful, the slightest mistake can lead to the end of all life. His eyes flashed, as if a cold aura had materialized in his eyes, and he did not hesitate to cast the eye of soul regeneration. In an instant, a cold and mysterious light was like a chain from the 9 hells, wrapped in endless intimidation, and straight into the Golden Monkey King's eyes. The Golden Monkey King only felt his head buzzing, as if his consciousness was plunged into a chaotic darkness. Subsequently, it was tightly bound by an invisible force, completely reduced to a puppet on strings in Lu Chuan's palm, obeying orders. In this way, Lu Chuan can be considered to have 2 more powerful arms around him, and it is much more convenient to act. Before, it was just Wang San Hammer, a human, who followed around. The walking speed is as slow as a snail's crawl. Every time he encountered danger, not only was he unable to help, but he also had to be distracted to take care of him in case something bad happened to him, which was really a burden. So dumped it before going into the mountains. Now with the Fox Demon and the Golden Monkey King following around, the situation was very different. Because Fox Demon is fast and able to play with his cell phone, Lu Chuan secretly thought in his mind, when he found the right time, he must get a cell phone to put on his body. In the future, no matter where you are, you can always grasp the first time to keenly perceive the wind and grass in the human world, and seize that vital first opportunity. Lu Chuan found a hidden place in this mountain forest, after a full meal. Looking at the rolling hills in the distance, his heart crossed, decided not to have the slightest delay, continued to embark on the road to find his wife and children. Along the way, there were still unknowingly ferocious beasts leaping out from time to time. It was as if a group of brazen death squads were trying to block Lu Chuan's steps forward. These ferocious beasts were either boars with huge bodies and exposed tusks, or lizards with scales glittering around their bodies in strange movements. But they all have one thing in common: they are not afraid to die. Although the revival of the aura has given them quite a bit of intelligence, but it's clear that they haven't figured out what to do with all that wisdom. Each one of them had open teeth and claws, their mouths emitted chilling hisses, and their eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. However, at this time, Lu Chuan is just like a marshal who has been through 100 battles and is as calm as a mountain, sitting calmly in the center tent, commanding as if it were fixed. In the face of these ordinary ferocious beasts, he didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, and just gently waved his claws, and his own men fought their way forward. The Golden Monkey King is eager to perform in front of his new master so that he can prove his worth, only to see his figure resembling a golden lightning bolt. He instantly disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Within a short time, they returned dragging a head of ferocious beasts with a huge body size and a ferocious aura like that of a flood beast. Those ferocious beasts were still making their last struggles, their sharp claws digging a furrow in the ground. Some of them twisted their bodies frantically, trying to break free from the Golden Monkey King's grip. A hiss escaped his mouth, but these ferocious beasts, without exception, became stepping stones on Lu Chuan's growth path. Lu Chuan wouldn't be polite and feasted on it. Each swallow was an injection of majestic power for the breakthrough. Under the crazy infusion of this massive amount of energy, his body was as if it was a divine artifact that had been reshaped by an ancient god, shining and gleaming, and he smoothly broke through to the late stage of awakening me. Finally, under this period of time of eating and drinking indiscriminately, the energy gathered within their bodies managed to allow them to make a breakthrough. Lu Chuan only felt a wave of relief in his body. The system's mechanical voice sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host, breaking through to the late stage of the awakening realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the third talent, the power of indestructibility. In an instant, Lu Chuan only felt that his body's recovery ability had taken a qualitative leap. It was as if he had instantly transformed into a mythological immortal god who possessed the divine skill of self-healing. With this ability, even if the head was cut off, as long as a trace of life remained, the flesh and blood would be able to wriggle and grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and within a short period of time, it would be as good as new. Immortality? Ahahaha, good timing. This talent is unbeatable. Lu Chuan excitedly raised his voice to the sky. His voice was like a thunderbolt breaking through the clouds, echoing in the mountains and forests for a long time. This kind of heaven-defying ability is not the legendary immortal body. With this layer of protection, In the future when he walks in the Jianghu, what else is he afraid of? Lu Chuan once again set off, as if a gust of wind, hoofing it non-stop toward Shu. Are you ready? This time, make sure to wipe out the demon lions in one fell swoop, so that the people can see the power of the empire again. Inside a large basin Shu, the atmosphere was so stagnant that it was as if water could drip out of it. The generals were dressed in straight uniforms, the medals on their chests glinting coldly in the light, their faces as cold as frost as they sat around the huge monitors. Each one of them had a gaze like a torch, as if they could penetrate the monitor and see the scene of the demonic lions wreaking havoc. In each pair of eyes, the fire of anger and determination burned, staring at the mark on the monitor that represented the demon lion, which was tightly deploying a strategic plan to attack the demon lion. During this period of time, the devil lion was like a demonic monarch from hell in Shu Di, rampaging wildly. Wherever he passed, the skeletons of ferocious beasts have been piled up into mountains as if they were in hell on earth. Although it has not yet caused too many casualties to humans, someone uploaded these scenes to the network. A time is to make the people panic, as if the birds of prey, filled with fear and anger at this ferocious beast from hell, they took to the streets in droves, holding up signs and shouting, calling on the empire to send in troops to eradicate this scourge. On Lu Chuan's side, in order to keep up with the news of what was happening outside, out of the mountains, he found a village and grabbed a cell phone for the Fox Demon. At first Fox Demon didn't know what to do with it. After a brief explanation from Lu Chuan, he quickly got on board. This is the thing that will always know what's happening thousands of miles away? And to know the plans of the two-legged beast? Curious, the Fox Demon began to fiddle with it. Just when the Fox Demon was planning to enjoy the fun of this new thing, a push message attracted the attention of Lu Chuan beside him. Just see the screen. The heavy news that humans were about to launch a roundup operation against the demonic lions was clearly displayed. What's even more shocking is that the entire operation was actually broadcast live. Chapter 52, Bitch. You can't die. That so-called demon lion. The two-legged beasts take it quite seriously. The Fox Demon leaned against a tree trunk, with her fingers gently scratching the screen of her cell phone. A pair of soulful beauty eyes stared at the constantly scrolling information on it with interest. The corner of her mouth hooked up a playful arc, and she opened her mouth smilingly. There was a mixture of derision at this fuss over the humans, and a bit of a laid-back approach to the matter. Bull ***** demon lion. Our boss will beat her. These humans are just making a big deal out of it. As soon as the Golden Monkey King heard this, he immediately came to life. He had been squatting on a raised boulder, and now he stood up, clasped his hands fiercely to his chest, and his chest stood up high, like a big rooster demonstrating to his opponents. That appearance, as if everything in the world in his eyes are not enough to fear, and Lu Chuan, moreover, he regarded as a god who can overturn the sky and the earth. Omnipotent. In his mind, as long as his own boss moved his fingers, packing up a demonic lion was as easy as crushing an ant. Lu Chuan was already in a hurry, and these two guys were raving about you and me, which was even more like noise in his ears at the moment, disturbing him. His brows furrowed, a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes, and he let out a low gulp. Shut up. This rebuke was like a harsh whip, instantly dispersing the surrounding clamor. The safety of the devil lion at the moment tightly gripped his heart, as if an invisible silk thread, more and more tightly entangled, so that he could not rest for a moment. He was filled with anxiety and just wanted to get to the scene as soon as possible. With this order, the Fox Demon and the Golden Monkey King closed their mouths resentfully, and the surrounding area was instantly so quiet that only the rustling sound of the breeze blowing through the leaves was left, as well as Lu Chuan's slightly heavy breathing. After saying that, Lu Chuan's body flickered, like a golden lightning, and disappeared in an instant. Fox Demon, stay on top of this. Lu Chuan did not look back. His voice was like a bell, echoing long in the mountains and forests, with an unquestionable majesty. Yes, the Fox Demon hurriedly answered and fiddled with her cell phone again. A flicker of panic flickered in her eyes, and her fingers slid quickly across the screen, trying to catch the most crucial elements from the jumble of information. At this moment, the picture on the cell phone screen switched to the missile launching base. A dozen missiles were neatly arranged on the launching racks, as if a wildly hairy steel beast was ready to fire. With a sharp command sound, the missile's tail instantly ejected a blazing flame, trailing a long tail of smoke and whistling into the sky. The scene was as shocking as if the end times had come. Shortly thereafter, the screen jumped to the depths of the mountains, only to hear a rumbling sound. The distant mountains and forests were instantly shrouded in fire and smoke, as if they were dragged by an invisible hand into the abyss of hell. Immediately afterward, another round of missiles poured down, and the earth trembled with the continuous sound of explosions. The flying birds among the mountains and forests were startled to flee in all directions, emitting mournful cries, and the entire heaven and earth seemed to be plunged into an apocalyptic chaos. After several encounters,
The human had long known the demon lion's power, knowing that she had the evil means to be able to manipulate puppets. Those puppet beasts had no sense of pain and were brazen, charging across the battlefield and causing great trouble for the humans. That was why they came up with this method of covering strikes, thinking that even if they couldn't directly blow up the demonic lions, blowing those puppet beasts to smithereens wouldn't be so bad as to allow them to still jump up and continue to do evil. Go, pick up the pace. Seeing this scene, Lu Chuan was anxious. That demonic lion was carrying her own child. He prayed silently in his heart that she would be able to cope with this human's frantic attack. At this moment, his mind couldn't help but conjure up the figure of Qingyao. Now he is facing such a desperate situation alone. How can he not be upset? The boss is in such a hurry. Is that lioness the boss's? The Golden Monkey King's heart fluttered as a thought instantly flashed by. With a twinkle in his eye, he looked at Lu Chuan's anxious back and then at the alarming image on the cell phone in the fox demon's hand, and seemed to understand something. He didn't dare to talk more and hurriedly followed Lu Chuan's footsteps with the wind at his feet. He knew that the boss was in a bad mood at the moment, and if he talked more nonsense and made the boss angry, then he would not be able to eat. Deep in the mountains of Shu, Ran Qingyao stood quietly on top of a piece of scorched earth. The firelight around her rose up to the sky, illuminating her figure in a particularly hideous manner. Many puppet beasts were blown to smithereens under this fierce artillery fire, and their limbs and arms were scattered all over the place, as if they were discarded rag dolls. Her gaze was as gloomy as the night sky before a storm, staring dead on in the direction of the constant explosions. Anger burned in his eyes. These humans, they are completely disregarding their warnings. She was secretly annoyed and her teeth clenched. She didn't really care much about the death or life of those puppet beasts. In her opinion, they were nothing more than tools to be manipulated by herself, and would be discarded when they were used up. What annoyed her the most was the fact that her cultivation ground was destroyed in a mess. A lot of her heart and soul have been poured into this place. Now it is devastated by human missiles. As she mused, a dozen more missiles, like the scythe of death, whistled down and exploded nearby. Boom! The impact of the explosion was extremely violent, and the airwaves that were raised were like an invisible high wall, spreading out in all directions, uprooting the surrounding trees, and splashing the earth and rocks. However, Ren Qingyao was like a lofty mountain that stood tall, only to see a black shroud of light rise on the surface of her body, blocking all of the impact. She didn't suffer a single injury at all. This light shield, which she had cultivated through countless life and death trials and spent a great deal of effort on, had now, in turn, become her strongest shield against external enemies. If that's all you've got, Ren Qingyao snorted coldly. That voice was as if it came from the nine hells, permeated with a bone-chilling chill. Just prepare for my wrath. She stared morosely and dead on in the direction of the humans. Then her body flickered and left the war-torn place. All that was left was a field of ruins and smoke that had not yet dissipated. She knew very well that this battle with the humans was just beginning, and she, for one, had to find a way to survive for herself and the child in her womb. On Lu Chuan's side, he ran furiously all the way, not daring to stop at all. At this moment, he was filled with only one thought, and that was to rush to Ren Qingyao's side as soon as possible to protect her and the child. The Golden Monkey King and the Fox Demon followed behind, also panting from exhaustion, but they didn't dare to complain in the slightest and could only grit their teeth. Boss, the front seems to be the demonic lion's territory. The Fox Demon gasped and shouted. Lu Chuan's eyes flickered at the words and he quickened his pace. Chapter 53, Live to see the lion, die to see the corpse. Lu Chuan accelerated his speed to rush, wrapped in the wind and dust along the way, like a golden sizzling wind, finally rushed to the vicinity of the territory. As soon as he appeared, the sight that caught his eyes caused his muscles to instantly tighten. On the periphery, a well-equipped human force loomed up, like an impenetrable steel dragon, snaking and coiling to encircle this mountain forest to death. They were dressed in heavy protective suits and armed with all kinds of advanced weapons. Under the cover of night, the entire force exuded a chilling aura of solemnity. Ahead, the firelight rose up to the sky, just like a flaming snake with teeth and claws, mercilessly devouring everything in the mountains and forests. The blazing flames jumped and surged, emitting crackling and popping. Rolling smoke rose into the sky, thick as inextricable ink, coloring the already dark night sky even darker like an abyss, with no light from the stars or moon. When Lu Chuan saw this, he was so anxious that it was as if there was an angry bull rampaging in his chest. At this moment, how could he still have the heart to hide his figure? As if he was a powder keg that had been ignited, instantly exploding. Roar! Tilting his head back, he let out an earth-shattering lion's roar. Immediately after that, his figure spread out, just like a golden lightning bolt cutting through the night sky, leaping over the heads of the human troops, and speeding towards the place where the firelight was at its peak.
This sudden roaring figure was like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly smashed into the silent night sky, instantly breaking the original calm. The human soldiers who stood guard were frightened, and their faces were pale. The weapons in their hands were nearly unsteady, clanging and clanking together with a crisp sound. In panic, they turned their heads and looked around, their eyes filled with fear and shock. Lu Chuan, however, completely ignored the commotion behind him. At this moment, he only had one goal in mind: to find Ren Qingyao. Rushing into the mountain forest that was filled with fire, blazing air currents poured out like waves of rolling heat. Quick, there's a situation. Report it. A sharp-eyed soldier was the first to snap out of his panic and shouted into the intercom. At this moment, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and bean-sized sweat slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the hot ground, instantly evaporating into water vapor, leaving only a faint ring of traces. Through the footage captured by the drone, people inside the command center also saw the amazing scene. Some people recognized the lion at a glance. It was none other than the flying lion from the northwestern Kanglan mountain. In an instant, the crowd looked at each other, their faces filled with astonishment. What's going on? What's this lion doing here? How did this lion come over such a long distance? And just as these people were still reporting back in panic, the demon fox and the golden monkey king at the back also rushed over like two swift winds. The demon fox was live, as if she were a spiritual dancer, and under the firelight, her fur shone with a strange luster. Her eyes flashed with a cunning light, like two bright stars, and she skillfully confused some of the soldiers by utilizing her agile speed and charm technique, lightly shuttling between the crowds. With a graceful figure, wherever they passed, the soldiers' eyes were disoriented and their positions were disorganized, as if they were caught in a bizarre dream. The Golden Monkey King, on the other hand, relied on his own majestic strength, resembling a humanoid tank, charging forward in a majestic manner. The two beasts cooperated with each other as if their hearts were in sync, and easily broke into the area that was shrouded in battle. In the midst of the fire, Lu Chuan perceived that the smoke and fire high up in the sky were too intense, severely affecting his vision and not conducive to finding Ren Qingyao. It could only slowly reduce its altitude, and finally simply dropped to the ground and searched on foot. Finally, deep in a relatively hidden valley, he discovered Ren Qingyao's lair. It was like an eerie abattoir, piled with the dead bones of all kinds of beasts, layered and cluttered, emitting a pungent putrid odor. There was still some red mist left in the sky above, which seemed like a weird veil. In the light of the fire, it looked particularly frightening. Regular people who saw this kind of scene were afraid that they would have been scared to the point that their legs would go limp and paralyze on the ground. Even Lu Chuan couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise in his heart. Obviously, all these were made by the demon lion before, but why did she make such a scene? Is it for devouring cultivation? Although Lu Chuan himself had the overeating feast skill, he had never devoured such a massive amount of beasts at once. However, at this moment, Lu Chuan had no time to care about this. Now it was time to find it quickly. However, the only thing that responded to him was the crackling sound of burning flames and the whistling wind, as if it was a taunt from this dead place, and there was no sign of the lioness at all. At that moment, the Golden Monkey King and the Fox Demon panting for breath. Their fur was covered in dust and sparks, and they looked a little worse for wear. Quick, look at the cell phone, Lu Chuan anxiously shouted to Fox Demon. Yes. The Fox Demon hurriedly responded, fumbling to pull her cell phone out of her arms. Her slender fingers slid quickly on the screen, but after some searching, she pressed down and did not get any information about the demonic lions rushing out. That means the demon lion should still be in this. Keep looking. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and roared, live to see the lion, die to see the corpse. The three of them, Lu Chuan, the Golden Monkey King, and the Fox Demon, spread out, not sparing any corners, trying to find Ren Qingyao's traces. However, there is almost no living thing present in this area. What was there were merely piles of dead bones, as well as the corpses of those puppet beasts controlled by Ren Qingyao. Lu Chuan walked deeper and deeper into the valley, and the anxiety in his heart grew stronger and stronger. The Golden Monkey King, waving a thick branch he had broken from a tree, chased away the smoke around him, trying to see the path ahead. His body already had several traces of burns from the fire. But he was oblivious to the fact that he only had one thought in his mind, to find the demon lion and complete the task given by his boss. The Fox Demon, on the other hand, used the positioning function of her cell phone and combined it with the information coming from the humans to outline a rough map of the area in her mind, trying to logically determine where the demon lions might appear. Fingers still click a few times on the phone every now and then to record key information. It was as if time stood still in this moment, and every second became unbearably long. Their figures loomed in the firelight, as if they were three unyielding souls fighting against this cruel natural environment and unknown fate. She must be found.
Luchuan silently vowed in his heart that he would find it even if it cost him everything.
Do you guys think that the demon lion and that flying lion, are they fighting?
A soldier in the makeshift camp of the human troops looked at the firelit mountains and speculated timidly. His voice was small,
with a hint of trembling, as if he was afraid that this speculation would be heard by the ferocious beasts in the mountains and forests and lead to a killing.
The surrounding soldiers listened and fell into deep thought, their faces filled with worry and fear. They knew deep in their hearts that this conflict between man and ferocious beasts was far from over.
Chapter 54, Hot Enough, Worthy of Being My Woman. In the command center of the Shu D military region, the atmosphere was so heavy that it was as if water could drip out of it. Commander Qiao Arrow was like a cold statue, standing upright in front of the huge electronic screen. That screen, real-time transmission of the mountain forest area of the picture.
Although the fire has been gradually weakened, but the rolling smoke is still like the devil's tentacles,
wantonly flopping.
The mountains and forests covered with shadows. Qiao Arrow's sword brows were locked, his gaze as if it were a materialized arrow, pinned dead on the screen. A moment's silence followed before the party gave the order.
The fire has diminished. Go in and check it out. Behind him, a middle-aged general immediately nodded.
Yes, sir. Then as soon as he grabbed the communicator, he turned to the other end and conveyed the order almost in a roar. Attention all squads.
The fire has slowed down. Now start to narrow the encirclement.
Form a fan formation and step into the hills and search.
Be on your toes.
That devil lion is ferocious and cunning.
If we're not careful, we'll all have to suffer. Do you understand?
Understood.
Over the comms,
the response from the soldiers was deafening.
The order was given,
and thousands of soldiers acted quickly and orderly as if they were mechanical dolls that had been wound up. They were all dressed in heavy fire protection suits and armed with all kinds of advanced weapons, slowly advancing toward the mountains with a momentum so majestic that it was chilling.
Boss, can't find it. In the midst of the ruins,
the Golden Monkey King scratched his head with a look of helplessness and exhaustion. His original majestic appearance was all but gone at this moment. The fur on his body was caked with dust, soot, and a few strands of burnt traces, and drooped in disarray as if it were dead grass baptized by war. His face carried a few bloody scratches from the branches, as if a few red lightning bolts had cut across his tanned face, shocking to the eyes. Clutched in his hand was a stout branch broken from the burning trunk, the end of which still smoldered with a trace of smoke. But even though he was in such a sorry state, there was still an unconquerable energy in his eyes as he looked at Luchuan.
She should have run away.
Luchuan slightly tilted his head and looked at the sky that was still filled with smoke,
as if chaos had not yet opened, and took a deep breath,
trying to calm down his boiling mind. Their group searched back and forth in this ruin for several times,
almost turning over every corner, every possible hiding crevice, almost digging up the ground, but they still didn't find Ren Xingyao's figure. However, Luchuan had a firm belief in the bottom of his heart that the demonic lion would never die so easily. After all, along the way, he had seen how tough and resilient she was, and if something bad had really happened to her, it would be impossible for her to not even leave a trace. Even those puppet beasts that had been blown up, pieces of their wreckage were still scattered all over the place, but Ren Xingyao seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, without the slightest trace to follow.
Let's go!
Luchuan's gaze was resolute,
and his heart had already made up its mind,
intending to leave this place of wrongdoing and find another way to track down Ren Xingyao's whereabouts.
Knock knock. Just then, there was a collision with a human force coming into the mountains to search. When those soldiers saw Luchuan and the others at first glance, they first froze, their eyes glaring as if they were bronze bells, obviously startled by the sudden appearance of this uninvited guest. After a short period of shock, a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. After all, these few inhuman existences in front of them exuded a chilling aura.
How else? Isn't that the flying lion? But the military order was like a mountain. Even if their legs were a bit weak, they still hardened their heads and charged up with their weapons. Fire! With a roar, a machine gun instantly spat out tongues of fire, and the dense bullets resembled a metal storm, whistling towards Luchuan and the others. However, Luchuan stood as if he was a lofty mountain, and there was even a hint of a contemptuous smile on his face. He didn't even need to make a move.
The two subordinates beside him were like two streaks of black lightning, swiftly rushing up. The Golden Monkey King was like a god of war descending to earth, displaying his divine power. He didn't have the slightest fear in the face of the bullets that swept in like rain, and his legs violently stomped on the ground, utilizing the force to leap up. The huge body drew an arc in the air and lunged straight toward the machine gun that was frantically strafing. This sudden move made the machine gunner's face turn pale with fear. His pupils contracted sharply, and his hands subconsciously tried to turn the gun around, but it was already too late. The thick tree branch in the Golden Monkey King's hand was like a supreme divine weapon, and with the sound of whistling wind, it ruthlessly smashed into the machine gunner. With a click sound, the arm smashed heavily on the machine gun.
instantly deforming it and scrapping it, and the machine gunner was also shaken by the huge impact and flew out, spitting blood, falling to the ground. Damn s*****t. The comrades on the sidelines were stunned at the sight, and some cried out in horror. What kind of monster is this? Quick, concentrate your fire on it. In the panic, their shooting was all out of order, bullets flying around, unable to cause any effective damage to the Golden Monkey King. The Golden Monkey King finished tackling the machine gun, and without stopping his feet, rushed towards the armored car next to him. That armored car weighed several tons, its body covered with thick steel plates, and it rampaged across the battlefield. But the Golden Monkey King was not afraid. He rushed to the front of the armored car, clasped his hands on the front of the car and roared. His whole body muscles were tense as if they were cast in steel. Immediately after that, his legs fired and he exerted all his strength, surprisingly hard, toppling the armored car to the ground. The armored car crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and the soldiers inside cried out in terror, desperately struggling to climb out. How is this possible? How are we going to fight this? Some of the soldiers were wide-eyed and full of disbelief. At the same time, the fox demon's body was agile, resembling an agile civet cat, weaving in and out of the crowd, utilizing her charm technique. Her eyes instantly flushed red, as if they were two burning demonic fires, releasing a compelling light at those soldiers. The soldiers' eyes instantly became mesmerized and their movements slowed down. The weapons in their hands dropped. Some even attacked each other. The scene was chaotic. Under the joint attack of the Golden Monkey King and the Fox Demon, the human troops were quickly killed through a gap. Lu Chuan led them, as if they were a gust of wind, and quickly rushed out. No one dares to catch up. Leaving the battlefield, Fox Demon once again pulled out her cell phone, her slender fingers quickly sliding on the screen, followed by a shocked expression on her face. Boss, look! Lu Chuan looked at the screen, and the images presented in the video made him also move slightly. It was seen that the demon lion Ren Xinyao was like a demon that descended from the sky, and was in a large base in Shudi. Wherever she passed, concrete houses were as if they were made of paper mache, easily crushed by her, walls crumbling and masonry flying about. Lu Chuan then realized that she could actually fly, which added to her wings. In this battle, the base suffered extremely heavy losses, with most of the buildings destroyed and countless personnel killed or injured. The base dignitaries were so scared that their faces turned pale, as if they were birds of prey, and they fled in a hurry, losing all their usual majesty. The devil lion Ren Xinyao could be said to have become famous in one battle, and her fierce reputation had instantly spread throughout the entire Shu land. Worthy of being my woman? No, it should be my lioness. Hot enough. Lu Chuan looked at the picture in the video. His hanging heart, finally let go. As long as it's alive. Chapter 55 Humans form the Inhuman Alliance. Jiang Luoli's message. With the destruction of the large base by the demonic lion, the entire Great Yin country was as if a heavy bomb had been thrown into it, and the people instantly exploded. In the streets and alleys, the focus of people's talk was none other than the terrifying demonic lion. On the internet, public opinion is even more surging, and various posts and comments are like snowflakes, spreading all over the sky. How can this be? That demonic lion is so ferocious that it can even destroy an army base. How can our people live in the future? Although there were ferocious beasts in the past, how have I ever seen such a powerful one? This is simply a nightmare. It's all those military people's fault. They have nothing to do with provoking the demonic lions. It's a good thing that they caused such a big mess. And it's not us common people who suffer. That's right. I see a lot of people cursing on the internet. They have to give a statement about this. The internet is even more noisy. Another person even started arguing about what to do with the demon lion. We humans have provoked it 3 times before, with missile bombings and mountain sieges, but now we've completely enraged it. How many innocent lives were there in that base? Just like that it was destroyed. How can we live in the future? That's right. The magic lions would have been fine in the mountains and didn't strike out at us humans. It's some people who have to mess with it. And now they're in big trouble. The rhetoric is full of condemnation of those radical decision makers. However, there are different voices bubbling up. A netizen who called himself the beast hunting pioneer retorted, "Don't you realize that these ferocious beasts are getting stronger day by day? If we don't go to deal with them now, are we going to wait until we can't beat them completely? Now that this aura has revived, the beasts are evolving at a speed far beyond our imagination. When they charge into the city, we'll all be doomed. This time, despite the heavy losses, it's a wake-up call that we have to take stronger measures." This statement also triggered a fierce war of words. Supporters and opponents of each side of the argument, each other do not give way. The entire online world is as if a smoke-filled battlefield. Unfortunately, no matter how heated the online debate was, Lu Chuan's side, indeed, disconnected the trail about the demonic lion. He stood at the top of a towering mountain peak, looking at the rolling hills, his heart filled with anger. If the humans didn't attack the mountain this time, the demonic lions wouldn't have left, and he would have been able to find her earlier and protect her. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan could not help but feel a nameless fire welling up in his heart, as if it was a volcano about to erupt. Roar! He roared up to the sky, and the sound was as if it could shatter the sky, and then his body flashed, as if it was a golden snappy wind, shuttling back and forth between the high mountains of Shu to vent his anger. A claw blast could instantly shatter a boulder to pieces. A flick of the tail could make a small hill tremble slightly. Wherever it passed, the sand flew away, as if the end times had come. After venting and calming down, Lu Chuan had a new calculation in his mind. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze translucent with determination. In a chaotic world, power is vital. The only way to stand firm in this stormy world is to have a strong force in hand, and only then will you have a chance to find your mother-in-law and protect the people you care about. This area of Shu, which was much larger than Kanglin Mountain, had been broken after the humans set fire to the bombardment of the original situation. This region was vast, and this bombardment by humans had undoubtedly stirred up a hornet's nest, drawing out many powerful ferocious beasts. Since this was the case, it would be better to take advantage of this opportunity to collect them and grow their own strength. On the other side of the encirclement, the human forces were in a bitter battle. The light of laser guns flashed in the night, and the roar of the rocket launchers was deafening, but the beasts were like the god of death who knew no fear, defying death and breaking through the human defense line again and again. Fear and exhaustion were written all over the soldiers' faces, and sweat soaked through their clothes, but they didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. "Captain, this monster can't be beaten to death," a young soldier cried out as he fired, his voice tinged with despair. The gun in his hand kept spewing out tongues of fire, but the ferocious beast shaped like a giant bear that rushed towards them just flicked its bare paw and swatted the bullets away as it continued to roar forward. The captain's face was cold as he yelled, "Don't panic, hold your position, reinforcements will be here soon." But he also knew in his heart that what could he do if reinforcements came? These ferocious beasts were getting stronger and stronger, and conventional weapons seemed to have trouble resisting them. In the rear command center, the atmosphere was so stagnant that it was as if water could drip out. The generals sat around the huge electronic sand table, staring intently at the red dots representing the ferocious beasts on the sand table, their brows furrowed. "This won't work. Our casualties are too high." A general pounded the table heavily, his face full of chagrin. "What then? Are we just going to stand by and watch these ****TS wreak havoc?" Another general retorted. The crowd fell into deep thought, and after a long time, the commander slowly spoke. "It seems that we have to change our strategy. Conventional military forces are difficult to counteract, and the formation of the Inhuman Alliance must speed up the process. Early in the blood rain fell soon. The human side has realized that the conventional military force in the face of these increasingly powerful beasts is somewhat unable to cope with, so began to form the Inhuman Alliance. These Inhumans, possessing extraordinary abilities, either manipulating the elements or possessing superb physical qualities, they were like protagonists coming out of a sci-fi movie. At this particular time, it became the most important resource. Apart from the imperial capital, which had a general alliance, the other regions established sub-alliances, each with their own responsibilities, to fight against the threat of the ferocious beasts. These things were also clear to Lu Chuan in the mountains. He told the fox demon to continue to watch the humans' every move so that he could always adjust his strategy. Humph, humans are savvy enough to know the difference. However, with the appearance of this Inhuman Alliance, I'm afraid that there will be more trouble in the future. Lu Chuan thought secretly in his heart, his eyes revealing a hint of vigilance. Suddenly, the fox demon excitedly stated that she had found the ice lion's trail. Lu Chuan was overjoyed in his heart. The ice lion still stays in the southeast water country, as if it were a relic fairy, guarding that side of the waters. Moreover, the lake where she is located is illuminated with 7-colored light every night, as if it were a dreamy paradise. The light was like a dream, attracting countless foreigners to rush over there, and the people speculated that there was probably a heavy treasure at the bottom of the lake. After all, in this era of aura revival, mysterious places were often accompanied by amazing opportunities. Lu Chuan's heart stirred when he heard the news. How did that get here? Could it be related to this whatever 7-colored light? Or maybe there's some heavy treasure at the bottom of that lake that can help me improve my strength. Never mind. We have to go and explore anyway. He turned his head to look at the fox demon and the golden monkey king and said in a deep voice, "Get ready. Let's go to the southeastern water country to take a look as well." Chapter 56 Innate Spiritual Fruit. Group of Heroes. Lu Chuan pondered for a moment. This place still needs a ferocious beast to sit on it. After thinking about it, he said, "Monkey King, now that this situation is bad, I must make a trip to the southeast. This place is the foundation that we have worked so hard to build, so we can't afford to lose it, so I'll leave it to you to sit on it. You remember, make sure to guard our territory. If any ungrateful guy dares to come to violate, no need to be merciful, just give me a direct hit back. When the Golden Monkey King heard this, he immediately nodded his head. Don't worry, master. With me here, I'll make sure this place is safe and sound. Even if the two-legged beasts come out of their nests and come back with those fire-breathing, blue-lighting contraptions, I'll still be able to carry it for a while, and I'll never let them take advantage of it. Luchuan nodded slightly, a hint of relief flashed in his eyes, and then looked at Fox Demon. Fox Demon, you go with me? You are smart and clever, so you can also help me keep an eye on the surrounding movements. Fox Demon Lotus's beautiful eyes flowed, and there was a slyness and spirituality in her eyes. Yes, master. After saying that, the two of them flashed, like two fast winds, and instantly disappeared in the mountains and forests, leaving behind only a piece of fallen leaves that had been startled and swirled in the air. In the southeastern part of the land, there is a bay of Mirror Lake that resembles the eyes of the earth. The lake is clear and quiet, as if a world-renowned fairy, quietly hidden between the mountains. On weekdays, it resembles a sleeping behemoth, rippling, but lately, this lake frequently shows strange things, as if a magnet emitting fatal temptation, attracting countless foreigners from all directions to come. Of course, those ferocious beasts with a keen sense of smell and an extremely strong perception of aura fluctuations were as if they were demons that had been awakened, following the traces, and a bloody storm seemed to be inevitable. The peripheral area of the lake had been completely reduced to a chaotic battlefield at this moment, with the sound of fighting rising and falling. A well-built cheetah was seen confronting an anaconda. The cheetah arched its body, poised to strike, its eyes glittering with ferocity, staring at the anaconda's every move with deadly intensity. The anaconda was not to be outdone, its massive body snaking and twisting in the water as it raised its head and spat out its letters. The icy vertical pupils were filled with cold and bone-chilling killing intent. Suddenly, the cheetah moved, imitation of a black lightning like a rapid out, for hooves in the air, bringing up a piece of water, trying to lightning-fast momentum bite the water python 7 inches of the vitals. Anaconda is also by no means idle. Its huge body quickly twisted, as if a dancing giant whip. Its tail ruthlessly swept toward the cheetah. There was a loud pop and a splash. The two of them were at odds with each other, and for a while it was difficult to distinguish between them. Not far away, the battle between the humans and the beast race was equally tragic. A group of humans dressed in special protective suits and armed with advanced weapons are fighting to the death against a herd of wild boars with exposed tusks. The laser gun's beam flashed through the night sky. The boars, however, had a natural advantage with their thick skin and flesh, and every now and then a human soldier was arched over by a boar and screamed out in misery. But the humans weren't weak either, and the rockets roared at the right time, blowing up the boar herd with blood and flesh, and scattering limbs and arms all over the place. But above the water, it's hard for humans to do any good. The slightest misstep could be the end of everything. Even airplanes flying low to check it out are taking a huge risk. Above the lake, there were birds of prey circling. These birds of prey are either eagles with wingspans of several meters, as if they were covering the sky, or they have strange shapes. Once they spot an airplane, they swoop down like meteors and attack with sharp claws and beaks. The wings of many airplanes were scratched and scarred. Many times they were nearly shot down, and the pilots were all so frightened that their faces turned pale and cold sweat fell like rain. And in the center of the Mirror Lake, occasionally revealing some land, as if a lonely island in the sea, not a large area, but a mysterious and unpredictable atmosphere. At this moment, Jiangluoli was hidden on top of a certain island. The source of the colorful light that had attracted the crowds before, which was like a dreamy star, was this small island that covered an area of more than 10 square kilometers. It was the middle of the day, and the sunlight poured over the lake, sparkling. Without the dreamy, colorful glow of the night, the island looks more ordinary, like a beautiful woman with her makeup removed. But Jiang Luoli, as a reborn person, knew the hidden secrets, and her gaze was always like a cheetah locking onto its prey. Staring at this place, in the depths of the waters, a blood crocodile slowly emerged as if it was an overlord that had climbed out of the depths of hell. The scales around its body were like blood-red armor, and behind it, there were nearly 100 crocodiles, which were arranged in a fan shape, in order, as if they were a well-trained army, obviously following the command of the blood crocodile. These crocodiles have a light in their eyes that is different from ordinary beasts. They know how to work as a team and how to judge the situation. On offense, it's a group of silently coordinated killers, some responsible for attracting the enemy's attention, while others take advantage of the opportunity to launch a fatal blow. When defending, they can again quickly form a circle and use their hard backs to defend themselves against external enemies, as if they were an impregnable fortress. At the same time, in another part of the waters, a group of turtles also came in a group. These turtles had hard shells and moved seemingly slowly, their heads poking out from time to time, observing the movements around them. Master, if we rush over there, I'm afraid it'll be nighttime. The fox demon looked at her cell phone time. Lu Chuan looked up at the sky, quickly estimated the distance in his mind, and spoke decisively, then I'll go first, and you follow behind. Be fast and don't delay. This innate spirit fruit appearing in the world will surely attract all parties to scramble for it, and I'm afraid that if we are a little bit late, we will miss out on a good opportunity. After saying that, his figure flickered and transformed into a golden stream of light, darting towards the direction of Mirror Lake alone. Lu Chuan galloped all the way, as if he were a windswept steed, and finally arrived at the lake before the sun went down. He didn't stop for a second. As if he was a lingbo fairy, his toes lightly tapped the water, causing slight ripples, as if he was a dragonfly pointing at the water, elegantly and swiftly. Where's that? Why can't I detect a trace of her breath? Not long after, the night fell quietly, as if it were a black curtain that enveloped the entire world. In the distant sky, there was suddenly a brilliant haze. The haze was like a seven-colored silk that had been ignited, dancing wildly and beautifully in the air, illuminating the entire night sky like a dream, as if it were a fairy tale fairyland. Lu Chuan's eyes stared and he flew in the direction of the haze. At this time, many of the water beasts in the lake, as well as those humans who were pursuing their chances, also seemed to be pulled by the haze, swarming in the same direction, as if they were a group of crazy pilgrims. It's about to come out. The first innate fruit tree, the water spirit fruit tree. Jiang Luoli stood on the small island, her gaze fixed on the source of the haze through the heavy night curtain, her eyes filled with anticipation. This innate spirit fruit, but the world's rare treasures, can let the person who takes it directly increase a talent, a step to heaven. The water spirit fruit tree that came out this time. Jiang Luoli was determined to win. Chapter 57, Congenital Spirit Tree appears. The ice lion is surrounded and in danger. The night curtain sank down slowly from the sky, muffling the area of Lake Mirror with a tight, airtight seal. Above the small island in the lake, the sunlight seems to be infused with endless vitality, becoming more and more brilliant. It was like the dawnlight that pierced through the heavy clouds at the break of dawn, piercing one's eyes. Roar! In an instant, the roars of the beasts were like gigantic waves of mountains and seas, rolling in from all directions. The calm surface of the lake was like boiling water, causing ripples and startling a group of water birds. Where that haze converged, there stood a spirit tree quietly, as if carefully carved from the world's most translucent crystal. Each leaf is a diamond-shaped lens, so clear and crystalline as to be almost ethereal, refracting a colorful halo in the light. The trunk of the tree was straight and upright, as if it were a pillar supporting the sky, and its surface flowed with a layer of shimmering light, as if it were surrounded by immortal chi. Jiang Luoli was currently lying gracefully by the tree. Her fur all over her body was as if it had been carefully covered by frost and snow, white and flawless, and under the caress of the haze light it shimmered with a cool, noble luster, just like the frosty splendor of the moonlight. Her eyes were like two deep blue jewels, locked onto every move around her, alert for any danger that might leap out of the darkness at any moment. Ha ha, this kind of heaven and earth spirit is mine. A wild and unruly laughter that seemed to shatter the heavens was as if it was a thunderbolt from the flat earth. Suddenly breaking this short-lived calm, the Blood Crocodile King led hundreds of crocodiles and aggressively boarded the island. The scales around his body were like blood-red armor, flashing with a weird, bloody light under the haze. Every time he twisted his body to swim, he brought up a pungent and fishy wind, and the lake behind him was stirred up and muddied, flooding with rolling blood foam, as if it were a yellow spring with blood flowing backward. The huge head was raised high, its icy vertical pupils staring at the tree, revealing greed, ferocity and arrogance. It was as if the eyes could uproot and swallow the spirit tree. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, a giant turtle led a group of tortoises that began to disembark in an orderly and unhurried manner. The shells of these turtles were as hard as iron, and the lines on them exuded an ancient, heavy aura. Their actions appear to be slow and drawn out, but they are hidden, and each step falls steadily. For a time, the island, which was originally quite spacious and open, became crowded, and the auras of various ferocious beasts intertwined and collided with each other, enveloping every inch of the land. A fierce and bloody battle is about to begin. Get out of here, all of you. In the next moment, Jiang Luoli, who was guarding the tree, was like a powder keg that had been ignited and instantly erupted with a roar. The roar was like a materialized super-strong sound wave that spread in all directions. Wherever it went, the air seemed to be torn apart. Some of the weaker, timid and cowardly ferocious beasts were as if they were frightened little rabbits, and took a few steps backward in a panic. His eyes were full of fear, and his body was shivering,
as if he were a broken leaf in the autumn wind.
Humph! Just by you!
How dare you be an enemy of our huge water race? The Blood Crocodile King, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world,
let out a cold snort from his nasal cavity,
and the sound was as if an ice blade had cut through glass,
sharp and piercing to the ears.
It didn't take Jiang Luoli's warning in its eyes at all, leading the giant crocodiles to continue striding forward. Every step that fell shook the ground slightly, as if a small earthquake had struck.
Then you can try,
Jiang Luoli said, only to see her figure flashing, like a white lightning, rushing towards the group of giant crocodiles in a swift manner. Her claws were like incomparably sharp ice blades,
wrapped in the power of ice,
and wherever they passed, the air seemed to be instantly frozen. A hard slash to the back of the giant crocodile.
Instantly,
several ice marks spread like vines on the scales of the giant crocodile, and his actions instantly became sluggish, as if he was shackled.
Roar!
There was another roar, followed by opening his bloody mouth and spewing out a powerful and unrivaled hurricane force. The wind whistled as if a small tornado was raging, blowing the giant crocodiles to the ground. Some smaller crocodiles were even directly swept away and fell heavily on the ground,
smashing out a large crater, as if a meteorite had struck, and dust flew up. At that moment, when a giant crocodile attempted to sneak attack from behind, she violently turned around and instantly exerted the power of Vajra.
The heads slammed hard into each other.
Bang! A loud sound, like a bell ringing.
The giant crocodile was knocked to the ground, dizzy, and his body took a few uncontrollable steps backward, as if he were a drunken man staggering.
Under her attack, many giant crocodiles were killed, frozen,
and fell across the ground. The blood dyed the surrounding land red,
seeming like a sea of blood, tragic to the extreme.
When the Blood Crocodile King saw this, a trace of scorn flashed in his eyes.
It didn't expect that this seemingly weak ice lion was actually so tough,
and its strength had already reached the late stage of awakening me.
However,
as the battle continued, the Blood Crocodile King's strength grew stronger and stronger.
One of its talents, the power of blood rage, was able to drastically increase its strength once it was injured or enraged. At this moment,
under the power of blood fury,
its body seemed to have swelled up. Its muscles were taut as if they were poured out of steel, and each muscle seemed to contain infinite power.
His eyes were red,
emitting a bloodthirsty glow, and his aura climbed instantly, briefly possessing the strength of a late-stage awakening me.
Together with the giant crocodile minions, as well as the Turtle King and countless giant tortoises over there, they surrounded them from all sides, forming a closed circle around Jiang Luoli.
Even if Jiang Luoli was extraordinary, but after all,
it was difficult for a lion to defeat four hands, and if he continued to wear out, he was afraid that there was also a risk. I didn't realize that fighting amongst ferocious beasts was so brutal.
In the sky at the edge of the island, a human man stared in disbelief. His name is Lee Forge and he is an inhuman.
At the early stage of awakening, he had awakened the power of the blistering wind and the ability of invisibility, which had allowed him to come here without being detected by the ferocious beasts by virtue of his agility and stealthy figure. He was holding a small, delicate filming device that recorded the battle here in its entirety. Fingers trembling, he clicked on the upload button, his heart filled with shock, as if he had witnessed an apocalyptic catastrophe. At this moment, inside the Human-Inhuman Alliance branch base, a group of people were sitting around in front of a huge screen, staring intently at the images coming from Lee Forge in real time.
This ice lion is so powerful, it can even fight one against many.
A young Exalt marveled, his eyes filled with admiration.
Humph, so what if it's even more powerful?
This spirit tree concerns the future of our human race.
It must not fall into the hands of ferocious beasts.
An old man frowned and said in a firm tone.
Feng Renjie, the Southeast Region's Alliance Master, sat in the command chair,
his face so cold that it was as if it was ice in the cold winter months, and his gaze was like a torch as he stared at the screen dead on.
Command down.
Let the alien team sent out. Make sure to recapture this tree.
Yes.
It made the crowd instantly alert and busy.
Chapter 58 Jiang Luoli, it's not an illusion. The succubus is really here.
Jiang Luoli was like a cold plum blooming in the ice field.
Her posture was athletic yet elegant, charging left and right in the enemy group.
Every time he swung his claws, they whistled out with a biting cold wind, and wherever he passed, blood splattered. The remnants of the giant crocodiles and turtles were scattered all over the place,
coloring this originally tranquil island into a bloody Shura. But even if her strength was extraordinary, reaching the late stage of awakening me,
the long and intense fierce battle was still like a blunt knife, slowly wearing down her energy.
It seems that I still overestimated my battle power.
Jiang Luoli sighed darkly in her heart. Her breathing became rapid and heavy. Her chest rose and fell violently, as if a worn-out bellows was pumping hard. The fur was now mostly soaked in blood, some from her own injuries, but more from the blood stains of her enemies.
It stung against the haze in the night. At this moment, she was profoundly aware of the importance of power. In a one-on-one duel, she was confident that she could easily pin down that blood crocodile king. However, the other party relied on the large herd and the large number of crocodiles, of which there were even a dozen or so that had reached the awakening realm. As if a group of intrepid death squad, rushing forward and backward, a steady stream, will tactics to make her overwhelmed. Stamina has opened the floodgates like a rapid depletion of water. If only that guy was at. Luchuan's figure unconsciously appeared in his mind. Zhang Luoli's heart warmed up, as if he had found a glimmer of bonfire in the cold night. But then, she shook her head mockingly, a bitter smile spreading at the corner of her mouth. Alas, what do I want that lecherous lion for? She knows very well that in this cruel and chaotic world, relying on others is never a long-term solution. The only way to stand firm is to be strong. But for some reason, at this moment, when she was extremely tired, an uncontrollable longing welled up in her heart. I hope that figure will descend like a mythological hero with auspicious clouds on his feet and a haze of light. Just as Zhang Luoli was secretly sighing, in the distant sky, it was as if a golden lightning bolt had cut through the dark curtain. Immediately afterward, there came a majestic and impassioned lion's roar, as if it could penetrate the soul. Roar! This lion's roar, as if it was a familiar incantation, instantly penetrated Zhang Luoli's eardrums and struck her directly in the bottom of her heart. At first, she thought that she was too tired. Mental trance produced hallucinations. After all, in this fierce battle is in full swing, the life and death of the line of the juncture. The nerve is highly tense. Hallucinations are inevitable. I didn't expect that the lustful lion to actually be able to affect my state of mind so much anymore. Zhang Luoli bitterly smiled and shook her head, trying to dispel this sudden phantom hearing and focus on dealing with the tidal wave of enemies in front of her. A lion's roar? Is it the lion again? Li Forge, who was hiding his figure in the sky at the edge of the island, was instantly alert when he heard the lion's roar, as if he was a frightened hare. Fox turned his head with curiosity. This place of contention is a small island in the center area of the waters, and apart from the ice lions, they are basically all ferocious beasts of the water tribe. The reason is that ordinary beasts can't wade through the water to get here without special skills. Li Forge's eyes widened, and in his line of sight, a behemoth seemed to descend from the sky, wrapped in a mountainous aura, approaching rapidly. Yes, it's the Lion King of Kanglan Mountain. Li Forge was so shocked that he almost screamed. How could he not expect that the legendary Lion King would appear here and now? His hands involuntarily trembled, and the filming equipment in his hands was almost unsteady, as he speculated in his heart. What is this Lion King here for? Could it be related to the ice lion? Bitch, I finally found you. At a glance, Luchuan saw Zhang Luoli, who was fighting in the enemy group and covered in blood, and an unspeakable joy surged in his heart. The arduous search all the way, in this moment are turned into a heart full of relief. Finally found the child's mother. However, this joy was fleeting, replaced by a burning anger, because he clearly saw that the blood crocodile and the giant tortoise were attacking Zhang Luoli with open teeth and claws, without the slightest intention to stop, as if a pack of vicious wolves were tearing into their wounded prey. Roar! Luchuan once again looked up to the sky and let out a heaven-shaking lion roar, which sounded as if it could shatter the sky, causing all the ferocious beasts on the island to involuntarily stop their movements and look sideways, including Zhang Luoli. She stared incredulously, as if she had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world, and her heart was filled with astonishment. It wasn't an illusion? The lustful lion really came? Luchuan flew on the wind, like a golden stream of light, and instantly came to Zhang Luoli's side. His posture was upright, like a pine and cypress standing proudly in the frost and snow, exuding a kingly aura. That powerful aura was like a materialized storm, shocking the Crocodile King to subconsciously take a step back, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Something's going on. The Lion King and the Ice Lion are actually husband and wife. Li Forge was shocked beyond belief, and reacting, he quickly adjusted his angle and aimed the camera at Luchuan and Zhang Luoli. Inside the Human-Inhuman Alliance's branch base, a group of people were similarly staring intently at the image transmitted in real time from Li Forge. How did this Lion King suddenly appear? Is it in league with the Ice Lion? A young exalt opened his mouth wide in surprise, as if he could swallow an egg. Humph. No matter what, this is a variable for us to recapture the spirit tree. We have to deal with it carefully, an old man said in a firm tone as his brows furrowed as if he were tightening a twist. Feng Renjie, the allied lord of the southeast region, sat in his command chair with a frown on his face. Snap. After a long time, he slammed the table and ordered loudly, "Pay close attention to their movements. Be ready to adjust the plan at any time. The spirit tree must not fall into the hands of the ferocious beasts." His voice was like a bell, reverberating in the command room with unquestionable majesty. The battlefield at this time Lu Chuan immediately cast the power of healing on Wu Luoli. Soft light surged out from his palm, as if it were the warm spring sun, enveloping Jian Luoli. Jian Luoli shivered slightly, as if the first breeze in spring brushed across the lake. A wave of emotion welled up in her heart, but the high and cold nature that she had cultivated over the years made her just nod gently and did not say much. Charge! Bite them! The blood crocodile king froze for a moment, as if coming back from a brief moment of shock. It was not willing to have its prey taken away from it, and once again greeted its herd of crocodiles and charged. This time, they were like a pack of crazy hungry wolves, pouncing on Lu Chuan and the two of them with open teeth and claws, as if they wanted to tear them into pieces. Seek death. I haven't even bothered you guys yet, and instead you can't wait to come and get yourselves killed. A flash of viciousness flashed in Lu Chuan's eyes. Demon God transformation. He shouted, instantly surrounded by a layer of bizarre and powerful light. His figure seemed to pull up a few feet as if he was possessed by a god of war. He already had a decision in his mind to capture the thief first, and intended to settle the blood crocodile king first to give this group of guys who didn't know how to die a kick in the pants. Chapter 59. I have a name. My name is Jiang Luoli. At this moment, Lu Chuan, standing on the battlefield, the berserk energy that seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth surged around his body. The moment he resolutely executed the demon god transformation, it was as if the entire island was caught in the eye of the storm of an apocalyptic catastrophe. A chilling aura spread dramatically in all directions in concentric circles with him at the center. His eyes seemed to be lit by flames, searing and burning, deadlocked on the blood crocodile not far from him. Roar! A roar! In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to be instantly drained by a mysterious and powerful force, forming a vacuum that seemed to swallow everything. Lu Chuan's figure was as fast as a ghost, wrapped in the violent and whistling hurricane, only a blink of an eye, like an instantaneous shift to the blood crocodile king's near front. The blood crocodile king only felt a flash in front of his eyes, as if there was a golden lightning bolt cutting through. It was too late to make any reaction. That speed had already exceeded the limit of its cognition. Immediately after that, Lu Chuan raised his right paw high, and this punch seemed to be wrapped in the momentum of a mountain. Between the flashes of lightning when he was about to touch the blood crocodile king's head, several wind blades were strangely and deceptively extended from his fist. These wind blades were like the sharp edges of a supreme divine weapon, flashing with chilling coldness, as if they were able to cut through all the hard things in the world. Click! A loud sound, as if a thunderbolt had exploded in the blood crocodile king's ears. The hard and unrivaled skull was actually cut out by this sudden wind blade, which made several deep and visible cracks. Blood surged out as if it were an out-of-control fountain, coloring the surrounding land a blinding bright red. Roar! The blood crocodile king suffered pain and let out a heaven-shattering roar that seemed to be able to shatter the soul, desperately flinging his huge mountain-like body in a vain attempt to sweep at Lu Chuan with his tail that was as thick as a tree trunk, in order to find a chance of survival in this desperate situation. However, Lu Chuan's figure flickered like a golden stream of light, easily avoiding this seemingly overwhelming strike. At the same time, he used his strength to rise up in the air to hover in the air for a week before swooping down once again in a near-certain death stance. This time, Lu Chuan's claws came out in unison, spewing out even more powerful hurricanes. These two hurricanes were like two high-speed rotating turbines, carrying the momentum of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, ruthlessly crashing into the back of the blood crocodile king. The blood crocodile king's huge body was as if it had been struck by a meteorite falling from the sky, and was directly sent flying by this huge force. After tracing a tragic arc in the air, it smashed heavily on the ground. It raised dust in the sky, as if a small sandstorm had swept through. Lu Chuan was already red-eyed and didn't give the blood crocodile king the slightest chance to catch his breath. Taking advantage of the fact that it was down and out, he once again unleashed an attack that resembled a raging storm. He transformed into a golden phantom, constantly weaving and roaming around the blood crocodile king, between the two claws dancing. The wind blades were like snowflakes in winter, sprinkling down in a flurry. Wherever it passed, it cut the flesh of the blood crocodile king as if it was cutting a piece of defenseless tofu. Roar! The blood crocodile king struggled though and frantically counterattacked with its sharp knife-like claws and teeth. However, under Lu Chuan's such a swift and powerful attack, there was no way to fight, and the wounds on his body became more and more deep. The blood was like a flood that broke the dike, gushing out in a steady stream, dyeing the surrounding land brighter and brighter red, as if it was a sea of blood. Not long after, the blood crocodile king's breath was dying and he fell to the ground with a loud bang, completely motionless. Those crocodiles that were still attacking frantically, seeing that the leader was dead, it was as if they had lost their backbone. The heart of the army is in great disarray, and they are like frightened rabbits, fleeing in all directions, hating their parents for having fewer legs. Lu Chuan, however, was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and the killing intent in his eyes was like a materialized flame.
Those crocodiles and turtles were nothing more than insignificant ants in his eyes. Wherever he went, wind blades whistled and hurricanes raged. But all the ferocious beasts that were caught in the waves had their skin split open and screamed miserably. Seeing the situation, the king of the turtles tried to organize the turtles into a defensive formation in order to defend themselves. But Lu Chuan wouldn't give it this chance. He flashed his body and directly broke through the turtles' defense line. He pressed down on the Turtle King's neck and threw him out viciously. Turtle King's huge body in the air threw a meteor-like arc. And finally Flop fell into the lake, splashing a huge splash, set off layers of waves. This bloody to the extreme scene caused Lee Forge, who was hidden away, to tremble in fear. Teeth as if playing drums constantly trembling, hands as if iron pincers, tightly cover the mouth, afraid to make a little noise, attracting the attention of this god of death. In his heart, he was secretly glad that he had the power of stealth and the power of the blast wind, as if he had 2 gold medals to avoid death. If he was discovered at this moment, with Lu Chuan's god of murder-like appearance, he was afraid that he would die. Can't even leave a corpse. The Lion King is also too terrifying, Lee Forge murmured secretly in his heart, but the filming equipment in his hand was always steadily aimed at the battlefield, recording the shocking scene in its entirety. Soon, the video was like a heavy bomb exploding in Dian. Countless people were shocked to see it. Stinky, let me look for you. Lu Chuan finished solving the group of ferocious beasts, put away the demon god transformation, and walked to Zhang Luoli with great strides, spitting out human words. The tone of her voice was both the joy of finding her, as if she had found a rare treasure, but also with a little bit of anger, as if she was blaming her for leaving without saying goodbye. My name is Zhang Luoli. Zhang Luoli frowned slightly, as if she had been touched by the reverse scale, and spoke unhappily, a hint of stubbornness flashing in her eyes. Although she was grateful that Lu Chuan had just come to her rescue, her heart was still a little resistant to his name, which was frivolous in its intimacy. A trip out and a name. Lu Chuan was slightly stunned, then smiled and flirted. As they spoke, a dazzling burst of light instantly bloomed from the crystal-like innate spirit tree. It slowly produced 4 crystal-clear fruits. These fruits were as if they had been carved by a haze of light, emitting a tantalizing luster, and each of them seemed to contain endless vitality and power. These 3 pieces you take back to the child. Zhang Luoli looked at the spirit tree with a gentle gaze, as if she were a loving mother, and opened her mouth. She knew the preciousness of this spirit fruit and had long made plans in her mind to leave most of it to her children to help them grow. How am I going to get it? And aren't you going to go back with me? Lu Chuan looked at Zhang Luoli, his eyes full of doubts and incomprehension. He had gone through a lot of trouble to find her, and had expected her to go back with him, but he didn't expect her to be so determined. Right, I'm not going back. Zhang Luoli turned her head away, her tone firm, a hint of complex sentiment in her eyes. Good for you, leaving your 2 children unattended. I think you owe it to yourself to educate them. When Lu Chuan heard this, he was instantly enraged. One step at a time, he slowly approached the past, his body's aura unconsciously radiating out. Chapter 60. Don't mess around. I'm pregnant. Zhang Luoli ice smart, mind as transparent as a mirror. And how would not see Lu Chuan this straight white hot to almost overbearing heart? Seeing that he was getting closer and closer, she immediately looked aghast, her face instantly as cold as the frosty night, and said loudly, don't mess around. I'm still pregnant. This voice is like a stern and extreme alarm bell, instantly penetrating the charming reverie in Lu Chuan's mind, as if a pot of cold water, pouring down his head, cooling his enthusiasm instantly. Ha! Lu Chuan was as if he was struck by a bolt of lightning that fell from the sky, and his feet felt as if they were rooted. His steps stopped violently, and his entire body froze in place in an instant. Staring at Zhang Luoli, a flash of extreme incredulity first flashed across his face. It's yours. Zhang Luoli saw the flickering doubt in his eyes, her cheeks flushed slightly, like a peach blossom quietly blooming in spring, and with a few points of anger, she added another sentence. Of course I know it's mine. Lu Chuan instantly came back to his senses, and that original aura with aggression was like ice and snow melting in spring, instantly dissipating. In its place, care is taken to the extreme, hidden in the side of the leaf foraging. At this moment a heart as if by a big invisible hand tightly gripped, mentioned the throat, nervous palms straight sweat. Sweat slid down his fingertips and dripped onto the floor. He didn't dare to utter a single breath, his eyes glaring as if they were bronze bells, staring at the 2 lions in death. Almost, just a little bit, he was about to witness a thrilling, intimate scene between beast kings. It's just a shame. On the small island, Lu Chuan's gaze slowly moved down and landed on Zhang Luoli's slightly bulging abdomen, and his eyes were as if they were instantly infused with a hot spring, full of tenderness and pain. It was as if that gaze could see through the belly to the little life being nurtured inside. After a moment, he raised his head and softly persuaded, since you're pregnant,
Why are you still running around outside? Come back with me. The kids miss you too.
The words are full of hope for family reunion. At the mention of the child, Jiang Luoli's gaze was like a lake under the warm spring sun, instantly softening and flooding with a hint of tenderness. But soon, she gently shook her head again, determination in her eyes. I still have some things to do. What is it? Lu Chuan frowned slightly, his eyes filled with doubt and eagerness. He really couldn't figure out what it was that could make her insist on staying out at this time of the year, when she was pregnant. Can't tell you yet. Jiang Luoli turned her head away, avoiding his probing gaze, decisive, without the slightest room for discussion. No, you must come back with me. When Lu Chuan heard this, the anxiety in his heart was like a powder keg that had been ignited, instantly turning into a wave of stubbornness. He gritted his teeth and made a gesture to go forward to pull her. What? Are you going to tie me back up again? Jiang Luoli seemed as if she had expected him to do this, standing still with a hint of stubbornness and provocation in her eyes. Lu Chuan looked at her like this. His footsteps hardened and stopped, and in the end, he did not extend his claws. And right at this moment, Jiang Luoli's lotus steps moved gently as she slowly walked to the spirit tree, only to see a wave of her plain hand. A piercing white light seemed to blossom out from her palm. In an instant, the spirit tree that had originally emitted a radiant haze disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared in this world. This? Lu Chuan's eyes widened and his face was filled with shock. It was hard to believe that this mother-in-law of his actually possessed the legendary space treasure. That was a rare treasure that countless powerful people could only dream of and were crazy about. At the thought of this, his heart was both surprised and delighted, and he was a little more curious about Jiang Luoli's mystery. Don't you look for me. When the time comes, I'll be back to see the kids. As soon as Jiang Luoli's words fell, another white light flashed, and her figure seemed to be swallowed up by the void, directly disappearing and drifting away. Teleportation? Lu Chuan was as dumbfounded as if he were a wooden sculpture, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. It seems that it's not any treasure, but that she has actually mastered this heaven-defying spatial talent. This talent, not to mention in this chaotic world of ferocious beasts, even if it was placed in the ancient times, it was extremely rare. LeForge was even more shocked that his jaw dropped to the ground. It was as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes glaring as if they were bronze bells, staring dead on at the place where Jiang Luoli had disappeared. This kind of tactic was already completely beyond his scope of understanding. On weekdays, those psychics who manipulated wind, ice, and fire were amazing, but they were always still within the range of what he could imagine. But this disappearing in place out of thin air was just too bizarre. Meanwhile, at the Southeast Region base headquarters, a group of people were sitting around in front of a huge electronic screen. The color of the face was as gloomy as the night sky before a storm, and everyone's face seemed to be covered with a thick layer of gloom. On the screen, what was playing was exactly the video that LeForge had just sent back. Each image was like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly hitting the hearts of the crowd, as if casting a boulder on the surface of a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. This Lion King couple is too rebellious. They must be eradicated as soon as possible. Prepare the cruise missiles. A general-like man stood up, his eyes full of scorn and determination. What kind of warhead to use? I'm afraid ordinary warheads won't work. Another staff officer frowned as if he were a Titan twist. Worried, Feng Renjie, the Southeastern Inhuman Alliance's alliance master, sat in the command chair as if he were a cold iceberg. His gaze was deep, as if he could see through everything, and only after a long time did he slowly open his mouth to give an order. Enable the nuclear warheads. Instantly the entire command room was plunged into a deathly silence. Everyone knew that once the order was given, it would be a total non-stop relationship with the Lion King and his wife. And this lake, too, will endure an unprecedented disaster. It is as if the countdown to the end of the world has begun, and everyone can hear the ticking clock, striking a fearful melody in their hearts. The young lieutenants looked at each other with horror and hesitation in their eyes. An adjutant's lips trembled, saying, Allied Lord, once the nuclear warhead is activated, this neighboring area is afraid that the people will be devastated. Are we not to reconsider the deliberation? The technical experts next to him also hurriedly agreed. Yes, Allied Lord, the power of a nuclear bomb is too great, and the ecological complexity of this Mirror Lake region. In case it triggers a chain reaction, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feng Renjie's eyes were firm as he scanned a circle of the crowd and said coldly, if we don't eradicate this Lion King couple, in the future, when they grow up, the entire Great Yen will face extinction. Sacrifice at this moment for long-term peace. These words were cold, but they also made the crowd realize the seriousness of the situation. Yes, the crowd was silent for a moment, although their hearts could not bear it, but they also understood that the situation was critical, so they could only nod their heads. Chapter 61 Under the Nuclear Bomb.
All beings are equal. Deep in the military base of the southeast region, the atmosphere was so stagnant that it was as if water could drip out of it. Fongrenjia's face was as cold as frost, determination in his eyes as he waved his hand violently, his voice roaring like a bell. Nukes ready to launch. Boom boom. The huge launcher was slowly erected, and like a prehistoric beast awakening from its slumber, it opened its bloody mouth made of steel. A cruise missile carrying a nuclear warhead was firmly placed on it. The cold metal casing of the warhead glinted with a chilling spectral light in the harsh light. In the next instant, a mechanical and cold countdown sounded inside the base. Countdown to launch. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, fire. Phew, shoo. The nuclear bomb resembled a white dragon that had broken free of its shackles, dragging its long tail as it rose into the air, whistling towards the set target. The light was as if it could tear the sky, and wherever it passed, the clouds avoided it as if they were cut by a sharp blade. 3 minutes to destination. Inside the control room, the technician's eyes were glued to the screen, as if the world's survival was hidden in that screen. His voice was extraordinarily calm due to the high level of tension, and he communicated this countdown to death to all parties through the comm channels. The sound was like a hypnotic talisman, instantly exploding in the sky above the base, and immediately afterward, like a big invisible net, using the electric waves as silk threads, it quickly spread in all directions. Lee Forge was currently hidden in the sky near the island, as if he was a night lord lurking in the shadows, always alert to the movements around him. Suddenly, the special communicator on his wrist vibrated steeply. The screen flashed with a blinding red light, and a line of eye-catching warning message came into view. Nuke incoming. Evacuate within 3 minutes. The moment he saw this message, his face instantly turned pale. What the hell? A direct nuclear launch? It seems that those two lions have really angered the humans this time. Without much time to think, his figure flashed, as if a black lightning bolt, and he sped towards the direction away from the island, as if a black whirlwind had swept up behind him. At the same time, other Inhumans scattered in the nearby areas received the same message. Some of the Inhumans were lurking in the grass around the lake, ready to wait for an opportunity. Receiving the alarm at this moment, they were like frightened rabbits, instantly jumping up and running away, even knocking off quite a few tree branches in their panic. Some of the Inhumans were patrolling the air in improvised craft, and when they saw the message, they manhandled the craft and turned it toward the safety of the area in a frenzy. This nuclear bomb, the direct kill range is about 3 kilometers wide. 3 minutes was enough for the aliens with special abilities to escape this death zone. As for the next radiation, the scientific team has long since given its findings. The aliens have been able to immunize themselves against this level of radiation. Mirror Lake, 10 miles away from the outside of the island, the demon fox was shuttling through the mountains and forests like a spiritual red light. Her stance was light and her footsteps brisk, and suddenly, her cell phone sent out a sharp vibration and popped up a striking notice. Nuke the Lion King. Mirror Lake? Seeing this message, her eyes instantly widened as if they were bronze bells, and panic and anxiety were written all over her face, as if she had instantly fallen from heaven to hell. Not good. We must inform the boss about this as soon as possible. It was too late to think about it. She hurriedly accelerated her pace. Her feet were like the wind, and 2 minutes later, like a red gale, she rushed to where Lu Chuan was. Boss, hurry up and run. Humans are going to bombard. Before she even got close, the fox demon shouted loudly for Lu Chuan, her voice becoming shrill with anxiety, as if it were a sharp blade that cut through the night sky, echoing in the air as if it was going to tear this tense atmosphere apart. Lu Chuan was currently sitting on top of a huge rock by the lake. He had just swallowed a spirit fruit. A majestic energy was like a raging tide, rushing and churning within his body, impacting every inch of his meridians, causing him to emanate a light around him if nothing else, as if he was enveloped by the light of God. There were also 2 spirit fruits placed in front of them, emitting a tantalizing luster. How much longer? When Lu Chuan heard the fox demon's cry, he opened his eyes violently, and a flash of sternness flashed in his eyes, as if he was the brightest Sirius star in the night sky, able to see through all the darkness. Less than 30 seconds. The fox demon's eyes were filled with panic as she responded in a hurry. Damn, humans really know how to have fun. Lu Chuan cursed angrily. Swallow. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he grabbed a spirit fruit and threw it towards the fox demon. Then as he copied the last spirit fruit, his body flashed, like a golden stream of light, and jumped into the lake, like a dragon returning to the deep sea. 20 seconds or so later, that previous direction of the island was as if the end of the world had come. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud burst into bloom, as if it was a flower of death that had been catalyzed by the devil's hand, instantly illuminating the entire night sky, dispersing the darkness without a trace, as if the dawn had come early. The shockwave was like a raging beast, wrapped in endless destructive power, sweeping 4 or 5 kilometers with the island as the center. Wherever it went, the lake water was like boiling water that had been boiled, tossing wildly and lifting huge waves tens of meters high. The tips of the waves were like white sharp blades, glittering with a cold light, as if they were trying to cut everything to pieces. The trees around the lake were uprooted as if they were fragile matchsticks and scattered in the air. The mountains and rocks were like ores that had been thrown into a furnace, instantly crumbling and shattering, transforming into countless tiny pieces of stone that flew all over the sky, like a rain of stones that smashed into this broken earth. Lu Chuan, who was hiding in the water, as if he was in the center of an underwater storm, clearly sensed the distant rumbling. The voice was like the god of thunder roaring angrily, shaking his ears and buzzing his head, as if his soul was about to be shaken out of his body. Is this a nuclear bomb? It's really not something that ordinary creatures can carry. It's a good thing I ran away early, or I'd really be dead. At this point in the base, this time, the Lion King should be dead. Feng Renjie stared intently at the image of the explosion in the center of the lake displayed on the screen, and a hint of peace of mind flashed in his eyes. It was as if a boulder that had been hanging over his heart for a long time had finally fallen to the ground. After a few moments, he let out a slight sigh of relief, the coldness on his face easing slightly, as if he had loosened slightly from a taut string. I'll remember this revenge. Lu Chuan escaped this crisis, and the killing intent in his heart was like a powder keg that had been ignited, instantly blazing. This constant inviting of humans had made him unable to tolerate it. A bloody revenge must be waged to show the world the price for provoking him. That, outside of Lake Mirror, Zhang Luoli was traveling through the mountains and forests. Suddenly, as if she felt something in her heart, she violently stopped her steps and turned back to look in the direction of Mingjing Lake, her heart inexplicably aching. For no, it was the commotion of a nuclear bomb going off. Could it be that the humans launched a nuclear bomb at the island in the center of the lake? That kinky lion. When she thought of this, her heart seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Worry, anxiety instantly surged to her heart, and her eyes were full of complex feelings. Chapter 62, Feng Renjie, damn it, the Lion King is still alive. Hurry and run. In the command room, the stance was as upright as a pine, but a trace of imperceptible tension quietly surfaced on that cold face. With eyes that resembled the eyes of 2 sharp falcons, he stared tightly at the surveillance images on the large screen that constantly flashed with the aftermath of the nuclear explosion. In the picture, the once tranquil Mirror Lake had been transformed into an earthly purgatory, with the turbid waters of the lake churning. After a long period of silence, Feng Renjie violently tilted his head and ordered decisively with a voice like a bell. Send out an alien ability squad to check the situation. The staff, who were already as busy as ants on a hot pan, moved even faster, their fingers flying on the operating table. It made a crackling noise, and there was a tension and determination in everyone's eyes. Soon after, a team of Inhumans, who had long before evacuated to a safe place and were always on standby, received the command the instant it was given. Act quickly. The plane's engines roared, like an awakened steel beast, and roared as it sped toward the nuke-washed lake. At this moment, the lake's surface, as if a sea of death that had just suffered the apocalyptic catastrophe, the violent aftermath was like the devil's giant hand, mercilessly wreaking havoc on every inch of the waters. Wave after wave of waves imitated a fist that was angry to the extreme, fiercely slapping the surface of the lake and stirring up layers of water. The water crackled and splashed against the plane's portholes as if it were a white concealed weapon. It instantly blurred the crowd's vision, making it seem as if they were in a hazy nightmare. As the plane drew closer to the center of the explosion, the sight was breathtakingly gruesome. There were countless dead aquatic corpses floating on the surface of the lake. They were in different forms, but none of them were sad. Some of the big fish were belly up, their ghastly white bellies stark in the sunlight, as if they were a white flag of surrender. Some of the water beasts had mutilated limbs, broken fins, and claws scattered everywhere, emitting a sickening, fishy odor. As the plane continued to go deeper and deeper, when it came to the very center, the original island in the center of the lake, which was like a fairyland, had disappeared without a trace. It was as if an invisible hand had erased him from the world, leaving behind only a lake with extremely turbid waters. Mud, sand, debris and blood mingled with each other. No body of the Lion King has been found yet. The leader of the alien squad reported the situation to the headquarters through the communicator, his voice trembling slightly with a few moments of doubt and apprehension. Is this the power of a nuclear bomb? I'm afraid no creature will survive. The Lion King is on the island. He's probably been blown to pieces. Someone in the group muttered in a low voice, their eyes as if they were searchlights, staring down at the water below that resembled an abyss. But the lake was like a mysterious black curtain. Nothing could be seen except endless darkness and turbidity, making one's heart more and more uneasy. Roar! Just when the crowd's nerves were tense, Lu Chuan, like a golden dragon breaking through the water, violently sprang out of the water. He exuded a murderous intent so strong that it was as if it had materialized, and his eyes were as if they were burning charcoal, staring dead on at the aircraft overhead that resembled an invader. Without saying anything, he raised his hand and launched an extremely powerful attack. A golden blade of light, which seemed to be condensed from the aura of heaven and earth, instantly came out of his hand and whistled towards the airplane with an aura that cut through the sky. No good. The pilot's eyes widened in horror and his hands panicked as he maneuvered the plane, trying to dodge the fatal blow. But it was too late. The blade of light struck the plane's engine with such precision that in an instant, the wings shook and black smoke billowed from the fuselage, plunged headlong toward the lake. Boom! The plane crashed and fell into the water, sending up a huge splash as if a small tsunami had erupted. Fortunately, there were 2 survivors, who swam desperately toward the distance. In the panic, they used their hands and feet to splash a large amount of water, as if they were drowning people struggling in the water, and every movement was permeated with the fear of death. Humph! How could Lu Chuan let them go so easily? His figure flashed, like a golden lightning, and he entered the water again. At this moment, both he and the fox demon had taken the water spirit fruit and had already taken control of the power of the water spirit. In the water, he was a true water dragon with an athletic stance, more agile than those natural water beasts, easily chasing towards those 2. Run! How is this lion still so fast in the water? Within a short time, Lu Chuan caught up with the 2 men. One of them was like a trapped beast in a desperate situation, his eyes wide with terror. A dagger was waved in his hand in a panic, in a vain attempt to make a final struggle, his voice trembling like a falling leaf in the autumn wind. Stay back! Stay back! The other was full of despair, his legs as if they were filled with lead, mechanically paddling the water, and his eyes were filled with the fear of death, as if he had already seen the god of death beckoning to him. Lu Chuan, however, as if the god of death had descended, showing no mercy, raised his claw and a water arrow seemed to shoot out from his palm, instantly penetrating the chest of the man wielding the dagger. The blood spread quickly through the water. The man's eyes were wide, his eyes full of resignation, and his hand was still stretched helplessly forward. Immediately after that, Lu Chuan turned to another person and finished him off with just one move. Afterward, Lu Chuan asked the fox demon to take their contact device, and sent out a scathing remark through the contact device. Southeast General Base. Right. Wait. Feng Renjia anxiously waited for news from the front, as if he were an ant on a hot pan. When he heard those ruthless words filled with killing intent, his face was as if he had been drained of blood, instantly turning as white as snow, and his worry was like a raging tide, instantly surging to his heart. Before this, the marshland demon lion's frantic move to attack the base like that was still fresh in his mind. He knew very well that if the Lion King retaliated, this base was simply unbeatable, as if it was a papier-mâché castle that would be broken in a single stab. Allied Lord, you should withdraw first. The adjutant anxiously stepped forward and persuaded. No, how can I, as the alliance leader, escape at this time? A lion is no stronger than ***T. Feng Renjia subconsciously refused, as he was the alliance leader. If he withdrew at this time, how could he convince the public in the future? But the fear in his heart grew wildly like weeds, making his voice tremble slightly, as if it were dry grass in the autumn wind. But Alliance Master, that lion is too strong. To remain here is only to wait for death. Yes, continue to stay in the Green Mountains, but please hurry up and leave. Inform down. Everyone leave as fast as possible. After a few excuses, Feng Renjia still chose to run away. Standing up, he hurriedly gathered up some important papers. Surrounded by the crowd, he temporarily left this side of the base, as if he were a defeated general who had fled. For a while, it was as if the base had exploded, and the crowd panicked. Those relatively weak personnel, as if they were frightened sheep, withdrew. Chapter 63, Destroying the Base. Exotic Lurker. The entire southeastern base seemed to be covered by a thick layer of haze, and the atmosphere was so tense that it was suffocating. The level of vigilance was as if a drawn bowstring could snap at any moment. How's it going? Feng Renjia stared at the monitor, noting the situation inside the base, anxious as a hot pot of ants. When he finished, the voice of the observer in the base came over the headset. Report, no anomalies on the ground. Report, no anomalies in the sky. For now. Report, no anomalies in subsurface detection. Just as the crowd breathed a little sigh of relief. Roar. Suddenly, a lion's roar came, as if it was a bolt from the blue, instantly breaking this short-lived calm. No good Flying Lion. Flying Lion is hitting. Lu Chuan didn't choose to sneak attack, but rather, as if he was a triumphant king, he approached that base in a dignified and domineering manner. He was tall and sturdy, and every step he took was as if he was stepping on the tips of the hearts of the crowd. shaking the ground slightly and bringing up a puff of smoke, as if he was a god of war descending to earth. His eyes were like burning coals, staring dead ahead at the base, revealing endless anger and majesty. In an instant, the entire base was like a powder keg that had been ignited, instantly springing into action. Attack! Attack! Attack with all your might. Definitely don't let this attack in. The order was given and all the weapons in the base were aimed at Lu Chuan. The rockets, the missiles were like an angry fire snake, dragging a long tail flame, whistling toward Lu Chuan. However, Lu Chuan was like a ghost. His body was agile and his speed was as fast as lightning. Many of those rockets and missiles could not hit him. Occasionally, there were a few lucky hits, but they only exploded around him, splashing a cloud of fire, but could not hurt him in the slightest. Instead, it made his eyes burn more and more with rage. The soldiers became more and more alarmed as they saw that conventional weapons were hardly effective. This lion, can it really be killed? It's not working. Do we need another nuke? Someone carried a heavy rocket launcher and tried to attack Lu Chuan at close range. I just don't believe it. It's really immortal. The soldier's hands trembled terribly. Beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead, and his eyes were filled with determination and fear. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the launch button, and the rocket launcher spewed out a shell with a powerful recoil. Lu Chuan was aware of this, and with a flash of his body, he easily avoided it as the shell exploded behind him, kicking up a cloud of dust. Today, I will let you know what happens when you anger me. Lu Chuan roared and launched an attack, as if it was a surging tsunami. Unstoppable. He rushed to the top of the city wall as if he was stepping into no man's land, and wherever he went, the masonry crumbled as if it were a papier-mâché toy. Every time he swung his claw, it was wrapped in the power of the gale, able to easily smash the masonry of the city wall, and the debris flew in the sky, as if it was a stone rain. In a short time, the city wall was shaking, and the soldiers on the wall were as if they were in a lonely boat in the midst of a shocking wave. Terrified, attacking the middle of the base, the defenders stared in horror as if they were trapped animals in a desperate situation. They threw their weight around, worrying about hurting their own people. After all, Lu Chuan's speed was too fast, weaving freely through the crowd, as if a fish had entered the sea. The slightest miscalculation of firepower from your own side could result in huge casualties, and that could have unthinkable consequences. There is a young soldier, so scared that his legs weakened. The gun in his hand Clang fell to the ground. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes full of despair and fear, as if he had already seen death beckoning to him. One commander tried to organize a counterattack, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Concentrate your fire, shoot!" But the soldiers cowered, afraid to fire with all their might. At this moment, Lu Chuan dashed left and right through the crowd, and wherever he passed, weapons were destroyed and facilities were damaged. He saw an ammunition depot, as if he had found a new target, and stormed over to it, his claws swinging as the door was instantly torn open. The ammunition inside was like ignited firecrackers, exploding one after the other with flames in the sky. Withdraw! Feng Renjie looked at the chaotic scene. His heart was like death, and he hurriedly gave the order. He knew that the base was already untenable, and any further unnecessary struggles would only add to the casualties, without giving so many more lives. Get the order! The crowd was like frightened hares, hastily withdrawing. The base was also engulfed in flames amidst countless explosions. The fire burned for a day and a night, like fireworks of doom, illuminating the night sky and announcing the fiasco of mankind. The skyward flames were like a striking monument inscribing the Lion King's great fame. Throughout the entire Great Yen, the Lion King's mighty reputation spread far and wide, as if it was a thunderbolt that exploded in people's hearts. In the southeastern part of Dian, a remote and secluded mountainous region, there was a hidden base here, a natural cave that had been remodeled, with an opening that resembled the maw of a giant beast, permeated with mystery and danger. A group of hawk-nosed exotics were stationed here. They were tall and deep-eyed, with a shrewdness and coldness that was very different from normal people. Deep inside the base, a huge laboratory was hidden, with all kinds of instruments flickering with eerie light. I didn't realize that Great Yen actually already had such a terrifying beast. A doctor in a white lab coat and glasses looks at the data sheet in his hands with a frown on his face. It is precisely because the Great Yen's ferocious beasts are powerful that we chose to lurk here for secret research. Beside the doctor, a competent soldier interjected with his hands clasped over his chest and a cold gaze. His uniform was straight and the metals on it shimmered in the light, emphasizing his glory and uncommonness. Now that we have made great progress, this fire ox, under the cultivation of our potions, has a terrifying strength, the doctor said, a smug smile on his face. As he spoke, he led the crowd towards the depths of the test chamber. One can only see a huge-sized fire ox with flames all around it confined in a special cage, its eyes resembling burning coals. Each breath spewed out fiery flames,
roasting the air around them as if it were about to burn. In the laboratory, the exotic people gathered around the fireox, as if they were a group of fervent believers, with excitement and greed shining in their eyes. If this fireox is released, it will definitely create a lot of trouble for Great Yen, and our plan will be half successful. Humph. Don't be too happy. That Lion King of Dian is not a vegetarian. We still have to deal with it carefully. The doctor pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses seeming to sparkle with intelligence. After saying that, he turned his head to look at the soldier. General, look, this is our latest research result. The strength is definitely not weaker than that lion. The soldier nodded with great satisfaction. First, continue to observe the state of the fireox and adjust the potion formula to make sure it reaches its strongest state. When the time is right, we'll make our move. When the time comes, we'll give Great Yen a big surprise. Chapter 64, Xiangba, the Great Yen God-making program launched. Great Yen, the imperial capital. This ancient and majestic city, like a giant dragon sleeping for 1,000 years and just awakened, lies across the vast earth. Its outer wall is so high that it has risen more than 100 meters above the ground, and the project continues to increase in height around the clock. Every brick and tile is carefully refined from rare ores, and is as strong as divine iron. It shimmered coldly under the daylight, as if it were a heavenly barrier, guarding the prosperity and peace of the city tightly. The headquarters of the Inhuman Alliance was majestically located in the heart of the inner city. At this moment, in a spacious and bright hall inside the headquarters, yet enveloped in a heavy atmosphere, the air was oppressive and suffocating, and everyone who stepped into this room had their feet unconsciously become sluggish, breathing also subconsciously lightened, as if afraid to disturb the room full of murderous atmosphere. Above the head of the table sat a middle-aged man. His figure was magnificent. His deep eyes were like stars on a cold night, and between his hands and feet, he exuded a powerful aura that made people in awe and not dare to look directly at him. This person was none other than Xiongba, the current alliance leader of the Great Yen Inhuman Alliance. He possessed a variety of supernormal abilities, and those revealed to the world were the power of ice and the power of hurricane, but only a very few of his inner circle knew that this was just the tip of the iceberg of his strength. The alliance also hid a more dominating power of thunder. Once it was cast, the sky and earth changed color, the wind and clouds churned, and lightning raged like a mad dragon, powerful enough to shatter mountains and rivers, making everything in the world tremble in front of it. Nowadays, my Dian is in crisis, with beast kings popping up all over the place, and the people's living area has shrunk by half. Xiongba's brows were tightly locked, as if they were tightened twists, and his face was full of worry. The voice was low and hoarse, but it was as if a flood bell was reverberating in the hall, shaking the hearts of the crowd, and every word struck heavily on the hearts of the crowd. Alliance Master, this situation is just too grim. We have to find a way to counterattack. If this continues, our Great Yen's land will become a happy place for those ferocious beasts. A high-ranking officer in military uniform with a cold face was the first to break the silence. Take that thing with the southeast base. When the Lion King attacked, we had missiles, guns and artillery all over the place, but that guy is a ghost. His speed is beyond imagination. Most of the attacks have gone down the drain, watching the base go up in flames, with countless brothers killed or injured. What can we do about this in the future? Speaking here, his eyes reddened, his voice trembled slightly, and his face was filled with grief and indignation, as if that tragic picture was still lingering in front of his eyes. Yes, I'll lie. One person got up and worriedly echoed. There's also the devil lion from Shu, raiding the base without warning, like a black storm. Everywhere they passed, the buildings were like papier-mâché, clattering and collapsing, and the fortifications were simply null and void. Our fighters resisted to the death, but we couldn't bear it, and a large number of them were killed or wounded, and the people were forced to leave their homes and were displaced, so it was impossible to live in this life. The Scorpion King of the Northwest Desert is even more of a tumor. A burly, dark-skinned alien slammed his fist on the table with a muffled thud, gritting his teeth, veins popping out on his forehead. The poisonous mist that guy spews out can instantly turn a nice oasis into barren land. We've organized several sieges, and each time we've lost troops, so we can't even get close to it. And the snowbirds in the north, a lot of our weapons, we just can't use them when we get to that part of the world. When the old man finished speaking, he sighed softly, his eyes filled with worry, as if he foresaw an even more difficult situation for Great Yen in the future. The crowd spoke one word to another, revealing the perilous situation that Great Yen was in nowadays. These are only part of the beasts exposed in the crowd's field of vision. In that vast and sprawling mountains, lakes, dense forests and wilderness, I do not know how many more hidden crises. All of these were like a time bomb that could detonate at any time, blowing the last of Dian's tranquility to smithereens. Everyone calmed down first. Xiongba raised his hand and pressed down, trying to calm the crowd.
He swept a circle with a deep gaze and slowly said, "The situation is certainly critical, but we can't mess up. The most urgent thing is to boost the morale and let the people regain their confidence. I have an idea. Let's pick 4 people, make their battle videos public, and create a god-making program to give the public hope. What do you think?" For a moment, the hall fell into a brief silence as the people looked at each other, seemingly weighing the feasibility of the plan. Allied Master, this method is a bit risky, but there is no other good trick at the moment. The officer frowned slightly, and after pondering for a moment, he spoke. It's just that the 4 people who were selected must be careful, must be of superior strength and able to hold down the scene, or in case they lose their sharpness, it will be counterproductive. I understand. Xiongba nodded slightly and looked grave. Not only do you have to be strong, but you also have to be courageous and resourceful, with a positive image, and be able to become a role model in the hearts of the people. I'll leave this matter in your hands, and make sure it's implemented as soon as possible. We can't delay any longer. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. On Lu Chuan's side, after destroying the southeastern base, he left the southeast and returned towards Shu. He soon found the Golden Monkey King that he had left behind. The Monkey King waited early on the road that Lu Chuan must have traveled to return, waiting with trepidation for the king's punishment. As soon as he saw Lu Chuan's figure appear, as if he had a conditioned reflex, he knelt down on one knee, leaned forward, and lowered his head deeply, his face full of shame. At this time on his body, blood stains, a wound crisscrossed, still seeping blood, stained a large part of the shirt. The appearance of a mess is heartbreaking. "Master, my subordinate is incompetent. Failed to fulfill the task you gave me. Please also chastise the master." When Lu Chuan saw this, his sword brows frowned, and his heart was already clear. It didn't even take much thought to realize that something had happened on this side of the great mountain in Shu. Look at the Monkey King, this miserable appearance. Must have encountered a more powerful beast than him. After a bitter battle, helpless defeat. It's okay, just do your best. It's not your problem if you can't fight. Since I'm back, just leave it to me. I'd like to see where the ferocious beasts come from that have such guts. Lu Chuan tilted his head slightly. His eyes were like burning coals as he looked into the distance, and it was as if his gaze could penetrate through thousands of mountains and rivers to find the traces of his enemy. Killing intent filled his heart, as if it were a surging black tide, wave after wave, never stopping. The dog still has to look at the master. His own little brother was beaten up. That is the same as ruthlessly hit his own face. This revenge, Lu Chuan will be reported, and to make the other side pay dearly. Blood for blood, tooth for tooth. Chapter 65, Rock Raider? I can fly, and how will you deal with it? Monkey, who is the one who injured you? The master is back and will definitely do the right thing for you. The fox demon was anxious and stared at the Golden Monkey King with concern. The Golden Monkey King's appearance was slightly wretched at the moment. His clothes were as ragged as a broken flag that had been ravaged by a gale, and the blood at the wounds had dried up though. He raised his head slightly. A flash of hatred flashed in his eyes, and that hatred was like a materialized flame that burned. Gritting his teeth, he said hatefully, "It's the Earth Bear that's off to the south. He has the power of the earth and can't defend himself by casting rock surge. You must be careful, master." The words were full of worry about Lu Chuan. It had fought that Earth Bear and knew how powerful it was. If it wasn't for that annoying earth power, he wouldn't be at too much of a disadvantage even if he couldn't fight. Hearing this, Lu Chuan's eyes instantly lit up with rage. "Go, take me to meet him." Lu Chuan's voice was low but permeated with unquestionable majesty, making the surrounding air seem to be shaken and rippled. He had only been away for a few days, and a bear had actually dared to spread wildness in its territory. "Yes, boss." The Golden Monkey King didn't dare to delay and immediately led the way ahead. An hour later, they arrived at their destination. As soon as he approached, he saw dust flying in front of him, as if a sandstorm was coming, and a group of fierce beasts of all shapes and colors, with teeth and claws, as if they were ferocious and vicious roadblocks, blocking the way. As the intelligence of the ferocious beasts increased, this world became more and more chaotic. The wind of ganging up was prevalent, and it was common to see different races aggregating together. These are precisely the Earth Bear collected little brother. All look crooked, as if from the abyss of hell climbed out of the evil spirit. The appearance of hideous horrible, but also through a force of intrepidity. As soon as the Golden Monkey King appeared, the group of ferocious beasts were as if they had discovered new prey, and instantly exploded into a pot of mocking noises, as if they were cluttered noises that were distracting to the ears. "Yo, isn't this the monkey who got his ass kicked last time? What? Escaped and still dares to come back to die?" A hunched hyena with a mouth full of fangs yelped strangely, its front paws pawing at the ground and splattering it with dust. The eyes were filled with contempt, as if they were looking at the most humble ants in the world. "That's right, Don't weigh your own weight, actually dare to come. This time you'll have a good time. A boar chimed in. Upon hearing this, the Golden Monkey King's mouth curled into a cold smile, and his heart slandered. You fools, you're already on the verge of death, and you still dare to speak out here. After saying that, he and the fox demon exchanged glances and struck out at the same time with tacit understanding. The fox demon's body was agile, as if it was a red lightning bolt, weaving in and out of the ferocious beasts. Wherever they went, the ferocious beasts let out guttural screams. Their fur was scorched to the point of sizzling, as if they had been thrown into a furnace of withered grass, instantly turning into ashes. The Golden Monkey King wasn't willing to show weakness either, as he leapt high into the air and blasted out with a punch. Click! Beating a vicious wolf that was trying to get close to him to the point that its brain burst out, splattering red and white things all over the place, as if it was raining blood. The scene was gruesome to the extreme. Where were these small characters their foes? But in a moment, they were beaten up and held their heads. Right at this moment, an earth tremor came from the mountains, as if an ancient beast was about to awaken. The crowd fixed their eyes on the earth bear, only to see that it slowly walked out with heavy steps, exuding a thick and heavy aura, as if it was the lord of the earth, obviously awakening the power of the earth. Dead monkey, last time I let you pick up a life, and you still don't know what's good for you. There was a delay last time, or do you think you could have gotten away? The earth bear's eyes were red, and it charged madly towards the Monkey King, each step falling as if it was stepping on the tips of the hearts of the crowd. The ground cracked and the rubble splashed, as if a sudden meteorite rain, making people tremble with fear. Humph! Only to hear Lu Chuan coldly snort, as if a golden lightning instantly flashed in front of the earth bear, lifting his grasp to blast out a strong wind. I thought, where did you get the courage? But it turns out you found a backer. Seeing this, the earth bear did not show any weakness, and its thick bare paw was raised high, carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, and fiercely slapped down. Boo! It clashed hard with Lu Chuan's claws. In an instant, it was as if two meteorites had collided with a loud bang, and the surrounding air seemed to be detonated, forming a powerful shockwave. It uprooted all the nearby trees and threw them in all directions, like a rain of green leaves, poignant and spectacular. Under one strike, the two were actually equal in strength, each taking several steps back. Lu Chuan thought in his heart, this earth bear really does have some ability, not to be underestimated. The thought flashed by, and his eyes steeply became stern and incomparable, like the fiercest Sirius star in the night sky. Lu Chuan didn't waste time with him either. Immediately, he executed the demon god transformation, and the light around his body blazed out, as if he was bathed in a golden divine radiance, and an even more powerful pressure emanated from him. It turned into a materialized storm that swept towards the earth bear. It instantly suppressed the earth bear's aura, as if the blazing sun was in the sky, making everything in the shadows invisible. When the earth bear felt this powerful pressure, his heart was shocked, knowing that he had met a formidable enemy today. It gritted its teeth, a flash of determination in its eyes, and suddenly shouted, "Rock bump!" In an instant, under Lu Chuan's feet, a huge sharp rock was like a demon that broke out of the ground and stabbed towards Lu Chuan's abdomen in a lightning-fast speed. Fortunately, Lu Chuan reacted extremely fast, as if he was a long-experienced god of war, and with his sharp intuition, his legs were fierce, as if he was a rocket rising into the air, and he jumped away in time. The rock grazed the soles of his feet. If he had been half a beat slower, he was afraid that his abdomen would have been seriously injured, and the consequences would be unimaginable, as if he were hovering on the edge of a cliff, and the slightest carelessness would lead to the end of all life. Lu Chuan's anger increased in his heart, and his eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. In the next moment, his legs were slightly bent, as if he was a cheetah ready to strike, followed by a violent stomp on the ground, and his entire body flew up directly as if he had broken away from gravity. What? The giant bear below was dumbfounded, its eyes wide and its mouth open wide enough to fit a fist. His face was filled with shock and bewilderment, as if he had never thought that Lu Chuan had this hand. It wasn't like it hadn't fought flying birds before, but it never occurred to me that one day walking animals could fly. It tilted its head and looked at Lu Chuan in the air, as if looking at an unattainable god, and for a moment, it was at a loss for words, as if it was a lonely boat lost in the vast ocean, unable to find its direction. Lu Chuan hovered in the air for a week, as if he was an eagle overlooking all living beings, as he looked down on the earth bears below. Humph. So what if rock surge? I can fly, so how are you going to deal with that now? Damn it! The earth bear was furious below, waving its paw and slapping it toward the air. Chapter 66 Ren Qingyao gives birth to a son, born to awaken my realm. At this moment, Lu Chuan was like a golden lightning that swept down from the 9 heavens. His body was so agile that it was staggering, and he was rapidly shuttling between the clouds. Damn who it is! We'll find out later. Suddenly, Luchuan looked at the Bear King and threw back his head and roared. In the next instant, as if a swiftly swooping down the eagle, wrapped in the thunderous momentum, with an almost decisive posture, directly attacked the head of the Bear King. This seems to be a simple and rough move, but Luchuan has a clear idea in his heart. The Bear King's earth power that was powerful in all directions. Once it was exerted, the surrounding earth and rocks could all become its weapons and be manipulated by it, with amazing power. However, even if this power was strong, it also had a weakness. That is, the Bear King needed to concentrate fully on mobilizing his spiritual energy around his body and maintaining a close connection with the earth in order to bring this power into full play. And the head, as its vitals and the place where its spiritual energy converged, once it suffered a violent attack, it would inevitably cause it to fall into a brief panic. As expected, the Bear King was caught off guard by the sudden blow. It instinctively tried to raise its hand to fend it off, and the thick bear's paw swung towards the top of its head with the sound of whistling wind as fast as it could. Nay, Luchuan's speed was too fast and fleeting. The Bear King could only watch the powerful and incomparable. As if condensing the essence of Luchuan's whole body, the strike came straight towards his head. Bang! There was a dull, thunderous thud, as if the ancient god of war had sounded a war drum. Luchuan's claw smashed heavily on the Bear King's head. The Bear King's huge mountain-like body instantly shook a few times, as if it was a drunken hulk, staggering and standing unsteadily. The eyes were full of shock and confusion. Apparently, he did not expect Luchuan to use such a surprising and unprepared tactic. Immediately afterward, both sides fought more fiercely as if they were ignited powder kegs. Luchuan's figure was ghostly and versatile, going back and forth with the Bear King in the air. Wherever it passed, sand flew and stones walked, scraping the Bear King's fur upside down, and it was difficult to open his eyes. However, in a few moments, the Bear King's body was left with a shocking blood mark. Blood gurgled out, instantly staining its brown fur red. In the demon god transformation state, his power instantly multiplied, and every attack carried a mountainous momentum, beating the Bear King back. The Bear King's attack on it was as if it was hitting cotton. Futile. And that Bear King, as a strong person at the peak of the awakening realm, how could he be an easy person? With its innate power and control over the earth, it stabilized itself time and time again and launched a fierce counterattack. When the bear's palm was waved, it was as if it could open mountains and crack rocks, bringing up the sound of whistling winds, and every time it fell, it could make the ground tremble, as if a small earthquake had occurred. The rock surge skill was frequently used, and sharp rocks emerged from the ground from time to time, as if they were springing up after the rain, stabbing frantically towards Luchuan. However, under Luchuan's series of attacks that were like a raging storm, the Bear King was still gradually outmatched. It was wounded in many places, and blood stained its originally majestic brown fur, which was like a bloody cloak at the moment, making it look woefully unprepared, and its might was lost. Come on! Seeing that the situation was not good, the Bear King's broad paw slammed against the ground, as if an angry to the extreme thunder god had sounded the war drums, venting his heart's unwillingness and fury. Boom! A huge crack was like a huge mouth of an abyss, appearing openly on the ground, with dust flying and rubble rolling down in the crack, so deep that it was as if it led to an endless dark abyss. The Bear King did not hesitate. Huge body like a boulder, whoosh jumped in, as if a frightened beast fled back to the lair. Seeing this, Luchuan's face flashed as his body rushed towards the crack, trying to catch the Bear King before it vanished. But just as he was about to reach the edge of the crack, as if it was alive, quickly closed up. It was as if it had never been there, leaving only a flat surface. Run away? Luchuan frowned. Boss is mighty. The Monkey King on the side hurriedly ran over, his face piled up with a fawning smile, as if he was a puppy pleasing his master, shaking his head and wagging his tail, loudly patting his ass. He knew in his heart that although he hadn't been able to completely solve the Bear King this time, Luchuan's strength had been revealed, making him admire him as if he had seen a true god of war descending to the earth. If only I had mastered a few more powers of nature. Luchuan fell into deep thought, his brows locked and a hint of resignation in his eyes. He knew in his heart that although he had mastered many powerful abilities now, hurricane force, water spirit force, Vajra body, demon god transformation, and undying force, there's also Dementor's eye and recovering light, and the biggest undercard of all, the overeating feast. However, he still felt a hint of power in the face of this cunning and versatile Bear King. I hope the kids are born soon, that way I'll be in a stronger position to protect you, Luchuan muttered. With the many children, many fortunes system, just the birth of a child might bring him a new turn of events, a new opportunity for power enhancement. In the central region of Great Yen, an unnamed deep mountain was like a paradise, quiet and mysterious, as if it was a pure land forgotten by the world. However, at this moment, In the middle of this deep mountain, there came a lion's roar as low as muffled thunder rolling, as if a sleeping beast had been awakened, breaking the original tranquility. It was Ren Qingyao who gave birth here. Her figure was slightly tired, but she still exuded a maternal glow, as if the Virgin Mother had descended to earth. She was lying in the middle of a cave, with some soft hay arranged around her, like a warm and cozy nest, ready for the new life to come. Each contraction made her frown painfully, the frown resembling a tightened twist, but there was determination and anticipation in her eyes, as if she were waiting for a sacred baptism. Time passes by, but every minute and every second was torture for Ren Qingyao. Eventually, after some hard struggles, she gave birth to a lion cub. Roar! As soon as the lion cub landed on the ground, it let out a weak but powerful roar, as if announcing its arrival to the world, like a newborn king declaring its sovereignty. What surprised Ren Qingyao was that this little lion cub was actually a lioness, and it had just been born with the cultivation of the early stage of the awakening Mi realm. There was a faint glow around his body, as if he was enveloped by the light of God, as if he was a heavenly favorite. Not bad for my boy. When you grow up, you'll be stronger than mommy. Seeing this scene, Ren Qingyao's eyes were filled with laughter, as if all the pain had dissipated at this moment. This was her first experience of motherhood, and the once cold-blooded her was as if she had been blown by a warm spring breeze, and there was a soft spot in her heart. This soft spot was the cute little life in front of her, which she was willing to guard with everything she had. Chapter 67. These two were probably people in their past lives. In the middle of the deep cave, Ren Qingyao quietly gazed at the little life in her arms that was new to the world. Her gaze was just like the softest warm sun in the spring. The warmth poured down, infusing every inch of motherly love without reservation. Child, from now on you will have only your mother, but mother will give you the best. Her voice was so soft that it was like a breeze that was afraid of dropping the petals of a flower, echoing slowly in this small but warm space. As if the little lion felt something, it arched its little head towards Ren Qingyao with a look of enjoyment. Ren Qingyao also lowered her head on the little lion's head, rubbing it in a very intimate manner, looking at herself, just born child. At this moment Ren Qingyao, heart as if overturned the bottle of 5 flavors, a variety of tastes mixed. Thinking back to the bits and pieces of her pregnancy, all of this was etched into her heart like a brand. However, when she saw the child, all the pain instantly turned into a heart full of relief and tenderness. But when she thought of the child's father, Lu Chuan, her eyes instantly became complex and indistinguishable, as if a stone had been thrown into the surface of a calm lake, causing ripples in the layers. You're strong. Continue to grow down like this. The future won't be without a place for you. It's just that we weren't destined to be on the same path, and this encounter was just an accident. I hope to see you at the top in the future. Therefore, she secretly resolved in her heart not to have any more interactions with Lu Chuan for the time being. Even if there is still a trace of attachment to him in his heart that is hard to part with, he can only endure it. At this time, Lu Chuan, who was running outside, was like a gust of wind sweeping through the wilderness. Suddenly, it was as if he was immobilized by an invisible and powerful prohibition, and his entire body instantly froze in place. Immediately afterward, a mechanical beep boomed in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for adding an heir and obtaining the talent, the power of the earth spirit. Lu Chuan first froze, as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning that fell from the sky, and his entire mind seemed to have come to a brief standstill. In an instant, the color of surprise was like a flood that broke the dike, surging and flooding across his face. Child, I'm having another baby? I'm sure it's true that many children come to what they want, imitating 2 burning stars. Just a short while ago, in the fierce battle with that earth bear, he watched with dismay as the earth bear executed the earth escape technique to escape. At that time, I thought, if I can also master the art of earth escape, in the future, no matter what kind of strong enemy, or tracking those cunning as a fox prey, are equal to one more ace card that can turn the tide of the world. I didn't realize that happiness would come so suddenly. This coveted ability had fallen into his lap so easily. It was like a sweet rain after a long drought, extinguishing the burning anger in his heart that had been ignited by the mistake of missing the earth bear, and leaving only joy and anticipation in his heart. But who had this baby? After he was ecstatic, Lu Chuan frowned slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The mind began to race, secretly counting the days. He remembers the pregnancy of the Akari sisters very clearly, and it is common sense that at this moment, it is still far from their birth. Thinking about it, a figure emerged slowly in his mind as if it were a ghost. Could it be her? Lu Chuan muttered, a few dawning glimpses in his eyes, as if a glimmer of light had appeared in the mist. The cold and stubborn words of Qin Yao instantly surfaced in his mind. The one who always looks like she's rejecting people on a regular basis. But I didn't expect to give birth to his child without a word. In this instant,
A wave of emotions that were complicated to the extreme surged in Luchuan's heart. It's come to this and she still won't come back to herself.
But on second thought, it seemed like she wasn't the only one. Zhang Luoli was just like the other lioness. Zhang Luoli. A lion wouldn't give itself a name like that even if it was spiritually enlightened and famous, all without the simple and crude designation of the usual beasts. Could it be that it was a human being in a previous life like yourself, with memories of 2 lives? Luchuan secretly speculated in his mind. It's quite possible. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was extremely high. After all, in this world where beasts were rampant, where the weak were the strong, and where everything acted on instinct, how could such a distinctive existence appear without a special cause? And, other than that explanation, he couldn't really think of any other reason. Whatever she was in her past life, I know that in this one, it's my wife. Luchuan took a deep breath, as if he wanted to inhale the cluttered thoughts in his heart and lungs and turn them into nothing. Soon, he calmed down and his eyes became more and more determined, like the brightest north star in the night sky, shining with unyielding and persistent light. He was convinced in his heart that these 2 wives would be able to come back to him in the end. Even if they resisted desperately, even if they were tied up, he had to bring them back. In his heart, they had long been an integral part of his life, a bond in his soul, a beloved that he was willing to spend his life guarding. No more thinking. Now that he had the power of the earth spirit, fighting that earth bear again would be much easier. Afterward, Luchuan looked aghast, turned around to face the Monkey King, and explained in a serious and firm tone, "You continue to guard here. I now have a way to take care of that Bear King. If a strong enemy comes and you can't beat them, you'll run away first. You don't have to fight them hard. Everything will be decided when I return. Got it?" The Monkey King quickly responded loudly, "Don't worry, master. I will do my best to guard our territory. Don't worry. Go after the Earth Bear. I'll take care of us." After arranging everything, Luchuan did not delay any longer. He closed his eyes and meditated on the newly acquired earth spirit power in his body. With the help of the system, this power was as if it was innate. He could feel a mysterious and heavy power slowly flowing within him, like the pulse of the earth, steady and powerful. A moment later, he violently opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes, as if he was a shooting star passing through the night sky, and a faint layer of earth-yellow light rose around him, as if he had donned a layer of mysterious battle armor. Immediately afterward, his figure moved as if he had merged into the earth, only to see the ground trembling slightly, as if something was rapidly traveling underground, and in an instant, Luchuan's figure disappeared. It was like a fish returning to the water. There was only a ripple when it was like water, and soon the ripples disappeared and everything was calm. It's just a certain bear that's going to be out of luck. Chapter 68, His Excellency the Lion King, you kill your Earth Bear and I have nothing to do with it. South of Shu, a lofty and treacherous mountain peak rose up, like a giant in the sky, quietly overlooking the vicissitudes of the world. Halfway up this mountain peak, a mysterious cave was hidden, with strange rocks of different shapes surrounding the cave entrance. Outside the cave, several ferocious beasts with different looks and exuding a ferocious aura were lazily moving about. A mottled tiger with a stout body like a small hill was currently squinting its eyes that were so green that they resembled ghostly flames, and every now and then it gracefully lifted its thick paw and gently scratched its chin. Right next to the tiger was a hyena. This hyena was born with a pair of thieving eyes that darted around. Right at this moment, the ground suddenly trembled slightly, and immediately afterward, the earth bear's huge body, which resembled a demon that had broken through the ground, burrowed out of the ground. The ferocious beasts were first stunned and instantly alerted. The mottled tiger reacted most swiftly. It stood up with a miso sound and arched its explosive back. A low, intimidating growl emanated from his throat, as if declaring his sovereignty over the uninvited guest and warning it not to act rashly. The hyena also immediately stopped whimpering, its hind legs slightly bent, its entire body tensed as if it were a fully drawn bowstring, ready to sprint or flee at any time. However, after seeing that it was an earth bear, their tense demeanor relaxed a little. The hyena was the first to break the stalemate. Its pointed mouth grinned, revealing a mouthful of uneven but incredibly sharp teeth, and its voice was shrill and fawning. "Yo, boss bear, where did you go for a walk? You've got the brothers worried." Tiger also put away his growl and asked in a jarring voice, "Brother bear, you didn't run into any trouble on this trip out, did you? Is your boss here?" The earth bear asked without even looking at them for a few moments. There was a bit of urgency and exhaustion in its voice. At this moment, it was in a sorry state of appearance. The fur on his body stood up messily, as if it had been ravaged by a gale, and was still covered in a lot of dust. The hyena responded in a hurry. Could it be that he's been out on a limb? This hyena usually rely on this resourcefulness in the mountains and forests.
The ability to see the wind and the helm can be described as first class.
Receiving the answer, the Earth Bear didn't say much and strutted into the cave. Inside the cave, the light was so dim that it was as if it was shrouded in a thick layer of ink. By the faint light, a huge pangolin could be seen lying on a raised rock. This mountain-piercing armor not only mastered the power of the Earth Spirit, but also the power of adamantine at the same time. Ostensibly brotherly friends with Earth Bear, on weekdays, they help each other out, share the same blessings and difficulties, and are a pair that can't be messed with in the eyes of the onlookers. When Earth Bear saw pangolin armor, he took a few steps forward, his face full of chagrin and resignation. "Brother, I've fallen on hard times this time." It sighed heavily and sat on its butt, shaking the dust around it. The pangolin armor raised his head slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. "What's going on? You're all bruised up. Didn't you have a fight with someone?" The Earth Bear gritted his teeth and said, "It's still not that Lion King. That guy is too powerful. His speed and strength are far superior to mine. I couldn't even defend myself against him with the power of the earth. And I was also injured in multiple places by him. If it wasn't for the fact that he escaped with the earth in the end, I'm afraid I would have lost my life there." When he thought of Lu Chuan's powerful attack, the Earth Bear couldn't help but shiver. Pangolin Armor Heart was shocked. It and the Earth Bear strength is not comparable. Weekday sparring also each other. Now that he had heard this description of the Earth Bear, he secretly pondered in his heart, what kind of god is this Lion King, to be able to crush an Earth Bear to this extent? Its eyes rolled and it spoke. "Brother, don't be angry for now. We need to think of a method. I've heard that there is a white snake nearby that resides in a pool of water and wields the power of coal ice. If we can invite it to come out and we join forces, we might be able to even the odds." It was clear in Pangolin Armor's mind that relying on himself and Earth Bear alone, he was afraid that it would be difficult to win, and that he would have to look for more powerful reinforcements. Moreover, this white snake was also a dominant party in the neighborhood. If he could be brought together, his future position in this mountain forest would be unrivaled. The Earth Bear's eyes lit up as if he had seen a life-saving straw. "Really? Then let's hurry up and invite them." At this moment, it was already overwhelmed by anger and the desire for revenge, only wanting to find help as soon as possible to retrieve the scene, and make a clean break. The pangolin nodded. "All right, I'm coming with you." With that said, the two beasts clicked together and got up and headed out of the cave. Just as he walked out of the cave, Lu Chuan happened to show his head and also appeared from the ground, as if he were a ghost appearing. The Earth Bear was scared and shivered. His eyes were full of panic, as if he had seen the god of death coming. "How did you follow me?" However, he quickly reacted and sneered. "Pangolin Armor, we'll have no problem dealing with him if we combine our efforts." The Pangolin Armor was also stunned, but it reacted extremely quickly, and with a turn of its eyes, it instantly had an idea. Before the Earth Bear could open its mouth to ask for help, it grabbed the opportunity and said loudly, "Lion King, you kill yours. I have nothing to do with this Earth Bear," it said as it took a few steps back to distance itself from the Earth Bear. Earth Bear's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe his ears as he cursed furiously. "You bastard. You usually call yourself a brother, but you actually betrayed me at the critical moment." His heart was filled with anger and despair. He didn't expect this mountain-piercing armor to be so unrighteous. After cursing, the Earth Bear also knew that this place was not suitable to stay for a long time. He saw the opportunity and performed the Earth Escape, instantly disappearing from the original place. Lu Chuan coldly grunted, as if he had anticipated all this. He moved his body and also disappeared to chase after him. However, Lu Chuan, with his keen perception and newly acquired Earth Spirit power, clung to the Earth Bear's trail and did not let go, as if he was a cheetah locking onto its prey and would not stop until it reached its goal. After chasing for more than 10 miles, Lu Chuan finally saw the right moment and violently broke the ground, as if he were a god coming down from the sky. The Earth Bear was so exhausted at this time that it was too late to react, and it was grabbed by Lu Chuan. A cold light flashed in Lu Chuan's eyes, and he raised his claws for a fierce attack. Although the Earth Bear resisted to the death, but the injury was in front of him and his strength was not matched, so he was not Lu Chuan's opponent at all. Within a few clicks, the Earth Bear was no longer moving, and Lu Chuan looked at the corpse on the ground without the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. The anger in his heart had not yet subsided, and thinking of all the provocations this Earth Bear had made earlier, he snorted coldly and began to eat. "This can't go to waste." For a while, the smell of blood filled the surroundings, as if they were in the middle of a shura. The pangolin heard the Bear King's wail from a long distance away and was horrified. However, it was also smart enough to open an Earth Escape in a hidden place, and also purposely used the power of the Earth Spirit to cover up all the traces, as if it had never appeared in this place, and quickly fled. Chapter 69, Breaking Through the Imperial Void Realm. Instantaneous shift. Lu Chuan returned to his territory after killing the Earth Bear with a thunderous blow. At the same time, with his powerful strength and extraordinary intelligence, he enlisted a large number of ferocious beasts. They were under Lu Chuan's command, each performing their own duties, as if they were a well-trained army, causing the neighboring forces to not dare to covet them easily. Time rushes by like a white horse. 3 days later, Lu Chuan, as if he had a feeling in his heart, was keenly aware that he was about to have a major breakthrough. Within his eyes, there was a hidden glint of excitement and anticipation, as if they were bright stars in the night sky. In this barbaric world, the enhancement of strength is the guarantee of survival. Every breakthrough means that you can go further in this cruel food chain and control more resources and the power of life and death. It seems like it needs to devour some more things before it's done. Lu Chuan didn't hesitate to start the crazy devouring journey. Between the mountains and forests, from time to time, there were bursts of hissing and struggling sounds of ferocious beasts, as if a bloody music was being played. Lu Chuan was like a tireless killing machine, and wherever he passed, blood and flesh flew everywhere. His figure darted through the mountains and forests, catching his prey with precision and accuracy with every strike. As a large amount of blood and meat entered his stomach, a surge of energy erupted in his body, as if it was a raging tide, recklessly impacting every meridian and bone in his body. Finally, it's here? Lu Chuan clenched his teeth and endured the severe pain brought about by the energy raging in his body. Channeling this power with all his might and climbing up towards a higher realm, his body trembled slightly, and the veins on his skin rippled like a sinuous swimming dragon, highlighting the immense pressure he was under at the moment. While feeling the power surging within his body, his eyes became more and more determined. Boom! Finally, after some strenuous efforts, a muffled sound came from Lu Chuan's body and he successfully broke through. In an instant, a huge pressure that seemed to come from an ancient flood swept out in all directions with him at the center. This pressure was like a materialized storm, and wherever it passed, sand flew and stones were moved, and grass and trees were bent. The ferocious beasts in the vicinity of 100 miles, no matter if they were deep in the mountains or hidden in caves, were as if they were tightly gripped by a big invisible hand. A deep sense of fear and awe welled up in the depths of his soul, and he prostrated himself on the ground, shivering, as if welcoming the birth of their new king. Ding! Congratulations to the host, breaking through to the early stage of the Imperial Void Realm, and obtaining the secret skill. Instant shift. The system's beat boomed in Lu Chuan's mind. He was pleasantly surprised to find that after the Imperial Void Realm, it was as if he had a more subtle sense of attunement with the aura of heaven and earth. It seemed that one did not need to deliberately operate the power of the hurricane to soar freely in the sky, as if it was a rock bird that had broken free of its bonds, overlooking the vast expanse of the earth. The breakthrough was expected of him. Transience, however, was an unexpected blessing. In Lu Chuan's mind, Jiang Luoli's figure couldn't help but appear. In the beginning, she was able to easily run away under her own eyes with this magical hand of instantaneous transfer. Now that he himself had mastered this secret skill, Lu Chuan secretly swore in his heart, when I meet her next time, I will definitely rely on this instantaneous transfer technique to catch her firmly and bring her back to my side, so that I won't let her escape easily again. Just as Lu Chuan was immersed in the joy of his breakthrough and his vision for the future, the Golden Monkey King and the Fox Demon hurriedly arrived to congratulate him. They trotted along, fawning smiles piled on their faces. The Golden Monkey King was also holding some rare spirit fruits collected from the depths of the mountain forest. These spirit fruits, with their bright colors and fruity aroma, had a considerable boost to cultivation after consuming them. Master, congratulations! This strength of yours, you've gone to the next level. In the future, who else can be your opponent in this world? The Golden Monkey King was the first to open his mouth. His voice was loud and clear, as if a flood bell was echoing in the mountains and forests, revealing complete excitement and currying favor. While saying that, he respectfully handed the spirit fruit in his hand forward. This time, I'll clear the neighborhood. Lu Chuan's gaze was firm as he scanned the surrounding mountains and rivers. After breaking through the Imperial Void Realm, the ambition in his heart burned more and more. He is very clear. In this big mountain in Shu, although temporarily under their own control, but the surroundings still lurks a lot of unstable factors. The various types of ferocious beast forces were intricate, and the slightest mishap could trigger a melee that would threaten one's territory and pack. The only way to truly rest on one's laurels was to sweep away some of the other ferocious beasts in the surroundings and unify this great mountain in Shu. Moreover, Lu Chuan still had a deep attachment in his heart. After coming out for so long, despite running all the way and looking around, I never managed to find those two broads. Although it is said that a man's ambition is to dominate the world, but in the dead of night, he still can't help but miss the Kanglan Mountain community. Thinking of the familiar faces and the fun times we used to have together, he thought that in a few days, he must make a trip back to Kanglan Mountain to see if the clansmen were doing well, and in the meantime, let his taut nerves relax. As soon as he said he would do it, Lu Chuan immediately
headed for the surrounding mountains. Under the crushing power of his imperial void realm, the mountains of Shudi seemed to have lost their power of resistance and became a stage for him to show off his strength to the fullest. Those ferocious beasts that were still trying to resist, after feeling Lu Chuan's terrifying pressure and powerful strength, they were so scared that their livers cracked and fled in all directions. But how could they escape Lu Chuan's palm? As if they were birds of prey, they were eventually captured one by one. In just 2 days, Lu Chuan once again collected 6 great generals. These great generals are all powerful ferocious beasts at the late stage of awakening me. It was only that their accumulation was relatively shallow and they had only just made a breakthrough not long ago, and there was still a slight gap in their strength compared to the veteran powerhouses. Among them, there are 2 wolves with a strong body and speed like the wind. They are good at teamwork. When hunting, one left and one right cooperate well, imitating 2 sharp daggers, plunging straight into the heart of his prey. Lu Chuan was satisfied. It had taken the lead in the previous battles every time, and with these 2 wolves, it was much easier and more convenient. There were also 2 bears of great strength and thick skin, charging forward, like 2 heavy tanks. Wherever they passed, all obstacles were crushed. On top of that, there was a hawk whose wings were spread out like dark clouds covering the sky. It can scout the enemy from above and provide accurate intelligence for Lu Chuan. There was also a black tiger. This one, with an oily and smooth fur that resembled black satin, glinting coldly in the moonlight. Its hands are agile and its attack power is extremely strong, as if it were a ghost killer in the darkness of the night. These ferocious beasts, although they each have their own magical abilities, but under the control of Lu Chuan's soul regenerating eye, as if they were puppets with their souls held, they were loyal to Lu Chuan and did not dare to have the slightest sense of betrayal. With these few generals, Lu Chuan's power became a few points stronger. Chapter 70 Great Yan's 4 Great War Gods. White Tiger War God, Golden Monkey, Lemur Demon, Little Black. You guys guard this place. If there is really an incomparable strong person coming, saving your life is the most important thing. Only with life can you have a future. Lu Chuan looked grave, his eyes sweeping over the several competent subordinates in front of him in turn. His voice was low and strong, as if a flood bell was echoing through the valley, and it was permeated with unquestionable majesty and concern. When the subordinates heard this, they all looked resolute and nodded their heads in agreement. Yes, master. Seeing this, Lu Chuan did not delay any longer and moved his body, imitating a golden lightning bolt cutting across the sky. It sped toward the northwestern Kanglan mountain. After being out for so long, it's time to go back for a visit. Shortly after he had just left the mountains of Shu, Lu Chuan had stumbled upon a human. It was a young guy named Zhang Peng. At the age of 20, at the time of youth and vigor, his cultivation is at the early stage of awakening me, mastering the power of the hurricane, able to soar in the sky with this power. At the moment, he was flying leisurely through the air. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a golden stream of light approaching him at an extremely fast speed. What is it? Actually flying in the sky? Could it be some kind of bird of prey? Good. It's just right to use it for practice. As he spoke, he was ready to strike. Who knows? Fixing my eyes on it, it was actually a majestic lion. In an instant, Zhang Peng was so scared that his face turned pale, and his heart was as if it had been severely gripped by a large invisible hand, almost falling straight down from the air. He stared at Lu Chuan with wide, dead eyes, his eyes filled with panic and disbelief, his feet stomping in the air in panic, trying to stabilize his body. Flying lions? I can't believe it's this lion. Why is it here? He had seen the lion's prowess on the news before. He himself was no match at all. Lu Chuan's heart moved slightly when he saw a human. Although he was now a beast in appearance, his soul was ultimately a human being, and this kind of feeding on humans was something he really couldn't do. Thus, as if he had not seen Zhang Peng, he flew straight past him and continued on in the direction of Kanglan Mountain, his speed not decreasing at all, and in the blink of an eye, he was almost impossible to find. Zhang Peng looked at Lu Chuan's faraway direction for a while before he could slow down. He raised his hand to wipe the bean-sized beads of sweat from his forehead and breathed a long sigh of relief, grateful that he had escaped. Looking at this direction of the Bear King, he should be heading over to the Qinling Mountains. I wonder if he will meet up with the White Tiger War God, Zhang Peng muttered, a hint of curiosity and worry in his eyes. He knew that this Qinling area hid crouching tigers and dragons, and the White Tiger God of War was even more powerful. If the Bear King and her collided, it would definitely be a great battle that would shock the world and cry to the gods. At that time, this peaceful heaven and earth was afraid that it would set off another bloody storm. Outside the Qinling Mountains, a helicopter hovered in the air, its propellers spinning rapidly, bringing up the sound of whistling wind, as if a steel beast was roaring. On the airplane, there were many reporters, who were holding various types of camera equipment in their hands, with excitement and anticipation in their eyes. Around them, there were also several drones circling in the air to assist in filming, capturing every image with precision and transmitting the scene back in real time. And in front of the drone, a young woman in white armor seemed to be like a fairy who descended from the sky, holding a long sword and flying with an athletic stance. She was Bai Yue, the white tiger war god, with a pretty face, but with an innate valor, like a star in a cold night, bright and dazzling. The white armor shone with a cold light under the sunlight, as if it was an impenetrable divine shield, adding a sense of majesty to her. Today, is the white tiger war god into the Qinling's first battle. The other day, the white tiger war god's combat power, we have seen very clearly. Today, there is a magic tiger ravaged outside the city of the Great Smoky. The white tiger war god himself will certainly handily kill the magic tiger. One reporter was holding a microphone and looking excited. His face was beaming with excitement and pride, honored to have witnessed this historic moment. At this moment, the live broadcast room watched by the people of Dian was as if it had exploded, with pop-ups rolling madly, densely packed, as if it were a surging tide. One by one, viewers were excited and sent in their comments. The white tiger war god is mighty. With this aura, it looks like a sure victory. It's awesome. Having the white tiger war god guarding our great yen is truly a blessing for us. Sit back and wait to see the white tiger god of war go on a rampage and kill the demon tiger. During this period of time, the great yen officialdom maintained the strategy of reporting the good news and not the bad, making a big fuss about the so-called four great war gods in an attempt to boost the public's morale. Let everyone see the ray of hope in this crisis-ridden chaotic world. The white tiger war god, Bai Yue, as the best of them, was even more highly regarded. Her cultivation had reached the late stage of awakening me, and she came from the ancient martial arts family of Dian, and had received harsh training since childhood. Practicing an extraordinary martial art, she not only mastered the power of adamantine, which could make her defense as if it were a bronze wall, but she was also proficient in the power of hurricane. The skillful use of these two powers in her swordplay made every swing of her sword seem to be wrapped in a heaven-destroying power, with an extremely strong cutting power that was intimidating to the eye. Not long after, Bai Yue's group arrived outside a city. One could only see that the demon tiger below was as if it was a demon crawling out from the depths of hell, huge in size, with a black mist emanating from its body, as if it was being eroded by the power of darkness. Open teeth and claws, wantonly roaring, every roar, as if the thunder exploded in the ears, shaking people's ears. Teams of soldiers stood by outside the city, dressed in heavy protective clothing and armed with advanced weapons, apprehensive in their hearts but firm in their eyes. Without flinching, the exalts were also circling around, casting their respective powers in an attempt to hold the demon tiger back before it rushed into the city and brought about the destruction of the people. On the city walls, the people poked their heads out, their eyes full of fear and expectation. They all wanted to see the legendary white tiger war god slaying the demon tiger. Immediately afterward, Bai Yue was like a white lightning bolt, instantly rushing into the battlefield. With a wave of the long sword in her hand, a brilliant sword chi was like a rainbow striking the sun, carrying the power of hurricane wind and adamantine, chopping towards the demonic tiger at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. The devil tiger sensed the danger and tried to dodge, but the sword chi was too fast for it to react. Puffing, with a sound, the sword chi cut across the body of the demon tiger, leaving a hideous wound. Blood gurgled out, instantly staining its fur red. The people of Dian who watched the live broadcast were immediately excited as if they had won the jackpot, and all sorts of bragging pop-ups once again frantically appeared. Wow! This sword is so awesome! The white tiger war god is invincible, worthy of being our god of war. This strength, it's simply heaven-defying. The devil tiger is in deep trouble. With the white tiger war god around, it definitely won't survive for long. Chapter 71 Phantom Demon Tiger. This king accepts it. ******ing humans. The black tiger's huge body was like a small mountain that was about to collapse, trembling violently. A shocking wound crisscrossed its dark fur, and blood gurgled out like a torrent that had broken the levee. In the blink of an eye, it dyed the land underneath it into a blinding bright red, as if it were a tragic battlefield. The eyes of the bronze bells were burning anger. Roar! The roar that was emitted by tilting his head was even a rolling wave of sound, as if it was the roar of an ancient beast, shaking the surrounding air with a buzzing sound, as if it was going to shatter the dome of the sky into countless fragments. At this moment, the hatred in its heart was overwhelming, and that gaze was like two sharp daggers, stabbing straight at Bai Yue in midair. It vowed to ruthlessly tear apart this human woman who had brought heavy injuries to itself in order to resolve its heartfelt hatred. The next instant the limbs snapped into action, every muscle tensing up. A hard push. The figure was like a black lightning, and in a flash,
the speed reached the extreme. Several phantoms even appeared out of thin air around it, and these phantoms were exactly the same as its body, whether it was its body shape, hair, or the eyes that emanated a ferocious light. There was no resemblance whatsoever. With a chillingly eerie aura, he sprinted towards Bai Yue. In mid-air, Bai Yue's eyebrows instantly tightened up, as if two crescent moons were shrouded in dark clouds. She screamed in her heart that it was not good, knowing full well that today's battle was feared to be in a desperate situation. However, as the white tiger god of war, how could she dare to say she was defeated so easily? Only to see her figure turn, as if she were a nimble fairy dancing. The long sword in her hand flashed with a cool light under the sunlight, as if it was a cold star that cut through the night sky. As she waved her jade arm, in an instant, several tornadoes appeared as if they were born out of thin air, roaring in from all directions and surrounding her. These tornadoes were like angry dragons, waving their claws and whistling, forming a natural, impenetrable barrier that protected her. But that black tiger's phantom speed was too fast for the eye to see. In the blink of an eye, a black shadow flashed into the tornado as if it were a ghost, and it left behind a lot of residual shadows. These residual shadows weaved in and out of the whistling of the tornado, as if they were a group of mischievous elves, and as if they were countless sharp blades, so dazzling that it was impossible to tell which one was the main body. Bai Yue's eyes stared. The long sword in her hand was tightly gripped. The hilt of that sword was pinched to the point that it was slightly white by her. She tried to find out the black tiger's main body from these many remnants and bellowed, "Humph, don't think that this trick can trap me." After saying that, she swung her sword towards a remnant of a shadow and stabbed it fiercely. The action was crisp and clean, as if lightning had cut through the night sky. But the moment the long sword stabbed, the residual shadow dissipated like smoke, and it wasn't the original body at all. She swung her sword one after another, and each time she shattered it, it was only a remnant, while the black tiger's main body was in the dark. Finding the right moment to launch a blazing attack again and again, the black tiger saw the break in his conscience revealed after Bai Yue swung her sword and leapt up violently. It raised its right paw high, and under the illumination of the sunlight, the cold light on the paw flashed, as if it were 5 sharp steel knives, wrapped in the force of 1,000 pounds, and fiercely slapped towards Bai Yue. Bai Yue was unable to dodge and was struck by this claw. Her entire body was like a kite with broken strings and was instantly slapped out. After drawing an arc in the air, it fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, like a falling meteor. The scene was tragic to the extreme. Defeated. The white tiger war god is defeated. How is this possible? How could the white tiger war god lose? It's over. It's all over. The surrounding soldiers and exalted who were watching the battle couldn't help but cry out in shock when they saw this scene. Their faces filled with astonishment and despair. They were originally full of expectations that the white tiger war god would be able to kill the demon tiger and keep the party safe. But now, the reality has given them a heavy blow, as if the dream is instantly shattered, leaving only endless trepidation. And on the far wall, the people exploded. God, bless our great Yen. Bless the white tiger god of war to be peaceful and defeat this abominable demonic tiger. After such a live broadcast image was released, the entire great Yen seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gloom, as if it was plunged into an endless abyss of darkness. The confidence that the people had just built up, as if it were fragile glass, was instantly shattered somewhat. They stood guard in front of the screen, watching the image of the white tiger war god's defeat, their eyes filled with worry and trepidation. Quickly send someone to save the white tiger war god. Inside a base, a white-haired but hale-eyed old man stood up violently, the movement carrying an air of determination. The white tiger war god was the hope of Great Yen, the guardian god of the people's hearts, and must not be lost. With that, several airplanes quickly took off and sped towards the direction where the white tiger war god had been slapped away. On the other hand, Lu Chuan was flying extremely fast in the air, just like a golden meteor crossing the sky. Wherever he passed, the air was squeezed by his speed and crackled. In the sky in front of him, a corpse floated. Lu Chuan's eyes flinched, as if the eagle's eyes locked the prey. After he focused his mind and carefully perceived it, his heart rejoiced. It's not a corpse, there's still a breath of life. Looking at the direction, he would have collided with this man if he hadn't changed direction. However, right at this moment, Bai Yue leisurely turned awake and slowly opened her eyes. In a haze, she saw a certain Lu Chuan in the sky not far away, and at this time of life and death, she ghostly said, "Save me." A human asking me for help? Lu Chuan froze for a moment, his figure lurching in the air. His gaze landed on Bai Yue, a human woman with a pretty face and eyebrows like faraway daisies. Her looks were indeed okay and fit his own aesthetics. "I saved you. From now on, you are my woman." Lu Chuan's heart fluttered and he said loudly, his words filled with unquestionable dominance. After saying that, he raised his hand and struck out a light of revival. The light was soft, as if it was a warm spring sun, slowly enveloping Bai Yue. Under the illumination of the light of recovery, the external wounds on Bai Yue's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The strength was also restored a bit and was able to stabilize the flight. She stared at the Lion King in a daze, her heart filled with mixed feelings as if she had overturned a bottle of 5 flavors. Thinking of what the other party had just said, she nuzzled her mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. I am a human. You are a beast. Bai Yue hesitated and said softly, don't worry. I will only come to you if the day comes when I can take form. Lu Chuan looked at her and grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. And shortly after, a black shadow flashed as if from the dark abyss. Extremely fast, like a black lightning. Bai Yue's face changed drastically. Her eyes instantly became grave. She subconsciously gripped the longsword in her hand tightly and droned. Not good. It's the Phantom Demon Tiger. Phantom Demon Tiger. That's good strength. It's qualified to become my slave. Lu Chuan sighed, however, was as if nothing was wrong, and his expression was calm and self-conscious. Chapter 72 White Tiger War God, I'm a human. You're a lion. It's not allowed. The breeze gently brushed by, ruffling Lu Chuan's majestic mane, as if golden waves were churning in the wind. Bai Yue, dressed in an armor as white as snow, although slightly distressed in the previous fierce battle, it was still difficult to hide that heroic atmosphere. Right under the watchful eyes of the two of them, the black shadow that swept in the distance as if it were a black lightning bolt gradually slowed down and eventually stopped. In an instant, a powerful pressure came over the air, causing the surrounding air to seemingly freeze. The black shadow revealed its true form, and it was the Phantom Demon Tiger that made the people of Dian fearful. At this moment, the Devil Tiger's eyes were filled with shock as he stared dead at Lu Chuan, as well as Bai Yue, who looked unharmed. His mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but it was hardened in his throat by shock. You're going to intervene in this? The Phantom Demon Tiger was the first to break the stalemate, transmitting a strong sense of threat. Each word was like a heavy bomb that exploded in the air, stirring up layers of ripples and shaking people's hearts. The tail swung restlessly behind him, as if it were a viper about to strike, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Naturally, this woman is mine. Lu Chuan did not show any weakness. He slightly raised his chin. His eyes were firm and blazing, as if they were burning flames, shooting straight at the Phantom Demon Tiger. Bai Yue stood by the side, hearing this domineering declaration from Lu Chuan. Her heart was as if she had overturned a bottle of 5 flavors. All sorts of flavors mixed, but somehow, under this strong protection, she didn't even retort. She just stood quietly, her eyes complicated as she looked at the man and beast in front of her. Seek death. The Phantom Demon Tiger was completely enraged by Lu Chuan's words and instantly exploded. His body transformed into a black lightning bolt and sprinted towards Lu Chuan. The sharp claws flashed coldly in the daylight, as if they were 5 sharp daggers, stabbing Lu Chuan's vitals. The big battle was about to start, and the Phantom Demon Tiger was up to its old tricks, attempting to once again use speed and phantoms to outwit the enemy. In an instant, an eerie wave of fluctuation flooded around its body. Immediately afterward, countless remnants of shadows appeared around them. However, times were different now. Lu Chuan had now stepped into the Royal Void Realm, and this gap in the realm of strength allowed him to face these peak awakening ego realm moves as if they were a game. Only Lu Chuan was calm and relaxed. He stood still without panicking. His body glowed with a faint layer of golden color, opening the Vajra body. The Phantom Demon Tiger didn't care about this. His heart was filled with rage and killing intent. I just want to the guy in front of me who dares to provoke me. It waved its sharp claws, wrapped in the force of 1,000 pounds, and slapped fiercely towards Lu Chuan again and again. With each attack, the claws clashed with Lu Chuan's body with a loud clanking sound. Lu Chuan, however, was as steady as Mt. Tai, not moving at all, not even frowning. What's going on? How can this lion's defense be so high? The more the Devil Tiger fought, the more it panicked, and the color of panic in its eyes became more and more intense. Breathing became rapid, and the rhythm of the attack gradually went haywire. The originally powerful moves became broken. Eyes began to wander, looking around for a possible way back, and his feet unconsciously took a few steps backward. Bai Yue, who was watching the battle from the side, was also shocked in her heart. As the White Tiger War God, she had seen many powerful people, but the strength displayed by this Lion King today was far beyond her imagination. She marveled in her mind. There is such a powerful man in this world. No, such a powerful beast. If we can fight side by side with him, then how can the great Yin not be at peace? The thought flashed through her mind, and she caught herself off guard, shaking her head in an attempt to shake the ridiculous thought out of her mind. Enough fighting. Lu Chuan saw that the Devil Tiger's attack was gradually becoming weak and his momentum had been drained. At this time, he decided to start counterattacking. Only a flash of his figure was seen, as if he had disappeared in an instant. Even Bai Yue didn't see his movements. She only felt a flash in front of her eyes and Lu Chuan had disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared behind the demonic tiger like a ghost, his right paw raised high. His palm contained a mountainous force, and he ruthlessly slapped towards the demonic tiger's dorsal spinal column. Ka-ching! There was a loud bang. The black tiger's spinal column was broken so that it instantly lost its fighting strength, and its huge body was like a kite with broken strings, falling down towards the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Boom! The sound of the fall was as shocking as a meteorite smashing into the earth. The wail of the phantom demon tiger resounded through the clouds. That miserable voice was filled with pain and despair, and was heard by the humans on the several helicopters that arrived in the sky behind them. They first looked surprised and glanced at each other, their eyes filled with doubt. Then they accelerated forward, and when their vision cleared up a bit and they saw the scene in front of them, everyone was too shocked to speak. A lion? How did this lion get here? Only to see the Lion King slowly descending to the ground in a majestic manner. His tall figure was like a god of war descending from the sky, and every step he took was like stepping on the tips of the hearts of all the people, making them tremble with fear. He stomped on the severely injured demonic tiger as if he was stepping on a mole cricket. The demonic tiger was under his feet, unable to move, and could only emit a weak whimpering sound. At this time, Lu Chuan had already cast the Eye of Soul Regeneration. The devil tiger didn't struggle in the slightest. Its eyes instantly became hollow and submissive, directly submitting to Lu Chuan's majesty. It just lay there quietly on the ground, as if it were a well-behaved pet, waiting for its master's command. Bai Yue stood by the side, unsure. She didn't know what was going on. She only saw that the demonic tiger was suddenly respectful to the Lion King. Maybe its fear of death. She shook her head gently and tried to turn away. After all, this encounter today was so bizarre that she needed time to digest it. But the next moment, just as she took a step, she was called by Lu Chuan. What's the name? Bai Yue. She spoke nervously, her voice trembling slightly, as if she were a frightened deer. She was a little flustered in her heart, not understanding why this Lion King suddenly asked for her name, and under the pressure of this powerful aura, she was actually a little afraid to look directly into Lu Chuan's eyes. Remember, this king saved you. You are this king's woman. Wait for the transformation and find you. Lu Chuan once again declared in a domineering manner, with unquestionable firmness in his eyes. Bai Yue's body trembled as if she had been struck by an electric current. Her heart was in turmoil. On the one hand, she was grateful to Lu Chuan for saving her life. On the other hand, she was at a loss as to what to do with this sudden agreement. Moreover, many people on the helicopter had heard Lu Chuan's words, and they likewise felt a bit puzzled. They didn't know what was going on, and only saw this strange interaction between the White Tiger War God and the Lion King, and secretly speculated in their hearts. Could it be that the White Tiger War God and the Lion King had made some kind of secret deal? Luckily it's not live right now. Otherwise, if the White Tiger War God was seen by the public, he would be labeled as a traitor, and the consequences would be unimaginable.